They say life never goes according to your plans, but my life has spiraled out of control. All I wanted was a simple, long life." The girl couldn't help but ask tremblingly, Are you all right, sir?" Then suddenly very worried, she thought to herself, "Isn't this asking a bit too much for a side character in a novel? Damn it, I just took down Duke Raka Aintia. He's the most vicious villain. Duke Raka Aintia, a cunning villain who imprisoned the female lead and summoned monsters to attack the royal family. Am I doomed? Yes, it's best to run away now while no one is paying attention." No sooner had her thoughts ended, someone suddenly ran over and shouted loudly, "Raka, what's wrong? Open your eyes. Are you dead?" It turned out this girl was Aisha Aintia, the Duke's younger sister. Immediately after, a boy suddenly approached, placed a hand on the girl's shoulder and coldly stated, "Aisha, there's no way he'll open his eyes. Raka is dead." It turned out this boy was Delkine Aintia, the Duke's younger brother. At this, Delkine immediately turned to look at her and asked, "It was you, wasn't it?" Aisha gloomily added, "Are you the one who killed Raka?" Rubbing her neck, she broke into a sweat and replied with an awkward smile, "I'm sorry, kids, but I think there's been a misunderstanding." Delkine loudly interrupted, "What did you say?" Aisha furiously yelled, questioning, "That doesn't change the fact that he died because of you." Delkine angrily added, "That's right, you evil priest."
"Do you really think you can fool us?" Sweating profusely and pale-faced, she explained, No. Then holding her head in her hands, she smiled helplessly and thought to herself, "Their brother isn't dead, and they're not even giving me a chance to explain." Aisha loudly commanded, "It's your fault. Bring him back to life." She didn't reply, but rolled her eyes in exasperation and thought to herself, "Yes, this is when my life starts to get complicated." About half an hour ago, someone suddenly asked, "Miss Mia, are you ready? Miss Mia, Miss Mia." She suddenly woke up with a start, then looked around and wondered to herself, "What the hell? Where am I? I'm sure I just fell down the stairs and died. Why are these people staring at me?" The brown-haired man, sweating nervously, remarked, "You don't look very well." She asked back with a doubtful, embarrassed smile, "Are you talking to me?" He immediately confirmed, "Yes, Miss Mia, is there a problem?" Mia suddenly interjected, "Wait. Then resting her chin on her hand, she pondered to herself, "My name is Mia? It sounds familiar. I remember now. The Isiki Flower. The Isiki Flower is the novel I read right before I died."
Next, she couldn't help but murmur in disbelief, "No way!" Then utterly astonished, she thought to herself, "Have I really become Mia from the Flower of Shakir? Am I dreaming?" Then she asked blankly, What am I about to do?" Hearing this, the man in the hat's eyes widened in surprise as he reminded her, "Didn't you say you would go to the prayer room before bestowing the blessing?" Mia flinched and asked again, Blessing? He immediately confirmed, "Yes, don't you remember? Today is the day your power awakens, Lady Mia."
"I'm just a supporting character, existing as a backdrop for Emperor Kines, the male lead. And on top of that, I'm even supposed to die in the end." Having thought this, Maya then frankly declared, "Actually, I want to confess something." The woman with her hair in a bun heard this and replied, "I'm sorry, Miss Maya, but we don't have time." Hearing this, she was filled with dread, thinking to herself, "I don't want to die like this." She then pleaded, "But this is really important." The woman inquired curiously, "What is it?" Maya exhaled softly to calm herself, then subtly furrowed her brow and muttered, "Actually, my power hasn't awakened yet." The woman exclaimed in astonishment, "No way." Maya insisted, "It's true." The woman sternly denied, "No." She asked again, bewildered, "Huh?" A little puzzled, she then thought to herself, "I'm the one telling her, so how can she be so certain?" Hearing her words, the woman immediately took her hand and said, "Then let me quickly check." She then quickly examined her. Maya's eyes widened in confusion as she thought, "What is she doing?" As soon as her silent thought concluded, a white light immediately enveloped both of them. Immediately after that, she let out a soft sigh, then blurted out that her power had clearly awakened. Upon hearing this, Maya was incredibly surprised and thought to herself, "That's too fast. How can you be so sure?" She then suggested, "Let's go to the prayer room now." Maya gaped in confusion and asked back, "Right now?" She immediately bowed to confirm, "Yes, don't forget to always behave gracefully and nobly, befitting a child of the divine." Maya didn't respond, too flustered, and thought to herself, "Oh no, this is be trouble. What should I do? Am I going to bestow blessings upon kindness like this? And will I have to endure for a whole year and then die?" After that, she reluctantly announced, "We will begin now. Offer your prayers to Teritus, our divine being." Then she secretly added in her mind, "No way, I already died ridiculously in my previous life. I can't die in vain in this life anymore, so I have to escape this cathedral. It's prayer time, so everyone still has their eyes closed, and luckily no one is near the door. I'm sure I can escape." Thinking this to herself, Maya slowly stood up and tiptoed away. Seeing this, the man in the hat frantically shouted, "Miss Maya!" The woman with her hair in a bun continued in astonishment, "Where are you going?" Maya didn't answer immediately, but quickly ran towards the door. Then she turned around and cheerfully waved goodbye to them. "Goodbye, everyone." Then secretly added in her heart, I will escape a fate predetermined in the original story and set off to find my own happiness. The brown-haired man hastily shouted, "Catch her!" As she quickly scurried away, Maya frowned and thought to herself, "Do they really think they can catch me?" And just like that, after transmigrating into the body of Maya, a minor character and a living sacrifice in the novel The Shakir Flower, for the first time in my life, I ran for my life. As she was fleeing, a blue bird flying beside her suddenly spoke. "Maya, can you hear me?" This made her wonder to herself, what kind of voice is that? Chasing after her had asked, "Why are you running away like this, just after your power awakened? Things will get complicated for me if you do this. Go back to the cathedral. I am the divine being Terratus. Listen to me, because your power has awakened, you should be able to hear my voice now." Maya asked back in astonishment. "What?" Terratus immediately explained. "It seems you've developed a completely different attitude over the past few years since I entrusted you to Fortuna's care and fell into a long sleep. Are you fleeing? Or just taking a stroll?" I suppose you enjoy being chased while taking a stroll, don't you?" Maya irritably yelled. "Get lost or shut up!" Then feeling tired, she thought to herself, "Ugh, continuing to run like this is getting difficult. How much further do I have to run?" As soon as someone saw her, they immediately shouted, "There! Catch her!" Hearing this, she couldn't help but worry, thinking, "Oh no, at this rate I'll be caught. I need to find a place to hide." After running for a bit longer, Mia leaned against a nearby tree to catch a breath. She then tiredly sat down and mumbled, I feel like I'm dying of exhaustion." Just then, Terratus suddenly swooped down and asked, "Mia, do you think everything will change just because you escaped the sanctuary? I'm not sure how you changed your mind while I was sound asleep." Mia calmly replied, "But at least this is better than dying within the next year." She then asked back, a little surprised, "Aha, how did you know that?" She frowned slightly and explained, "Well, it's because." Then she suddenly realized something and quickly thought to herself, "Wait, doesn't Teritas know this is the setting of a novel?" Seeing that she didn't respond, Teritas called out, "Maya!" She continued to think to herself, "And even the fact that I'm not the real Maya?" Then, scratching her head, she softly replied, "It's just a hunch. I'm very good at predicting the future through dreams." It narrowed its eyes slightly and uttered a suspicious, She resolutely thought to herself, "I must hide the truth that I am not Maya." Staring at her, Teritas clicked his tongue and said, "Sks, it seems Fortuna has had a hand in this. Let me correct this. You are not dead. You have simply fallen into an eternal sleep." She immediately asked, puzzled, "What's the difference?" Tilting its head, it seriously replied, "Your body is in a deep slumber, and eventually you will come to me, forever." Hearing this, she cried out in horror, "That's death!" It then curiously asked, "If you knew you could wake up, would you return to the cathedral?" Maya immediately asked urgently, "When will I wake up?" It then stammered a bit in response, 100 years later." She slightly frowned, questioning doubtfully, "Don't you feel guilty towards me?" Teritas calmly replied, "Well, yes, but I love all the children under my wings." She mumbled, remarking, "But I'm sure you love the Emperor of Gia the most." It expressed in a raised voice, "I like those with a bit of power. Poor thing, he probably hasn't slept a wink by now, having stepped into the divine realm, even though he's just a human." Maya seriously expressed, "He's just bringing trouble upon himself." It was clear that the more divine power he used, the harder it was to sleep, but he persisted regardless. Teritas then added, Don't all humans eventually do things they can't avoid in life?" Hearing it ask that, she angrily snapped, "Then I must also be running away because I'm in a situation I'm forced to escape from. I thought you said I was also a child of the gods. That's terrible, Teritas. You'd better find someone else." It asked back, startled. What? She pouted slightly and replied irritably, "Who knows? Somewhere there might exist someone who could make the Emperor fall asleep with just a touch." Then she thought to herself, for example, Jaina Adrio, the female lead in The Shakir Flower. Teritas unexpectedly denied, "No, I need you. You are the only one who can thoroughly solve the problem." Hearing it say that, she immediately argued, "I don't want to bless him by sacrificing myself." It immediately issued a warning. "Then I will warn the Emperor to try not to use divine power as much as possible." Then she furiously yelled in protest, "No!" It called out, stunned. Mia!" She angrily yelled, asserting, "I said no." Then she thought to herself, as long as the villain existed, the Emperor would have no choice but to use divine power. The villain, Raka Aintia, kidnapped and imprisoned the female lead, even committing acts of terror just to possess her. As Emperor, Kinnis had no other choice but to use divine power to protect her. "I will never sacrifice myself." Teritas impatiently urged, "Think about it more. You can't just keep running away like this." Maya suddenly stopped and mumbled, "I guess I have no other choice." Hearing this, it joyfully exclaimed, "Great, then let's quickly return to the cathedral." She suddenly stated in a low, firm voice, "I'm sure you would run away if you felt your life was threatened, just like I did when I escaped from the cathedral." Teritas, frightened, reassured her, "Hey, Maya, come down." She ordered in a loud voice, "Stand still so I can catch you." It laughed heartily with amusement, taunting, "So slow, like a turtle."
Waving her arms wildly, Maya angrily cursed. "Damn it, you nasty deity! Sooner or later I'll catch you." It laughed frantically and declared, "Ha ha ha, I'll be watching with great interest." She suddenly frowned slightly and uttered a sound. Then, while looking around, she wondered to herself, where did it suddenly disappear to? Suddenly, hearing a thudding sound coming from the bush in front of her, she joyfully exclaimed, "Aha, there you are, gotcha!" The one whose hair she had suddenly grabbed cried out in pain. "Ah!" Hearing the sound, she immediately froze and thought to herself, "Oh, I've never heard this voice before. This lovely hair, it's so soft. Who is this?" Terratus, appearing from out of nowhere, whispered, "It seems you've caught something strange." "It's not a human head, is it?" So it said that, making her hair stand on end, and she shrieked, "Ah!" Then she inwardly exclaimed, "Oh no," and sweating with worry asked, "Are you okay?" Then, with a glimmer of hope, she thought, "He's not dead yet, right? Wait, I just managed to escape, and now I've become a murderer?" Covering her mouth with her hand, Maya, terrified, plopped down onto the ground and exclaimed, "No way, Terratus!"
He's fled, claiming to be a god, but he just ran away. Clearly he was an accomplice, but he's gone. His breath is still warm, so he must still be alive. Then she quickly added to herself, but what if he has a traumatic brain injury and falls into a coma? No sooner had her silent thought ended than someone suddenly ran up and called out his name, Raka. "There are no flowers here at all," Delkeen quickly added. "Before the priest finds it, we must— Oh, Raka, why are you lying on the ground? Raka, Raka, are you dead? You're a priest, aren't you? I heard all priests are evil, and it's true," Aisha assertively declared. "You killed him, didn't you? How dare you?" Maya smiled wryly, thinking to herself, "Are you kidding?" Then she chuckled awkwardly and said, Wait a minute, kids. I think there's been a misunderstanding." Aisha furiously yelled, "What? We just intended to come find Shakir flowers and leave." Delkeen angrily added, "Ah, Raka's death is your fault." Maya quickly put her hand out in front of her, then tremblingly suggested, "He's not dead, so why don't you two lower your voices a bit?" Aisha firmly asserted, "I told you, he's dead." Delkeen immediately added, "Yes, that's right." Hearing the two children say that, Maya couldn't help but helplessly speculate to herself, Wow, they must really want him dead." Delkeen coldly demanded, extending his hand and gathering magic, while Aisha replied with a wicked smile, "Okay." Maya saw that and was utterly astonished, thinking to herself, Wait a minute. Aisha also knows how to use dark magic? Then sweating, she shouted to stop her, No, I can bring him back to life, can't I?" Aisha sneered in rebuttal, "Don't lie." Delkine unexpectedly spoke up to stop her. "Aisha, wait. Perhaps that priest is telling the truth." The girl frowned in dissatisfaction, questioning, "Are you trying to stop me?" Hearing that, Maya was suddenly overjoyed to the point of tears, thinking to herself, "Good, very good, Delkine." The girl asked directly, wondering, "How can a priest save Raka?" The boy replied super seriously, "That priest is an adult." The girl continued to ask, wondering, "So what?" The boy immediately explained, "Raka said that an adult can save someone's life exactly once in their lifetime. Don't you remember? Raka saved your pet, Puri." Aisha confirmed in a low voice, "That's right."
But Puri isn't like that. Puri doesn't eat or drink. Hearing the two children say that, she felt a bit bewildered, thinking to herself, so Raka saved a pet using dark magic, huh? Do they really believe Raka's words? I can't believe these kids are so naive. All they do in the novel is bother the female lead. Delkeen crossed her arms and confidently suggested, "Oh, forget it. This means Raka will come back to life." Maya, feeling exasperated, silently corrected in her mind, "I already said he wasn't dead." Aisha pondered in silence for a moment, then imperiously called out, "Hey, you evil priest." She grinned, replying, Yes. The little girl asked directly in a loud voice, "You said you can bring Raka back to life, right?" She replied with a trembling voice, Yes, of course, absolutely." As Aisha drew her hand across her throat, she warned in a low voice, "If you fail, that will be your end too." Maya, completely unafraid, indifferently thought to herself, "How scary," then turned around, her eyes crinkling in a smile, and suggested, "All right then, let's carry him first." After that, she silently estimated, "It feels like it'll take a while for Raka to wake up. I hope he doesn't fall into a coma." A moment later, in a small house in the middle of the forest, sweat was pouring down Maya's face while she was laboriously panting, thinking to herself, I feel like I'm about to die. Why is he so tall?" Still panting, Aisha irritably ordered, "What are you doing? Don't let go now." Delkeen urged, mouth agape, "I'm exhausted. Quick, hurry up, put him on the bed." Maya weakly suggested, "Why don't we rest a bit and then continue?"
Aisha immediately chimed in agreement. Yes, right. Delkeen angrily yelled, "Aisha, don't let that evil priestess trick you. Are you going to let Raka lie on the floor?" She thought with a hint of regret. What a shame. If it weren't for Delkeen, I would have won her over. She then quickly laid Raka down on the bed, let out a sigh, and mumbled, "Phew, it was so hard to get him here." She then thought to herself with a sigh of wonder, "I can't believe this guy is so strong. No mistake about it."
Just then, Aisha suddenly reached out and grabbed her sleeve, asking in a gloomy tone, "Now then, priestess." She slightly turned her head and replied, "Hmm?" The girl glared seriously and commanded, "Bring Rakah back to life." Maya frantically interjected, "Wait, but what if I die?" The girl immediately reassured her, "It'll be fine." Delkeen suddenly hypothesized, "Wait, Aisha, what if she ends up killing him because we urged her?" Hearing this, the girl suddenly replied with some hesitation, "Ah, right." She smiled, her eyes crinkling, and suggested, I'm exhausted. Let's rest for a bit, okay?" Then a sudden idea secretly sparked in her mind. "Wait, if I can convince Delkeen, it'll be easy. If I win over Delkeen, I'll be able to control Aisha too." Startled by her somewhat savage laughter, Aisha pointed and yelled, "Delkeen, look at that priestess laughing like a villain." The boy, scratching his head, nodded thoughtfully and interjected, "Wait, I take back what I just said. Maybe urging her isn't so bad after all." Hearing the children say that, Maya couldn't help but awkwardly speak up. "All right, now I will try to bring him back to life, but I might need the help of you two."
Hearing her say that made Delkeen a little suspicious, and he pointed directly at her face and asked, "But Rakah brought Puri back to life himself." She immediately explained, "That's because he is very powerful." The boy, upon hearing this, was filled with admiration and exclaimed, "Rakah is the absolute best." Aisha, standing nearby, added, "He's beyond amazing." Mia smiled and secretly added in her mind, "Not to mention, he's also a great dark wizard, with power on par with the male lead." Raising his hand high, Delkeen eagerly asked, "All right, what do you need us to do?" Aisha enthusiastically added, "We'll help you, just say the word." Glancing at the house, Mia wondered aloud, "First of all, who owns this house?" Aisha quickly asked back, "Why do you want to know?" She refused to answer, instead firmly concluding in her mind, "There's no way a descendant of the Iantia family would live in a wooden shack like this." Delkeen calmly crossed his arms and explained, "This is a temporary dwelling that Rakah prepared for us to stay in while we're out searching for Shakir flowers." Upon hearing this, she continued to ponder in her mind. Shakir flowers, named after the woman who discovered them, are renowned for their excellent soothing properties. Kinnis primarily uses these flowers because his use of divine power is unstable. But why is the Iantia family trying to find this type of flower? After her silent thoughts, Maya suddenly spoke up, requesting, "Delkine, get me a basin of water and a towel." He immediately replied, "All right, I'll do it right away." He then quickly left. Seeing this, Aisha immediately asked, "What about me? Why aren't you giving me any tasks anymore?" She smiled brightly like a flower and replied, "There's nothing for you to do right now," then secretly added in her mind, "I'm not giving you any tasks to prevent you from complaining, you little devil. Actually, I don't even need water or a towel." Hearing her say that, the little girl became extremely suspicious and questioned, "So you mean you're not trying your best to revive Rakah?" She broke out in a sweat, explaining, "No, that's not it. Really, I don't need any more help." Then suddenly an idea popped into her head, startling her as she thought to herself, "Wait, once Rakah wakes up, he'll destroy me. Weapons, I need to find something to protect myself." After that, she honestly stated, "Actually, Aisha, I have a very important task I need your help with." Aisha's eyes widened with joy as she asked, "What is it?" Maya suddenly leaned close to the little girl's ear and whispered. The little girl's eyes widened seriously as she asked again, "What? Why do you need a frying pan?" Sweating, she forced a laugh and explained, "Well, you said Rakah saved something before, right?"
What was her name again?
Aisha quickly interjected, "Puiri." She immediately confirmed, Yes, Puiri. Actually, adults need to perform a sacred ritual to save someone's life, and each person will need a different tool for that ritual. Upon hearing this, Aisha immediately asserted, "And your tool is a frying pan." Mia quickly confirmed, "Yes, exactly. I wasn't planning on telling anyone, but only you know this." Then, sweating, she secretly hoped in her heart, "Please believe me." After hearing this, Aisha suddenly bowed her head and pondered for a moment. Afterwards, she expressed with a hint of disbelief, "I had no idea. I never knew that when you grow up you could save someone's life."
"All right, all I need to do is go get a frying pan, right?" Mia confirmed with a slight smile. "Yes, please, but you mustn't let Delkine know, remember? It's a secret." As soon as Aisha left, she immediately flopped onto the chair, then let out a relieved sigh and exclaimed, "Oh, isn't this too stressful? My whole body aches." She then glanced at him and wondered to herself, "Rakah, but what if I actually have to use the frying pan in the end? Even if I manage to knock Rakah out again, he'll hunt me down as soon as he wakes up. It's okay, you can do it." Soon it was dark, and after an exhausting day, Delkine and Aisha had climbed into bed and were fast asleep. While Rakah was still lying unconscious on the bed, Mia saw this, let out a sigh, and thought to herself, "The twins were asleep, and Rakah hasn't woken up yet. That window," she thought, and then walked over to open it, muttering to herself, "It looks like a perfect escape route if I need to run away." She then turned slightly and continued to think, "If Rakah hunts me down, I'll throw the frying pan at his head and run away." As she tiptoed closer to him, she tightened her grip on the frying pan and mumbled, "It's okay, you can do it." Just then, Terratus flew in from nowhere and loudly interjected, "Mia, no!" This made her jump and exclaim, "Ah, damn it, you scared me, Terratus." It seriously demanded, Put that weapon down immediately. Are you going to destroy a living person? She quickly denied, No, shut up, someone might hear. Then sighed inwardly. It was so hard to get the twins to sleep.
Teratos boasted proudly. After all, only you can hear my voice. Awkwardly, she asked again. Oh, really? It immediately confirmed. Yes, not everyone has the ability to hear the voices of deities. With bright eyes fixed on Raka, Mia swung the frying pan up and said with a delighted laugh, Then I guess I can ignore you now. It frantically yelled to stop her. No, no, you can't. Absolutely not. Sweating, she quietly asked again, What do you think I'm going to do? It loudly speculated, You're going to kill him with that frying pan, aren't you? Look at the murderous glint in your eyes. She smiled and defended herself. I didn't prepare this to kill him. This is for self-defense. Teratos continued to speculate. If you hit him with all your might with that thing, he'll die. Confused, she asked again, Huh? Then she blankly wondered to herself, A villain dies just from being hit by a frying pan? She then quickly reassured, Well, there's no way that would happen, so don't try to stop me. I still want to live. It seriously advised, I don't know why you're so desperate to live, but I want to stop what you're about to do. Everyone has a destiny from birth. Scratching her ear, Mia thought to herself, a little puzzled, the more I listen to this bird, the more my ears itch. Then she straightforwardly guessed and asked, So you're telling me to just accept my fate? Teretas quickly replied, Exactly, so just go back to the cathedral. She didn't answer, but silently questioned herself. Fate to die within a year? No way. Then she mumbled, I will change my destiny. As soon as Teretas heard Mia say, I will change my destiny, Teretas immediately panicked and compromised. Oh, Mia, you win, I lose, okay? So please, put that down. She calmly pouted and affirmed, But in the end, I'll still die. It immediately assured her, I guarantee you won't die. I swear on my honor, Teretas. Upon hearing him say that, Mia immediately plopped down onto the chair and conceded. All right then, if you say so. Afterwards, she couldn't help but wonder to herself, but why is Teretas doing everything to stop me? Is this serious enough to swear on divine honor? Next, she suddenly asked, speculating, It seems you also care about Raka, don't you? Teretas immediately confirmed. Yes, he is very important. Then she thought to herself with a bit of doubt, but he's the villain. Does Teretas really not know the novel's plot? Or does he mean Raka is important because he's the villain? Or perhaps Reina and Keenis are closer to each other than because of Raka? Is there some side story I haven't read? All right, in a few days, this thing won't be of any use to me anyway. Soon, it was already morning. Suddenly blinded by the sunlight, Mia softly uttered, Then she continued to bury her face back into the bed to sleep. As he watched her, Terenas mumbled, I don't think Mia's personality was like this before. As far as I remember, she was very easygoing and timid. I even worried she was too weak, which is why I made her body stronger than an ordinary person's. And she was destined to return to me at 25 years old. Mia must have been very shocked by the future Fortuna showed her in her dream. Psst, I told Fortuna not to interfere, but now Mia has finally become a reckless person with clear life goals. Not to mention, the threads of fate surrounding me are all tangled up. For her, everything has become more complicated than for an ordinary person. Among all those threads, she is particularly attached to Raka, but he is a person who uses forbidden dark magic.
Who knows how things will turn out, Teretas said, then quickly spread his wings and flew away. At the same time, Raka's fingertips coincidentally twitched a little. Immediately after, he opened his eyes, wide awake, then mumbled, my head hurts so much. What happened? Just then, Mia suddenly let out a faint, Seeing that she looked quite unfamiliar, he mumbled again, Is this woman the one who slammed my head into the ground? He then smirked, thinking to himself, Should I kill her? She not only dared to grab my head, but also slammed it into the ground. How should I kill her? Or strangle her? Wait, now that I think about it, why didn't I react at all? Her neck looks like I could break at any moment, and her skin is so white it looks pale and sickly. She clearly looks very weak. He then mumbled, confirming to himself, That's right, but when she grabbed my head, all my strength was drained from my body, and I became tired. For some reason, it felt familiar. The dark magic that had invaded me from within, and the scream I hear every time I close my eyes.
Everything was silent. I didn't feel any pain at all. Shakir flower, it was a feeling similar to the effects of that flower. How strange. Why did this person have an effect similar to the Shakir flower? Just then, perhaps dreaming of something joyful, Mia suddenly burst out laughing, making Raka a little annoyed as he thought to himself, Why is she laughing in her sleep? How reckless. Go ahead and laugh your fill. This is your last chance. Wait, what the... When I touched her, my mind became hazy. I had never known about this kind of power. Perhaps I still wasn't fully awake. After thinking to himself, Raka got out of bed and mumbled, wondering, Should I go check on the twins? Why is there a pan here? Are Aisha and Dalkeen playing with this or something? With that, he slowly opened the door and stepped inside. Seeing someone enter, Aisha cast a spell while loudly asking, Who's there? He gently leaned back, dodging her attack, then said with a hint of reproach, Aisha, I thought I taught you to only attack after checking who the opponent is, but you're very quick and handled it well, so I'll let it slide. Seeing that it was him, she couldn't help but freeze and gasp, calling out loudly, "It's Raka! Dalkeen, wake up, Raka's alive!" Suddenly disturbed, the boy couldn't help but grumble, The girl loudly announced, "That wicked priestess saved him." With a long yawn, the boy indifferently said, "I told you she could do it." The girl asked with concern, "Raka, are you all right?" Rubbing his chin, he asked curiously, "Aisha, Dalkeen, what are you two talking about?"
Aisha asked tearfully, "Will you continue to eat with us?" Dalkeen quickly interjected, "Are you losing your appetite like Query? Have you changed?" Scratching his head, he mused to himself, "Query, is Dalkeen talking about the chipmunk-like monster I gave him for his birthday? The boy cried a lot when it died, so I brought it back to life with dark magic."
Dark magic can make the dead move again, but there are still some dangerous aspects. It seems I made something up so I wouldn't have to tell Dalkeen. What did I say? Probably that adults can save a life exactly once. Then he tilted his head slightly and stated, "You are human, so of course you can eat." Hearing him say that, both of them cheered happily. "Thank goodness, we were worried you'd end up like Puri, all quiet and reserved." He asked with a bit of concern, "But what does this have to do with saving people?" Dalkeen immediately explained, "The wicked priestess saved you, Raka." Aisha quickly confirmed, "That's right." Upon hearing this, Raka frowned slightly in doubt and asked, "The wicked priestess? Are you talking about the woman in my bedroom?" The boy immediately affirmed, "Yes, it's her." He asked further, curious, "How did she save you?" The boy immediately answered, "She told me to get a basin of water and a towel." Seeing Aisha say nothing, her face gradually darkening with worry, made him extremely suspicious. Dalkeen impatiently urged, "Aisha, tell him." The girl stammered nervously. She told me never to tell anyone the secret, but she said she needed a pan. She said that a sacred ritual needed to be performed to bring you back to life, Raka." As he picked up the pan to examine it, Raka secretly speculated, "A pan? Is she planning to cook something? Is she going to eliminate the children by poisoning their food? Who sent this assassin?"
"No, she's not careful enough to be an assassin, but I have too many enemies, so she might have a personal vendetta against me. She possesses power I've never seen before, and a few other strange things." Musing on this, Raka muttered, calculating, "It's best if I keep her by my side and observe her from now on." A moment later, yawning widely, Maya mumbled to herself, "Ah, Raka is awake. Why is no one here? So am I dead?" Then she couldn't help but think in a panic, "Wait, did I die as Maya and then reincarnate into someone else's body? No, that can't be." Saying this, she immediately rushed to the wall mirror in front of her and looked at herself. Then rubbing her face and wide-eyed, she mumbled, "I'm still in Maya's body. I'm not dead. I'm not dead. Oh, actually, I suddenly feel incredibly hungry. Maybe it's because I've stopped worrying excessively. I should eat first." Saying this, Maya suddenly wondered to herself, "What should I eat? What do people eat in this world? Huh? Raka? And what is he doing with that pan?" Raka asked indifferently, "You seem to have slept well, haven't you?" Maya, sweating, chuckled in response. "Yes, good morning." He widened his eyes, assessing. "It's as if nothing happened yesterday." She explained awkwardly, Well, even though it was just a mistake, I grabbed your hair, so I apologize for what happened yesterday." He smirked and asked back, "What happened?" She sincerely apologized. "I'm sorry for grabbing your hair and slamming your head into the ground." Recalling the events of last night, Raka scoffed. "Ah, right, that's what happened." She quickly continued her apology. "I'm really sorry, it was just a mistake." He speculated with a hint of sarcasm. "If you're not careful, you'll kill someone." She paled and silently thought, "He's right, I have nothing left to say." He asked directly, "So, is that your apology?" Glancing at Raka, Mia thought to herself, "I should say yes. For my life's sake, I can't say that I intended to hit his head with a frying pan." Rubbing her eyes, Aisha asked curiously, "Wait, soup for breakfast again?" Dalkeen sighed in exasperation. "Ugh, I'm so sick of soup. I want to go home." The little girl grumbled. It's the wicked priestess. Are you still here?" Mia smiled softly in response. "Good morning, Aisha." Then, with eyes crinkled in a smile, she thought, "Who knew I'd be this happy to see Aisha again?" The little girl protested loudly, "Who needs you to say good morning to me? Why haven't you left yet?" Hearing that, she immediately thought, "I take back what I said." Then she suddenly clapped her hands with a bop and said, I was just about to leave. Ah, right, I guess I should leave now, shouldn't I? So goodbye then." Then she quickly scurried away, thinking to herself, "Great, that was natural." Raka unexpectedly called out, "Priest." Maya tremblingly asked, Yes, sir?" He slightly frowned and asked again, "Besides you, is there any other priest here?" She gave a forced laugh and replied, "Ha ha." Then she casually thought to herself, "But I'm not actually a priest." After that, she smiled brightly and confirmed, "That's right, I'm the only one." He suddenly demanded, "Take this." She quickly took the pan and asked bewildered, "Huh?" Raka calmly replied, "Aren't you planning to cook something? It was too dirty, so I scrubbed it." Maya broke into a sweat and asked with an awkward laugh, What did you say?" Then she thought to herself, utterly disbelieving, "The villain scrubbed the pan himself? That's hard to imagine." He suddenly bent down to look at her. Then he gave a faint smile and whispered, "It would be a real shame if you were planning to eliminate the children by poisoning the food."
I'll let it slide this time, but you'd better make sure this never happens again. I'll assume you understand. Mia, upon hearing this, was utterly bewildered, thinking to herself, poison, destroy, who? What on earth is he talking about? He instructed in a low voice, "You can cook on the fire over there." She replied softly, "Okay, all right." Then, with a hint of doubt, she thought to herself, "Does he really want me to cook? But there are only 3 ingredients. Let's see. Is he trying to imply that if I can cook something the children like, he'll spare my life? Come on, think, based on your 6 years of experience. That's right, cook that dish." Moments later, a steaming hot, incredibly fragrant and appealing dish was finally complete. Delkine asked, mouth agape in surprise, "What is this dish?" Aisha complained with disgust, "Isn't that vegetables? I hate eating vegetables." Mia, beaming, introduced, "This dish tastes different from the vegetables you're thinking of, Aisha. Just try it." Then, with a confident twinkle in her eye, she thought to herself, "I've never seen anyone who doesn't like stir-fried potatoes." The little girl frankly expressed, "Ugh, vegetables are still vegetables." She secretly urged in her heart, "Come on, just try a bite." Then she asked aloud, "So will you try it, Delkine?" Holding the fork in his hand, the boy unconsciously broke into a sweat and replied, All right." Just as Delkine was about to take his first bite, Laka unexpectedly stepped forward, picked up the plate of food and said, "Wait, I'll try it first. Don't you think this would be better, priestess?"
Mia quickly defended herself inwardly, but he already saw me cook it myself, then seriously asserted, "I didn't put any poison in it." He replied without flinching, "Who said you put poison in it?" She continued to defend herself, "I just said," then helplessly thought, "He's really suspicious." After tasting the first bite, he quickly gulped it down, then continued to eagerly eat the second bite. Delkine slightly raised an eyebrow and asked with concern, "Raka, is it good?" He replied, "It's all right." Hearing that, Mia let out a sigh of relief and thought, "Thank goodness, it seems he likes it too." As soon as Delkine tasted the first bite, he excitedly exclaimed, It's delicious." Hearing that, she couldn't help but confidently think, "I knew it. Everyone likes stir-fried potatoes." Aisha curiously asked, "Delkine, is it really that good?" The boy immediately affirmed, "Yes, do you want to try some?" Hearing the boy say that, Aisha was extremely delighted and thought, "Hee, the kid likes it, so I'm really happy." Without another word, Aisha quickly took a bite, then for some reason suddenly stopped and called out, "Priest." Mia replied with a hint of surprise, "Yes, where did the evil bow?" Aisha suddenly stood up and slammed her hand on the table with a bang, then eagerly extended an invitation. "You're hired. Come work for us."
Without the slightest hesitation, pointing directly at Maya's face, Aisha assertively demanded, "You, come work for us." Maya was stunned, smiling faintly as she thought to herself, What the hell?" Raka suddenly called out, "Priestess, hey, come outside with me. There's something I need to talk to you about." Hearing him say that, she could only obediently follow him outside. While secretly glancing at him, she wondered to herself, "I wonder what it is." He seriously asked directly, "Did you put drugs in the food? I mean, what did you do with that dish?" She couldn't help but be speechless as she thought to herself, first they suspected poisoning, now it's putting drugs in. He frankly stated, "Aisha doesn't usually like many people." Hearing that, she was a little surprised as she thought to herself, "So my stir-fried potatoes were that delicious?" Then sweat breaking out, eyes wide with confusion, she asked, "Is that so? I didn't know." Raka immediately denied, "No way."
"The girl has invited you to work for us again unless you've pulled some trick." Mia heard him say this and was extremely annoyed, secretly uttering words she couldn't say aloud. "If you're curious why the girl did that, go ask her yourself. Why question me?" He seriously explained, "That's why I'm even more suspicious. You must come to the family mansion with us." She frantically spoke up to stop him. "Wait, wait!" Raka immediately turned his head and asked, "What's wrong?" Mia slightly bowed her head and replied with a trembling voice, "Well..." Then secretly glancing at him, she thought to herself, "Getting involved with the novel's protagonist is one thing, but I can't get involved with Raka, the wicked villain. Who knows when he might eliminate me?" But it seemed she couldn't tell him that, so she hastily made up an excuse. I still have to take care of my younger sibling." Raka calmly tilted his head and suggested, "Sibling? You can bring them to the mansion." Mia forced a laugh and asked again, "Really? Oh, right. I miss home terribly." He thought for a moment and then proposed, "Then I'll let you go back to your hometown once a week." She stammered in reply, then dejectedly thought to herself, "That's not what I want." Then she suddenly blurted out something nonsensical, "And I also have a husband. He's extremely jealous." Raka heard this, and a little surprised, it said, "I thought priests weren't allowed to marry." Mia hastily confessed, "Actually, I'm not a priest."
He slightly tilted his head to look at her, then asked a very reasonable question. She wasn't a priest, yet she was walking around in a white uniform like that. She awkwardly paused for a moment, then explained, Well, I really like this dress. It's more comfortable than you'd think. Super comfortable. I love it. What do you think?" No sooner had Mia finished speaking than, as if on cue, the dress gently ripped in 2 places, making her want to find a hole to crawl into to escape the embarrassment. She laughed loudly and explained, "Ha! Why did it rip? What if I happen?" He asked in a low, suspicious voice, "You think such an outfit is comfortable? What strange taste." While covering the ripped part with her hand, she forced a smile and replied, I think so." Then she thought to herself, embarrassed, "Damn it, I've gone too far."
Raka suddenly wondered and asked, "But where are your children and husband?" Maya smiled brightly and replied, "My home is in the north." He wondered further, "How long does it take to get there?" She quickly estimated and answered, about an hour." Liar, liar, pants on fire. Then she smirked and thought to herself, "An hour's walk is too far, so he won't be able to check right away. Finally, I've overcome this obstacle." Rubbing his chin, he carefully recalled, As far as I know, the north is nothing but mountains." Scratching her head, Maya chuckled to herself and wondered, "Or maybe it's in the west?" Raka calmly emphasized, "The west is the same. The only village an hour away from here is to the east." As if grasping a lifeline, she immediately confirmed, "That's right, it's the east. I'm a bit directionally challenged, so I forgot." He calmly corrected her, "Actually, it's the south." Hearing that, tears of frustration welled up in her eyes as she thought to herself, "A complete failure. The liar has been exposed." He confidently speculated, "It seems everything you just said was a lie." Seeing him suddenly take a step closer, a very sinister smile on his lips, she couldn't help but feel anxious and thought to herself, I have to run away."
As if anticipating Maya's intentions, Raka suddenly smirked and asked, "Where do you plan to run off to?" While secretly reassuring herself, calm down, Maya," she mumbled. "I'm not running away, so please step back a little." He quickly questioned, "You're so used to lying, how can I possibly believe you?" She immediately declared, I'm telling the truth." Staring intently at her, he speculated in a low voice, "It seems like you're still lying." Impatiently, she pleaded, "How can I make you believe me?" She then couldn't help but ponder, but why would he bring along someone he couldn't trust from the start? She then solemnly pledged, "I swear on my honor." She continued to think to herself, "Right, use the method Toritas used to persuade me. I'm not some great person, but I have no other choice." Suddenly, something occurred to him, so Raka asked directly, "Come to think of it, I don't even know your name yet. What is your name?" Maya hesitated slightly and replied, Then she couldn't help but worry to herself. "If I tell him my name is Maya, then my identity as a priest will be revealed." She then introduced herself. Maya. Note, she was thinking of the healthy Korean buckwheat noodles Maya eats. He questioned doubtfully, "Maya? Do you have a familiar name?" While unconsciously twisting her hair, she awkwardly smiled and denied, "No, I don't. I'm terrible at making up names, but I really don't know if Maya has a familiar name. Everyone just calls her Maya." Raka mumbled doubtfully, "You really don't have one? Is it that you're not telling me because you don't want me to know?" She seriously confirmed, "I really don't have one. In fact, I don't even know who my parents are." Then she thoughtfully mused to herself, "That's right, Maya's background wasn't mentioned in the novel either."
But of course, not being mentioned also has its own meaning. Maya only exists to be a backdrop for the male lead, Kinnis. She's just a side character no one cares about, even if she dies, that's all. Perhaps I would have been happier if I had been born as some ordinary passerby. At least then I wouldn't have to live with a predetermined death. After hearing this, Raka suddenly mumbled with a hint of pity. It seems she's telling the truth when she says she doesn't know who her parents are. Maya hummed in response, then secretly speculated. His voice has softened a bit. Is there any dark magic spell that helps detect lies? Should I learn dark magic? I could open a detective agency and run a business. I'm so easily distracted. He suddenly widened his eyes, then asked in a gloomy tone, "Why was your gaze so roguish just now?" She flinched and asked back, My gaze? What about it?" Then she thought with a hint of worry, did he realize I was just thinking about making a fortune by running a detective agency? Staring at her, he seriously stated, "It seems you're distracted by something else. I feel like I've seen that look somewhere before."
"Where have I seen that cunning gaze before?" She gulped, then turned pale and asked again, "Cunning?" He glared at her and asserted firmly, "I've definitely seen those eyes somewhere before." Upon hearing these words, Mia was utterly stunned, unconsciously widening her eyes and staring at Raka for a moment. Then she quickly suggested, "Let's drop it and get back to what we were talking about." He asked coldly, "Do you know my name?" Having known his full name beforehand, she immediately replied, "You are Duke Raka Aintia." Sweating profusely, she shivered and thought to herself, "And a duke capable of wielding terrifying dark magic. But for now, I should keep it a secret." It was revealed after Reina, the female protagonist, was kidnapped. After hearing that, Raka made a guess. It seemed the twins had told her. Covering her mouth with her hand, she shyly confirmed with a laugh, "Yes, we introduced ourselves yesterday." Then she thought to herself, a little amused, "Introduced ourselves? Please, every time they see me, those kids just scream." Resting his chin on his hand, he couldn't help but ask, "Today's matter is one thing, but how did you manage with the two twins yesterday?" She replied with an awkward smile. "Well, you know, where there's a will, there's a way." Then secretly added in her mind, "I lied to the kids, just like you said." He seriously mumbled, contemplating, "I think it's best to keep you as a nanny for the twins and keep an eye on you. Coincidentally, the person who recently worked for us has quit." She chuckled, exclaiming, "Ah, I understand why now." Raka unexpectedly asked, "What?" Mia, bewildered, asked back, "Did I say something?" He immediately reminded her, "You just said you understood why," while awkwardly scratching his face. She laughed heartily and replied, "I was just thinking random thoughts." "What did you just say?" Then couldn't help but admire him, thinking, he has sharp hearing. Seeing him continue to stare at her, she broke out in the sweat again. Then Raka unexpectedly stated, "Aisha and Dioki said they want to hire you as a nanny." Mia asked back in surprise, "A nanny?"
Even though he didn't want to, he reluctantly admitted, "Yes, I still suspect you, but I've never seen anyone manage them better than you. Even Aisha said she wanted to hire you. I'll assign someone to keep an eye on you while you work, so there won't be any problems, right?" So that's settled. Hearing this, she was extremely annoyed and thought to herself, "If you suspect me, why don't you just let me go?" She then politely declined. "Thank you for your offer, but I have no intention of going to Aintia Manor." She then couldn't help but worry, thinking to herself, "I'll have to live in constant fear of being destroyed. I probably won't be able to live in peace." Facing her refusal, he calmly replied, "It seems the nanny who used to take care of the twins was paid 500 kirks a month." She quickly declared loudly, "Sir, you cannot bribe me with money." Raka, slightly surprised, asked back, Is that so?" Maya stammered in confirmation. Yes. He calmly offered a new price, 700 kirks. She squeezed her eyes shut and repeated loudly, "I said no." He continued to offer another price, 800 kirks. She irritably gritted her teeth and questioned, "What kind of person do you think I am?" Without another word, he continued to raise the price, 900 kirks. Raka's incredibly attractive salary made Maya pause and ponder for a moment. 900 kirks. That's enough to relocate and live comfortably in another country. But, seeing her hesitate a little, he immediately increased the price by 1,000 kirks. Completely convinced by the 1,000 kirks, she grinned, her eyes crinkling, and exclaimed, "Deal!" Afterwards, she was so excited that her heart pounded rapidly, and she puffed out a breath, thinking to herself, the novel mentioned that 6,000 kirks was enough to retire, precisely half a year's work. This is a great opportunity. Perhaps I can prevent the female lead from meeting Raka while I'm working as a nanny. Then Kinnis won't have to use divine power, and I'll survive. Raka suddenly chuckled and exclaimed, "Hey, priest, I thought you couldn't be bought with money." Mia explained, a little embarrassed, "I'm not working as a nanny just for the money," then quickly added silently in her heart, I have other motivations too." A moment later, inside the small house, someone's choking laughter suddenly rang out for some unknown reason. It turned out this person was none other than Raka. Seeing him continue to laugh, Mia quickly reminded him, "Stop laughing." He replied, his eyes crinkling with laughter, All right, so 1,000 kirks a month then." Turning her face away, she pouted and made a condition. "Oh, and please promise that you won't kill me." Hearing her say that, he was utterly confused, so he quickly asked, "Why would I kill you?" She thought in silence for a moment, then honestly expressed, "Actually, my life is in danger right now." He asked with concern, "Who is targeting you?" She secretly answered in her heart, "Obviously, Emperor Kinnis in you." In the novel, Raka is the character who kills anyone who angers him. Resting his hand on his chin, he speculated, "Did Aisha say she would kill you?" She asked blankly, "What?" "Well, yes, but..." Then she secretly recalled Aisha's threatening actions and words, "That will be your end." She thought to herself, a little incredulously, "How did you come to that conclusion?" Raka nodded, concluding, "Now everything is clear, so that's why you intended to eliminate the twins the next day." Maya hastily interjected, defending herself, "I think there's a misunderstanding." He calmly spoke with understanding, "I understand completely. Survival is a human instinct." Hearing him say that, she couldn't help but think to herself, "That's not it. How did I end up becoming the cruelest person in the world?" Just then, Aisha suddenly burst through the door and loudly asked, "What are you two talking about for so long?" causing her to startle, fall, and scream, "Ah!" Then she just fell with a thud. Grabbing Raka's collar, Maya awkwardly apologized. "Oh, I'm sorry. The door opened suddenly, so..." Aisha uttered a, while she couldn't help but think to herself in embarrassment, "I fell again?"
The girl anxiously ran over and asked, "What's wrong? Are you okay?" Maya awkwardly called out, Duke? Huh? He didn't answer, but suddenly felt a little dizzy, thinking to himself, "It's that scent again." She turned pale and mumbled, What are you doing? Are you all right?" He suddenly spoke up to stop her. "Don't." She smiled and asked again, "What?" Raka smirked and replied,
don't push me away. Why do I like it so much? Her eyes widened and her mouth dropped open as she asked again, like what? He smiled faintly and confessed, what do you think if I tell you I like you? Hearing Raka say that, Aisha immediately gasped in surprise. Ah! Just then, Dilkeen suddenly walked in and asked, Aisha, why are you standing at the door like? Then he and Aisha involuntarily froze in place and stared at the two for a moment. Afterwards, he whispered curiously, Aisha, is this how adults date? Aisha whispered back, yeah, I guess so. Adults really dove for a quick win.
As she tried to push Raka away, Maya blushed shyly and explained, kids. Delkine excitedly speculated loudly, so, from now on, will she be our sister-in-law? Aisha immediately retorted, how can a priest become our sister-in-law? No way! Resting his hand on his chin, the boy tilted his head slightly and asked, what? I also thought Raka was dating a priest. The girl quickly corrected, but that's different from her becoming our sister-in-law. That means they're going to get married, the boy retorted irritably. But why not? She saved Raka's life. The girl angrily yelled, what does that have to do with anything? Hearing that, Maya was involuntarily drawn in and thought to herself, that's right, Aisha. Suddenly remembering something, Delkine quickly reminded them, don't you remember the book Raka once read to us? It said that whoever saves your life is your destined soulmate. Her eyes widened in surprise as she brought to herself, destiny? Aisha angrily questioned, you were the one who said no one could save us. Delkine calmly replied, that's why this is destiny. Hearing that, the girl immediately yelled back, are you serious? The boy loudly demanded, don't cover your ears, Aisha. The girl smugly mocked, I can't hear anything, I can't hear anything. Is that a dog barking somewhere? As she supported Raka, Maya thought to herself, oh, I shouldn't just stand here and watch. Maya then called out, Duke, he's not asleep yet, is he?
Delkine teased loudly. You're so dumb you can't even tell a dog's bark from a human's voice? Aisha angrily yelled, hey! She couldn't help but think helplessly, is he really asleep? Oh no. Delkine reminded loudly, don't yell at me, I'm older than you. Aisha retorted loudly, who cares? You're only 1 minute older than me. The boy fumed, questioning, don't you know what a minute's difference means, you idiot? The girl yelled angrily, demanding, take that back. Mia quickly interjected, kids, that's enough. Aisha cried out in pain, don't pull my hair. What? Delkine replied indifferently, you grabbed my hair first. She asked helplessly again, kids, are you listening to me? Then she thought to herself, utterly exasperated, it's utter chaos. They're like a bunch of puppies barking at each other, and here's a giant puppy leaning on me. Then she softly called out, Raka. He replied, surprised. Did you call me?
Maya furtively swallowed. Is this what it feels like to be charmed? First of all, I apologize for calling your name. No matter how many times I called, you didn't react, so... Yet Raka generously overlooked all those disrespectful acts. You can call me that. From now on, just call me by my name. Maya's body stiffened after Raka's embrace. But anyway, we should probably stop the children before the argument gets out of hand. The children argue all day long. It seems he didn't even intend to stop them earlier. In front of both of them was their sister Aisha, with towering rage. Look how much of my hair you've pulled. Delkeen staggered back. You pulled first. Aisha glared. You think you're so strong, but you don't even know how to use dark magic, Delkeen retorted. Well, at least I have a brain, unlike you. Maya frantically patted Raka's back because of the fiery argument in front of them. Duke, look over there. Raka only mumbled softly. Maya had a terrible headache. Damn it, why did he do that? Aisha couldn't take it anymore. You'll pay for this. Delkeen frantically turned his head to warn Maya. Sister-in-law, be careful.
Fortunately, Raka regained consciousness. He used his magic to subdue these two mischievous little demons. The power Raka wielded was considerable, causing Aisha to be struck back by her own magic. A murderous aura surged around Raka, blackening a corner of the room. Mia frantically covered her mouth. Good heavens, look at the marks on the floor. Raka said coldly. Aisha, Delkine. His two mischievous young demons seemed terrified whenever he lowered his voice. Raka, Delkine quickly said. I'm sorry, Raka. Aisha felt it was truly unfair, and she shrieked, Tattletale, are you going to apologize alone? Raka glared in warning. Aisha, when we return, you will be punished for using dark magic. Aisha yelled, but, Raka continued, it's clear I told you not to use it, unless there's an intruder or your life is in danger. Aisha quickly explained, yes, but Delkine said that you and the priestess are getting married. Indeed, Raka's face showed bewilderment at the news. Married? Aisha yelled again, when did you two start dating? Are you really going to marry her? After hearing this, not only Raka, but Mia was also very shocked. She thought seriously, wait, what's happening? Her extensive experience reading romance novels was telling her that she was about to become the villain's target. Mia quickly rushed forward to block Raka. Wait, I'll explain everything. In this heated moment, Raka added fuel to the fire. Do I still need to explain our relationship to you? You used some strange curse on me. Mia asked back in confusion. Wait, me? He was the one who held me tight, even when I tried to push him away. I didn't do anything. Raka suddenly smirked. You made me fall for you, and you say you didn't do anything? Mia flinched. She spun around. The children will misunderstand if you say that. Raka still refused to correct himself. I'm just telling the truth. What's there to misunderstand? Delkeen looked at Raka with helpless eyes. See, you were right. Only Aisha can't accept it. No, no way. Delkeen told his sister, Aisha, it's time to accept it. We saw it with our own eyes. Mia swallowed. Wait, they really misunderstood? Aisha was so angry, her whole body trembled. She punched the wall hard. This is so annoying. Once everything settled down, Mia finally talked to Raka.
Maya broke out in a cold sweat. Everything had gone off track. Huh, my life. Why do things always get worse whenever I try to fix them? Raka calmly said, I want you to tell me the truth right now. The children are gone. Maya gloomily replied, honestly, I didn't do anything. Raka didn't believe her at all. You'd better tell me while I'm still asking nicely. Maya quickly looked up. I'm serious. Raka sighed, seemingly unconvinced. Ha, Maya thought to herself. Did he mean he did that while out of his mind? I don't know. Maybe I have the power to control villains or something? Why would a supporting character have such power? Raka asked again. So you mean I behaved that way without reason? Maya hesitated before replying. Duke, I'm very good at keeping secrets. Raka rubbed his forehead. Well, Maya continued. I'll pretend I never saw anything. Why is he staring at me like that? It's scary. Oh, is that still not enough? So nothing has happened between us?
Raka coldly asked, Are you that afraid of me? Maya didn't understand what he meant. Huh? Raka glared at Maya. I'm asking if I make you feel scared. Maya felt her eyelid twitch. What are you talking about? Suddenly, Raka pouted and turned away. Never mind. Perhaps I've truly lost my mind. Hearing that, Maya nodded like a chicken pecking grain. That's right. You're really crazy. Oh no, I nodded a bit too much. Ha, Raka coldly said. Don't laugh. It's annoying. Maya politely replied. All right. Raka suddenly told Maya, if you keep quiet about what just happened, I intend to investigate your true identity when I return to the mansion. Maya outwardly appeared normal, but her heart was screaming. I understand. What should I do? If he finds out I'm a priest, he'll definitely send me back to the temple. Raka suddenly leaned in close and asked Maya in a low voice, Look, do you understand what that means? Maya replied, You mean you'll investigate my identity by any means necessary, so I might as well just reveal who I am now? Raka nodded. Yes, exactly. It means the people of the entire family will also know who you are, not just me. Maya casually asked back. So what? Just play dumb, Raka said. If you're not trustworthy, everyone will turn against you. They'll drive you out or eliminate you. Maya hesitated. But you said you wouldn't eliminate me. Raka stroked his chin and said, If I'm pressured and opposed by those around me, what can I do?
Maya seemed to have wavered slightly. If I return to the cathedral now, all my efforts will be meaningless. Running away and dreaming of a future after agreeing to be a nanny? Was it all for nothing? Raka smirked playfully. Of course I don't want to kill you, because there's no one else who would agree to do the job and take care of the children better than you. Maya quickly asked him, So are we going to act as if that never happened? Raka was a little confused. What happened? Maya realized something encouraging. She still had hope. She laughed brightly. Hire me as the children's nanny, hoping he was serious about wanting to hire her as the children's nanny.
Raka scratched his head, looking utterly confused. Hadn't hiring her as a nanny already been decided? Maya looked straight into Raka's eyes and explained, But we haven't signed the contract yet, and it seems you think I'll cause harm. Raka became even more bewildered. Cause harm? Seeing the bewildered expression on the man's face, like a startled fawn, Maya also began to feel confused. Wasn't that why he had threatened her? He had said that once people found out who she was, they would drive her away or kill her. Raka still didn't quite grasp the situation. He pondered for a moment, then said, It's clear I've overlooked a few things. Maya asked in surprise, What? Raka chuckled, resting his elbows on the table as he said with a smile, My apologies. I was so focused that I cornered you. I wasn't patient enough. In any case, you're harmless to me, so there's no need to rush an investigation into you. I'll keep you by my side and investigate you little by little, so forget about quitting. Even though Raka said that, Maya didn't feel any less anxious. What made him think she was harmless? Suddenly, Delkeen pushed the door open and rushed in. Raka, I'm back. Raka looked up at his younger brother. You were back sooner than I expected. Delkeen hurried to his brother's side and said, No matter how hard I tried to find them, I couldn't find any flowers. The ones I did find are all withered like this. Maya asked Raka, What is that? Raka casually replied, You don't need to know. Only Delkeen understands etiquette. The boy quickly told Maya, It's Shakir flowers. Maya saw Raka glare at his younger brother so intensely it almost burned a hole in his face. She quickly spoke up, You went with Aisha and still couldn't find any flowers? Delkeen narrowed his eyes and said, No, I went alone.
Aisha didn't leave her room. Maya thought to herself, it seems the girl is very sad, but I guess she's still very angry. Raka looked at Delkeen and said, perhaps you missed a few spots. To be safe, I'll go check myself. Priest, come with me. Maya involuntarily exclaimed, huh? Just leave me alone, okay? I already said I'm not going anywhere. Raka seemed unwilling to compromise for Maya. Are you refusing to go out without a reason? Maya argued, no matter what, you'll just drag me out anyway, even if I have a reason not to go. I don't have free time to go looking for flowers. Raka crossed his arms and sternly said, if you have a reason, just say it. I will listen and consider it. Maya was a little pleased. If I have a reason, you'll leave me behind and go, right? Raka replied, yes, so go ahead and tell me. Maya excitedly began. All right, first, the side of my dress is torn. I can't just go out like this. Raka didn't see that as a big deal. No one will know if you don't lift your arm. Maya shyly lowered her head. But I can't ignore it. Who goes around wearing a torn dress? Seeing Raka hesitating in thought, Maya thought to herself, yes, it's working. Looking at how quiet he is, he must agree. And second, I just prefer to stay home, meaning I don't like going out there. I've stated my reasons, so you go by yourself. Raka suddenly asked Maya, wait, is that all? Maya answered assertively, of course, I'm telling the truth. Delkeen, who was beside them, couldn't just stand by anymore and burst out. Raka, remember what you said. Keeping promises is very important. Isn't that right, sister-in-law? Maya saw Delkeen radiating the beautiful energy of divine salvation. She quickly replied, of course, one must keep promises. In this lonely world, you're my only savior. No, an angel is more accurate. Delkeen still tried to ask again. You know, but you just forgot, didn't you? Maya chimed in. That's right, there's no way the Duke wouldn't know. Raka stared at Maya with a helpless look. Really? Maya relentlessly taunted Raka. Keeping promises is the most basic principle. Look, the Duke will set an example for him. Raka sighed helplessly. All right, I'll go by myself. Maya almost shouted in delight. It worked! Even villains don't stand a chance when it's 2 against 1. No, I mean, when it comes to educating children. Raka suddenly turned his head and warned Mia in a cold voice. You know what will happen if you run away while I'm gone. Mia thought gloomily. That's what he said. What a terrifying threat. Delkeen softly called out, oh, priest. Mia tilted her head to look at Delkeen. Delkeen handed her a glass of water and said, please drink this. Mia smiled happily. Is this for me? Thank you. How can you and your brother be so different? Delkeen waited for Mia to finish drinking, then hesitantly said, oh, sister-in-law, I'm sorry. Mia turned to look at him. What's wrong? Delkeen said in a low voice, I hope you understand. Raka is terrible at expressing his feelings. I'm sure he really likes you.
Maya didn't answer. She was just thinking about it. I should start by clearing up this misunderstanding. Delkeen, there's nothing between the Duke and me. Delkeen didn't think so. Her eyes welled up with overwhelming joy. Look how red your face is. You have feelings for him too, don't you? Even if Raka acts roughly, he likes you a lot. Maya stiffened, crying out in panic. No, that's not it. Delkeen sincerely told Maya. I swear, I've never seen him look at anyone like that. Maya's eyes went wide and she felt a chill run through her entire body. I'm not sure what you're talking about anymore, but it's all just a misunderstanding, okay? Delkeen held Maya's hand tightly, not letting go. No, I read it in books. The eyes are the windows to the soul. I understand why you're angry, but can't you forgive Raka for my sake? Maya sighed helplessly. All right, perhaps Delkeen is the most difficult person to deal with. On the other side, Raka had gone to look for flowers alone. He had found them, but they were withered, just like the sample Delkeen brought back. Oh, how terrible. He couldn't find any Shakir flowers. This had never happened before. That flower is the exclusive property of the royal family, so he had no choice but to search for them secretly. But now things have become complicated.
I'll look around one more time. Raka turned his head, looking suspiciously towards the source of the sound. Who's there? Immediately, someone's voice rang out from the other side. Why did they send us to the cathedral, and now they want us to go look for flowers? Raka recognized them. Royal knights. What were they doing here? One of them complained loudly. Do we have any other choice? The blessing ceremony has been postponed. The other asked, why was it postponed? The first one replied discontentedly, if I knew, why would we be looking for flowers? Raka thought to himself, I thought they'd been strangely quiet lately. Who knew they were secretly plotting something with the cathedral? They continued their conversation. Anyway, there aren't any flowers here, not like what the priest said. The other replied, you're right. Is there something wrong with my eyes? The remaining one said, I hope that's the only problem. We'll be rewarded if we return with good news at a time like this. The other flared up. Dream on. Let's go back quickly and report. Raka, hidden behind the tree, had heard everything. He thought to himself, got it. Let me think this through. First, the emperor came to the cathedral for the blessing ceremony, but it was postponed for some reason. Second, the disappearance of the Shakir flowers has nothing to do with the royal family.
Tuesday, no more flowers are blooming now. If so, that woman becomes even more important. Maya, the woman whose power is similar to the effect of Shakir flowers. I'm not sure, but perhaps it's good that I stopped her, refused her as a wet nurse, but something is still bothering me. Why do I like her so much? Is it the feeling of pureeing and drinking a handful of Shakir flowers? It feels as if all the energy in my body is drained. I lose control. Both my mind and body only want her. It seems like every time I touch her, she turns into a drug. Touching her reminds me of someone. Raina Adrian. She can make someone fall into a deep sleep just by touching them. She's the woman I found through investigation. But Maya looks quite different from the Raina I know, yet it's clear I mustn't let Maya slip away. So what should I do now? I need to buy her new clothes. It seems she's quite sad about that torn dress. At home, Maya was drowsily about to fall asleep. So tired. Should I take a nap? Just as she closed her eyes to sleep, Raka returned home. He was a little surprised to see Maya sleeping on the table. Why was she lying face down like that? Raka plopped down onto a chair, rested his chin on his hand, and stared at Maya. It seemed she was fast asleep.
Who would have thought such a mysterious woman would be the one I'd need in the future? Hearing a sound outside, Delkeen quickly poked his head out. "You're back, Raka?" The person outside called out, "Delkeen, did the priestess do anything strange?" Delkeen replied, "No, she's just sleeping." Raka then asked, "Is Aisha still angry?" Delkeen flinched. "Yes, you know how stubborn she is." Raka knew Delkeen was misunderstanding, so he quickly explained, "No, that's not what I meant." Delkeen looked at the adjacent door, secretly wondering, why is the door suddenly closed? Wait, did Raka intentionally close the door to protect the priestess? I get it. Raka must really like her. Seeing Delkeen's mischievous expression, Raka asked, "What are you staring at?" Delkeen replied, "Huh? Oh, nothing." Raka told the boy, "Never mind, we'll head back tomorrow morning." Delkeen stretched, yawned, and said, "Okay, I'm going back to my room. I'm so sleepy. I read in a book before that it's more polite to give couples some space when they're just starting a relationship. Raka, I hope you have a sweet time." It was late at night. Mia suddenly woke up with a start. What the hell? Is it midnight already? How long have I been asleep? It seems I've been asleep for a very long time. Did I put this on myself? Delkeen must have put it on me. Suddenly, Raka appeared out of nowhere and said, "Go to another room." Mia let out a soft sound. "Raka, is someone at the door? Who do you think would come at this hour?" Raka frowned, his voice slightly uneasy. No one knows this place. If someone found this place in the middle of the forest, it means they came here with a purpose. Never mind, go to another room quickly. Mia quickly followed his instruction. "Okay."
"I'll grab the pan for self-defense." Raka nodded. Maya thought to herself, who cares if it's strange? This is the only self-defense weapon I can trust. Maya quickly slipped into the room. She curiously pressed herself against the door to listen in. It was the sound of a door opening. Who could it be? Outside, Raka was dealing with the royal guards. "Greetings, sir. We apologize for disturbing you so early in the morning." Raka said coldly, "If you're truly sorry, then leave this place quickly. If you have no further business, then goodbye." The royal guards exclaimed, "We have a question we'd like to ask you, sir. Have you seen any woman with blonde hair and blue eyes around here?" Inside, Maya flinched. "Huh, what? That's me." And she heard Raka's voice ring out. "No." The royal guards still wouldn't give up. "Will you allow us to check, sir?" Raka asked them, "Are you planning to search my house without a warrant?" The royal guards quickly produced a document. "A warrant. Is this sufficient?" Raka asked them. "Royal knights?" They nodded and replied, "Yes, so please excuse us for a moment." With that, they quickly rushed into the house. In the back, Maya trembled, clutching the pan tightly. Every hit counts. No mistakes allowed.
Upon entering, the royal guards immediately grew suspicious of this room. Raka spoke up. "You'd better not open that room. That's my siblings' room, and they're quite fierce." No sooner had he finished speaking than Aisha and Delkeen burst out. Who do you think you are, barging into our room like this?" Delkeen yelled, "Destroy them, Aisha!" Mia from behind let out a sigh of relief. "I guess I'll just let the twins take care of them. No, at least I should hide under this blanket." Suddenly, the children's screams startled Mia. She recognized the owner of that scream. It was Delkeen, her angel, the only one who stood by her side. Delkeen was seized by the guards. "Let me go," the boy yelled. "Who do you think you're messing with, you brat? While I'm still being nice, stand still, you damn brats." Mia rushed out from inside, screaming, "Let the boy go, immediately!" With one blow, the guard fell down. Mia was stunned. I just hit someone? At that moment, Aisha's voice rang out. "See? I hired her." Delkeen chimed in. "Our sister-in-law is so cool." Aisha's eyes sparkled. "Priest, that's really cool." Delkeen cheered excitedly. "You're amazing."
Raka, beside them, just glanced at the children. He said indifferently, "Let's go, before these brats wake up." Maya replied, "Okay." Inside the carriage, the children's voices rang out. "Priest, how did you think of using a frying pan as a weapon?" Delkeen was also surprised. "Yeah, that's a great idea." Maya awkwardly thought of an answer. "I just thought of it." Delkeen told Maya, "When you hit that knight with the pan, it was awesome. I even thought you were a hero from the history books." Raka also asked, "But why are the royal knights looking for you?" Maya broke into a sweat. They're looking for me?" Raka looked at Maya. He replied, "They said they're looking for a lady with blonde hair and blue eyes." Maya raised her hand and replied, "It must be a coincidence. I'll just pretend I don't know." Aisha spoke up. "Raka, don't scare her." Delkeen also said,
That's right, she tried to save us with that pan. Maya was very touched. Oh, you kids. Raka didn't know what else to do. The two children shouted, "Forget it, don't marry my brother, I'll treat you better, so instead, be mine." Maya froze. What is she saying? Yet Aisha felt very proud. That line you just said was perfect, wasn't it? Delkeen retorted, "What? No way. How can she be yours?" Aisha yelled, "I hired her, so she's mine." Maya could only force a smile. What kind of logic is that? Aisha continued to ask Maya, "Priestess, you're mine, right?" Maya said, "Just because you hired me doesn't mean I belong to you." Aisha suddenly widened her eyes. "No, you're mine. You're not Raka's. You're mine, and I've never let anything that belongs to me slip away." Maya was scared. I thought Raka was the extremist. Raka finally spoke up. "Aisha, protecting what belongs to you is a good virtue, but know who you're up against. I'm the one who has the right to decide who to hire." Aisha sneered, "But I offered to hire the priestess first, so she's mine." Raka also chuckled. "Is that so? Then I'll be watching to see how you keep her." The two siblings glared at each other, sparks flying. The sight gave Maya a headache. I want to jump out of this carriage. All four had returned to the mansion. Raka was still thinking about what happened earlier. The person the royal family is looking for? Interesting. Given the current circumstances, it must be because her power has a similar effect to the Shakir flower.
I'd better write the contract first. I can't let her slip away easily, especially now that Hua Shakir is no longer here. Raka was in his study with an indifferent and serious expression. He quickly wrote something on paper. Suddenly, the room door burst open. Sarome awkwardly scratched his head. I apologize. I'm late." Raka didn't even bother to look up at Sarome. "It seems you've been a bit negligent while I was away." Sarome quickly explained. "Oh, no, that's not it. I'm always as vigilant as when I first started working for you." Raka suddenly demanded of Sarome. "Then let's test that." Sarome was a little slow to catch up with Raka's pace. "What?" Raka didn't mind. He continued to ask, "What's the latest news concerning the royal family?" Sarome seriously replied, "This isn't about the royal family, but since yesterday everyone has been talking about the disappearance of the child of the gods at Terratis Cathedral. Her name is apparently Maya." Raka asked Saramon, "What power does she possess to be called the child of the gods?" Saramon took a small step back, then scratched his head in confusion. "I need to investigate further." Raka quickly ordered, "Then investigate. Oh, and while you're at it, find out who the lady brought to the mansion is. Remember to be discreet, understood?" Saramon groaned. "Yes, sir, what a bother." Raka suddenly remembered something. "One more thing." Saramon, who had just turned to leave, startled and stopped. Yes, Raka said. "Tell that woman to come here immediately." Saramon suddenly found Raka's tone more suggestive. "Yes, sir." After Saramon had left, Raka looked down at the paper in front of him. "Is this contract sufficient? I almost forgot to add an important clause. The salary will be 1,500 kirks, and the employee must sleep with the master every night."
Sure enough, that important clause made Mia's eyes sparkle even more. Oh my god, 1,500 kirks! Who does he think he is, paying me this much? Raka propped his chin and looked at Mia. "Is there a problem? Is the salary too low?" Mia turned her head and replied, No, but why are you so generous?" Raka smiled and asked Mia, "Have you read all the conditions of the contract?" Mia asked back in surprise, "Conditions? The contract states that I will be provided with food, accommodation, and he won't kill me, and I will receive a salary of 1,500 kirks." Suddenly, Mia's eyes lost all light. She looked at Raka in confusion. "What does the last part mean?" Raka calmly replied, "It means exactly what it says." Mia hesitated and asked again, "So you and I have to sleep together? And every night?" "No way!" Raka suddenly stood up and walked towards Mia. Did I write that? I forgot one more thing." Mia frantically backed away. Wait! I was hired as a nanny for the twins, not for you." Mia's words made Raka pause. He said, "I know." Mia was very surprised. "Oh, really? Then you must know that the last condition is different from what we agreed upon before."
After Mia finished speaking, she defiantly stared at Raka. However, he calmly asked, "But what if I need you urgently?" Mia was unyielding. "I can't do anything for you, Your Grace." Raka insisted, "Yes, you can." Mia really wanted to scream. Why on earth would he need her in the middle of the night? Was it what she was thinking? Did she have to please him in bed? Was Raka that kind of person after all? "I won't be your mistress." Raka's eyes widened. "Mistress?" Mia blushed and asked again, "Then what do you want me to do?" Raka turned to look directly into Mia's eyes, which held a hint of suspicion. "You were the one who interrupted me when I said I wanted to add a condition." Mia was bewildered. "What? What was that?" Raka quickly explained. "I was going to add only holding hands." Mia thought to herself, but that's how everything starts. First holding hands, then hugging, then kissing, and finally, what was he trying to pull? "From now on, I won't bathe before bed, and furthermore, I'll only wash my hair once a week." Raka was a little surprised. "What? I will respect your choice." Mia was very annoyed. Why was he acting so respectful about such silly things? "I wasn't going to tell you, but my sleeping habits are terrible. I kick, scream, snore, and even grind my teeth. Oh, and I drool in my sleep too." "So what? You'd still sleep with me? Isn't that disgusting? All right, quickly drop that last condition. However, Raka only made one comment. That's quite serious, Mia said with a laugh. Right? I'm afraid I'll disturb your sleep, so please, just drop it. Raka refused to consider her suggestion. But I guess I have no other choice. Mia flinched. What? Why? Raka replied. I need the power you're hiding. It seems you have the ability to weaken others. You can calm people down and make them fall asleep. Mia's whole body trembled. Does he know I'm Mia? But I can't go back to the cathedral, so Mia had no other reason to refuse. All right, but I have one condition. If you go beyond holding my hand even once, this part of the contract will be struck out. Raka seriously assured her, I won't do anything to you besides holding your hand. Don't worry. Are you satisfied now? Mia ran to Raka's desk and wrote something else on the contract. Oh, and one more thing. You must hide me, and no matter what, you must not send me back to the cathedral. I need to make sure everything is according to plan. You'll add that for me, right? Raka sat down in his chair. If you wish, but the cathedral. Mia urged Raka. All right, then write it quickly. Raka asked Mia for her opinion. Is it really okay for me to sign this? Mia nodded in response. Of course. I just need to sign here, right? Sign quickly before he changes his mind. Here you go. Raka quickly skimmed the contract. He mumbled, asking Maya again, Didn't you say your name was Maya? Maya quickly replied, But my real name is Maya. As soon as Raka asked again, Maya realized something was wrong. Maya. Raka felt something was very wrong. He looked at Maya, Maya of Terratis Cathedral. Raka looked up at Maya, his eyes filled with complexity. Seeing his expression, she stood there stunned, swallowing hard. Maya quickly turned around and hurried away, saying, I'm leaving right now. I have to get out of here. The large room door closed tightly. She quickly strode down the wide corridor. As Maya walked, she reassured herself internally. It's okay. Everything will be fine. Maybe this is even a good thing. Then she tiredly leaned against a wall, letting out a sigh of relief. Now I don't have to fear Raka investigating my identity and reporting it anymore, after all.
Recalling the moment Mia hugged him, letting him lean on her shoulder, this meant she had used her power on Raka. At that time, she had gently touched his back, but then why was she still perfectly healthy? If she used her power, she should have. However, Mia carefully pondered the matter. She guessed it made sense if this power was different from a blessing, like instead of using the power, she had bestowed it upon him. Thinking of this, she was stunned. For a moment, Mia couldn't think of anything. Then she looked at her hands in confusion, her mind full of questions. But why on earth would Raka need her power? She suddenly felt curious. Just then, two panicked voices rang out. Priestess, sister-in-law. She also noticed the sound. Mia looked around in confusion, searching for the source of the sound. It was Aisha and Delkeen's voices, but where were they coming from? One of them immediately called out, over here. Aisha and Delkeen stood outside the railing, eagerly waving at her. Come play with us. The boy asked curiously, are you done talking to Raka? Seeing this, Mia was startled and quickly ran to the door. What are you two doing here? The two clung to the railing, swinging their small legs. Then she gently reminded them, it's dangerous to hang there. Move aside a little. I'll jump over. A moment later, under the clear blue sky, the grand mansion was bathed in a mystical light. Soon she jumped out of the door and landed in front of them both. So, what are you two doing? The girl stammered a little. Well, Delkeen stuck out his tongue, teasing Aisha and revealing a truth. Aisha ran lay because she didn't want to train. The girl angrily scolded loudly. Hey, why did you tell her? Mia observed the scene, smiling faintly as she understood. So, they were skipping their lessons.
Seeing the fierce little girl raise her small fist, he remembered he had already promised not to tell. She nonchalantly took for granted that skipping school was, well, understandable. When she was still in the modern era, Maya had also secretly skipped school. When I was their age, I also occasionally skipped school to hang out. She rubbed her chin and sighed in relief, thinking, it's understandable. As soon as the words were spoken, Aisha and Delkeen stopped their verbal battle and looked over in astonishment. Suddenly, the little girl slowly made her way over to Maya. Maya, a priest, was surprised, not knowing what Aisha intended to do. And then the little girl looked at Maya with sparkling eyes mixed with a hint of admiration. I really like you, she said. I know I have sharp eyes, you see.
The boy still calmly rested his head on his hand, smiling cheerfully and saying, it seems this is why our brother fell for our sister-in-law. Aisha retorted irritably, Delkeen, I told you not to call her sister-in-law. And so the two continued to bicker loudly. But they're going to get married. It's good for us to get used to it. Who says? I won't let them get married. She could only stand by and offer a wry smile. Kids, calm down. Suddenly, the girl's voice rang out. Priest! Mia, startled, opened her eyes wide to look. Aisha aggressively approached her, confidently demanding an answer. Who do you like more, me or Raka? Mia was flustered, not knowing which answer to give. Sorry, but what if I don't like either of them? How should I answer her? The boy grumbled. Aisha, what kind of question is that? Delkeen crossed his arms, displeased with the girl's words. Of course she likes Raka more. Isn't it obvious? Aisha's tone became irritable. No way. The boy calmly raised a finger, pointing out, if our sister-in-law liked you more, then why would she hesitate? Hearing that, the girl was so angry that her whole body trembled. Delkeen ignored Aisha, who was sulking to one side, and gleefully flew over and grabbed Mia's hand. Sister-in-law!
The boy held her hand tightly, displaying a dazzling, sparkling smile. Let's ignore Aisha and play together. I'll show you around the mansion. The little girl quickly grabbed Mia's other hand and struggled fiercely. No! Aisha used her small hands to squeeze her hand tightly. I know the mansion better than Delkine, so... But before she could finish speaking, the little girl seemed to sense something, opening her round eyes wide. In just a moment, Aisha's mind went blank. Maya called out worriedly, Aisha! Seeing this, she asked further, Aisha, are you all right? Hearing this, the little girl shivered. Suddenly, she blurted out a strange question. What did you do to me? Maya was bewildered, not understanding at all. What? While she was still confused. What do you mean? Did I do something? Aisha shouted loudly, Liar! You did! Maya smiled gently on the outside, but inwardly felt only confusion, thinking, if you don't say it, how am I supposed to know? Delkine approached the little girl and asked suspiciously, Aisha, is something wrong? The little girl immediately turned and replied, The priest used a strange spell on me. Hearing that, the boy became even more confused. What kind of spell? Aisha quickly explained, All the energy in my body was drained, and it felt like my heart was about to drop out. Then the little girl revealed something that made Maya freeze. There was a very fragrant smell, and Aisha was so ecstatic that her cheeks flushed red. It was just such a wonderful feeling that I almost lost my mind.
With that said, the atmosphere fell silent and a chilly breeze swept through. She fell into contemplation, carefully considering. Could this be what happened to Raka earlier? That was when Mia hugged and comforted Raka. Only then did she realize with a start. Wait a minute, Mia's power had been activated again. Aisha. Then she suggested, Would you hold my hand again? The little girl quickly pulled away and decisively refused. No, but Mia already knew. She understood. She looked over at the boy who was still fiddling with his hands. In any case, Delkine seemed fine. Why did it only affect Aisha and Raka? Next, Mia asked the boy what she had always wondered. Delkine, do you feel anything unusual, like Aisha? The boy angrily immediately denied. Sister-in-law, do you really believe her? She's obviously doing that to curry favor with you. The two glared at each other so intensely that sparks seemed to fly. She just felt helpless.
Seeing Delkine stubbornly gripping her hand, she had only one thought. What if their relationship worsened because of her? Delkine, come a little closer. Mia withdrew her hand and leaned down in front of the boy. Then she cautiously considered. It seemed Aisha was telling the truth. Delkine's face fell in disbelief. Why would you say that? Mia was rendered speechless by these words, feeling utterly awkward. If she told the boy that this reminded her of when Raka hugged her, the children would distance themselves from her even more. She gently tried to convince the boy. Aisha isn't the type of person to lie. Delkine crossed his arms and looked at Mia skeptically. After a moment of thought, the boy avoided her gaze. Yes, but Mia continued to encourage him. So you should go and reassure her. The girl, displeased, loudly yelled, What are you two talking about that you won't let me hear? The boy retorted irritably, Shut up! Then Delkine's face darkened, and he muttered softly, Sister-in-law, do you want to play with Aisha? Mia replied casually, The more the merrier. The boy could only accept. All right, let's do as you say, sister-in-law. Mia smiled brightly with joy. Pleased, she patted Delkine's head and praised him. You're such a good boy, Delkine. Then the boy immediately left. I'll be right back. Mia smiled happily, satisfied. But Delkine put his hands on his hips and asserted, Understand? If you like sister-in-law, you can't act like that. Aisha snapped loudly, but the feeling was truly strange. She felt utterly helpless. He's reassuring her, isn't he? The boy seriously asked, Is what she's doing really that bad? The girl rested her chin on her hand, hesitated, and stammered, No, actually, it's quite good.
Delkine snapped her fingers smugly. See? But if you keep making a fuss, she might actually end up marrying Raka. Imagining Mia and Raka getting married, Aisha couldn't accept it. No. Aisha, displeased, continuously flailed her small fists and struggled. No, the priestess and Raka can't get married. I won't allow it. Delkine casually reminded her of something. Come on, hurry up. You have to make sure Raka doesn't chase her away, right? Then she awkwardly strode over to Mia. I've thought about it, and I guess I overreacted a bit when you used a good spell on me. Mia was surprised by this display. I didn't know Aisha had this side to her. Mia, smiling happily with crinkled eyes, made a suggestion. Aisha, when will you give me a tour of the mansion? I hope you'll take me soon. My feet are starting to hurt. At this moment, Aisha suddenly remembered. That's right, we can't let that happen.
She directly ignored his words, pointing to the left. So let's go. This way, right? Delquin felt helpless. Sister-in-law. The boy seriously stated, We must go this way first. If we go that way, we'll run into trouble. Maya looked over and saw the scene on the left covered in a dark, gloomy aura. I must have terrible luck. Suddenly, Aisha reached out and tugged at her sleeve. Maya noticed the action. The little girl held tightly to her sleeve, repeatedly asking, Can I hold your hand? Even just one finger is fine. She was stunned by this unexpected action. So cute, she thought. Perhaps my power is affecting Aisha, but is that okay? Maya reluctantly agreed, letting the little girl hold your finger. Who knows what will happen this time? Aisha shyly turned her face away immediately. This time is better than the last, she pondered. Will the effect not be as strong if the contact area is smaller? The little girl suddenly spoke up again. But, priestess, Maya also noticed that. Aisha with sparkling eyes and an adorable look pleaded with her. Can I call you by your name? Maya was still unsure. The effect is weaker, isn't it? After a long day of walking, she could finally lie down and rest on her bed. I'm exhausted. The mansion was so big that it took a long time to get back here, but the twins were quite well behaved. They were a bit unruly, but still. Then Maya rested her head on her arm, beginning to calculate silently. 1,500 kirks for this? This is truly a dream job. Then excited, she continuously rolled back and forth on the soft bedspread. My goal is 6,000 kirks, so I only have to do this for 4 more months, and then I can stop working. A sound from under the bed made Maya startle and sit up. There was just a sound. She lay flat on the bed and reached her hand underneath to check. It seemed to be under the bed.
Seeing the gleaming eyes below, Maya broke out in a cold sweat from fear and screamed loudly. The figure angrily snapped, "Be quiet." Hearing her scream, the mystic knight quickly pushed the door open and rushed in. "My lady, is something wrong?" Maya sat up abruptly and replied with a forced laugh. "I almost fell out of bed, that's all." He could only helplessly comply. "I understand. Please be careful." Even after the room door closed, she continued to stare straight ahead. Then Maya noticed the object under the bed. A pig. Terratus, in the form of a raccoon, crawled out from under the bed. "I am a raccoon." She was extremely surprised. "Terratus, why did you turn into a raccoon?" It quite liked its current appearance. "I chose to transform into a cute animal. What do you think?" Maya, smelling the foul odor emanating from it, felt a bit uncomfortable. "Cute, yes, but a bit dirty." Terratus sadly rubbed its soft cheeks. "I thought you'd like this form because it's cute. I didn't expect you to say that." She seriously pointed out a fact. "No matter how cute you are, it doesn't change the fact that you're very dirty. Anyway, what brings you here?" It calmly replied, "I came to tell you about your power." Hearing that, Maya was quite excited. "Great, tell me now." Indeed, Terratus held the key to Maya's power. It emphatically stressed, "What I'm about to tell you is very important." With that, the atmosphere fell into a state of silence. Everyone waited in silence for the other to speak.
Terratus was just about to climb onto the bed, but the floor was a bit hard, so it figured it would talk from there. However, she couldn't stand the smell and pushed it away. "No way, where do you think you're putting your filthy claws?" However, Maya accidentally flung Terratus away. "Are you all right?" she asked, rushing over awkwardly to pick it up. "I didn't mean to hurt you. Are you injured?" Terratus replied gloomily. "No." However, it was sad, its eyes welling up with tears, and his whole body began to tremble. "I'll never come in this form again," it declared. Maya gave Terratus a quick kiss on the cheek and gently coaxed it. "I'm sorry, please don't be angry." It was still annoyed. "I'm not angry." She had to play along. That's right, a refined Terratus would never get angry.
Those words also appeased her. That's more like it. Mia felt more relieved. Appeasing him was easier than she thought. In the spacious room, Teritas continued the conversation, returning to the previous topic. "It seems you've been experiencing some strange things lately, haven't you?" She immediately affirmed. "That's right. I'll tell you the conclusion first. This happened because you've never bestowed a blessing." "Bestow a blessing," Teritas calmly added. "The Shakir flower can soothe the human mind if used in small doses. However, if too much is used, it will cause effects similar to a stimulant." Mia, still naive, didn't understand its meaning. "A stimulant?" Teritas immediately explained. "Simply put, it has the effect of drinking an aphrodisiac." She displayed a bewildered expression. "An aphrodisiac?" It raised both hands in an exaggerated manner. "Yes, that's because you've never bestowed a blessing since your power awakened. That's why your power takes effect through skin-to-skin contact." Mia's face suddenly flushed with embarrassment. "Why are you only telling me now?" Hearing this, Teritas' face couldn't hide its disappointment. "Actually, I came here as fast as I could. I came here as soon as I heard you signed a contract saying you would sleep with that guy." She was annoyed by that attitude. "That's why you should have told me earlier. But if I had known, Raka wouldn't have accepted my conditions."
As it was rambling on about the solution, if you want to get out of this, all you need to do is bestow a blessing. Then, before Teritas could finish speaking, Maya grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up. She exuded a demonic aura and growled, questioning, "Say that again?" It trembled and stuttered, threatening, "Let me go, you know this is blasphemy." Maya flashed a smile that sent shivers down one's spine. "Now, Teritas, there's another way, isn't there? Speak." Tears welled up in its eyes from fear. "If I tell you, will you put me down?" She affirmed firmly, "Of course." As soon as Teritas was put down, he spilled everything. "If you have a holy relic with energy similar to mine, some effects of your power will be blocked. Even if someone touches you, it will only have a calming effect." Maya was a little skeptical. "A holy relic?" It pouted and replied, "Yes." She nonchalantly asked Teritas to do something. "So will you get one for me?" It angrily shouted its refusal. "Holy relics aren't meant for such things."
Teritas sensed the gloomy aura emanating from her and quickly turned away, avoiding Maya's gaze. "However, I also bear some responsibility for this, so I will get it for you, as if I needed to take this matter from your hands. You have to help me." She readily agreed. "Of course, I only need to use it for 4 months anyway." Then Teradus stealthily planned to escape through the window. "I'll go find it and be right back. So I can go now, right?" Maya reached out to stop him. "Teradus, wait. Even if I touch others and use my power, there won't be any side effects on me, right?" He tried to calm. "No, the problem you're worried about only occurs when you transform your power as if bestowing a blessing." At this, she secretly sighed in relief. My intuition was right. "So are there people who aren't affected by my power?" He thought for a moment before replying. "It certainly won't affect ordinary people. The Shakir flower only affects those with special powers, for example, those possessing divine power, holy power, and demonic power." She then recalled the scene of two children arguing. "You don't even know how to use dark magic, you're just strong." Maya pondered cautiously. "It doesn't affect Delkine because he's not a dark mage." She looked at her pale, delicate hands, unable to believe that her power worked simply through touch, not to mention it also acted like a stimulant or an aphrodisiac.
After that, Maya lay down on the bed, lost in thought. Is this the difference between a protagonist and a supporting character? Reina only makes people fall asleep. Recalling the scene where Raka rested his face on Maya's shoulder, compared to her, I can't even control my own strength. I was so happy to earn 6,000 Kirks, but now all I can do is sigh. She turned over, relaxing her mind, and mumbled, "I'm exhausted. My mind is even more tired than my body." However, Maya still had a lingering doubt. Her hand gripped the pillow tightly. That's right. Even if I regret it, nothing will change. If I don't do anything, it won't make a difference. Instead of continuing to deny my circumstances, it's better to adapt and overcome. I've been doing great. I'm managing everything just fine. She closed her eyes and began to drift off to sleep. Starting tomorrow, I have to sleep with Raka. I need to come up with a plan quickly. Suddenly, someone shook Maya awake. My lady, wake up." She opened her eyes, vaguely seeing someone's silhouette. "Who's there?" Maya was startled and immediately sat bolt upright. "Who are you?" Rita smiled gently and introduced herself. "I am Rita. I work in the East District." She could only manage a forced smile. "Why are you here?" She calmly replied, "The Duke has summoned you." Maya was still bewildered. "Who?" Rita repeated again, "The Duke has summoned you." Maya cursed Raka inwardly. What the hell does he want from me?
She was confused, unsure of the time. She looked towards the clock, which had struck 12, just past midnight. Hearing this, Maya was seething with anger. According to the contract, she was supposed to start working tomorrow. What a terrible boss. Was he making her work just because it was past midnight? Seeing her silence, Rita asked, "Madam, are you all right?" She merely gave a faint smile. Maya was plunged in misery, tears streaming down her cheeks. She couldn't just tell him she was asleep, could she? She resolutely refused. No, his orders took higher priority. She writhed in agony, not knowing who to turn to for help. Was there anyone in this mansion who would stand by her side? Maya had no choice but to get out of bed and slip on her slippers. All right, lead the way, she thought. All I can do now is face him. Just as she was about to leave, Rita held her back. My lady, where are you going? Maya grew even more suspicious. I must hurry, she said. You told me the Duke sent for me. Rita held out a dress. But you must change first. Maya couldn't help but be bewildered. Change clothes? Rita confidently handed her the dress. I specially prepared this outfit for you. Maya awkwardly took the dress. She wants me to wear this? Realizing that Rita had completely misunderstood the situation, she clarified. The Duke didn't send for me for this kind of thing. Rita happily covered her mouth and chuckled. You don't need to be shy in front of me.
At this point, Maya tentatively asked her, Rita, the Duke said it's fine if I come without bathing. She still smiled warmly, her eyes crinkling. Yes, the Duke did say that. Rita recalled Raka's posture when he said those words, chin in hand. There's no need to bathe her. That won't affect sleeping together. After that, I immediately rushed to stand before you and him, and he told me to take very careful care of you, because he would surely be very anxious on the first night. It was only then that I realized that it was a very important task entrusted to a servant of the Ethia family. Maya gave a helpless, wry smile. No matter what she said, it wouldn't resolve this misunderstanding. Under the deep night sky, with only a solitary moon hanging high above, at a mansion hidden deep within a dense forest. In a luxurious bedroom, the bedside lamps had been lit. Soon after, Maya arrived at the room. The door opened, and there she was. Raka urged her coldly. Why are you just standing there? Come in. Maya, wearing a bathrobe, trembled as she stepped into the room, wondering, what should I do now? She trailed after him, imagining the two of them kissing. Maya blushed deeply, then realized she had a bigger problem. Hazaki could soothe a person's mind if used in small doses, but if too much was consumed, it would have an effect similar to a stimulant. She frowned, calculating inwardly. I must avoid physical contact as much as possible until Terratus brings the holy artifact. Seeing her troubled expression, Raka couldn't help but be suspicious. What's wrong? He turned back to ask about Maya's condition. Is something the matter? She stammered, denying. No. Then Maya sat straight down on the bed without any hesitation. If that's the case, why don't you take off your bathrobe and lie down? She was so scared that she broke out in a cold sweat, startled. Bathrobe? Why? Raka, confused, ruffled his hair. Are you cold?
Maya clutched her bathrobe tightly, nodding vigorously. I'm freezing, he casually replied. But it's very warm in here. She continued to emphasize. I'm cold.
She was flustered, afraid he would see the nightgown hidden underneath, which was still better than letting him see her in the nightgown. I told him not to touch anywhere but my hands, but it looked as if I had come here expecting something more than that. At this moment, Raka's expression became distant, suspiciously guessing, "You're not hiding anything behind your clothes, are you?" His expression made her implicitly affirm, "Who said he wasn't a villain? What kind of violent thoughts are those?" Maya chuckled and sat down next to Raka. "No, why would I do that?" He stared at her seriously. "Based on what you've done so far, I think the possibility is very high." Maya quickly moved away. "What did I do?" At this, she imagined her past treatment of others and felt guilty. He was right. Making someone faint by grabbing their hair and hitting their head, hitting someone's head with a frying pan? Yet Maya calmly played with a lock of her hair, her gaze avoiding his as she looked elsewhere. "Yes, but you know I had no other choice. It was all just an accident." Hearing this, Raka found her words quite reasonable. Indeed, there was no way someone dubbed a child of the divine could commit malicious acts.
She flinched and could only remark silently to herself, "That sounds a bit sarcastic." "I apologize." He was somewhat displeased. "No need to apologize." Raka looked straight at Maya and then directly changed the topic. "I don't know why you fled the cathedral, but if I were you, I'd try to escape too." Maya was unexpectedly touched that he understood her. She couldn't believe Raka understood her. Perhaps he wasn't a bad person after all. He tilted his head slightly and casually tossed out a comment. "Why are you making that blank face? It's very annoying." She choked up and immediately closed her mouth, retracting her words. Maya frowned, rubbing her cheek, utterly displeased. "I wasn't staring blankly." Raka immediately moved closer to her, and the atmosphere became subtly intimate. "Good. It seems you're no longer worried." They faced each other. Maya's face flushed slightly. He playfully whistled and then lay flat on the bed. Sleeping with someone as stiff as a board is very uncomfortable. She was startled and stammered shyly, "How do you think I feel?" Raka comfortably rested his head on his arm, grinning with amusement. "Clearly you'll be uncomfortable, so don't you think I should at least be comfortable? It's a give and take. We need each other." Maya was bewildered, knowing that wasn't wrong. Indeed. He lay on his side, propping himself up with his hand, and made a playful remark. "So, do you want to lie down?" She fearfully poked her fingers together, trembling as she indicated that she had to avoid touching Raka as much as possible. "Do we really have to sleep together tonight?" Maya still felt a little scared. Hearing that, he narrowed his eyes, carefully scrutinizing her.
Then Raka sat up and asked, "Is there a problem?" "You want to extend the time. Can't your excellency give me 2 more days?" He was surprised, not expecting it. "What?" Maya tried her best to persuade Raka. 2 days should be enough for Terratus to bring the holy artifact. I promise that in 2 days I will sleep with your excellency, as per the contract." He flatly refused. "Isn't that request a breach of contract?" She calmly turned the issue back to him. "I know, but I haven't been paid yet." At this moment, Raka was enveloped in a dark aura. According to the signed contract, the conditions of the contract were as follows. If the employee violates the conditions of the contract, they must compensate 3 times the amount the master has paid. Then Maya strode straight towards the door. He then spoke up to stop her. "Priestess." When Raka held the door shut, she was so scared that her whole body trembled. No matter what, she must not be touched. He frankly stated, "You're always thinking of ways to escape." Maya hesitated and replied, "That's not it." Raka cornered her, continuously asking questions. "What if I need you as soon as possible? Would you still ask me for 2 more days?" Looking seriously at his current appearance. This man, up close, he looked so exhausted. How long has he not been able to sleep?
Raka angrily growled, questioning, "Answer me." She couldn't help but feel awkward. "Yes?" Meanwhile, he had lost so much sleep that his head was spinning. "I don't quite understand. Why are you hesitating?" And then Raka took Mia's hand. His tight grip caused her excruciating pain. "No!" Mia was about to pull her hand back. "I need to pull my hand away, but why is he so strong?" Raka snapped irritably at her action. "I'm just holding your hand." However, the blessed aura emanating from Mia made his mind go blank. His mood also gradually softened, and he smiled gently. "Mia." Seeing that expression, she immediately understood. "Damn it, I knew this would happen." Mia quickly pushed Raka away. "Get away from me." He was pushed, stumbling backward. As the blessed power faded, Raka's head became dizzy again. "This is why I asked him for more time. Do you understand now?" She stared blankly at his sudden change in demeanor. "Duke?" As for him, he couldn't have imagined it, couldn't believe it. Raka's face darkened as he looked at his hands. Could she make others feel empty just by touching them? Hearing this, Maya realized what she had always hidden. "You know already." He tiredly sat back on the bed. "Yes, the more I interact with her, the harder it is to stay lucid." Raka wearily mumbled repeatedly. "But I thought it would be fine if I only held her hand." She opened her eyes wide in surprise. So the intensity of her power would change depending on the level of physical contact with the other person. That must be why he added the clause about only holding hands to the contract. Then he decisively let her leave. "You can leave today." Maya was surprised, unable to believe it. "Really?" Raka sighed.
Hurry before I change my mind. I'll call for you in 2 days or so. She reluctantly complied. All right. The room door closed, leaving him alone in the room, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Maya clenched her hands and hurried down the hallway. I keep feeling strange. Why did Raka say he had to sleep with me? Thinking of him tenderly holding the shakir flower in his hand, she was puzzled and kept pondering. Why me? Or is Raka like Emperor Kinnis, unable to sleep without a shakir flower? If I had known this would happen, I would have read the original work more carefully, because Maya always skipped the parts about Raka. At this moment, he raised his hand and seriously examined his 5 fingers. Raka lay on the bed, constantly thinking. Who knew that just touching her hand would make the effect spread so quickly? Truly captivating. He rested his arm on his forehead, lost in thought. But I'm sure of one thing. Recalling her gentle appearance in the blue dress, his feelings for Maya were clearly desire. Raka turned over and buried his face in his hands. It wasn't this strong at first, but perhaps he had lost control because he couldn't sleep. Suddenly, a knock came from the door, startling him as he leaned up. Is she back? The tightly closed door slowly opened a small crack.
Then the door was pushed open, and Aisha rubbed her eyes as she walked into the room. Raka, I can't sleep. My head hurts so much. He was surprised to see Aisha walk in. Raka immediately thought of the boy. Is Delkine asleep yet? The little girl ran over and hugged him tightly. Yes, he is, only I can't sleep. Then he asked her, have you tried to sleep? Aisha let go of him and replied unhappily, of course, I've counted 1,000 sheep already. Raka understood the source of the problem and sadly stroked the little girl's head. It was certainly because she had been using dark magic recently. This was why he didn't want Aisha to use or even learn dark magic. He wanted to be the last one affected by dark magic.
Imagine Aisha deeply immersed in dark magic. As a dark magic user, the weaker her body became, the stronger her power grew, and naturally she would become more anxious and fearful. Raka gently advised her, Aisha, you must restrain your use of dark magic as much as possible. She fully understood his good intentions. I know, but Raka saw through Aisha's personality. You're truly stubborn. However, he was still quite worried about the 2 children. No matter what, he wanted to prevent the 2 children from being affected, but he couldn't stop the former Duke and Duchess from employing cruel educational methods. The 2 children were always instructed by adults to learn magic and swordsmanship for combat. A member of the Aintia family was not allowed to show weakness to anyone. Only members of the Aintia family could use dark magic. Now, try to destroy what is most precious to you. Pain is inevitable if you want to achieve your power. Delkine, you are not worthy of the Aintia name. Raka let her hug him, constantly pondering the future. Of course, after growing up, he had used dark magic to drive them away, but if he had known about that forbidden spell a little sooner, the children wouldn't have had to suffer so much. At this moment, Aisha also noticed his unusual state. Raka, why do you look so serious? Are you sad because I'm like you? Hearing this, he could only sigh. When it comes to stubbornness, no one can compare to you. She shrugged proudly. No way. Sarome always says I'm as stubborn as you are. Raka was rendered helpless by these words. Really? Aisha eagerly continued. Yes, scold him. He let out a long, weary sigh. That's enough joking around. Go to sleep. She continued to insist. But it's true. Then Raka gently lifted Aisha. He placed her on the bed and pulled the blanket over her. Yes, all right. Then Raka gently lulled Aisha to sleep. Close your eyes. She reluctantly complied. Fine.
Feeling the pleasant faint scent in the room, Aisha gradually became drowsy. How strange. Suddenly her head no longer hurt. Normally it would ache until morning. She'd better sleep quickly before it hurts again. The little girl immediately asked about the source of the scent. Oh, why does your room smell so nice today? Raka was surprised. Is that so? Aisha calmly stated, yes, it feels like I've smelled this scent somewhere before. It soothes me. For a moment, the atmosphere between the two fell silent.
The little girl immediately sat up and questioned loudly, Raka, did you sleep with Maya? He turned away sharply, avoiding the issue. The next morning, a clear blue sky without a single cloud covered everything. Little birds chirped, welcoming the new day. At the Duke's mansion, in a spacious bedroom, Maya, an early riser, was calmly enjoying a delicious cup of tea. Waking up early and enjoying tea was the best. Suddenly, Rita rushed in, breathlessly announcing shocking news. My lady, Miss Aisha is missing. She was so shocked that she spat out all the tea she had just drunk. Maya wiped the liquid from the corner of her mouth. Is that so? Rita quickly recounted the situation. Yes, I noticed the young lady's room door was still open when I passed by, and there was no one inside. Internally, she was utterly distraught. How could this happen on my very first day as a governess, she thought, while outwardly trying to remain calm. Does the Duke know yet? Rita quickly replied, Not yet, madam. How could I dare tell him? Then she awkwardly informed her of something. If he finds out the young lady is missing before her etiquette lesson, he will... Maya looked doubtful. Etiquette lesson? Rita added, Yes, the young lady always disappears before her lessons. She thought this matter was quite simple. Well, I thought it was very serious. Where do you usually find her when she disappears like this? Rita replied, trembling with fear. We've never found the young lady. That's why the previous governess struggled so much.
Maya maintained a gentle smile on her lips. It seemed this cute girl caused trouble every morning. Then she stepped out onto the balcony to inquire about the boy's condition. "What about Delkine?" she asked. She cautiously recounted. "He is also looking for the young lady." Maya had no choice but to act herself. "All right, I'll go find her." However, she then saw the boy Delkine not far away. Rita also heard those words. "Excuse me? What did you just say?" she stammered. Nothing. The boy was burying something in the ground." Maya decisively turned and went back into the room. "Perhaps I shouldn't tell her that the boy is burying a small animal that looks like a chipmunk," she thought. "So let's go find Aisha now." The room door was suddenly pushed open. Seeing the young girl appear there, she was extremely surprised. "Young lady, where have you been?" Maya immediately turned to ask the girl. "Aisha, where did you go? Everyone is looking for you." The girl furiously flew in. "Maya, tell me the truth. Did you sleep with Raka?" Hearing those words, she couldn't help but be stunned. "What? No, that's absurd." Aisha angrily questioned loudly. "Don't lie." Maya slummed helplessly. "If you don't believe me, why ask?" She still tried to defend herself. "Aisha, I truly didn't sleep with him." The girl pointed directly at the embarrassed Rita behind her. "Then why is the maid reacting like that?" Maya could only force a smile. Why does she look so embarrassed? Aisha, with tears welling up, hastily demanded an answer. "Why would you do that to me?" The girl was shocked, tears streaming down her face. "You haven't even slept with me yet, so why did you sleep with Raka first?" Sarome used Raka to intimidate the girl, so it wouldn't be a problem if I reported this to the Duke, would it? Hearing that, Aisha's face fell. The girl, unhappy, loudly yelled, "Sarome, I hate you!" He coldly reminded her, "Please don't say things like that." Aisha scowled and walked away decisively. "I hate you. I really hate you, Sarome." He retorted, "My lady," and then she stormed outside, slamming the door shut. Mia could only smile at the sight. Wow, that girl is truly unruly. Even I find her annoying. Sarome silently sighed wearily. She then spoke up to comfort him. "I understand how you feel." However, Sarome stood ramrod straight, maintaining his serious demeanor. "Thank you, my lady. It seems I haven't introduced myself yet. I am Sarome Araji, assistant to Duke Aintia." Hearing this name, Mia leaned her hand against the wall, suppressing a giggle. Sarome Araji, Sarome Araji. Explanation: Sarome Araji sounds like "I hate working" in Korean. What kind of name is that? Think of something sad. No, you mustn't laugh, Mia. At this moment, in the small room, he calmly began. So now, Sarome picked up a book. "You can rest while the children are studying, or you can stay with them." She calmly agreed. "Ah, all right." Then he added a warning. "And please warn them not to leave the classroom."
Suddenly, a flash of reason crossed Sarome's mind. Her main job was simply to keep an eye on them, to prevent any problems. Mia understood clearly in her heart. "Even if I watch them, do you think I can stop those kids?" Then he smiled warmly and said to her, "But the young lady likes you very much, so I'm sure you'll do well." Mia smiled gently. "Thank you, but for some reason I feel a bit less confident. Will I be able to do well?" It was then that Sarome remembered something. "Oh, and you still don't know where their rooms are, do you?" She was a little surprised. "Oh, not yet." He then personally led Mia. "I'll show you the way, so try to remember it." The two walked along a long corridor, Sarome leading the way. They are in the West Wing, and the dining room is here too. She strode behind him. This is the way to the Duke's bedroom. He didn't notice Mia admiring her surroundings, only seriously guiding her. "That's right, we're almost there. This corridor is a shortcut."
Maya continued to trail behind Sarome. "I'd better remember that this hallway is a shortcut." He went on to explain. "The main building is typically used for hosting major events and welcoming visitors." Soon after, Sarome led her to a room. "We're here. This is the children's room." She calmly replied, "Thank you." He gently offered a polite smile. "It's nothing. I should have shown you the way earlier. I apologize for the delay." Maya happily thought to herself, "He's really sweet." She smiled, her eyes crinkling, and tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear. "It's been so long since I met such a kind person. I'm so touched." The longer I spent with Sarome, the more I realized he was a good and upright person. He was also quite handsome. The sharp click of high heels echoed on the floor, and the room door suddenly swung open. A lavishly dressed lady stepped out. It was none other than Tete. When she first saw the woman, she was extremely surprised. "Who is that?" Seeing the two people standing at the door, Tete stopped. "Who are you?" The woman clearly showed contempt on her face. "And why are you brazenly blocking my way?" He then introduced Mia to her. "Ah, it seems the lesson has just ended, Countess Tetis. This is the new governess." The woman looked at her suspiciously. "New governess?" Mia bowed her head and greeted Tetis. "It's a pleasure to meet you, madam." The woman turned sharply and left. "Ah, yes." Tetis paid no mind to her feelings, continuously uttering sarcastic remarks. "Tsk, look at her. She acts just like a lowly slave." Though angry, Mia still kept a smile on her face. What did she just say? Mia, bewildered and full of questions, pointed to herself. "Lowly? Me? Did I hear that wrong?" Sarome then spoke up to smooth things over. "Countess Tetis, it seems you are mistaken." He explained on her behalf. "She is not a slave." The woman cackled, clearly not believing him. "Is that so?"
Tetis scornfully eyed Mia from head to toe. Then can you tell me where she comes from? As soon as these words were uttered, Sarome hesitated, unsure how to answer. Seeing his expression, she guessed that Sarome clearly didn't know. Raka was the only one who knew who she really was, and she firmly confirmed the information she had. Oh dear, so the rumor must be true. Tetis raised an eyebrow and, with a contemptuous tone, revealed that she heard the Aintia family recently visited the slave market. She then added that it seemed the reason was because no one had registered to be a wet nurse. He quickly denied it, saying, "She's not from there." But Tetis still didn't believe him. Really? I'm just curious. Is she hiding her origins? Mia only had one thought, to make her leave. It would be best to quickly get rid of her. "Madam, you seem very busy. Why don't you leave now? See you next time." She opened her eyes to see Tetis looking even more disgusted with her. "Do you really think there will be a next time?" "Unfortunately, I don't think so." "I'm just kidding. Why do you look so scared?" Mia found her words amusing. Hearing the laughter, she became annoyed. Did you just mock me?" She still cheerfully replied, "My apologies. Watching you make wild guesses was so amusing that I couldn't help but laugh." Tetis grumbled irritably. "What?" Mia happily covered her mouth, laughing. "I was just kidding. I thought you liked jokes, but I guess I was wrong." Meanwhile, she was so furious that her whole body trembled.
Enraged, Tetis raised her hand, intending to slap the girl. Suddenly, the door burst open and Delkeen and Aisha stepped out of the room. "Huh? What are you doing?" Mia was surprised to see the two children appear. "Delkeen? Aisha?" The boy spoke, displeased. "Are you going to hit our sister-in-law?" The girl irritably rushed forward to criticize her. "What? You were going to hit her?" Tetis covered her mouth, forcing a laugh. "How could that be?" She immediately changed her demeanor, rushing to Mia and gently patting her arm. I was just wishing her good luck. In her heart, Mia utterly rejected Tetis, thinking, how shameless. However, the two children's attitude remained fierce. "Did you just hit her shoulder?" "Yes, clearly you did. I saw it." She stammered in defense. "No, I just—" However, a cold voice reached them. Who hit whom? Raka strode forward, his entire being exuding an oppressive aura. Mia helplessly turned to look behind her, realizing, I forgot Raka was also in the West Wing. Delkeen excitedly waved at him repeatedly. "Raka, you came at just the right time." Aisha was no less joyful. "Raka!" The two children quickly accused Tetis. "Raka, do you know she was just about to hit the nanny?" Raka unhappily cast his gaze towards her. "It sounds like she hit the nanny, didn't she?" The two children immediately chimed in. "Yes, you can't let her get away with this."
Maya tried to speak up and mediate. If this continued, he would really misunderstand, even though she was indeed very annoying. Your Grace, actually?" Suddenly, Tetis rushed towards him. "Oh dear, hello, Duke Antia." She feigned taking the blame. "I apologize for causing a commotion, but it was all just a misunderstanding." Raka replied indifferently. "Is that so?" Tetis confidently confirmed. "Of course, I've never hit anyone in my life." He casually probed. "So you mean the twins are lying?" She immediately threw out an excuse. "I did scold them during today's lesson, and it seems they're just a little angry." She was also surprised by such brazenness. Wow, how can she lie without batting an eyelid? Aisha hastily and frantically clarified. "No, that's not right. She's lying." Delkeen quickly added. "That's right, Raka. She didn't scold us at all." Tetis directly revealed a piece of information that made both children stiff. "They were late today, so I scolded them." Maya realized the two children were in a tight spot. The twins were trying to side with her, but it seems they were about to get themselves into trouble, and she couldn't just stand by and watch.
Next, she nimbly approached him and explained that Countess Tetis had tried to hit her. Maya calmly recounted everything that had just happened. "We only met by chance, but suddenly she called me a slave." The Countess frantically tried to deny it. "When did I ever say that?" Maya then turned the conversation to him. "Sarome, am I lying?" He placed a hand on his chest, bowed slightly, and replied, "Your Grace, what the nanny said is true." Tetis, flustered, tried to explain herself. "Your Grace, it's all just a misunderstanding. What happened was—" But Raka decisively cut her off. "I truly cannot listen to any more." Delkeen's entire body exuded a dark aura, and he smirked slyly. "Raka, why don't we just eliminate her?" Hearing this, Raka seemed quite interested. "To what end?" The Countess listened in terror as the boy presented his reasons. "She's caused enough trouble. She insulted our sister-in-law and even tried to falsely accuse you and Aisha of lying." Raka nodded in agreement with this idea. "That sounds about right. Essentially, she has disrespected the Aintia family, so her guilt is quite clear." Maya was astonished, unable to believe it. "Wait, really?" Aisha excitedly offered a suggestion. "Let's turn her into dust. Then we won't have to go to school anymore, right?" Maya felt helpless seeing the little girl join in. "Aisha, you too?" Suddenly, Maya cried out. Raka's gaze became serious. She immediately grabbed his arm, abruptly lunging in front of Raka and loudly interjecting, "No." Maya was also stunned by her own sudden action. "I didn't mean to touch him. Will he scold me?" Then she flinched and lowered her face, but she couldn't let go. Who knew what he would do? "You must not destroy her." He was dazed by Mia's unusual actions. "Why not?" Mia slowly replied. I don't want to see someone turned into dust right before my eyes. Raka immediately changed his approach. So how about turning her into dust? She frowned awkwardly. It's the same thing. He switched to another method. Then shall I melt her? Mia couldn't accept it. That's even worse. Suddenly, Raka flashed a sly smile. Then let's blow her up. She couldn't possibly agree. At this rate, he could write a whole book titled 100 Ways to Destroy a Person. No, by no means are you to destroy her. At this point, he had completely lost his composure. But harming someone by my side is unacceptable, especially her. Mia froze, her face tinged with a slight blush. She was too shy to face Raka. Why does it feel like the more I touch him, the more violent he becomes? How do you plan to cover this up? He gently reassured her. Don't worry, everything will be fine. However, Mia couldn't hide her worry. Raka, how can I not worry? He suddenly paused. I beg you, it's all for your benefit, Your Grace. Raka was silent for a moment before replying. Is it for my benefit? She quickly confirmed. Yes, of course. He gently caressed Mia's face. You are truly kind and warm. Raka also understood that her stopping him was right. It seemed he was a bit slow to understand. She told him not to destroy her for his own benefit. Maya happily patted him. Yes. Raka happily smiled brightly. If that's what you want, then I guess I have no other choice. All right, I won't destroy her anymore. She was captivated by his smile. Look at that $1 million smile. Please promise he won't go back on your word. Raka replied, I promise. As soon as Maya released his arm, Raka returned to his normal state. He looked at his hands in confusion. She observed Raka's condition, bewildered, not knowing how he would react now. A sound from behind drew Maya's attention. Huh? Delkine covered Aisha's mouth, asking with a forced smile. Sister-in-law, are you done talking with Raka? Maya immediately confirmed. Yes, no wonder Aisha was so quiet. The girl, just freed, immediately yelled loudly, What the hell are you doing, Raka? I told you to kill her. He coldly reminded her, Let's go eat, Sarome. Take care of the rest. He acknowledged the order. Yes, Your Grace. Aisha was displeased. Brother, no, kill her now. Meanwhile, she was sweating profusely, nearly. A while later, everyone arrived at the dining room, where fresh juice glasses were already placed on the table. Next to them were various luxurious dishes, beautifully arranged and sparkling. Raka sat at the head, with Delkine and Aisha on his left and Maya on his right. She was captivated by these delicacies, and she was more excited than anyone else. Seeing Maya drooling, he said with disgust, You're drooling. She quickly wiped her mouth. Oh, I didn't even notice. The boy calmly enjoyed his meal. Aisha, are you only eating meat again? Before you ate your sister-in-law's delicious potato dish so well. The girl, irritable and displeased with the food. But this tastes completely different. All these things taste like vegetables. I hate how the vegetable taste has permeated the meat. Delkine offered a plate of rice. Here, take this. Try this dish. It's cooked with the same ingredients as Maya's last time. Aisha hesitated slightly. Same ingredients? Among the other exquisite dishes, the girl decided to try the plate of food, but Aisha angrily spat it out. Ugh, it's absolutely disgusting. I hate this dish. It looks horrible, too. I don't want to see this thing.
Seeing that, Maya frantically reminded the girl, Aisha, if you spit out food, please spit it into a napkin. The girl grumbled indignantly. How am I supposed to keep it in my mouth while looking for a napkin? She could only force a smile. But how will others feel? They don't like seeing you spit it out. Aisha suddenly stood up and slammed her hand on the table. So you don't like me? The girl angrily glared. You mean you don't want to sleep with me because you don't like me anymore, right? A dark aura enveloped Raka, who spoke sternly. Aisha, what are you talking about? Aisha casually brought up Maya's promise to make a point. Oh, you don't know about this, do you? Raka, Maya said she would sleep with me. Raka looked at her doubtfully. Really? Maya's hands clenched until they trembled, and she cursed inwardly. What do you think?
Maya avoided his gaze, but it was better for her to side with Aisha for her future benefit. That's right. Somehow she ended up promising her that. A cold aura continuously emanated from him. Somehow Maya still avoided Raka's scrutinizing eyes. That's what Aisha wanted. The little girl, oblivious to the situation, chimed in. That's right, Raka. Starting today, Maya will sleep with me. He smiled coldly, displeased. Starting today? Maya frantically flailed her limbs, winking to signal. Let's talk later. I'll explain everything. Raka continued to stare at her. He tilted his head, not understanding what Maya meant. Are you not feeling well? She was utterly helpless. No, Maya dejectedly stated. I'm fine. Raka rang the bell for a maid. Bring medicine for eye twitching. She respectfully complied. Yes, Your Grace. Maya anxiously exclaimed. I said I'm fine. He still didn't understand her signal. What do you mean? You look like you're having a serious problem. She immediately stood up abruptly. Who would wink just because their eye is twitching? Only then did Maya notice 3 pairs of eyes staring at her. The children are watching. I mean, her mood completely collapsed and she sat back down on the chair. Yes, I must be too tired. My eye really is twitching. Raka was quite pleased with her behavior. I knew my eyes were accurate. Delkine obediently asked Mia about her health. Wait, are you tired, sister-in-law? She complied with the boy's words.
Yes, just a little tired. I'll probably be fine after I eat and rest. Suddenly, Aisha's eyes widened and an idea sparked. Seeing the girl continuously dealing with the food on her plate, Mia couldn't help but be surprised. Aisha. After eating, the girl politely spat the food onto a napkin. I don't think I can eat anymore. Her gaze clearly expressed, please praise me. Mia then feigned surprised and exclaimed, oh my, Aisha, did you just spit it out onto a napkin? Aisha confidently replied, yes, if I don't want to see it, surely others wouldn't want to see it either, right? Oh my, Mia then joyfully praised with sparkling eyes. I can't believe you fixed that habit right after I reminded you. I don't think there's any child smarter or kinder than you, Aisha. The girl was utterly smug, tilting her nose up high. Really? You finally realize how wonderful I am. Mia continuously clapped, flattering her. At this rate, you'll be eating your vegetables very quickly. Raka and Delkine helplessly watched Aisha boast. Of course, I promise I'll show you how I eat my vegetables next time. And then he cast a cold gaze towards her. Anyway, you should take your medicine when it arrives. Mia complied. All right. Then Raka directly dismissed her promise to Aisha, and I will pretend I never heard Aisha say she would sleep with you. The girl heard these words like a clap of thunder in her ears. What? Aisha, fuming and on the verge of tears, continuously retorted, that's ridiculous. What does it have to do with you whether I sleep with her or not? He firmly asserted, no means no. Mia looked on in confusion as the two argued. The girl angrily stood up abruptly and shrieked, but you already slept with her. Mia flinched in fear. Aisha continuously muttered a phrase, slept with her, with her. These words pierced Mia's eardrums like an arrow. Why do I feel embarrassed for him?
Raka awkwardly choked on a mouthful of water. Who said that? The little girl vehemently argued. You didn't tell me, so I went and asked myself. At the lavish dining table, the two continued to bicker incessantly, but the answer remained no. Aisha was extremely annoyed. Why? Why not? Raka then found an excuse. Because she is your nanny. Sleeping with you would be extra work. The little girl adamantly refused. No, she sleeps with me because she wants to. He calmly wiped the corner of his mouth with a napkin. She surely gave in to your stubborn nagging. Don't misunderstand. And make sure you respect your nanny's privacy. Aisha teared up and cried indignantly, tears dripping down. Hearing the little girl's indignant sobs, Mia grew even more worried. It seems the situation is getting out of hand. A moment later, as Raka left the dining room, she called out, Duke! Mia panted as she chased after him. Duke, where are you going? Raka stopped and turned sharply to answer. What? I'm on my way to the study. She reproached him, displeased. Why aren't you going to comfort Aisha? He calmly explained his behavior. I can't do that every time she pounces.
Maya continued to scold him, but you're too heartless. Raka's face darkened. He then spoke about his condition from the previous night. I couldn't sleep last night either. She was quite surprised. What? You couldn't sleep? Raka felt a headache, his face clearly showing exhaustion. Yes, without her, I can't sleep. He also recounted the situation at that time. After I fainted, I didn't get any sleep at all. Maya's eyes widened in confusion. What? How did this happen? At this, Raka felt silent, his gaze becoming gloomy. My sleep has always been affected by dark magic. You must have realized this thanks to Aisha. But the Aintia family uses dark magic, and the price we pay is hearing the sounds of death when we close our eyes. Previously, mages who used this type of magic were all ostracized by the Empire, which banned all forms of dark magic. However, there is a special curse considered taboo. If that curse is unleashed, the user will begin to hear the sounds of death.
Raka was tired of hearing those terrifying screams. It was only then that Mia understood the reason for everything, meaning Raka had used that forbidden curse. So that was why he was looking for the Shakir flower. However, with her behavior today, Aisha was trying to take possession of her. He seriously analyzed the current situation. So how can I say anything pleasant to the girl? If the girl gets her way, I'll have to endure 2 more days. Mia replied distractedly. I understand. So that's why he behaved that way. It's understandable. At this moment, her eyes suddenly noticed something. Ah, that's right. I just remembered. The more contact there is, the more the power increases, right? In the luxurious mansion, she gently asked, Duke, are you busy right now? Raka was quite curious about this question. Why do you ask? Mia confidently offered, I will help you sleep. He fell silent, thinking for a long time. Then Raka spoke in a doubtful tone. Are you possessed by something? She playfully twirled a lock of her hair, since the twins didn't have any lessons today anyway. He blushed shyly as he listened to Mia say, I didn't know that you couldn't sleep, or that the power still works even with a little contact.
Mia tried to persuade Raka. You must be very tired because I left yesterday, which is why I'm asking if you have time now, even as she confidently surmised, but I guess you must be very busy, in which case I can come tonight. He turned to leave. Let's go. Mia panicked and quickly followed. Hey, wait! He kept urging. Hurry up. However, Raka's face and ears were slowly flushing red. As you said, he muttered, I feel like I'm about to die from exhaustion. The door clicked open, and light from the hallway spilled into the room. The sight of the dark, cold bedroom met her eyes. Mia looked around the room. The blackout curtains make it too dark. Do you usually keep the curtains drawn like this? He calmly replied,
Yes, I can only sleep well when the room is dark, so it helps me feel less tired. She directly voiced her concern. Don't you feel claustrophobic? Raka slowly took off his outer jacket. Of course not. I don't like light. Mia also noticed there were no flowers in the room. I thought you usually slept well with Shakir flowers. He draped his jacket over a nearby chair. They're not easy to come by, so I don't use them every night. I only use them for 2 to 3 days. She was astonished that he had managed to last this long. How has he survived until now? Unbelievable.
Maya's mind kept wandering. So in the novel, did Raka do all those crazy things because he couldn't sleep? Seeing her standing idly in a corner, he promptly reminded her. How much longer do you plan to stand there? Raka comfortably plopped down onto the soft bed. Are you talking to the curtains or something? Maya grabbed the swivel chair and turned it around. Is it okay if I sit on the chair instead of the bed? He looked a bit doubtful. You can sleep on a chair? After hearing that, Maya felt the pressure building up and her whole body trembled uncontrollably. What? Of course not. Raka commanded. Lie down. He slightly tilted his head and said seriously, lie on the bed. Mia burst out laughing to hide her embarrassment. Lie down, I won't be sleeping, so it's fine. She resolutely sat straight down on the chair. I'll just sit on the chair. Raka was displeased by this action. Are you just going to watch me sleep? Mia nodded quickly to confirm. Yes, I've slept a lot already. He made a direct decision. Then tonight I will call for you. She was surprised. What? Why? Raka frankly gave the reason. I can't sleep when someone is watching. Mia secretly thought to herself, this isn't what I expected. In this bedroom, she helplessly asked directly, wait, so you want me to lie on the bed and sleep with you? He answered indifferently, yes, after all, from now on we have to sleep together anyway. However, this made Mia quite awkward. Yes, but I came here to help you sleep, not to sleep with you. She frowned, racking her brain for a solution, her eyes becoming serious. Wait, if I sleep with him now, then perhaps he won't call for me tonight. Mia moved away from him, running to the curtain that blocked the sunlight. All right, let's sleep together now. Seeing her still peeking out from there, Raka spoke up. It's very hard to believe your words when you're hiding behind the curtain like that. Then Maya flung open the curtains, letting the warm sunlight illuminate the room. I must have been overly worried, she thought. She couldn't help herself. I just, opened the curtains and took a breath of fresh air. Dazzled by the light, he quickly raised a hand to shield his face. Next, Raka turned and walked away. When you're done, get into bed. Watching him leave, she felt confused. Where are you going, Duke? He walked straight ahead. I'm going to change. Maya understood. Ah, all right, hurry up then. She sat back on the bed, lost in thought. I'll naturally close the window when Raka comes back, and hearing a rustling sound, she fearfully and tremblingly turned her head to look. What was that sound? Ah! Seeing him shed the last shirt on his body, Maya blushed with embarrassment. Was that the sound of him unbuttoning his shirt? Her face suddenly flushed crimson. Even though she covered her face, her eyes remained fixed on Raka. I don't see anything, nothing at all. He also felt her gaze and looked back. What are you staring at? Maya vaguely replied. A swarm of butterflies. Raka was skeptical. Butterflies? She awkwardly and quickly changed the subject. I mean, a butterfly just flew past the window. By the way, it seems you train a lot, huh? He calmly continued, stating, yes, if you include the sword fighting exercises I practice every afternoon. Maya secretly glanced at the firm muscles on his body. I see. The moment the words ceased, silence descended upon the room. After putting on his nightshirt, Raka strode towards her. So, how much longer do you plan to stare? Maya looked bewildered. What? He pointed at himself, a smirk playing on his lips. If you want to stare, I won't stop you, but you'll have to take responsibility for what you've seen, all right? He had her cornered, and she flinched in embarrassment. I wasn't trying to look. At this moment, a faint blush spread across Maya's cheeks. That was the most muscular physique I'd ever seen. Seeing her still dazed, he asked curiously, why are you covering your face like that? Then Maya slowly got up from the comfortable bed. She then opened the window, allowing a cool breeze to waft into the room. Isn't it a bit hot in here? My face is all flushed. I absolutely cannot say that I was staring blankly at his back muscles. Raka casually walked over to Maya. All right, get some fresh air and then go to sleep. She couldn't help but be confused. Huh? He calmly approached. Do you have anything else to say? Maya opened the large window. No, I had anticipated this, but it's really hard to understand what kind of person he is. The cool breeze played with the tree branches before rushing towards the open window. She happily breathed in the fresh air, enjoying the cool breeze that swept in. The cool breeze is really pleasant. Raka merely leaned against the doorway, not stepping out completely. How interesting. He sighed uncomfortably about his condition. When she closed her eyes, she looked very comfortable. I can't remember the last time I felt this comfortable, because I'm always under pressure to try and sleep. Hearing that, Maya felt awkward. I never expected to learn this side of Raka. How should I respond? Then he quickly returned to the room. I was just rambling. Come here and lie down. She reached out, wanting to stop him. Wait. Maya placed a hand on the chest, trying to calm herself. Yes, I have the power to soothe him. Aisha said that even just touching my finger had an effect, so perhaps it's the same for Raka. She held out her pinky finger, asking, would you like to hold it like this? Raka irritably retorted, your hand? Mia replied confidently, just the finger.
Mia awkwardly tried to explain. You said you couldn't remember the last time you felt comfortable. He looked utterly confused. She quickly elaborated. Seizing the opportunity to feel that way again isn't a bad idea. Rocco was a bit speechless. Mia nervously awaited his answer. Should I not have joked like that? Rocco calmly chuckled. Yes, I should have realized. She asked, bewildered, her eyes wide. Why? Then he held out his hand. Your hand is too small. Mia was stunned. My hand? Rocco reached out, wanting to touch her hand. Yes, Mia understood. His hand is too big. It would probably be a bit difficult if he only held my pinky finger. She awkwardly followed Rocco's every move. Oh. Mia let him lie comfortably on the bed. Rocco, lie down like this.
She gently touched his hand with her little finger, asking, if I touch you like this, and with that Mia transferred a bit of blessed power into his body, would that be all right? Rocco's mind began to drift into a hazy state, and he let out a soft sigh. Now close your eyes, she said. Rocco complied with her words and closed his eyes tightly. His brows gradually relaxed, and his whole body became light. Outside, the wind and sunlight vied with each other to filter into the room. Mia sensed that Rocco's spirit had changed. He had calmed down. How do you feel? She asked. Rocco seemed to be immersed in the refreshing embrace of nature. So this is what it feels like to close one's eyes and relax under the sun, he thought. He happily turned to talk to her. It's all thanks to you. I didn't think I would ever feel this way again. Mia calmly observed Rocco's demeanor, surprised that he could make such an expression. She softly murmured a comforting promise. From now on, I will help you experience this feeling. He quickly caught the key point. From now on, he echoed. Mia was startled and didn't know how to answer. She had been so immersed in the moment that she had blurted it out. At that moment, she also noticed the contract on the table. What excuse should she make? Had she misspoken? Or should she tell him she was talking to herself? Ah, right, the contract. Seeing Rocco's scowling face, she immediately presented her reason. Yes, what I mean is that I will abide by the terms of the contract, she stammered. Now I'm going to close the window.
The window, which had only just been opened, was closed again. Then Mia reached out to unhook the curtain tie back, and a rustle sounded. She slowly drew the curtain to block out the sunlight. Get a grip. Getting involved with a character from a novel will never lead to anything good. Even a dark magic user like Rocco was ensnared by it. When I touched him, he seemed like a gentle lamb. But Rocco is the villain. He is the most wicked villain, killing people without batting an eye. In the original story, he witnessed the novel's male and female protagonists come together, and his handsome and charming appearance was simply bestowed upon him because he was the supporting male lead. I cannot be fooled by his appearance. Mia slowly closed the curtains, telling herself, never. She kept reminding herself, her face showing a calm expression. The two curtains closed, cutting off the light entering the room. I must never fall for him. The room returned to its original gloomy state. Was it all right for me to touch you just now? Rocco calmly replied. I've managed to control myself. Mia then suggested, then I'll do it again this time.
Then she also lay down on the bed, lightly touching her pinky finger to his hand. Rocco, taking the cue, closed his eyes tightly. Maya kept staring at him. Rocco felt her gaze, wondering, when will she close her eyes? Maya startled and immediately turned her face away. How did you know? He opened his eyes, his tone clearly cold. You keep staring at me. Helplessly, she complied with his wish. I'm about to close them now. The power of the blessing flowed in, and Rocco's eyes became hazy. I'll only believe it when you truly close them. Maya calmly stated, they're closed now. He was very satisfied. Good. At this moment, his languid eyes slowly closed. Finally, Rocco closed his eyes, his body completely relaxed.
She too had fallen into a daze. He was asleep. He was asleep. When should she wake him up? Maya, tired, slowly closed her eyes and drifted off to sleep. Actually, she was a bit tired herself. Suddenly, a voice rang out, Maya. She vaguely opened her eyes to see. Was it a dream? Rocco suddenly squeezed her shoulder hard. Maya. As soon as she woke up, she saw his gloomy appearance and sinister smile. Maya, are you awake? She was confused, not understanding why Rocco was in such an unstable state. Did she interact with Rocco more while sleeping? She really shouldn't have slept. Yes, Your Grace, I'm awake, so please move away. He directly interrupted her. Rocco. He was still dazed and smirked. Call my name. Maya, however, only paid attention to his eye color. Do villains always have purple eyes? It was then that she panicked, realizing the current situation. Rocco, please get off me. He held her shoulders tightly. What if I don't want to get off? Maya replied frankly. You'll regret it later. He firmly retorted. No, I won't. But she disagreed. Of course, you're only saying that because you're in this state, Your Grace. I mean, Rocco. His face darkened, and a dark aura continuously emanating from him. Whether it's now or later, it's still me. Maya awkwardly wanted him to sober up. Yes, that's certainly true. But I definitely understand the future, Rocco, better than you do. He leaned his head closer to her. You don't know. Rocco leaned in close and whispered in her ear. You don't know how much I want you, Maya. I like you so much that I could die right now.
She was embarrassed, her face gradually flushing red. Maya trembled, wanting to push him off her. Raka, if you're going to die, then die alone, you idiot.
I won't let you get any closer. The dark aura around him erupted even more fiercely. What do you intend to do to stop me? Seeing this, she couldn't help but feel afraid. Why are you so excited about that? Maya reached out and gently pressed his head. At this rate, something bad will happen. Raka turned and grabbed her hand. I'm not saying this because I have a fever, so don't worry. Maya was not at all pleased. He didn't move an inch. Her other hand gripped the pillow beneath her head. Could you please let go of my hand? He readily agreed. As you wish. Maya also stated frankly, what I want is for you to release me. But Raka refused. That is the only thing I cannot do.
She desperately burst into tears, thinking, I was foolish to think I could persuade him. Seeing her expression, he offered to get her something. Are you uncomfortable? I'll get you a new pillow. Hearing this, Maya had an idea. A pillow. Perfect. This is my chance. Do you have another one? Where is it? Raka looked to the left. Over there. She secretly made up her mind. Nothing can stop me now. I'll hit him with the pillow and run away. Maya decisively swung the pillow next to her up. I'm sorry. Thwack. The pillow hit Raka squarely in the face. She intended to. He lowered the pillow, his face gloomy. Are you trying to knock me out again? Only then did Maya realize, he's awake? Seeing Raka sit up abruptly, she anxiously asked about his condition. I couldn't persuade you. I'm sorry. He replied coldly, his face darkening. No need to apologize. If something like this happens again, just do what you just did. Maya was confused, not understanding what Raka was up to. What? He sternly instructed. However, be more careful so I don't notice. She was utterly surprised. Really? Raka replied nonchalantly. Do we have any other choice? Perhaps that's the only way for me to wake up. Only then could Maya breathe a sigh of relief. You won't go back on your word, will you? He confidently affirmed. No, I won't. She remembered something. Oh, what time is it? Raka pulled out his pocket watch to check. 7 p.m. Maya Vane asked about his arrangements. We slept longer than I thought. Will you be staying here, Duke? Raka remained seated on the edge of the bed. I have a lot of work to do, but it can wait until tomorrow. Do you want to have dinner? Maya slowly got off the bed. No, I'm fine. I'll leave now. She carefully observed his condition. Duke? Raka lay straight back down on the bed. I'm a little dizzy. Maya felt a bit awkward. Excuse me. He casually rested his head on his arm. I probably need more sleep. Lie down and help me sleep.
She was completely helpless against this. You've slept long enough. 5 to 6 hours is sufficient, Raka calmly retorted. You sleep every day, so that's enough for you, but I still need more. He even brought up the contract's terms to threaten her. The sun has just set, so it's dark now. Shouldn't you abide by the contract's conditions? Mia wearily rubbed her forehead. Yes, I should. I must. I have no choice. Raka glanced, signaling Mia to act. Don't worry anymore and lie down. Really, nothing will happen. Time passed until the sunlight filtered through the window, illuminating the entire room. She woke up and was about to step out of bed, realizing nothing had actually happened, when a voice suddenly rang out. Ah, my lady. Mia recognized whose voice it was. Rita, who walked in carrying a plate of pastries. You're awake. Wonderful. These are for you. Mia happily picked up a cookie to enjoy. Cookies? Rita giggled delightedly. Should I call them love cookies? She replied nonchalantly. Thank you. Mia savored its flavor with delight. So sweet. She then explained the origin of the cookies. Well, it's because these love cookies are specially for you, my lady. She thought to herself, love cookies, truly delicious.
Maya knew exactly where these cookies came from. Did Duke Raka bring these to me? Rita was still immersed in happiness. Yes, of course. She imagined all sorts of things, joyfully spinning around, unable to believe that Duke Raka had prepared cookies for her, while she had thought he would just live with the children for the rest of his life. If these aren't love cookies, then what are they? Maya was so shocked that she spat out all the cookies she had just eaten. She asked, bewildered, for the name of the cookies. Wait, what's the name of these cookies? Rita, not understanding, naively suggested they were chocolate cookies, asking if this was the first time she had eaten them. Maya was speechless. Did she mean these cookies were made with love, not that their name was love cookies? Outside the mansion, the sky was clear blue, with soft white clouds drifting lazily by. Sarom stood formally before Raka, letting out a soft sigh. The Duke had summoned him to the study. He hadn't seen him all of yesterday afternoon. Was something wrong? Seeing him stop writing, Sarom noticed Raka's unusual mood. He was working slower than usual. Suddenly, his mind went blank, and he softly mumbled, Maya. Sarom's voice reached him, jolting him awake. Is something wrong with the governess? Raka, annoyed, exuded an oppressive aura. Did I just say that? His mind quickly raced, and he hastily changed his words. I must have misheard. There's no way His Grace would be pondering and calling out a lady's name.
Then Raka called his name, Sarom, who still wore a smile. Wait, he didn't deny it, did he? A grim expression appeared on his face, and his eyes deepened. How do you know the name is Mia? Sarome calmly explained. You told me to investigate her before. Raka immediately used him as a punching bag to vent his anger. Did a stray dog steal your interim report? Sarome could only stand there and take it. No, didn't you yourself tell me not to prepare an interim report because you're too lazy to read it? He began to recount from when Mia was a baby, still swaddled. Mia from Libertan. There was once a prophecy that a child born with blue eyes and Libertan would be hailed as the daughter of the divine, so it seemed the cathedral took her in and raised her according to the prophecy. However, the place where she was born was impoverished. People idled on the streets. Libertan was a slum in the outskirts of the Zerdia Empire. Both serious and petty crimes were common there, so the disappearance of a child was not an uncommon occurrence.
Sarome pulled a letter from his robe. I also heard there was another prophecy after she was taken to the temple, but I've only investigated a part of it. Raka took the letter and stared at its contents. On the letter, neat, evenly spaced lines read, "My daughter will restore stability to Zerdia when her power awakens." He frowned, muttering to himself, "That's why the prophecy and the truth that she is a daughter of the gods were hidden. If this were revealed, it would expose the Emperor's weakness to all the people. In other words, this means the Emperor's divine power is unstable. If this got out, it would only cause more public unrest." Thinking of Maya in her priestess attire, standing in the warm sunlight, it all made sense. She always seemed to want to run away, as if her life was in danger. Sarome, though, posed a solution. "I've also investigated the reason for her escape, but there are no clues yet. Asking her directly would probably be faster." However, Raka's gaze suddenly froze, a sharp glint appearing in his eyes. "Ask her? You?" Sarome was quite confident he could persuade her to tell. "Yes, I think if I become friends with her, I'll be able to naturally ask about it. Coincidentally, I don't think she has a bad impression of me either." Suddenly, Raka slammed his hands on the table and stood up abruptly. "No, there's no need to waste time on that." Sarome was confused. "Excuse me?" Seeing Sarome about to object, Raka decisively took the task upon himself. "I will investigate it myself."
On this side, Delkeen pushed the door open and poked his head out of the room. "Sister-in-law, I miss you so much." The boy casually rested his head on his arm as he walked alongside Mia. "Did you rest well yesterday?" She replied with a cheerful laugh. Thank you for your concern. Do you have a history class today?" Delkeen replied casually. "Yes, but it's so boring." Mia seriously advised the boy. "But I'm sure it will be very useful later." Delkeen gave a nonchalant yawn. "I already know everything. Aisha's the one who should pay attention." Hearing this, she was very surprised. "Is Aisha not focusing in class?" The boy answered decisively. "No, she didn't even come to class today." Mia also understood that the boy had to study alone today. "Delkeen, are you studying by yourself?" The boy also revealed something. Yes, she skipped class and didn't even eat dinner. She felt utterly guilty. "The girl isn't angry with you, is she?" Delkeen was still as carefree as usual. "I don't think so," he said. "She's just venting her anger that way. When she's angry, she doesn't even bother talking to me. She'll definitely calm down soon." Remembering Aisha crying and screaming, "I hate you," Mia covered her mouth and chuckled. "Has Aisha ever argued with the Duke before?" The boy seriously recalled. Now that I think about it, it seems they never argued before you came here." She thought to herself, "So it seems they're arguing because of me. Is there any way to make her feel better?" Then Mia called out, "Delkeen." The boy looked over, bewildered. "Yes?" She leaned down and whispered to Delkeen, "Do you know what Aisha likes?" The boy quickly gave an answer. Meat?" Mia wanted to know about something else. "Something else?" Delkeen smirked slyly. "If I tell you, will you grant me a wish?" Seeing that, she recoiled in fear. So surprising. Does the boy have other motives? A wish? What is it? Then the boy happily broke into a radiant smile. "I'll tell you later." Mia could only manage an awkward, forced smile. My suspicion was unnecessary. The boy is so simple-minded. "All right, tell me." Delkeen slowly said, "Aisha likes..."
"Flowers," she exclaimed in disbelief. "Flowers!" The boy calmly stated the reason. "Yes, she likes all kinds of flowers." Imagining the little girl frolicking among colorful flower bushes, it was unbelievable that the troublemaker Aisha liked flowers. What a surprise! Delkeen quickly confirmed. "It's true, she really loves flowers." And so Maya and the boy walked along the sun-drenched corridor. Delkeen must understand the girl better than she did. "Is there anywhere I can make a bouquet?" The boy was quite excited. "Of course, come with me, I'll take you there." Witnessing the garden overflowing with colors and scents, she happily spun around among the blossoms. "I had no idea a place like this existed," she said. Delkeen explained the origin of the flower garden. She loves flowers so much that Raka gave this to her as a birthday present. She worried about entering without permission, thinking that rich people probably do everything on a completely different scale. "Are we allowed to enter and exit the garden made for her?" she asked, but the boy informed her. "No, Aisha isn't allowed in here," he said, but Delkeen also revealed a shocking piece of news. She used dark magic without permission when she wasn't even in danger. Because of that, she's being punished and isn't allowed in here. Maya wasn't surprised at all, even imagining his cold demeanor. "Oh, how cold, Raka," she thought. The boy confidently speculated. "I bet she really wants to come here right now."
She sat down, gazing at the blooming flower bushes. I think so too, she said. So which flower does she like the most? Delkine calmly replied, she likes all the flowers here. Under the deep blue sky, Maya pondered for a moment. Soon after, a vibrant bouquet of colorful flowers was created. She excitedly lifted the bouquet high. It's done! I bet she'll like this, won't she, Delkine? However, silence was Maya's only reply. She looked around. Maya was bewildered not to see the boy anywhere. Huh? Where did he go, Delkine? She panicked, shouting to the heavens. Delkine, where are you? He's not the type to just leave without telling me. Maya frantically ran all over the flower garden, but couldn't find the boy anywhere. Delkine, I should have paid more attention. It's all my fault. My fault. That's right. I need to quickly inform others. Then, as she was trembling with fear, covering her face, the boy suddenly poked his head out. Sister-in-law. Hearing the boy's voice, Maya immediately looked up. Delkine! The boy calmly replied. Yes, were you looking for something? Huh? She rushed forward and hugged Delkine tightly, her voice choked with emotion. Thank goodness, what a relief. The boy uncomfortably tried to wriggle free. I can't breathe. Maya was emotional, tears streaming down her face. Because you suddenly disappeared, I thought something had happened to you. Delkine also knew he was in the wrong. I'm sorry, I was just trying to surprise you. She was doubtful, not understanding what the boy meant. Delkine held out the freshly made flower wreath. Ta-da! Seeing the wreath, she was quite surprised. The boy, excited, smiled brightly. Yes, this is my gift for you. In this garden, overflowing with colors and fragrances, Delkine expressed his feelings. It was very difficult for me to make this. Does it look strange? I'm sorry, this is my first time making one. Mia sincerely praised. It's beautiful. She emotionally received the wreath. It's very splendid. I love it very much. Thank you. Your intention is even more beautiful than the wreath, Delkine. The boy excitedly wanted to put it on her. I'm so happy you like it. Please lower your head. I'll put it on your head. Mia complied, letting Delkine place the flower wreath on her. Like this? But the wreath was too big and slipped down to her shoulders. Huh? Mia touched the wreath, winking playfully. I see. This is a flower necklace. It looks pretty like this too, doesn't it? Definitely, because you made it so beautifully. The boy was surprised. Really? She immediately confirmed. Of course. Recalling Delkine in the original story, who killed Reina, it's unbelievable that such a child would be described as a troublemaker. Would he eventually torment Reina, the female lead? Unbelievable. Mia pondered seriously for a moment. Wait, how did his story end? I skipped all the parts about the Aintia family. The boy was curious, not understanding why she was silent. Is something wrong? Under the clear blue sky, she then suggested to Delkine. Nothing. Do you want me to make one for you? The boy was extremely excited. Really? Mia then suggested to Delkine. While we're here, let's make one for Aisha too. The boy happily agreed. Yes. She secretly sighed. Yes, just live in this moment. Later, I'm sure I'll remember what happened to the twins. On this side, standing before the closed door, Mia suddenly paused. Aisha. She knocked on the door and called out. I brought you a gift. Don't you want it? The girl was silent for a moment, then spoke. A gift? Mia pretended to turn and leave. I made a bouquet for you. Don't you want it? Ah, if you don't want it, then I guess there's no other choice. I should go. Even after she left, the door remained tightly shut, not moving an inch. A moment later, the door creaked open, and Aisha peeked out to examine. A bouquet? Suddenly, a vibrant bouquet was presented before the girl. Ta-da! Look, isn't it beautiful? Please don't be angry. Aisha was startled by this. She nervously rubbed her hands together. What do you think? Do you like it? But the little girl's choked voice rang out, and tears pattered down. Maya. Maya was a little startled. Huh? Aisha cried emotionally, sobbing. How did you know I like flowers? I'm sorry, Maya. I ignored you, but you still made this for me. She excitedly held up the finished flower wreath. Actually, I also made a wreath for you and Delkine. The little girl was extremely surprised. A wreath? Maya happily smiled, her eyes crinkling. Yes, a gorgeous wreath that will suit you perfectly. Aisha excitedly hugged the beautiful bouquet to her chest. A little while later, in the spacious, sun-drenched room, the little girl was quite delighted. Thank you, Maya. Actually, I had hoped someone would comfort me, but no one cared. Maya entered the room and sat opposite the little girl. You don't have to thank me. You must feel quite cooped up in this room, huh? Aisha agreed with this. Yes, actually, it feels like I'm trapped in this room. She paused and sprayed stiffening glue. Definitely. At this moment, Mia's eyes widened as she realized something was wrong. Wait, do I feel trapped? I think I remember what happened in that novel. In the suffocating mansion filled with the breath of dark magic, as punishment for tormenting Reina, the Aintia twins were imprisoned in the tower forever. The two children, also trapped here, could only frantically call for help through the window. I didn't know this when I read the original. I just thought it was obvious they would be punished for their wrongdoings. After all, the twins really did harass Reina. Mia's mood sank and she thought gloomily to herself. But these children aren't malicious. I'm not sure what their future outcome will be, but for now. Suddenly, Delkine anxiously shouted, Why are you making that face? Aisha was no less worried. Are you still feeling unwell? She waved her hand, covering her mouth with a bright smile. No, I'm fine. The boy still didn't believe her. Are you sure? Are you really okay? The girl exclaimed in surprise. Sister-in-law,
Mia knew herself well. She hadn't been sick in the first place.
She quickly changed the subject of the conversation. By the way, are you too hungry yet? Aisha must be starving. The little girl cheerfully agreed. Yes, I'm really hungry. Mia warmly shared something. The Duke said he's very busy today, so we'll eat by ourselves. Aisha was utterly thrilled. Yes, that's great. Just like that, the three of them noisily walked down the hallway. First, she went along with it and said, Yes, why don't you apologize first, Delkeen? Aisha is sad. Idiot is a bad word, so you should apologize. The boy felt wrongly accused, so angry that his whole body trembled. Delkeen turned away in embarrassment. All right, I'm sorry for calling you an idiot, Aisha. The little girl shyly turned her face away. For Mia's sake, I'll let it go. Mia happily clasped her hands together, tears streaming down her face. You two are so good. Aisha was excited, a little disbelieving. Really? Am I good? She smiled brightly and pointed at the little girl. Yes, and I'm in a very good mood, so I'll give each of you an excellent sticker.
The two kids looked up and stared at the person in front of them, dumbfounded and frozen in place. Maya, at this moment, awkwardly scratched her cheek, thinking to herself, Aren't excellent stickers cool? She scratched again. Hearing this, the two kids immediately asked curiously, Excellent stickers? Aisha looked up. What's that? Delkeen couldn't help but follow up skeptically. What's so great about those? Maya, hearing this, could only sigh helplessly. You don't know what those are? They're a type of sticker you receive for doing good deeds. I'll grant you a wish if you collect 10 of them. Hearing this, Aisha immediately got excited, staring at Maya expectantly as if to confirm it again. A wish? Delkeen also excitedly asked. Really? Maya waved her hand in response to the two children's eager anticipation. Of course, I'll give you anything you want. The two children immediately brightened up, their eyes sparkling. That's amazing, big sister. Keep your word. Maya raised her hand and added, From now on, I'll sign off on it until I have the stickers. Delkeen immediately agreed. Okay. Aisha, eager for fun, exclaimed, How fun! Maya thought happily to herself from behind, as she saw Aisha holding a mirror, admiring the flower wreath on her head with delight. It seems she really likes the flower wreath. The little girl suddenly smiled brightly, turned to look at Delkeen, and asked, What do you think? Is it pretty? Delkeen leaned back lazily and said helplessly, I just answered you. Aisha pouted, I want to hear it again. The boy sighed and praised his little sister. Sister-in-law made it for you, so of course it's beautiful. Hearing this, Aisha couldn't hold back her joy and laughed loudly. Really? Mia saw the warm scene before her, and the corners of her lips couldn't help but curl up in satisfaction. I should probably give her gifts more often. Just then, a knock on the door outside suddenly sounded, interrupting her thoughts. Knock, knock, click. Mia stepped out and opened the door. Rita! Seeing her, Rita happily exclaimed, Oh, my lady, you're still here. The Duke said he wants you to have dinner with him. Hearing this, Mia asked back, bewildered. Me? Eating with others would be more enjoyable, but I really don't want to see this family argue. Rita suddenly blushed and added, Furthermore, he said that by all means he wants you to dine with him every day. Mia awkwardly rubbed her head, unsure of what to do. Mia stepped inside, but Rita called out from outside, Please invite the young master and young lady as well. Mia replied tiredly, All right. Click. Wait, will Aisha eat with Raka? They're arguing.
Kids, for dinner tonight. As soon as Aisha heard that, she happily exclaimed, Mia, will you have dinner with us? Mia smiled and nodded. Yes, I suppose so. Hearing this, the little girl jumped up and down with joy. Yay, yay, this is great. This is the best day of my life. Mia let out a sigh of relief, thinking to herself, the little girl seems to be in a very good mood, so it should be fine, right? The Duke will also be eating with us. A shrill scream from Aisha echoed throughout the mansion. No, no, I'm not going. Mia awkwardly sat down and called the little girl's name. Aisha, Aisha. Aisha remained on the floor, angrily shouting, Eating with him will make today the worst day of my life. Mia racked her brain, wondering how to calm the little girl down. You can't keep eating separately. Aisha stubbornly replied, I said no. Mia still tried to offer another appealing suggestion. He's surely waiting for us. Why don't we go there first and then consider it? The little girl sat up straight, showing no intention of giving in. Just tell him I'm not eating. Mia sighed, thinking to herself, it's clear the little girl has no intention of eating with him. I'll give up trying to coax her. All right then, I'll come back later. Aisha still angrily called after her, retreating back. Remember to tell him exactly what I just said.
Raka's room door slowly opened with a click. He glanced at Mia, who was standing politely outside the door, calling, Priest? Mia quickly asked, Duke, may I speak with you? Raka leaned back, opening the door wider, then turned his head and told her, Come in. But Mia shook her head and said, No need, it won't take long. Hearing that, Raka looked puzzled. What is it? Mia immediately got to the point. Aisha said she won't eat with you. It seems she's still angry. Raka grumbled irritably. So she still hasn't reflected on her actions. Mia asked, puzzled, What? He quickly added, Tell her if she doesn't want to eat, she doesn't have to come. She'll surely come when she's hungry. Mia thought to herself, feeling awkward. Is that okay? Given Aisha's personality, I don't think she'll calmly come even if she's hungry. Raka looked at her suspiciously, wondering, How are you so sure? Mia hesitated. Well, she just made a fuss, saying she'd never eat. Hearing this, Raka's face darkened and stiffened. Is she giving you a hard time? It's best if I go and scold her. Thump, thump.
Mia panicked. No, that's not what I meant. I didn't want him to scold her. I must be going crazy. Duke, doing that will only make things worse. Well, wait, why am I holding Raka's fist?
Raka's steps slowly followed her grip, coming to a halt, and he stood still. Mia on the other side was still lost in her own tangled thoughts. I thought he was dazed and trying to get close to me, but Duke Raka, for some unknown reason, suddenly trembled all over. His teeth clenched, and he whispered, "Wait." Mia cautiously looked at him and slowly called out, "Is he losing control? Raka?" Raka loudly commanded, "Don't call me that. It feels like I'm going insane." Panting, "I once lost consciousness the moment you touched my hand." Mia quickly grasped the main point and asked, "Do you mean you're fine now?" Raka clenched his teeth and softly replied, trembling, "Certainly better than before. I think I can control myself." He suddenly swung his arm and tightly grabbed Mia's wrist. Mia leaned back, wanted to dodge, but was caught by that strong arm around her waist, unable to struggle. Right. I knew I shouldn't trust the villain. "Hey, look, Sarome's slacking off. I can't believe he's so negligent." Sarome, suddenly called by name from the other side, immediately darkened his face and exclaimed, "My lady, are you teasing me too? How frustrating, how cruel." As soon as she saw him, Mia was startled and panicked. "Where did you pop out from?" No, that's not it." Raka suddenly smiled brightly and ordered, "Sarome, stop bothering us, get lost." Hearing this, he quickly understood the situation and walked away. Understood. Mia took a deep breath and calmly thought, "I have no other choice but to use my body. Oh dear, I lost my footing."
I am sorry for stepping on you. Raka wasn't angry at all. On the contrary, he exclaimed cheerfully, "Oh my, you're a bit feisty." Seeing Raka's hateful smiling face only made Mia's blood boil even more. "Haha, I've still got another foot. I'm going to step on you." Just then, Aisha's voice suddenly rang out from somewhere. "No, I was wondering why you were taking so long. How dare you kiss Mia in front of me? Get off her right now." Thump, thump. "Raka, you are really naughty." Mia stammered in confusion, pondering. "Huh? Kiss? We really are very close." Aisha quickly ran over and struggled to pull Raka's arm, which was holding Mia tightly. "I told you to let her go." Mia seized the opportunity and cheered the girl on. "Aisha, if you can pull him off, I'll give you an excellent sticker."
Done! Not just one, but two! Hearing this, Aisha's spirits quickly lifted. "Yes, remember to keep your word." Mia nodded reassuringly. "Of course." Aisha began to raise her hand, channeling power to create a small, dark orb. She kept muttering, "2 excellent stickers." Seeing this, Mia panicked. "I didn't say you could use dark magic. You'll get scolded again. It's time. You should really pull your hand back. Pull. You can stop now, Aisha." Hearing this, she quickly retracted her power with regret. "Really? I haven't even started yet." "Boo!" Mia exclaimed loudly. "Yes, that's enough. Stop quickly." After the magic dissipated, Aisha held out an achievement sheet to Mia. "Here, give me 2 excellent stickers." Scene change. Mia helplessly watched the awkward scene, thinking to herself, "Why are we still sitting here and not having dinner? Delkeen must be waiting. Why don't you two make up?" Aisha immediately got annoyed and yelled, "No." Raka stubbornly added, "If we let this slide, she'll just develop more bad habits." Sweat poured down Mia's face, making her feel utterly helpless. "I'm going crazy."
It feels like he only spends time with the twins during meals, and every time they meet, they argue, which only drives them apart. There must be a better way. Wait, the twins have lessons tomorrow, don't they? Duke, are you free tomorrow? Hearing this, Raka glanced at Mia and casually replied, "If needed, I will make time. Why do you ask?" Mia then smiled brightly and made an appealing suggestion. "Great, why don't we go camping?" Raka repeated blankly, "Camping?" Aisha also looked at Mia puzzled. What's that?" She then explained to them, "Well, it's like going on an outing. I'll bring delicious food and we'll have fun while enjoying the beautiful scenery and flowers." As soon as she heard about playing, the little girl excitedly raised her hand. I'll go no matter what." Raka tilted his head again and remarked, "It's fine if we go, but it's just a waste of time." Before he could finish, Aisha interrupted him. "Let's just go by ourselves. Anyway, besides looking for Shakir flowers, Raka doesn't want to go out with us. It's no fun being with him, and the food in the hut is terrible." She waved her hand. "Let's just go by ourselves. I bet he won't go." Hearing this, Raka stood up irritably. He enunciated each word. "I will go camping." Raka lifted his head and then proudly said, "That's right. I've never gone out for fun. I've just been negligent." Hearing this, Mia secretly wondered, it seems he really will go. She then happily exclaimed, "Then this will be our first camping trip together. I'll pack lunch." As soon as Aisha heard this, she excitedly shouted, "Mia, make that super delicious potato dish you made last time." Raka quickly added, "I will find a location." Mia exclaimed with satisfaction, "Great."
"Let's plan the camping trip while we eat together, so we should go to the dining room." Before Maya could finish her sentence, Aisha quickly interrupted, asking loudly, "Raka, you must be very busy, aren't you? So we'll go have dinner on our own." Maya was bewildered as the girl hastily pulled her hand, immediately saying, "Aisha, wait." But Aisha showed no intention of stopping and even cheerfully slammed the door shut, saying, "Raka, you're not eating, right? Well, see you later." Slam. Outside, Maya glanced worriedly at Aisha, then whispered softly, Aisha, is it okay to leave him like that?" The girl calmly reassured her. "He doesn't eat when he's busy anyway, and since he's looking for a campsite, he definitely won't have time. Maya asked again doubtfully. Is that all? Why is choosing a location so important? Oh, all this worrying is making my stomach uneasy. A knock from outside suddenly interrupted Maya's thoughts. Knock knock. She quickly went out to open the door and was surprised to see Raka waiting outside for her. Why are you here? Raka politely asked. May I come in to talk? Maya, puzzled, hesitated, and replied, yes, but... As soon as Raka entered Maya's room, he suddenly glanced around as if searching for something. Maya, puzzled, immediately asked, is something wrong? Is there a problem? Raka took a deep breath before slowly remarking, I smell a strange scent in this room. Maya tensely asked further, what kind of scent? Raka replied with an unperturbed, handsome face, the special fragrance you usually emit. It's like the scent of shakir flowers, making me feel at ease. Maya, feeling helpless, thought to herself, that's my power. After a moment of bewilderment, Raka suddenly plopped down onto a chair and said, never mind that. I'm here because there's something we need to discuss. Maya, still puzzled, questioned him. Couldn't you have just summoned me? Raka frowned and honestly spoke his innermost thoughts. I intended to, but I thought it would be dangerous to summon you late at night. Whoosh! I said I'd find a campsite myself, and I have. A pile of camping gear immediately fell to the ground, following his magic. Thud. Raka looked up and said like an expert, from what I've gathered, people usually camp in the front yard first. It's not bad. I can enjoy the camping trip while working.
Maya stared blankly at Raka, then hesitantly asked, who said people usually camp in the front yard? He immediately held up a strangely titled book in front of her. Dad, Mom, Let's Go Camping. Raka honestly pointed at it. This book. For some reason, Maya's entire body suddenly trembled. She fearfully thought to herself, a book? What's wrong with that title? Raka looked up and repeated the book's title once more. Dad, Mom, Let's Go Camping. Maya awkwardly pointed out, isn't that a fairy tale? Raka calmly replied, I don't have many books about camping, so I'm reading this one for reference. Maya suddenly noticed the books lying haphazardly on the ground. Wait a minute. Happy Camping, Famous Camping Spots in the Empire, and Do You Want to Go Camping? What are these strange books? Is this what he's been doing all this time? Raka was completely oblivious to Maya's thoughts and continued to say, I've read all of those, and it seems the location isn't too important.
The main point is to spend time together. Raka's male lead aura made Mia confused, not knowing what to do. Oh my, he must have never been camping before. Ugh, listen, Duke, I can't believe I let someone like this be in charge of planning the camping trip. Oh my. Camping is for relaxation, but also for educational purposes. Raka understood the hidden meaning in Mia's words and asked, what do you want to teach here? Mia honestly spoke all her thoughts. Camping in the front yard is no different from taking a stroll. I think Izo would be very disappointed too. Raka pondered for a moment, then nodded. You're right. Seizing the opportunity, Mia added, yes, so I don't think we should camp in the front yard. Hearing that, Raka's eyes blazed with murderous intent as he glared at the books and growled, this book is truly trash. How dare it provide me with such useless information? Mia, startled, quickly exclaimed, oh no, that comic book wasn't drawn to provide information. Hearing that, Raka stared suspiciously at Mia. How do you know the author's purpose for this book? Is he an acquaintance of yours? Mia quickly shook her head. That's not what I meant. He didn't bother to listen to the explanation, still grumpily remarking, I don't like this author either. A terrifying thought suddenly appeared in Mia's mind. Thump, thump. He wouldn't hunt them down, would he? You must have had a very hard time figuring things out on your own, Your Grace. From now on, let's plan together. Raka irritably rubbed his head once, then asked suspiciously, do you mean we have to start all over again?
Maya quickly replied, not exactly. You understand the Diama Empire very well. Raka nodded slightly, then added, understanding geography is the most fundamental duty of a duke. Hearing that, Maya excitedly asked, is there anywhere we can observe nature or historical sites? Raka thought for a moment, then quickly replied, there's a place where we can do both. She excitedly exclaimed, okay, perhaps we should go there. Raka, with a hint of doubt, mumbled softly, really? Maya, still maintaining her initial enthusiasm, replied, yes, once we've chosen the spot, let's go to sleep, okay? Raka nodded, observing Maya, then remarked, you're right, as it seems you have experience with camping. Maya sat down on the bed, and as if remembering something, she asked, oh, by the way, where are we sleeping tonight? My bed is a bit small for both of us. Raka quickly replied, I'll sleep on the chair. Can you give me your hand? Maya, looking puzzled, repeated, my hand? All right, I wonder if tomorrow's camping trip will be fun. I'm so excited. Outside, the guards were whispering amongst themselves when that phrase was mentioned, the forest of death. They buzzed with discussion. Yes, I'm sure they're going there to camp. Huh? I can't believe His Grace would go to such a place with his nanny.
Sarome nervously paced around the room, his body trembling as he muttered to himself. The Forest of Death is the origin of dark magic and home to countless small monsters. For that reason, people usually avoid this demonic place. Are they going there to train instead of camp?
Whatever they're doing, I hope they return safely. The day of the camping trip finally arrived. Maya, carrying a fruit basket amidst the gloomy forest filled with cawing crows, asked, excuse me, where exactly are we? Raka raised an eyebrow and replied impassively, while May trembled, cautiously observing her surroundings. Where else? It's the place you wanted to go. Didn't you say this was a place to observe nature and historical sites? Maya helplessly spoke up. What history could this place possibly have? As soon as she heard that, Raka's entire body froze. This is an ancient land, the origin of the Aintia family's dark magic. Aisha suddenly spoke from behind. Maya? Delkeen also softly called out. Sister-in-law? Maya thought to herself, distressed. I'm so sorry, kids. I didn't know we'd be coming to a place like...
Kids, it seems your brother and I are a bit out of sync. But contrary to her thoughts, Aisha joyfully exclaimed with sparkling eyes, I love it so much! I didn't even know a place like this existed! Delkeen also exclaimed with delight, Sister-in-law is truly amazing! That scene only solidified Maya's thoughts. Right, you kids aren't exactly normal either. Delkeen was still immersed in joy. You're the best! Wow! Aisha, on the other hand, ran off and disappeared. Raka looked at this scene, chuckled happily, and then turned to Maya, saying, Fie, I'm very happy the children like it. It's all thanks to you. Maya smiled and suggested, not noticing a worm that had been wiggling under her foot for who knows how long, So, shall we lay out the mat here? Ah, a bug! Where's my basket? I was just holding it a moment ago. Drip, drip. Strawberry juice. Ah, it's blood! No, strawberry juice. I'm sorry, I was a bit startled, so... Where's my handkerchief? Aha, here it is. Here, use my things to wipe yourself instead. Even though he was covered in a whole basket of food, Raka didn't get angry at all. He said, it's fine, you put it back on. When we get back, I can wash the towel. I just need to wash my face. Mia awkwardly said, but at least you should wipe it off first. Come here. Raka still calmly replied, I'm fine. But Mia bowed her head and in a small, embarrassed voice burst into tears. But I'm not fine. Please give me a chance to make amends, okay? Raka sharply noticed her remorseful expression, and he let out a long, weary sigh. Ah. Raka raised the towel Mia had just given him, then gently used it to wipe the strawberry sauce from his head. Happy now? Mia observed carefully, then added a reminder. And no, you missed that spot. Oh no, even after wiping, it's still so sticky. Scrub, scrub. Just wait a moment. I'll find a place with a pond or something. It's fine. For some reason, Raka's entire body suddenly tensed up. He quickly ran off, leaving only the words, click, I'll go by myself. Duke, Mia frantically called after him. Before you go, put the basket down first. Duke, Aisha slowly approached Maya with a mysterious look and asked, Maya, do you want to see something super cool? Maya nodded excitedly and asked, yes, what is it? The little girl added with delight, I bet you'll be really surprised when you see it. Then a strange creature emerged from Aisha's palm. Ta-da! What do you think? Isn't it beautiful? Maya stumbled backward in fright, muttering to herself, what the heck is that? But Aisha was still utterly delighted, her eyes sparkling as she held the strange flower towards Maya with anticipation. Look, it's Noving too. Ah! But fear made Maya lose her mind and she swatted the flower out of the little girl's hand, yelling, ah, I hate it. Thud. Aisha, she's not gonna cry, is she? Let's go find something else together. Aisha suddenly became serious and mumbled, no, it's not dead yet. Maya heard this and asked bewildered, huh? What did you say? What's not dead? The strange creature on the ground trembled slightly and whimpered, grr, grr. The piercing shriek from the flower made Maya uncomfortable, and she yelled, ah, it's too loud. Aisha, are you okay? Aisha. Aisha suddenly looked stunned as she realized, phew, huh, you're right. This thing can't be a flower. Maya helplessly massaged her forehead. You're just realizing that now? Thump thump. Huh? The ground is shaking. Just then, Delkine's voice suddenly rang out. Everyone run! Maya recognized it instantly. Is that Delkine's voice? Delkine, where are you going? But Delkine quickly grabbed Maya's wrist and pulled her away. I said run! Run for your lives! A million question marks appeared in Maya's head. Wait, my hand! What's going on? Are you running from something? Thump, 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 thump. What's that? Grr, grr. Delkine yelled loudly at Mia from behind. Just run! Meanwhile, Raka's mind was full of images of Mia as she wiped his face, accompanied by her warm voice. Oh no, it's still so sticky even after wiping. Raka's heart immediately began to pound wildly, and he thought to himself, thump, thump, what's wrong with me? It was just a light touch. Why is my heart beating so fast? Is it Mia's power? Ugh, she's just a substitute for Hasaki. Why do I feel like such an idiot? Phew, I should go. Everyone must be waiting. I feel clear-headed again. Oh, as expected, there are many sweet fruits here. It seems she likes sweets. Should I pick some fruits? I have an empty basket anyway. I wonder if she'll like this fruit. I'm sure she'll like this one, and this one too. Ah, what am I doing? Why am I picking fruits for someone I only have a contractual relationship with? Clearly I'm still a bit dazed. Grr.
Huh? That's the sound of lependes. These trees sleep almost their entire lives. Why are they waking up now? Only Aisha would touch something like that. This is troublesome. Get up. The other lependes trees will surely wake up from the noise. Wait, Maya? She's in danger. Thump, thump, thump. Damn it. The twins can take care of themselves, but Maya... Just then, Maya's desperate cry rang out. Thump! Duke! Raka froze, bewildered. Thump! Maya and the children, tears streaming down their faces, ran out of the forest, not forgetting to shout a loud warning to him. Thump! Thump! Run! The stubborn monster relentlessly pursued them, showing no signs of letting go. Grr! Aisha, far from being scared, was instead excitedly laughing loudly. Hee hee, ha ha ha! Raka's face darkened, his hand channeling magic. He annoyedly remarked to the girl, Whoosh! You're having too much fun, aren't you? We need to deal with this quickly. And...
But before he could do anything, Maya quickly ran over, grabbed his wrist tightly and yelled, "What are you doing? We have to run!" Raka's face immediately flushed red and he froze, his mind a chaotic blank. Should I just keep running with her like this? Running with Maya like this isn't so bad. Maya sharply caught the smile on Raka's lips and she exclaimed irritably, "Is this fun? We could die." Thump, thump, thump. Raka still casually remarked, "We won't die. There's no way something like this could defeat us." Hearing this, she became furious and yelled, "Then do something." But a feeling of happiness had enveloped Raka's heart to the point of losing all reason. "Just keep running. This is good." Sweat poured down Maya's face, bewildered. "What's good about this? I'm completely out of breath." Seeing Maya's pace gradually slow, Raka finally asked with concern, "Are you tired?" Maya, panting, replied, I feel like I'm about to die. I'm very..." Hearing this, Raka's spirits immediately soared. "I can't let you die. Here, take the basket." Maya quickly hugged the food basket to herself. "Oh, okay." Raka quickly stepped in front of everyone, preparing for battle. Seeing this, Maya nervously mumbled, "No way. How could..." Raka had just let go of her hand. Wait, was he okay with holding her hand now? A surge of dark power was quickly summoned by Raka. Whoosh! The attack struck the monster directly, making it scream in pain. Boom! Maya quickly used her hands to shield her face, preventing the dust and debris from reaching her. Swoosh! Ugh. The two children, upon seeing this scene, couldn't help but widen their eyes in admiration. Wow, that's so cool! After defeating the monster, Raka retracted his magic with a handsome demeanor. Aisha's eyes sparkled with admiration as she exclaimed, "Raka, you're so cool!" Ah, Delkeen anxiously glanced at Mia and asked with concern, "Are you all right? Are you scared?" Mia shyly replied, I was just a little startled by the noise." Raka also stepped forward and asked with concern, "Are you all right, priestess?" Tears immediately welled up in the corners of Mia's eyes, even as her face nodded downwards. Seeing this, Aisha unhappily questioned, "Raka, you suddenly used dark magic and scared her." Raka, understanding the situation, exposed her. "She's only afraid of Lependus." The little girl acted as if she understood, and her words came out very naturally. "Oh, is that so? Then we should destroy them." Delkeen, being the most perceptive, quickly drew his sister's attention. "Aisha, there are many more interesting flowers over there. Let's go see them." Aisha excitedly exclaimed, "Really? Okay." Mia gradually calmed down, her heart soothing as she thought, "Perhaps I've been under too much pressure, but suddenly I feel so tired." A gust of wind swept past, and now only the two of them remained, standing opposite each other. Raka gently inquired, "Are you tired?" Mia nodded and replied softly, "Yes, a little, probably because I ran quite a bit." Raka pointed towards the food basket and offered, "Eat something from the basket and rest for a bit." Mia opened it, only to be surprised and stunned. It should be empty. Wait, what is this? Raka honestly shook his head. "I don't know their names." Mia asked in surprise, "Sir, you don't know?" Raka immediately changed the subject. "Try it. That's a rare fruit that can only be found here." But Mia was so scared that her whole body trembled and she burst into tears. "I don't want to eat a fruit whose name I don't even know, and that only grows in the origin of dark magic. Sir, are you sure this isn't poisonous?" Raka held a ripe fruit in his hand and raised it in front of Maya. Then he decisively took several bites, chewing. Seeing this, Maya immediately panicked and shouted, "Spit it out! What if it's poisonous? You're not even sure what it is." Tosses it in. "Huh? You eat anything you put in your mouth. It's good, isn't it?" Seeing this, Raka excitedly exclaimed, You really like sweets, don't you?" Maya asked, bewildered. "How do you know?" Raka cheerfully replied, "How could I not know? You ate all those cookies." Maya, with blushing cheeks, shyly explained, I only ate them all because I didn't want to waste them." Raka chuckled again, reminding her, "Don't lie, priest." Unable to retort, she pouted. Raka, sensing something, immediately turned his head and shouted, "Oh no, Aisha, Delkeen, don't touch that tree. Wait here, I'm coming to get the children." Whoosh. Maya had just nodded, and in a flash, she found herself alone. "Oh, okay." She greedily stared at the pile of sweet fruits in the small bag. Maya blushed, thinking, "So it seems I also have a taste for these things." It's strange to discover my own preferences through Raka. Clip-clop, clip-clop. After getting into the carriage, the two children immediately fell into a deep sleep from exhaustion. The two adults, however, sat silently facing each other, neither saying a word. Raka was the first to speak. "Priestess, dealing with the children all day, aren't you tired?" Mia awkwardly scratched her face and hesitantly replied, "Yes, but you helped me a lot, so I'm fine." Hearing this, Raka happily nodded. "Good." Mia tried to sound cheerful with a joke. "Why do you ask? Are you worried I'll leave from exhaustion?"
Her words immediately made Raka freeze. Leave? Unaware of his change in mood, Mia continued to tease. If I get too tired, then I probably will. Then it would be best if you... Before she could finish, Raka's gaze suddenly turned sharp, staring intently at her. He gritted his teeth and growled. No. Raka's sudden attitude made Mia flinch and tremble. He turned away abruptly, as if sulking. I'm starting to get motion sickness, so let's not talk about this anymore. Mia was bewildered and flustered by Raka's lightning-fast change in attitude. So sudden? A villain gets motion sickness too? I mean, that's what he said, so I have to believe it. I'm feeling a bit sleepy now, probably because I've been running around all day. I'll just rest my eyes for a bit. Ah, this feels so nice, like my head is resting on something very soft and comfortable. Raka's cheeks had turned red at some point, even as his eyes remained fixed on her face. All that remained around them was the sound of horse hooves clattering on the rough ground. Clip-clop.
A soft thud. Mia's gentle snoring and warm breath seeped through Raka's palm. Snore. After returning home, Mia looked at the pile of snacks, feeling tearful with blurry eyes, and thought to herself, I'm so gloomy, so tired. Tired but hungry. The camping trip was clearly my day off, so why do I have to work the next day? Today the children have a swordsmanship lesson at the training ground. Why does it always have to be outdoors? The sound of the door opening and Rita's voice suddenly rang out. My lady, why are you slumped over like that? And all the windows are closed. Mia tiredly replied in a low voice, Gloomy. I don't have the strength to get up anymore. I must have pushed myself too hard today. Rita, full of energy, walked to the 8 windows, cheerfully trying to lift Mia's spirits. Swish, but if you stay like this, it'll be so boring. I'll open the windows so you can breathe some fresh air. Swish, look, if I pull back the curtains... A loud noise along with rumbling thunder immediately rang out. Bang, crackle, whoosh, whoosh. Rita exclaimed in bewilderment. Oh my, it was just sunny a moment ago. This made Mia even more heartbroken. Boo-hoo, it seems the gods are not on my side. The gods. Suddenly, Rita's popped into her head. He said he would bring her a holy relic, so why is there still no news?
Actually, that was just a joke. Goodbye. I hope he won't come empty-handed. Rita turned her head to look at a sulking Maya and announced, there are only 2 days left until the sword fighting competition, so I guess the lesson will still take place even if it rains. As soon as she heard that, she repeated in confusion, sword fighting competition? Rita quickly nodded. Yes, it's a major event held once every 2 years. Maya confusedly rummaged through her chaotic memories. If it's such a big event, why don't I have any memories of it? Is it because Reina and Kinnis haven't met yet? To be precise, Maya's first blessing of Kinnis appeared in his past, and it was written that Maya died a year later, so the original story hasn't begun yet. I wish it would start in another 4 months. 1,500 cups multiplied by 4 is... Seeing Maya's not-so-good expression, Rita asked in confusion, my lady, are you all right? Anyway, I think you should inform the Duke how you're feeling and ask for a day off. Maya suddenly became full of energy and quickly said, I'm fine, I'm going to class now, goodbye. Outside, the rain grew heavier. Splash! Raka saw Maya approaching with an umbrella and exclaimed, You're really early. Seeing this, Aisha excitedly said, Raka, you're here too? Delkeen curiously added, What are you doing here? Raka touched his head and then honestly replied, The competition is coming soon, so I came to check on you guys. I heard there's a duel today.
Mia, upon hearing that, exclaimed in surprise, Delkeen and Aisha are having a duel? Aisha energetically replied, Yes, I will defeat Delkeen. The boy, hearing that, irritably yelled, What? Do you really think you'll win? Aisha's words and gaze were filled with killing intent. Just you wait and see. Raka tilted his head and sternly ordered, That's enough, both of you, start preparing. Mia hesitantly spoke up, It's raining, is that all right, sir? Kids, why don't you use umbrellas until the duel begins? Aisha proudly exclaimed, Oh, come on, we won't catch a cold. Delkeen quickly chimed in, That's right, don't worry, we'll get wet anyway, so it's fine. Mia still murmured worriedly, I'm still very worried. Raka suddenly whispered into Mia's ear, I'm more worried about you than the twins. Mia, hearing that, glanced at him suspiciously. Me? As soon as he finished speaking, Raka's warm hand was quickly placed on her forehead. He asked suspiciously, You don't have a fever? Mia blushed and stammered, What's wrong? He lowered his head and explained, The maid said you weren't feeling well. If you're sick, don't hide it, just tell me. Mia, startled, looked away and replied, I'm just a little sore. Raka repeated, puzzled, Sore? Mia then slowly explained, It's probably because I ran a bit too much yesterday. As soon as he heard that, he immediately understood. This won't do, you're too weak. Mia helplessly thought to herself, perhaps his family is the one with the stamina.
The 2 children suddenly spoke up, interrupting their conversation. Raka, Bachak said that he would duel. Mia frowned in confusion and repeated, Bachak? Is she talking about a cute puppy? Haha, calm down, Bachak. Haha, like the dog in A Dog of Flanders? Boom, that was Bachak. Bachak Pavlov, the fencing instructor.
Raka glanced at her, nodded, and explained, Yes, that's Chieftain Bachach Pavlov. He's the children's sword instructor. Mia's face suddenly flushed for some unknown reason. Trying to suppress a laugh, Raka tried to locate the faint chuckle he had just heard. What was that sound? Mia quickly replied, No, nothing. Hearing this, Raka quickly turned his head. All right, I'm leaving now. As if suddenly remembering something, Mia asked curiously, "Oh, by the way, aren't you using an umbrella?" Raka frowned and replied, "I think the rain will stop soon, so I didn't bring one." Mia then comfortably offered, "Well then, would you like to share my umbrella?" Raka blushed, his eyes fixed on her beautiful appearance. Then he gently nodded. "All right." In the palace, a courtier's respectful voice rang out. "Your Majesty, have you seen the list of contestants for this year's sword competition?" Kinnis rubbed her head wearily. "Not yet. There's something even more important. We no longer have the Shakir flowers, and what's worse, the daughter of the gods has also disappeared." Feeling as if she was about to go mad, where on earth could she have gone? In the palace, a courtier's voice suddenly rang out. "Your Majesty, recently we have gathered information about a woman who can make others fall into a deep sleep." Kinnis asked, bewildered. "A woman who can make others fall into a deep sleep?" The courtier quickly added the information he had gathered. "Yes, I heard that Duke Aintia also knows about this, so I don't think this is a fabrication." He fell silent, pondering something in his mind. Duke Aintia, if he personally vouches for it, then it's very hard to believe this is a fabrication.
He never got involved in meaningless matters. Could that woman be a saintess? The attendant respectfully reported, "Further investigation is needed to ascertain." Kinnis nodded, then comfortably mused, "Even so, that's still good news. Now I can focus on other matters." It seems the Aintia children are old enough to participate in the sword tournament, aren't they? The attendant quickly continued, "Yes, this is their first appearance at an official event." Kinnis heard this and chuckled, speculating, "Are they trying to win a title by winning the tournament? They can't live forever under the Duke's name." I see. Huh? Who is this? Viago glanced at the text Kinnis had just pointed to, then respectfully provided the information. "Cray Monteris. He is the eldest son of Count Monteris. Everyone says he is a strong contender in this competition, but there are rumors that he is mad." Kinnis heard this and his heart stirred with excitement. A strong contender? Why not have him face young Master Delkine in the first round of the tournament? Viago asked, bewildered. "Pardon?" Kinnis then slowly recounted. After hearing the testimonies of the injured knights at the tent, Duke Aintia and the twins came to mind. Viago hesitated, wanting to say something, but that's not certain yet. Kinnis raised the paper, cutting him off. "True, but it's not a bad idea to be cautious. I hear young Master Delkine is the only one who cannot use dark magic. I want that boy to forever remain hidden in the family's shadow."
At Raka's mansion, the training ground was battered by heavy rain. Mia and Raka stood quietly in a small doorway, watching the two children's match. The coach raised a hand, signaling, "Begin the match." Aisha quickly charged forward. "Ha!" Mia watched from a distance, unable to help but secretly exclaim, "Aisha, that girl is so strong. At this rate, Delkine will surely lose." But Delkine was no slouch either, quickly striking back at Aisha with his sword, yet Mia's thoughts remained unchanged. "Oh, never mind. Who do you think will win, Duke?" Raka observed the match and pondered. In the long run, I think Aisha will win." Mia, looking puzzled, asked further, "What about in the short term?" Raka honestly replied, "I'm not sure. Both of them are terrible." Very honest about the children's skills. They were just wasting time. The fight had started to become contentious. Aisha irritably yelled, "Don't you dare cheat!" Delkine annoyedly retorted, "What are you talking about? Focus!" The girl annoyedly argued back, "I'm doing great." The boy urged, "Then come on!"
The competitive fire ignited in both children, fueled by the same thought. This was an opportunity to impress Maya, their sister-in-law, who was watching. From afar, Maya didn't understand what was happening and could only force a smile, while Aisha's verbal taunts continued to be very effective. "If you swing your sword like that, you'll fall. I'm sure I'll." But Delkine raised his leg and exploited her opening. "Gotcha!" Aisha gasped, lost her balance, and fell in shock. The sword in Delkine's hand was pressed close to Aisha's neck. The coach's voice immediately rang out, along with the boy's triumphant smile. "Young Master Delkine wins!" Aisha grumbled irritably. "I only lost because it was raining. I'll beat you in the fencing competition." Delkine cheerfully replied, "So what? Even if you win the competition, sister-in-law won't know. She's not coming." Those words immediately plunged Maya's spirits. "What? Maya, really?" Maya shyly bowed her head and replied, "Yes, Aisha, I probably can't make it." Aisha then looked at Raka in frustration and asked, "Raka, can't she come with us? Please, that's my wish." But he just looked at the girl seriously and replied, "No." Aisha still couldn't accept the reality. "Why not? Why can't she?" Raka coldly explained, "That's not part of the plan."
Hearing this, Aisha immediately yelled angrily, "What kind of excuse is that?" Maya looked at the girl helplessly, thinking to herself, "It's obvious that Emperor Kinnis will appear at a major event like the sword competition. If he sees me in public like that, I'll definitely be arrested." Aisha continued to whine and cling to Maya. "Maya, don't you want to go?" She gently replied to the girl, "Yes, but I'm sorry. I'll cheer for you from afar." Aisha then irritably yelled, "Maya, I hate you." Upon returning to the mansion, Aisha stormed off in a huff. Maya walked down the corridor dejectedly, thinking to herself, "Aisha seems very angry. They said the competition is in 2 days, right? So they'll definitely be practicing tomorrow too. Oh, that's right.
Should I make some juice to cheer the kids on?
In the kitchen, the chef excitedly exclaimed, "Haha, this is great!" Maya politely inquired, "What do you think?" The chef glanced at the jar of ingredients and exclaimed with delight, "Is this what you made on the camping trip? It's absolutely delicious." Maya hesitantly asked, "Do you think Aisha will like this juice?" Actually, things didn't go as planned that day, so she didn't get to. Yes, everything was terrible. Hearing this, the chef became excited and replied, "Of course! The carrot flavor is only subtle and the apple flavor is very rich, so I'm sure the young lady will like it. This is truly wonderful." Hearing this, Maya gave a shy chuckle. "Haha, hee, thank you." Just then, Raka suddenly leaned against the door and walked in, asking, "What are you all doing?" "The maid told me to come to the kitchen, so I wondered what was happening here. Look at that excited expression she's never shown me before." As soon as Maya saw him, she awkwardly spoke up, "Duke, what are you doing here?" The surrounding staff also looked bewildered. "Duke, Duke, why have you come here?" Raka didn't answer a single question, but walked straight towards Maya. She looked at him and slowly explained, "I'm making vegetable juice to give to Aisha tomorrow." Raka immediately questioned in a serious tone, "Why are you doing that?" Maya quickly explained, "I asked them to let me do it myself. No one is at fault." Raka was silent, his mind in turmoil, thinking to himself, is she the type of person who puts effort into everything? She can't be doing this just because she genuinely cares about Aisha. Everyone wants to stay away from the twins. You really don't need to take care of the child to this extent. Your job is just a nanny. Mia smiled shyly and said, "Yes, but Aisha looked very sad all day today, so I wanted to do this, even though it's not my job." Raka's body suddenly trembled. "What do you mean?" Mia immediately nodded without hesitation. "Yes." Mia thought to herself, why is he suddenly so quiet? Never mind, I'd better sneak out of the kitchen before he kicks me out. I've misplaced a bottle of juice. The chef quickly handed it to Mia. "Here you go, miss. There's too much stuff on the table, so I left it over there." She politely smiled and replied, "Oh my, thank you, chef." "I don't have anything special for you. Would you like some of the leftover juice?" The chef happily said, "That would be great." Mia shyly waved her hand. "No, it's nothing." Just then, Raka suddenly reached out and snatched the juice bottle. "I'll take it." He immediately took a big gulp, gulping it down. Raka exclaimed with satisfaction, "Not bad." Mia, on her side, was bewildered, thinking to herself, "I was going to give that to the chef." Raka suddenly snapped at the servants. "Don't you people have anything else to do?" They quickly bowed their heads in apology. Yes, we apologize." Mia was puzzled, thinking, "I don't know why, but he seems very angry and a bit gruff. Maybe he'd feel better if he had something sweet. Would you like some? It's okay if I don't drink it. I put honey in it, so it's very sweet. If you drink it, you'll definitely feel better." Raka's face darkened with annoyance, thinking to himself, "What did I just do? I must be crazy. Get this thing out of my sight." Mia looked bewildered and asked, "What?"
Raka's gaze suddenly turned terrifying. He growled, "Get this thing out of my sight. I'm leaving now." Maya wondered blankly to herself as Raka's back disappeared into the distance. Was it really that bad? The servants behind them, however, were excitedly shouting, "Oh my God, the Duke usually has no interest in women. Oh my God, it seems the Duke's icy heart is starting to melt." The day of the fencing competition. Maya, tired, was completely shrouded amidst the noisy, shouting, cheering crowd. Still being dragged along in the end, she wearily muttered to herself, who knew Delkeen would wish for me to come to the sword competition too? I thought the boy had forgotten the wish he was saving for later, but as expected, I shouldn't underestimate the Aintia family. "Delkeen, could you please wish for something else? I really can't go." At that, Delkeen flashed a mischievous smile and repeated her own words to them. Who was it that said keeping one's word is very important? I'm very disappointed. Aisha also took the opportunity to poke her head out and chime in. What? Maya isn't keeping her promise? Then I won't go to class. Maya was stunned, lost in thought, while the two children looked extremely pleased with themselves. I really can't go. If I get caught, I'll eventually have to return to the cathedral. And then, Raka, sitting next to her with his arms crossed, subtly glanced at her and advised, "From now on, don't promise anything to the twins." Maya suddenly spoke up firmly. "No way." "Huh?" On second thought, there are more people with blonde hair and blue eyes here than I expected. What a relief. If that's the case, I don't think I'll be discovered. Tss. Raka sternly warned Maya, "Don't even think about taking off your cloak." She was so upset she almost burst into tears. "I wasn't going to take it off." Tss. Raka casually scoffed again. "Oh, please. You're so careless that it's obvious to me you were about to take it off." Maya, having been called out, could only pout and couldn't argue back. Do you think I'm a child or something? I don't want to be discovered or dragged to the cathedral." He suddenly went silent like that. Did I say something wrong? After a moment of silence, Raka suddenly spoke up. "Do you know what? I have something I want to ask you. Why did you run away from the cathedral?" Maya fell silent, her mind sinking into chaotic thoughts. In the original story, it was revealed after the second blessing that the act of blessing would erode Maya's lifespan, even if Raka kept it a secret. How could I tell him? Seeing Maya silent, Raka called out loudly, "Priest!" She suddenly became sullen and answered him in a low voice. Just then, an announcement from a royal attendant suddenly rang out, startling Maya with fear.
His Majesty is here. The crowd immediately buzzed with excitement and noise, everyone wanting to get to the front to clearly see Kenneth's face. Move aside, I can't see because of you. Hey, this is my first time seeing His Majesty too. Maya also quickly fled from the awkward atmosphere from earlier. Oh, it looks like the competition is about to start, just in time. The crowd continued to be noisy, vying for a spot. Hey, don't push. I'm not pushing. Why don't you stop pushing first? Despite her best efforts, Maya couldn't see anything because the tall people had pushed their way to the front. I can't see anything clearly. Haha, I hope they don't take their anger out on me. The two men continued to argue fiercely. You pushed first. It's your fault. Look who's talking. Just then, Raka suddenly walked over and extended his hand in front of Maya. Here.
Hold my hand. She saw that and shyly refused, but was then knocked over by an argument between two people in front of her. No need. Thud. Luckily, Raka managed to firmly grasp Maya's hand just as she lost her balance. Maya stammered, Thank you. Raka, however, turned completely cold, his face darkening. He growled irritably. Those guys really want to die. As soon as Maya sensed the unfriendly, murderous aura, she quickly pulled Raka away to another direction. Dangerous! Look over there! I can clearly see His Majesty. I'm truly a daughter of the Divine now. Today, I stopped the villain from killing innocent people again. Oh, Divine, I've saved another person. There he is. That's the male lead's pose. Wow, so cool. Even from this far, I can tell he's handsome. Why are you looking at me like that? Raka asked Maya, bewildered. Aren't you trying to avoid the Emperor? Maya was mesmerized by the beauty. She nodded slightly and then wondered. Huh? That's right. Why do you ask? For some reason, Raka angrily turned his head away and muttered softly. Never mind. Aisha on the other side was also shouting excitedly, while Dayon stared tensely at the sword. It seems it's about to begin.
The boy suddenly spoke up. Aisha, lend me your sword for a moment. Seeing this, Aisha asked curiously, what's wrong? Delkine quickly explained and urged her, I want to check something, just for a moment. Aisha obediently handed her sword to the boy. All right, here you go. Delkine then realized something strange with a start. As expected, Aisha's sword was fine. Placing them side by side, it became clear that his own sword was heavier at the connection point. Whoa, it seems my sword is faulty. Hearing this, Aisha was surprised and quickly urged Delkine, What? Don't get another sword right away. The boy quickly got up from his seat and said, All right, I'm going. Delkine walked slowly across the arena with a very gloomy mood, thinking to himself, I can't believe they gave me a faulty sword for the fencing competition. Something feels off. Does something like this happen often? Upon reaching the sword armory, another strange thing happened. There were no spare swords left. We don't have any spares left, so I'm afraid we can't give you another sword. I apologize. Delkine became even more convinced of his suspicion. Something is definitely going on. Kinnis, on his throne, asked his attendant beside him with great amusement, Has young Master Delkine realized his sword is faulty? Viego bowed respectfully and replied to him, Yes, but he said he would not withdraw and would continue to compete. Kinnis remarked cheerfully, Interesting. The boy seems very confident, but Viego only shook his head, looking uncertain. I'm not sure. Even if the young master is skilled, do you think he can defeat the eldest son of Count Monteris?
Kinnis tilted his head, recalling to himself, I still remember the first time I met the twins. That was when I came to the mansion to assess the situation, after receiving news that the former Duke and Duchess Antia had gone missing. I still remember their terrifying purple eyes. They shone, looking at me as if they were much older than their actual age. I mean, there was no indication that such children would grow up to be weak. Young Master Gray must be very skilled. Viego couldn't hear his quiet words and asked, bewildered, Pardon? Kinnis quickly returned to his usual demeanor. He asked curiously, Nothing. By the way, where is Duke Antia? I was informed that the Duke's carriage isn't here.
Hearing this, Kinnis felt a pang of suspicion. His carriage wasn't here, which was strange. He truly loved his siblings, so there was no reason for him not to come. Where was he after all? Lady Aisha. The girl was waving at someone. I see. Yes, he was hiding for a reason. Who could that be? Who would accompany Duke Aintia to an event like this? Viego, find out who is sitting next to the Duke. On the other side of the stands, Maya closed her eyes in pure happiness. She exclaimed proudly, Did you see that, sir? Lady Aisha defeated her opponent in the blink of an eye. But Raka coldly poured a bucket of cold water on her enthusiasm. Her opponent was weak. It wasn't that impressive. Hearing this, Maya quickly became annoyed and rushed to defend the girl. Yes, you must praise her when she comes back. He still indifferently retorted, Is this something worthy of praise? Maya quickly raised her voice, asserting confidently, Of course, perhaps I finally understand why Aisha loves being praised so much. She then gave Raka a long back-and-forth quiz to practice praising children. Did Aisha do poorly in the competition? No. Did she win or lose? Win. See, she did very well, so you must praise her. Raka suddenly froze, then blushed at Maya's charming appearance without saying a word. He suddenly became aware of his actions and coldly turned his head away, leaving Maya confused. So confused, why isn't he saying anything? Delkine had started walking out to the arena. Who? Maya immediately jumped up excitedly. Oh, it's starting. Who? Here comes Delkine.
The referee's whistle echoed throughout the stands, accompanied by enthusiastic cheers from the audience. Yeah, let the competition begin. Delkine gripped his sword tightly, nervously glancing at his opponent. He suddenly let out a loud shout with extreme determination. Ah! The clash of swords began to grow louder and louder. Mia, watching from below, was also incredibly excited and shouted loudly, "Yeah, that's right, you're doing great, Delkine." Huh? Am I imagining things? Or is Delkine's sword twisting? Just then, Delkine's sword unexpectedly slipped from its hilt and flew off. A tense Mia immediately shouted in bewilderment. The hilt came undone.
Delkine, on the other side, also fell into complete bewilderment and panic upon seeing the tip of his sword slowly falling. Maya's screams echoed throughout the stands. "Delkine! Oh no, Delkine is hurt!" But Raka gently whispered in her ear, "It's nothing serious, so calm down." Maya became even more agitated and shouted, "How can I calm down after seeing that?" But his angry face immediately made Maya freeze, thinking to herself, "Oh, that's right. Raka must be even more worried about Delkine than I am. If he can't continue fighting, he'll probably get up, right? As you said, I'm sure he's not seriously injured, so don't worry too much." Raka lowered his voice as if to explain something. That kid. Hearing this, Maya asked in bewilderment, "Duke?" Raka simply said, "I'll be right back." She watched his retreating back with suspicion, calling after him, "Is something wrong? Duke, where are you suddenly going?" On the arena floor, Delkine panted tiredly, thinking, "Should I give up? I thought I could win if I caught him off guard and took his sword, but he's very skilled." His opponent, seeing this, smugly spoke up, "Why don't you give up? Unless you want your other arm to end up the same way. But if you don't surrender, then I guess I have no other choice." Just then, Delkine's eyes suddenly lit up. Great, he's let his guard down. The smug opponent ran forward, shouting, "Haha, here I come." Delkine's heart was now pounding like it wanted to leap onto a branch, thumping, "I'll create a surprise." Just then, a scolding voice suddenly rang out from someone. "Hey, you idiot!" Delkine, bewildered, called out the name of the voice's owner, Aisha. The girl, with a displeased expression, quickly ran towards Delkine and angrily yelled, "How dare you attack someone unarmed? I won't let you get away with this."
Aisha, you idiot! The immense power from Aisha's magic immediately targeted Delkine's opponent. A loud explosion and a burst of black smoke filled the entire arena floor. Boom! Delkine stood in the smoke, coughing violently, and loudly cursed, "Aisha, you idiot!" Huh? Raka gently asked the boy, "Is your hand okay?" Delkine obediently replied immediately, "The wound isn't too deep, so it's fine." Raka gently patted the boy's head and sincerely praised him. "That's good. You did very well. I'll stop, Aisha, so you go to the carriage and rest for a bit." Delkine hesitated and mumbled, "But what about the competition?" Raka slightly turned his head to glance at Delkine and honestly explained, "Aisha interfered, so you would have lost anyway. It's over."
Delkine whispered, "Raka, Raka." Raka patiently repeated, "You should listen to me. Go to the carriage." Amidst the thick smoke, Delkine's opponent's shouts quietly echoed, "Flack! Ow!" Delkine, as if hearing something, turned his head in confusion and wondered, "Huh? What was that just now?" "Oh no," Mia panicked silently in the stands. "What should I do? He just told me to stay put and then disappeared. If I get lost, it'll be a big problem, so it's best to stay here. Why do I feel like he's looking at me? Am I mistaken? Ah, he's coming this way. For some reason, I have a bad feeling. The carriage. I have to go back to the carriage. If I wait there, the twins or Raka will come back. Excuse me, please let me pass." Viego's voice suddenly rang out from behind, making Mia turn pale. "May I speak with you for a moment?" She quickly pulled her hand back and hastily explained, "I'm sorry, I'm in a great hurry." He still innocently asked, "Then may I check your identity?" Mia secretly panicked. "No, anything but that." "I need to get out of here quickly. What should I do?" "Why don't you reveal who you are first?" Just then, Viego suddenly bowed his head as if searching for something. That's right, I am..." Maya thought to herself, "This is my chance. Run!" Seeing this, Viego frantically called after her, retreating back. "Wait!" But Maya kept running headlong without daring to look back even once. "If I'm discovered here, all my future plans will go down the drain. Thank goodness there are a lot of people here, making it perfect for an escape. I need to get to the carriage quickly and..." Huh? The crowd suddenly turned pale and screamed terribly upon seeing some terrifying sight. "Oh no, why is that child bleeding so much? Is he okay?" As soon as Maya heard that, an image of Delkine flashed through her mind. Blood? Could it be Delkine? But completely contrary to her thoughts, Delkine emerged from the crowd in a normal state, softly calling out, "Huh, sister-in-law?" Seeing the boy, Maya excitedly shouted, "Delkine, just stay still for a moment." Delkine, suddenly lifted, awkwardly explained, "Hey, I'm fine, put me down." Maya thought to herself, not listening to the boy's words at all, "That's right, I should make full use of my physical strength in a situation like this. I'm being chased, so could you check behind me?" Hearing this, Delkine nansely asked, "What? Okay, someone's running on the right." Maya quickly ducked into another corner. "Good, thank you." Delkine skillfully became her guide. "Turn left into that alley, now turn right. Go down this alley and around to the other side." As soon as she escaped the main road, Maya tiredly sighed in relief.
They couldn't have chased me all the way here, could they? Delkine, you're bleeding so much. Are you all right? Delkine quickly reassured her. "Yes, I'm fine. The wound isn't deep, so it will surely heal soon." Mia still worriedly observed the boy's body closely. Is there anything to stop the bleeding? I can't go out to get bandages now. This is so difficult. The carriage door clicked open. Raka gently instructed Aisha, who was standing outside. Aisha, get into the carriage and wait. I need to quickly go find the nursemaid. As soon as Mia saw him, she excitedly exclaimed, Duke, you've come at just the right time. Upon seeing her, Raka exclaimed in surprise, Mia, how could you? Aisha, peeking out from behind him, also said gleefully, Oh, you're here. Mia also responded to the little girl with warmth. Aisha, you're back.
Aisha quickly ran and sat next to Mia, recounting, We looked for you everywhere. Did you see me win? Mia, acting like a proud older sister, replied, Yes, you were amazing. Aisha excitedly followed up, Right? I'm so good. Your hand looks terrible. Are you okay? Delkeen, suddenly noticed, sighed dramatically. You don't need to make such a fuss. But Aisha, hearing this, only felt annoyed. Hey, you should be grateful that I'm worried about you. The boy quickly retorted, I don't need you to worry about me. Seeing the two children like that, Mia laughed and intervened. Haha, don't fight. At the arena, Kinnis suddenly burst into loud laughter, exclaiming, Haha, it seems Duke Aintia cares deeply for his siblings. Who knew he'd show up in the middle of the competition like that? Viego, what about the task I assigned you? Viego bowed his head low before him, respectfully reporting, My apologies, I lost track of her. She seems quite unusual. She runs very fast. Kinnis, hearing this, pondered thoughtfully. Then she must not be the saintess. I heard the daughters of the gods are very weak. Viego suddenly added, But I observed something very interesting. Yes, I trust what I saw. That woman has blue eyes. Mia anxiously pressed Raka. How is Delkeen? He quickly replied to reassure her. The wound isn't serious, so he'll recover if we apply some ointment. Mia, hearing this, sighed in relief and sat on the bed. What a relief. He was bleeding so much that I was very worried. Raka suddenly remembered something and spoke up. Oh, and Delkeen told me that you were being chased by knights.
Maya pondered for a moment before replying. Ah, yes, one of them asked about my identity. Raka questioned seriously. Do you remember what he looked like? Maya honestly recalled Viego's appearance at the time. He wore armor and had a large scar near his mouth, as if he'd been slashed by a sword. Do you know who that is? Raka honestly stated his conjecture without hesitation. It seems he's a close aide to the Emperor. Maya repeated in alarm. A close aide to the Emperor? So he's not a knight? Ah, why would he investigate my identity himself? Seeing the panic on her face, Raka quickly added, Don't worry, I will investigate this matter. Maya calmly nodded. All right, that's right. My identity hasn't been discovered yet, and I also have Raka. As long as the contract is valid, he will do everything to prevent me from being taken back to the cathedral.
The next morning, Maya lazily got up, still feeling sleepy. I slept really soundly. Raka has left. It seems he woke up earlier than me. He's so diligent. It's that boy again. It should be fine if I go down there for a bit, right? Seeing Maya about to go out, Rita asked curiously, Where are you going, my lady? Maya smiled and replied, Rita, I'm just going out for a moment. Maya slowly walked closer to Delkeen, who was lost in thought on a small patch of grass for some unknown reason. She gently bent down and asked, Delkeen, what are you doing here? Hearing Maya's voice, the boy suddenly startled and exclaimed, Sister-in-law, how did you know I was here? Maya pointed to her room's balcony. Over there, I saw you from up there. My room is there. Delkeen nodded, indicating he understood. Oh, Maya continued to ask curiously, but what are you doing here? Delkeen suddenly covered something up, saying, I'm just playing in the dirt. Maya tilted her head, shrewdly noticing, Is something buried there? Delkeen immediately panicked. How did you know? Maya honestly replied, Actually, I saw you burying something before. The boy's hands instantly stiffened as if faltering. Delkeen explained in a low voice, Yes, Puiri is buried here. Maya was so surprised she was stunned. Puiri, isn't that the twins' pet? You buried Puiri? Delkeen nodded slightly. Yes, he wasn't interested in anything anymore, not even the things he used to like. Maya immediately inquired, What did Puiri like? Delkeen immediately recounted without hesitation. Moss-covered rocks, bones, and poisonous mushrooms too. Hearing this, Maya sighed helplessly. It might have died because you gave it those things. The boy recounted with a hint of nostalgia. Puiri, when we gave him those things, he would be very happy and even spin around. But unlike when you saved Raka, Raka couldn't revive Puiri. Raka is still the same as before you saved him, but Puiri isn't like that. I kept clinging to Puiri even after he left us. I'm so foolish. Maya gently sat down next to the boy. So that's why you buried it. Delkeen sadly replied, Yes, and please don't tell Aisha that I buried Purin. Maya immediately looked puzzled. Why? Delkeen then said in a completely calm voice, She's very happy that Purin isn't noisy anymore. But when Maya heard that, she was terrified. Huh? That girl? Seriously? Delkeen innocently burst into an embarrassed laugh. That's why I buried her in the east courtyard, but you saw me.
Maya didn't know how to comfort the boy, so she just softly called out, Delkine? The boy must have loved Puiri very much, as he still came here often. The boy suddenly stood up and sadly announced, I'm leaving now. Delkine's smile, which lingered on his lips, made Maya a little confused. Yet the boy didn't cry even once. He seemed fine, but she was sure his mood was not. Maya suddenly hugged Delkine, making the boy gasp in surprise. Huh? She gently comforted him. It must be very hard for you to say goodbye to Puri, but I'm sure Puri has gone to a better place, thanks to you. Delkine's eyes immediately welled up when her words hit home. The boy squeezed Maya tightly and said, Don't leave me like Puri did. She quickly replied, I won't. Tears began to stream from the corners of Delkine's eyes. Promise me. Maya gently said, I promise. I won't leave you. That evening at the mansion, Maya lay tiredly on her bed, complaining, so many complicated things have been happening lately. Perhaps that's why I feel I need a drink. I want to drink alcohol. Hearing this, Rita tilted her head in confusion. You want to drink alcohol? Maya thought to herself, perhaps Rita can get it for me. Rita, please bring me a bottle of wine. She nodded. If I tell the chef it's for you, he'll probably give me a bottle. All right, I'll get it for you. Hearing this, Maya happily exclaimed, Thank you. I can't believe how long it's been since I last had a drink. Getting a little tipsy alone after a long, tiring day is the best. Knock knock. Come in. It's not time for Raka to arrive yet, is it, Rita? Suddenly Raka walked in, saw Maya drunk, and asked curiously, Why are you suddenly drinking? As soon as Maya saw him, she was startled. No, it's Raka. Well, I'm a bit sad. Raka gently stepped closer and seriously asked, Has someone been causing you trouble? Maya, bewildered and helpless, thought to herself, How did he jump to that conclusion?
Raka's voice grew sharper and sharper. I've told you I cannot forgive anyone who causes trouble for someone important to me. Those words made Mia fall into deep, wandering thoughts. Someone important to him? Me? Am I already considered a member of the Ansha family? Raka suddenly snatched the wine glass from Mia's hand. Huh? Wait, that was my last glass. Raka set the empty glass down and said with a frown, I should bring more, but you should drink something lighter than this. Mia tiredly mumbled, No, you don't have to do that. Raka suddenly pressed a finger lightly on her forehead and said, Next time you say something like that, don't make that disappointed face. Oh, I'll be right back. Mia swayed slightly, watching his retreating back, her face flushing. Since when could he read her expressions so skillfully?
Then Maya told Raka, her drinking buddy, about what had happened today. What? Delkine cried today? Maya nodded and gently explained. Yes, the boy pretended to be fine all day, but I felt very sad seeing him like that. Raka took a thoughtful sip of wine. She's sad. What can I do to cheer her up? So would you like to go out? Maya brightened immediately at the word out. Go out? Really? Raka gently continued. If I send a few guards along, it should be fine. Getting out for some fresh air is very good for calming the mind. We can go tomorrow or the day after. Maya clapped her hands delightedly. Thank you, sir. The three of us will surely have a wonderful time, and Aisha and Delkine will definitely love it too. You're kinder than I thought. Raka interjected helplessly. No, I mean, but Maya, with flushed cheeks, propped her chin on her hand, looked at him and whispered, I really like this about you. Raka immediately felt embarrassed at the sight. He quickly snatched the wineglass from Maya's hand. It's better if we don't drink anymore. Maya reached out, trying to get it back. Just one more glass, please. Raka was firm in his resolve. If you drink any more, you'll feel terrible tomorrow. Maya lamented regretfully. But, clatter, oh. The glass fell to the ground and shattered. Maya immediately panicked and frantically asked, Are you hurt, sir? Raka quickly replied, No, I seem to be fine. But Maya's wrist had a large gash. Oh, I'm bleeding. It's just a small scratch anyway.
Raka quickly covered his nose under the intense pressure from Mia's blood. While he staggered, Mia, puzzled, asked herself, Why did he suddenly cover his nose? Do I smell? You know I was just kidding when I said I didn't bathe, right? I bathe every day. Wait, do I really smell? Raka struggled to squeeze out an answer. It's not that. Mia continued her attack, questioning him. Then why did you cover your nose and step back? Thump. Raka suddenly grabbed Mia's wrist tightly. Mia, bewildered, exclaimed with a blank look. Huh? Duke? Raka, in a daze, panted and said, You smell like... Mia suddenly panicked. What? Why is he suddenly losing his senses? Wait, we clearly weren't touching. What are you doing? Raka suddenly touched Mia's wound and quickly supped it. Mia immediately stepped back, bewildered. Looking at Raka's out-of-control face, Mia thought to herself, What the hell is going on? A sudden chill ran through her body. Mia quickly reached out to support the staggering Raka. He's falling.
Raka, is he really sleeping like this? So tired. Just a little bit more. Almost at the bed. There. Whew, I made it. It was just like exercising. But it seems those buttons are making him uncomfortable. I'll just unbutton a few. Fumbling. Just 3. But why do I feel like a pervert? I touched his chest. Why are these buttons so hard to undo? Swish. He pulled me into an embrace. My face is pressed against his chest. Duke, let me go. Wait, if I suddenly wake him up, things will only get worse. It's better to stay still. But why is he acting so strangely? Is it because of my blood, I wonder? Perhaps there are still more secrets about my power than I thought. The next morning, Rita suddenly flung open the door and excitedly called out, Good morning, I'll leave the cookies. And
Raka jolted awake, still groggy and disoriented, and looked at her annoyedly, asking, "What is it?" Rita quickly explained, "I brought cookies." Raka irritably ordered, "Leave them there and get out." Hearing this, she immediately replied, "Yes." Then Rita quickly and hurriedly slammed the door shut in confusion. Thud. Raka stared at his hands, wondering, what the hell happened yesterday? The glass broke and I lost consciousness after smelling Maya's blood. Then I sucked her blood like a madman. Did I suddenly turn into a monster or something? On top of that, I felt as if the dark energy had been cleansed the moment her blood filled my mouth. Whoosh. I can still feel that sensation. Swish. I can't use dark magic. I feel like I could use it if I absorbed enough energy, but what's going on? Do I have to choose between a clear mind and the ability to use dark magic? But I still need to use dark magic. I have something I need to protect. Whoosh. The forces blocking my dark magic are gradually disappearing. Is it just temporary?
Maya stirred as if wanting to wake up, stirring. Raka glanced at her, thinking to himself, "After all, I must continue to touch Maya. Maya, must I keep you by my side forever?" Early that morning, chirp, 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 Maya, exhausted, complained loudly. That damn Toritas. It's been 6 days since he said he'd bring me the holy artifact. Has he run off? Why is he taking so long? Was that a scratching sound at the door? Toritas was the only one who could make such a strange sound. Wait, could it really be Toritas? Toritas! A golden, round, chubby pig. The small orange cat immediately bristled, its fur standing on end, and yelled, "Who are you calling a pig?" Maya immediately apologized in a small voice. "I'm sorry, I must have been mistaken. It's a cat." The orange cat angrily cried out, "Get out of the way." Maya, not wanting to contend with it, immediately stepped aside, of course. The small cat sat straight up on Maya's small bed. Toritas, sensing eyes on him, grumbled irritably. "What are you staring at? Do you hate cats too?" Maya just chuckled gently. "No, it's just that I find you very interesting. I've never seen a cat this fat." It immediately got angry. Fat cats are the cutest. Mia didn't object at all. "I agree." Toritas suddenly jumped up excitedly. "So, do you want to touch me?" Mia happily nodded. "I saw Toritas in the form of a raccoon in chapter 13. "Oh, certainly." It seems he's still angry about what happened last time. "Carry, heavy." "Oh, you're really heavy. I mean, heavy but cute," Toritas proudly replied. "Of course." Mia sighed in relief again, almost made him angry again. It happily lay on Mia, exclaiming, "So soft." She immediately took the opportunity to inquire, "Did you finally get the holy relic?" Toritas quickly recounted. "Yes, it was deep underground, so it was very difficult to bring it here." Mia inquired again, "Where is it?" Toritas pointed somewhere. "Right here." Mia, bewildered, thought to herself, "Where?" Toritas immediately raised his long tail and explained, "Ta-da! Don't waste any more time, just look at my tail." Mia was helpless. I can't see it because it's buried in fur. It seems too big to fit my finger." Toritas urged, "Just try it first." Mia obediently tried to fit it in her hand. Clearly it's too... It's tightening to fit my hand. How interesting. So this thing blocks the effects of stimulants or aphrodisiacs, right? Toritas, looking knowledgeable, replied, "Yes, only the sedative effect remains." Mia thought to herself, "That's amazing." Toritas then warned her, "But you must be careful when wearing the holy relic. Its power is very strong, so others nearby might be able to hear my voice." Mia confidently asserted, "Don't worry, Raka definitely won't come today."
What a pity, it would be wonderful to try. Just then, Aisha suddenly burst into Maya's room, exclaiming excitedly, "Hey, we're really going out to play, pig!" Hearing that, Toritas got irritated again. That insolent brat. Maya helplessly covered its mouth. "Oh, he told me to be careful, but why did I make such a mistake myself?" Aisha curiously stepped closer and asked, "What is it?" "There you are, little pig. What did you just say? Meow?" Maya quickly called out, "Aisha!" Aisha still asked suspiciously, "It seems that pig just said something weird to me." Maya immediately explained, "No, that's not it. You must have misheard. Just ignore it." The girl, looking displeased, mumbled, "How strange. It clearly called me insolent." Maya shook Toritas, refuting Aisha. "Well, Aisha, how can a cat talk? Look, the kitten is meowing." "Meow. You're not allowed to show your claws. Put them away." The little girl still mumbled doubtfully, "I'm sure it talked." Toritas quickly fled the scene while Maya still tried to evade. "You must have misheard." He's gone outside." "Actually, that's better." "Oh, what about the outing?" Aisha slapped her hand as she remembered. That's right. Raka said I'd get to go on an outing with you and Delkeen." Maya vaguely recalled. "He said that yesterday when he was drinking. He must have been serious." When is it?" Aisha excitedly replied, "On the day we don't have classes." Maya then painfully thought to herself, that's tomorrow. I wonder when I'll ever get a day off." The next day, Saramate glanced at Raka and thought to himself, "The Duke is acting strangely again today. Last time he stared at his hands all day, and then suddenly stood up while working and looked out the window. Your Grace, is something wrong?" Raka raised his head annoyed and questioned, "Why do you ask?" Saramate was tongue-tied, not knowing how to answer. He thought, "I can't say it. Because you haven't finished anything at all."
It's nothing.
Raka tilted his head and commanded, "Focus on your work." He quickly and respectfully replied, "Understood." "Is he doing that again?" Raka continued walking. Sarome silently watched his back, laden with unspoken thoughts. He thought to himself, it's as if he's fallen in love with the window. Is there something outside that he can't stop thinking about? He then appeared and asked, "Your Grace, what are you looking at?" Raka honestly replied, "My reflection." Sarome immediately felt a chill. I see." Raka irritably commanded again, "Stop asking questions and go." He then dejectedly whispered, "Understood." Raka, by the window, looked out at the courtyard again and pondered, why aren't they outside? Today is Maya and the twins' outing day. Oh, they're finally out. I'll be right back. Hearing this, Sarome immediately questioned, "You're going out? So suddenly?" Raka, without much explanation, quickly rushed off. "Yes, just for a moment." Sarome quickly called after him, "You have a meeting with Count Not coming this afternoon." Raka coldly turned his head and instructed, "Tell him not to come. It's not urgent." Sarome bravely blocked the doorway. "What about your work?" Raka, still without a hint of worry, said, "I only need to do a few simple things, so you handle the rest. If you don't want to, just leave it for later." Sarome immediately considered carefully. Please return safely." Raka softly said, "I will return." Sarome secretly rejoiced again. "Finally, I get some rest." Beast Store shopping district. Maya excitedly looked around, thinking to herself, they say this is the largest shopping district in the Empire, and it really is huge.
Aisha pointed at a stall. "I want to try that." Maya heard her and immediately became curious. "Huh? What is it?" Aisha pointed directly at the pastry shop. "Tart." Maya awkwardly thought to herself, "It looks super expensive. After going into this fancy dessert shop, I'll probably go bankrupt." She then addressed Aisha. Raka gave me quite a bit of money, but do you want to eat it?" Delkeen suddenly spoke a sentence that made Maya stop immediately. "You don't have enough money." Aisha, who was in front, overheard. "What? You don't have enough money?" Maya awkwardly turned around. I only brought a little money. Instead, think fast. A delicious, nutritious, and cheap dessert. There it is. Aisha, don't you want to try that?" Aisha immediately got angry and shouted, "No, I don't like the look of it." But Delkeen was much more agreeable. "If you buy it, I'll like anything." Maya heard that and was overjoyed. "Oh my, really? Then I'll buy just one for you, Delkeen. How about it? Tell me you want to eat cotton candy." Aisha immediately shouted after her brother, Fine, I'll also like anything you buy. I'll eat everything, even if you buy weird stuff." Maya exclaimed delightedly, "I knew it. So, is cotton candy okay?" Aisha asked in surprise, "Is that what that weird thing is called? Soft soft?" Maya smiled. "I think so. Should I ask?" The little girl immediately became excited again. "Yes, I want to know if its name is that cute." Thump thump, Maya gradually realized. So that's what the little girl wanted to know. "Aisha, slow down or you'll fall." Aisha excitedly ran all over the market. "Hurry up. Oh, I found something really cool. Wow, this one is beautiful too. Oh, this doll is so cute." Delkine obediently suggested, "Sister-in-law, let's just walk slowly." Maya gently nodded. I agree." The vendor immediately held it out in front of them and introduced, "This is called cotton candy." Maya generously pointed at the stall and asked, "Haha, which one do you want to eat, Aisha?" The little girl greedily pointed at everything. "Swish, swish, I want this one, and that one." Delkine immediately acted like an older brother and reassured the little girl, "Aisha, calm down." Aisha immediately got angry. "What's wrong with me choosing a lot?" Sniff. "I know this smell." Maya wondered, "What smell?" The little girl suddenly woke up, opening her small eyes wide. It was Raka's scent. Mia quickly spoke up. "I'll buy you everything, but you have to stand still and don't leave, Aisha." Delkine also chimed in. "That's right, listen to your sister-in-law." Aisha immediately yelled in annoyance, "I'm telling the truth, don't you believe me?" Mia gently reassured the little girl. "Of course, but just eat the cotton candy first." Aisha reluctantly agreed. Fine." Raka, in a small corner, sighed tiredly. The last time that kid also startled me. What kind of strange power does she have? But I'm very happy that they're having a good time together. Buy everything for them, please. She looks even more excited than the twins. Next time, I'll have to give her more money. Planning a date without even realizing it. A dessert shop is also a good idea. What's that? It seems like there's a rat tailing her. How dare he even think of causing trouble for my woman? He really wants to die. On the crowded and bustling street, Aisha, holding a handful of cotton candy, excitedly laughed loudly. "Ha! I didn't expect to like cotton candy more than I thought." Delkeen thoughtfully shared a small stick with Maya. "Here, sister-in-law, have a bite." Seeing this, Maya eagerly offered hers to her. "No, eat mine first." Maya mused to herself, "These kids are so cute. Thank you, I won't be polite anymore." She thought just a few days ago she was worried about how to manage the twins. "Then I'll eat from both of yours at the same time, to be fair." But it felt like she was now more familiar with the kids. It seemed she had become a more professional nanny. Hee. Raka, behind them, always followed at a safe distance. He crossed his arms as if waiting for something. Just then, a man suddenly walked up to him and spoke. "You ordered me to secretly protect them, but it seems you've been following them yourself." Raka admitted frankly without denying, "Yes, that's right." The man suddenly nodded as if thinking something.
Perhaps the rumors about the Duke and the Nanny are true.
Anyway, if your grace is also coming, then I suppose I'm no longer needed. Raka immediately felt annoyed. You talk too much. Is that part of your duty too? The man heard this and burst at the tears, heartbroken. Please forgive me. His grace usually enjoys my jokes, but it seems he's a bit sensitive today. Anyway, I think that suspicious man is a pickpocket. Should I deal with him quietly? Reina's figure suddenly caught Raka's eye. He quickly spoke up to stop the man, then thought to himself, no, wait, who is the woman behind him? Do you know who that woman is? The man looked bewildered. Huh? The woman? Raka immediately pointed directly at her, hiding behind a pillar. The redhead over there. The man observed carefully, then recognized her and exclaimed, isn't that Baron Adrian's daughter? Raka also vaguely recognized her. You mean Lady Reina? The man nodded and respectfully introduced. Yes, she is the one His Grace sent me to investigate a few months ago, the woman who can make others fall asleep. Raka wondered, bewildered. Why is she hiding and quietly following them? I thought the Emperor had found a body double for Maya when I heard Sarome's report, but what if he intends to use Lady Reina to kidnap Maya? On the market side, two excited children talk to each other. This is so delicious. Yes, the texture is great too.
Let's ask the chef to make this for us. Maya followed behind them, so happy she burst out laughing. Hee. Delkeen suddenly hesitated and said, but I wonder if he'll understand if we ask him to make cotton candy. Suddenly, a stranger bumped into Maya's shoulder. She annoyedly watched the person's retreating back, thinking, why did he suddenly bump into me and just walk away? I hope he trips over a rock and falls flat on his face. To her surprise, no sooner had she finished speaking than he actually stumbled and fell, leaving her astonished. Do I have the power to curse people? I don't know. I bet it's just a coincidence. Right. Suddenly, a gloomy voice rang out, making Maya freeze. Do you want to die? Maya, bewildered, thought to herself, it's the voice of... She turned around and called out, Raka? Duke? I really heard his voice clearly. I must not have misheard. Then she secretly glanced at the person who had fallen earlier. Oh dear, it looks like he fell really hard. I feel sorry for him. Just then, Reina suddenly ran up and blocked Maya's path. She immediately sat on the stranger and grabbed his hair, yelling, you fool, I've got you. The person immediately screamed in pain. Let me go. Reina, with a dark, annoyed expression, questioned him. Don't you realize I've been waiting on this street for days to catch you? How dare you pickpocket me? The stranger still tried to defend himself. It's because you weren't paying attention. I didn't do anything wrong. Hearing this, Reina got angry again. How dare you? Shut your mouth until I give you permission to speak. Maya stood to the side, bewildered and understanding nothing. What the hell is going on? On the other side, Reina continued to assault the pickpocket. Who do you think you are? It seems you still don't understand the situation, do you?
Shut up. Then he collapsed right at the feet of the strong girl. The crowd immediately surrounded her, praising her. That was amazing, miss. Did you take down that big, strong man all by yourself? Reina shyly replied, oh no. The people continued to express their gratitude to her. He's a notorious pickpocket in this area. Thank you so much. Reina shyly looked up and explained, it was nothing. I just did what was obvious. Maya stared at her, mesmerized, thinking to herself, she's so beautiful. A nearby resident shrewdly asked, by the way, what's your name, miss? Reina then introduced herself. I am Reina. That name immediately stunned Maya, who repeated, Reina? Oh my, it's really her. She's exactly like the female lead in the original work. The scene wasn't in the novel, but of course the original story hasn't even begun yet.
I really just hope she's just a namesake of the main character, but her personality and appearance are too similar. Aisha suddenly ran up excitedly. Delkeen, do you want to go ask how she managed to take him down with just one punch? Delkeen quickly nodded in agreement. Let's go together. Maya's face darkened as she yelled, wait. I have to try my best to stop those kids from meeting Reina. In the book, those kids met a tragic end after getting involved with Reina. Why don't we go somewhere else? I said we'd go see a puppet show, didn't I? But Aisha completely ignored her suggestion. Why? She's so cool. She must be really strong. Delkeen obediently chimed in. Don't you want to know what will happen to the pickpocket? Maya quickly made up an excuse. Oh dear, I forgot we'd have to queue to get into the puppet show. Aisha still paid no attention, focusing instead on Reina. The super strong big sister is coming this way. Maya immediately forced a smile that felt glued on, sighing inwardly. Reina suddenly walked up behind Maya and whispered, excuse me?
Mia's face immediately became drenched in sweat and then turned pale. Reina cheerfully said, I almost didn't get to talk to the twins' mother. Mia repeated blankly, the twins' mother? She then innocently clapped her hands. Oh, isn't that right? The children really do look alike, but aren't you their mother? Mia's face darkened as if struck by lightning and she stammered, Mother? Who would have thought she'd ever be called that? Aisha grumbled irritably. What, I look like Delkeen? Delkeen also huffily exclaimed, how annoying. Aisha then launched into a verbal sparring match with the boy. Hey, I'm the more annoying one. Mia on this side secretly wondered, what if the kids end up hating Reina? We're leaving now. Reina suddenly stopped her and rummaged for something in her bag. Wait, I want to return this to... Before she could finish her sentence, a swift horizontal strike swept past, knocking the coins from her hand.
The purse full of gold immediately fell and scattered. Raka appeared with a gloomy face. How dare you touch her?
As soon as Maya saw him, she was startled. What is Raka doing here? Reina, annoyed, grabbed her wrist and shouted loudly, "How dare you hit my hand?" Raka's shark eyes stared at her. He tried to expose the dark plan he had deduced. You're trying to make Maya fall asleep and then kidnap her. Maya was startled by this, while Reina looked bewildered. Why would I kidnap the twins' mother? Raka immediately cast a cold gaze towards Maya. The twins' mother, he seemed to imply. Maya, not knowing what to do, could only force a laugh. Huh. Reina, annoyed, bent down to pick up the coins, grumbling, "Oh my, who are you, her husband or something? I was just returning her wallet." Then she held out the small purse in front of Maya. Maya quickly tucked it away and said, "Here you go, your wallet, right?" Maya shyly smiled and replied, "Yes, thank you." Maya quickly grabbed Raka's hand and the two children and ran away. "It's over. Let's go, kids." Huh? Why isn't he moving? Raka was now dazed with a flushed face, constantly muttering, "Husband." As Reina turned to leave, she suddenly stumbled and stopped. She quickly turned back, wondering, "Wait, now that I think about it, how did you know I have the power to make people fall asleep?" Maya then realized something unusual that she hadn't noticed. Oh, that's right. Raka still hasn't woken up from his delirium, she realized, hearing him mutter, "Husband." Seeing Raka not moving, Reina shouted even louder, "Hey, I'm asking how you knew." Maya suddenly felt like crying, wondering, why did Raka suddenly freeze up like that? Seeing this, Maya spoke up, "Oh dear, I'm so sorry. My husband is easily scared, so if he's yelled at, he just freezes up." Raka was stunned again when he heard that word, husband. Reina put her hands on her hips, wondering, what? Raka continued to mutter, despite Maya trying to smooth things over. "If we get a chance to meet again, let's talk then. Just relax, relax."
Kids, remember not to let your father fall behind. On that crowded street, Maya softly called out, "Duke, I apologize for saying you were my husband. I had no other choice." Hearing that, Raka repeated in confusion, "You had no other choice?" Maya didn't understand the meaning behind his words and honestly replied, "Yes, I apologize. I can't believe I said we were a married couple." Raka suddenly frowned uncomfortably, thinking to himself, I'm suddenly clear-headed again.
Maya added, "If I were in your situation, I'd hate it too." His brows furrowed even deeper. "Damn it, what if I didn't hate it?" Maya, blushing, asked, "What? You?" But just then, Aisha's voice pulled her back to reality. "Maya, Maya!" The little girl tugged at her skirt, whining, "I'm so hungry." Maya immediately looked stunned upon hearing this. "Oh, it's true, it's lunchtime already. Since we got here, we've only had cotton candy." Delkeen also cried out, "I'm hungry too." Aisha began to protest for food. "Meat, I want meat." Maya whispered, "Kids, we don't have enough money to buy meat. What should we do?" Raka's sharp eyes glanced at the awkwardness on Maya's face. He then sat down in front of Aisha and asked, "Aisha, did you just say you wanted meat?" The little girl immediately nodded and added, "Yes, but I want Sister Maya to buy it for me, not you." Delkeen from behind put on a knowing look. "She probably doesn't have enough money. She just said so." Aisha looked bewildered upon hearing this. "Huh? So are you really poor, Maya?" The little girl's blunt question hit Maya's weak spot, causing her distress. "Yes, that's right." Delkeen quickly comforted her. "It's okay, sister-in-law. Even if you're poor, I still like you." Aisha was not to be outdone. "That's right. What's wrong with being poor? We have Raka." Maya was immediately touched. "Kids!" But the two children quickly broke the mood. "I'm so hungry. Let's go over there." In front of a luxurious, opulent, and dazzling restaurant, Maya gazed at it, unable to help but inwardly panic. Gulp. Wow, don't only nobles eat here? Raka, noticing Maya's strange demeanor, leaned in and asked, "What's wrong? Don't you like it?" She awkwardly replied, "It's not that." Maya suddenly looked toward some people. She was annoyed to see scrutinizing gazes directed at her, the nobles looking at her as if she didn't belong there.
"It must be because of our attire, wearing civilian clothes and suspicious black cloaks." Delkeen quickly asked, "What's wrong? Do you want to go somewhere else?" Maya reluctantly shook her head. "No, Delkeen, let's go in." The boy quickly said, "If you want, we can go somewhere else." But Maya's hand was already on the door. "It's fine, let's just eat here. Raka will surely take care of everything once we go inside. We just need to go in, right?" Raka suddenly cried out in alarm. "Maya, be careful."
She innocently turned her head to ask, oblivious to someone approaching her. "Huh? What?" Maya clutched her nose and whined. "Ah, that hurts! I just bumped into someone who was leaving." Maya looked up, then quickly bowed politely. "Oh, I'm sorry." Kenneth looked up and suddenly called out, "Maya!" Maya immediately looked at him in surprise. His sharp eyes had always been intently observing her. Maya wondered to herself, does he know me? An hour ago, the clock continuously ticked. Kenneth let out a weary sigh. He looked up, annoyed, and thought to himself, she probably won't come. "Do you mean the daughter of the Adrian family is the woman who can make others fall asleep?" Viego then nodded and respectfully recounted, "Yes, no matter how many times I asked her, the answer remained the same." Kenneth, utterly shocked, continuously mumbled, "Impossible. There's no way the Duke would spend time with a woman unless she was the saintess." Viego bowed and continued, "I have asked for a message to be delivered to the woman who can make others fall asleep, unless there is another reason.
That way, we can investigate whether the woman who can make others fall asleep is Lady Gina Adrian or that saintess.
In a luxurious room, Kinnis, annoyed, crossed his arms and muttered to himself, I've been waiting here for over an hour. Has the message still not been sent? This is an opportunity to investigate who the woman is who can make others fall asleep. I want to talk for a bit. I swear to the gods that I will leave immediately afterward. Just then, Viego entered and announced, Your Majesty, it's almost time for the meeting. Kinnis immediately nodded and said, All right, I'm going. I didn't meet either of them? Huh, I thought so, but Mia politely exclaimed when she accidentally bumped into him. Oh, I'm sorry. Kinnis raised an eyebrow, surprised to sense this new energy. The sound of the carriage stopping in front of the restaurant gate. Viego walked over and asked, bewildered, Your Majesty, why are you standing there? Kinnis, still slightly stunned, softly recounted, I met her. Viego looked in his direction, surprised. Kinnis continued, Excuse me, Your Majesty, she saw the message you sent and came to meet me. On the other side, Mia cheerfully told everyone, Let's go inside quickly. Kinnis continued, You're right, Viego, she was with Duke and Thea. Viego respectfully added, That means the woman with the divine blue eyes that day was the saintess. Kinnis nodded in satisfaction. Precisely. His eyes turned sharp as he secretly devised a grand plan. I must investigate how they met and what is happening between them. To the royal palace immediately. Viego immediately mounted his horse. Yes, just as Kinnis walked towards the carriage, he also unknowingly brushed past Reina without realizing it.
Kinnis's body immediately trembled. Reina walked to the restaurant door and slowly entered. When he turned around, her figure had already disappeared. Kinnis stared at the door, wondering, what was that scent just now? The scene shifted to a small toy stall. The manager explained the rules. Now I'm going to shuffle these cups, so watch carefully. The two children immediately focused their attention on the cups. After the shuffling ended, the two children immediately argued about where it was. This one? No, I think it's this one. The stall owner spoke up. Sorry, but you're both wrong. The two unwilling kids simultaneously pleaded. Oh, do it again. From behind, Mia subtly glanced at Rucka, thinking, he hasn't eaten anything. He looks so gloomy. Should we tell the kids to stop? Rucka coldly refused. Let them be. They'll learn life lessons through these experiences. Mia felt awkward and simply nodded in agreement. Ah, right. Who would have thought I'd one day hear someone say we'd learn life lessons through a trick? The two children, repeatedly guessing wrong, cried out in dismay. No way! They stubbornly shouted. Again! We'll keep trying until we get it right. Oh, that's it. Do it again. Mia lightly scratched her face, awkwardly asking Rucka, Should we stop the kids, Your Grace?
Rucka suddenly regained his composure and asked, I'm sorry, what did you just say? Mia asked curiously, Are you thinking about something? Rucka suddenly flinched, turned his face away and said, No. Mia immediately said, Don't lie. Rucka immediately changed the subject. Maybe we should stop them. Mia heard that and burst out laughing. I thought you said you wanted the kids to learn a life lesson. Rucka pressed his lips together as if deep in thought. His unusual demeanor made Mia vaguely guess. Is it because of the man who bumped into me in front of the restaurant? Rucka then gave a self-deprecating smile. You always guess wrong, but now you're surprisingly sharp, aren't you? Mia asked, bewildered. Do you know him? Thinking back, because he was wearing a hood, she couldn't see his face clearly. It must have been even harder for Rucka to recognize him since she was standing behind her. Rucka slowly spoke. The first time I met you, you told me to help you escape from the cathedral, didn't you? Mia flinched, her eyes wide, and wondered, Is he from the cathedral? Rucka seriously warned her. If so, the person you must be most cautious of is that man. Mia asked tensely. Who is that? He quickly moved closer to Mia and leaned down slightly. Rucka whispered with more certainty than ever. The Emperor. Mia immediately gasped in fear and asked again. What? That man is Emperor Kinnis? She stammered, confirming. Are you sure? Rucka closed his eyes tightly and affirmed with certainty. Yes, I'm sure. Mia asked further. Did you see his face? Rucka immediately shook his head. No. She then questioned suspiciously. Then how can you be so sure? Rucka suddenly asked a strange question. Do you have to see someone's face to know who they are? Mia, bewildered, silently replied in her heart. Well, yes.
Rucka's hand suddenly touched Maya's forehead. I knew it was you, he said. Maya immediately blushed. Oh, he suddenly burst out laughing, just from a single touch. Maya quickly turned away, rubbing, I'm an exception, you know. Rucka hesitated again, adding, What if my heart beats fast when I'm near you, even without touching you? Maya was suddenly stunned as she listened to his heartfelt words. She then offered a logical answer. It must be that my power still has a slight effect on you. Rucka shook his head again. No, it's something else. I only feel comfortable when I touch you. He mumbled, but today is very special. Touching your hand like this is bearable, but Maya's eyes narrowed in thought. Is it because of the holy artifact? Rucka also noticed the small ring on Maya's finger and immediately asked, I don't think I've ever seen that ring before. I'm sure you weren't wearing it yesterday. Maya forced a laugh and changed the subject. Ha ha ha, so the Emperor can feel it too, right? I need to change the subject, she thought.
Ah, Raka recounted in a low voice. Emperor Kinnis, even just being in the same room as him, I feel disgusted. Divine power and dark power are opposed to each other.
Mia hesitated, so Raka knew what she was about to ask and said, yes, he must also sense my presence. Mia fearfully placed her hand on her chest. No, if things continue like this, I'll be dragged back to the sanctuary. If things follow the original plot, I'll have a tragic end. Not just me, but also the twins, and even Raka. Yes, Raka is on my side. He is the only one who can stand against Emperor Kinnis. In the Shakir flower, his initial role as a villain made me uncomfortable, but he's no longer a villain to me. We're on the same side now. Raka, do you still remember when you promised that no matter what, you would hide me and not let me be taken back to the sanctuary? Raka smiled reassuringly and said, of course, there's no way I'd ever send you back to that guy, so don't worry, I can't live without you anymore.
At the mansion, Mia tiredly lay down on the bed. Oh, I'm exhausted. It's probably because I had to take care of the twins all day long. I'm dead tired, remembering this morning's scene. Kids, destroy him! Destroy that swindler! Maybe I understand now why Raka came to look after the kids. I should just sleep. Soon, she drifted off, her eyes so tired. Just then, an image of Reina suddenly appeared in Mia's mind with a terrifying scene. Eat it, making her jolt upright. Her heart was restless with worry. Who would have said I'd dream of Reina swinging her fists and kicking? She's a very powerful character in the novel, but meeting her in real life makes me so anxious. She tried to sleep again, but Mia still couldn't fall asleep. She suddenly remembered something. Ah, that's right. When is the Emperor's birthday? The birthday banquet of Emperor Kinnis. That's when the main and supporting characters truly start getting involved with each other. She thought, trembling. Basically, that's the starting point of the original story. Can I prevent Raka from meeting Reina when the plot begins? It's a relief that Raka doesn't appear at the birthday banquet, but I'm worried that I've already messed up the plot ever since I entered Mia's body. Not to mention Raka and Reina coincidentally ran into each other today. Nothing is going according to my wishes. I can't believe my life is being decided by others. I feel so uncertain. The scene shifted to Raka's room, where the clock continued to tick.
His hand gripped the letter tightly until it trembled, crumpling it. Raka, with a grim smile, whispered, I want to destroy him. Sarome, standing nearby, heard this and asked in fright, What do you mean? Raka, without any hesitation, immediately said, The Emperor. He stammered in fear. That's treason. Raka suppressed his anger and replied, That's precisely why I'm controlling myself instead of destroying him. He angrily slammed the letter onto the table. Raka muttered to himself in annoyance. He sent a birthday banquet invitation to Maya. His scheme is too obvious. He's trying to reveal that Maya is the daughter of the divine at an official event. That's how he's trying to bind himself to her. I was the first to find Maya, and also the first to develop feelings for her, even before him. She must be by my side. He smirked. I can't just stand by and watch this.
Sarome, bring me a copy of the engagement contract. Hearing this, Sarome looked bewildered and asked, What? Why do you suddenly need that? Raka firmly replied, I will sign an engagement contract with the Saintess. Sarome thought he misheard and immediately asked again, What? Raka immediately explained in a more serious tone than ever before, Is there any more certain way to prevent the Emperor from taking her? Sarome hesitated and asked, Will she agree? Hearing this, Raka gloomily said, This is just a temporary solution. Why would she say no? Seeing his resolve, Sarome reluctantly agreed. Yes, there's no reason for her to refuse. He immediately presented the contract. Here it is, my lord. Is it truly just for show? Raka said with a cheerful smile on his lips. Yes, what else could it be? Sarome reminded him once more in a friendly manner. Your Grace, this will still officially make you engaged. How do you plan to proceed with the ceremony? Raka looked bewildered. Ceremony?
Sarome nodded and replied, Yes, like those flowers in the ring. I think Maya would really like those things. Raka tilted his head indifferently. All right, why don't you go prepare? Maya's room door suddenly opened. He gently stepped inside, gazing at her and wondered, Is she asleep already? It seems she was very tired after the outing. She was very worried, but now she's sleeping so soundly. Raka suddenly turned his head to look at her and muttered, Husband, huh? Since when did I start having feelings I've never had before? I don't think it's because of her power. I felt this way even before we touched. Does she know that I want to keep her by my side? Maya, will she regret it? Even if she does, it doesn't matter. I'm already bound to her. If she didn't want this, she should have run away from me a long time ago. Maya, oblivious, slept soundly. I want her to be mine. I don't know what will happen if I stay awake like this. It's better to sleep quickly. Sorry for holding her hand again. Raka suddenly noticed something. Is this the ring from this morning? Who did she get it from? It's emitting bad energy. I know now. The only power that can counteract dark magic is divine power. Did the Emperor give her this ring? But the timing doesn't match.
So who could it be? No, it doesn't matter. Just destroy it. The next morning, Aisha happily ran and hugged Maya, asking, "Hey, why didn't you tell me this wonderful news sooner? I can't believe I can hug you as much as I want now."
Maya looked up in a daze, thinking to herself, I only came here to check if the holy artifact could stop my power. Oh, Aisha still happily pressed her face close to her and exclaimed, I had a feeling when nothing happened when I held your hand that day. Delkeen quickly reminded the girl, Aisha, you're suffocating her. Aisha retorted disdainfully, Delkeen, are you jealous? You should be. Now I can hug her as much as I want, and I'm sure she's as happy as I am. Maya, feeling helpless, quickly intervened. Haha, kids, don't fight. Just then the room door suddenly opened. Aisha immediately reacted. Who is it? Sarome respectfully introduced himself. It's me, Sarome, but the girl quickly stopped him. You're forbidden from entering here, Sarome. Maya immediately reassured Aisha. No, he probably came here for something important. But more than anyone, the girl understood her brother's personality best. It was clear Raka had sent him here to take her away. Sarome, outside, silently burst into tears. Exactly. Maya tensed up and sat upright. Raka wants to see me? He's never summoned me during the day before. What's going on? Is it related to Keenis?
In Raka's office, he gently invited Maya. Have a seat. Maya was tense, but still slowly sat down on the chair. Thank you, sir. Raka quickly got to the point. I called you in such a hurry for 2 reasons. Hearing this, Maya became even more flustered. What are they? Not 1, but 2? Raka then presented her with an elegant letter. Firstly, it's clear the Emperor has investigated your identity. This was sent to you. Maya took it, unable to help but ask, a letter with the royal crest? Is it really for me? Hearing this, Raka immediately asked cheerfully, if you don't want to read it, just pretend you never saw it and give it to me. I'll burn it to ashes and tell no one. That's truly what I want to do with it. But Maya quickly dodged his claws. Whoosh! Wait, don't burn it. Let's see. You're invited to Emperor Keenis's birthday banquet. Raka's gaze grew increasingly dark. He grumbled irritably. I can't listen anymore, even though I know what it says. Maya helplessly thought to herself. I thought he would restrain himself. I think I know what it says even without finishing it. The original plot is slowly being revealed. Was the encounter with Keenis and Reyna a premonition of this? I'm glad you burned it. Raka irritably questioned again. What's wrong? I burned it before you could finish reading it. Are you still okay? Maya still smiled cheerfully.
She tilted her head slightly and spoke from the bottom of her heart. Yes, it's fine. You burned it, so just say I never received it. Am I crazy? Why would I go to that banquet? Raka suddenly shook his head thoughtfully, refuting. No, the excuse that you never received the invitation won't work. Mia hesitated, asking again, why not? Raka slowly explained. The other nobles have already received this invitation. Above all, your invitation was delivered here by His Majesty's attendant. Hearing that, Mia became dejected. Ah, I see. Ha, that option is no longer available. If the attendant delivered it himself, my saying I never received it would mean nothing. Raka continued to suggest, but if you come with me and the twins, it will be fine. Mia tiredly wiped the sweat from her forehead and casually replied, Ha, what a relief. But wait, are you and the twins also attending? Raka replied with utmost ease. Is there a problem? Mia broke out in a cold sweat, her eyes troubled. No, but in the original story, they didn't attend the birthday banquet. As far as I know, Raka and the twins didn't appear in the novel on that day. Perhaps they went but weren't mentioned? Thinking back, Raka suddenly appeared, became infatuated with Sina, and then begged for her love. What if the reason for that was a coincidence that didn't happen in the original story? Feeling utterly flustered, Raka suddenly called her name. Mia, jump. The priest. Mia's eyes slightly lowered. I must prevent Raka and Reyna from getting involved with each other as much as possible. All the tragedies in the original story stem from Raka's infatuation with Reyna. All right, I will participate. Raka nodded slightly and then spoke to comfort her. All right, don't worry too much, I've made preparations. Mia was bewildered, but Raka immediately snapped his fingers to summon something, then presented a bouquet of flowers. Mia, wide-eyed with surprise, asked, Why are you suddenly giving me flowers? Raka quickly urged her, Look inside. Mia then rummaged through the bouquet for something. Huh? She muttered, looking inside. A piece of gold jewelry and a scroll. She wondered, what are these things? This is Seeing it, she jumped. Wait, it's a ring, a diamond ring. Raka smiled contentedly and asked, Do you like diamonds? Mia nodded honestly. Of course, but what's this about? He quickly added, I prepared these gifts for you. Mia was stunned, muttering to herself, Could it be? Looking at the paper, she was utterly astonished. Unbelievable.
An engagement contract? I must be dreaming. Maybe if I hit my head really hard, I'll wake up. Huh, why doesn't it hurt? Raka tightly gripped Maya's wrist and asked worriedly, What are you doing? Maya honestly replied, I thought I was dreaming. An engagement contract between you and me? Raka slightly tilted his head and muttered in surprise. A wedding would probably be too sudden, but an engagement is also sudden. Maya, flustered, thought to herself, I had planned to run away 4 months from now. How can I be engaged? Wait a minute, does he actually like me? What if his heart beats fast when he's near me, even without touching me?
No way. If everything still follows the original story, Raka can't like Senna or Maya.
You are mistaken about my power, that's all. I cannot accept this ring or this bouquet. Raka, with a trembling voice, asked, Are you refusing my ring? Mia hesitated and replied, Yes. He suddenly pointed at the ring on Mia's finger and questioned, Then what about the ring on your hand? Mia looked at it and awkwardly explained, This. I've always worn it. He won't believe me if I say the gods gave me this, so I'd better make up a believable excuse. Raka gave a faint, sharp smile, exposing her lie. You said you ran away without bringing anything. If you had said so from the beginning, then you should have been wearing it since the first time I met you, but you haven't been wearing that ring for long. Sweat immediately broke out, making Mia freeze, unsure of what to do. Raka sighed. Damn it, that's not what I meant to say. 2. Just think of this as a fake engagement. It's all just an act so the Emperor won't take her away. Mia, bewildered, asked loudly, Fake? Then why did you say a wedding might be too sudden? Raka immediately cut her off, voicing his thoughts. If we suddenly get married without a reason, it might seem a bit rushed. Mia continued to ask, Then what about the flowers and the ring? Raka bowed his head in thought, and then said, Even if this is just a fake engagement, we still have to follow tradition. That's what Sarom said. Mia's cheeks flushed, and she said in a small voice, I misunderstood. I'm sorry. Is that why you wanted me to sign an engagement contract? Raka gently nodded.
Mm-hmm.
Mia bowed her head, thinking seriously. So if I want to escape without being bound by anything, why don't we decide how long this contract will last? For example, 100 days. Raka repeated blankly. 100 days?
Maya quickly added, Didn't the Emperor lose interest in me after that? We're not signing this contract out of affection for each other. It's just for defense. Raka frowned, but reluctantly compromised. All right then. Maya was so moved she almost burst into tears. Thank heavens! Raka sat alone in his room that evening, deep in thought. Who is it that she's not telling me about? I didn't think she'd hesitate to sign a contract like that. It's clearly because that hateful guy gave her a ring first. I thought I had finally kept Maya by my side, but she slipped through my fingers once again. Sarom, is this information accurate? He immediately and respectfully reported. Of course, sir. Most people don't know she has a ring. Raka secretly mused. Clearly, that's not something she could buy on the street. Most rare items circulate in black markets or auction houses. Suddenly, he stood up. If I look through the items sold at auction houses, I might be able to investigate it. Sarom looked bewildered. You're going to check it yourself, sir? Raka immediately nodded. Yes, I'll be right back.
That evening at the mansion, Raka, clad in his nightgown, pondered. I've used my authority to oversee illegal trade activities to review sales records from years past, but I still haven't found any clue about the ring Mia is wearing. Did she really bring it with her when she fled the cathedral? No, that's impossible. I'd better check that ring again. He quickly made his way to Mia's room. Raka softly stepped towards her desk, bending slightly as if to get a clearer look at her. Raka sighed to himself as Mia's breathing was steady and even on the bed. As expected, she was asleep. That damned ring, it just keeps vexing me. As if sensing something. It feels like someone's at the window. An intruder? He must be very bold to dare come here. Raka's hand quickly reached out towards the strange silhouette. He firmly grabbed the bird that had been fluttering outside the window. Got it. It trembled. Is it a messenger bird? He looked at it grimly. Perhaps she uses this messenger bird to exchange letters or retrieve that ring. Haha, yes, that's it. Terratus, trembling with fear, thought to himself, Oh no, he's caught me. Should I stay still and see what he does? Raka suddenly gripped it tightly, growling irritably. You truly are a messenger bird. I can't just let you go.
Terratus fearfully faced that magic. The light from the magic flashed, striking it hard. Raka suddenly frowned and cleared his throat. My wrist. Terratus swiftly flew out of his hand and fled. Flee, 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 quickly. There it is, come on, almost there. But Raka quickly slammed the door shut in time, sending Terratus crashing into the glass door. Crash, thud. Raka muttered in confusion. Does that bird have armor or something? I sense an energy similar to the ring. He smirked. This must be that hateful guy's messenger bird, secretly communicating with Maya. I've got you. Maya had now begun to turn over, continuously mumbling. Terry. Raka gave a cold laugh, slowly approaching Maya's bed. Terry? Is Carrie the name of that hateful person who gave her the ring? I can't believe she's even looking for him in her sleep. I wonder what he'll think when his cherished messenger bird is dealt with the moment it returns. Maya, still groggy, rubbed her eyes and woke up. What's that sound?
She sprang up, exclaiming, Duke, what are you doing? What the hell happened while I was sleeping?
Raka said irritably, in an incredibly cold and furious tone. You're awake? That bird broke into the mansion. I couldn't just let it go. Hearing this, Maya broke out in a cold sweat, looking at Teritas, even though it was frantically shaking its head, protesting in despair. It broke in? Raka continued to ask, Maya flinch. Do you know that bird? She hastily denied. No. Raka's gaze turned cold and indifferent, looking straight at her. So it's fine if I handle it in a way I deem appropriate, isn't it?
Maya glanced at Raka, thinking to herself, by a way he deems appropriate, does he mean he'll deal with Teritas? Teritas is a deity, so he probably won't die, but the bird whose body Teritas borrowed will surely die.
But it doesn't cause any trouble at all. Raka moved closer to Maya, questioning, how are you so sure? She couldn't give any reason. Whatever. Maya decisively flung open the window for Teritas to fly away. Raka irritably pressed, what do you think you're doing? Maya tried to look at him and explain, I'm sure nothing's wrong, really. Raka just held his head and sighed. I know that bird led you to it. I can feel an energy from it similar to the ring. Maya was speechless, not knowing what to say. Oh, how did he know? Did he find out with dark magic? Does he still not know what Teritas is? Why are you so concerned about my ring? Raka dropped his hands and voiced all his suspicions from the past few days, muttering, perhaps you're secretly seeing someone suspicious. Maya, bewildered, immediately asked back, what do you mean? You know my situation. Raka then presented sharp evidence. If not, then why are you trying to hide it? Did your secret lover send you that bird? Maya frowned, vaguely guessing what had been happening over the past few days. Annoying. So that's what he thinks? Does he think I'm so naive as to fall for a man I've never even met? Of course not. Raka's demeanor remained cold. Then who gave you that ring? Tell me. Maya trembled, her hands clenched. How could she tell him? This was her personal property. Things would only get more difficult if he kept acting so crazily. Who I got this ring from is none of your business. Our relationship is simply a contract. The next morning, Aisha excitedly said, I'm going to win in sword fighting class today. But Delkine dismissively corrected her. There's no winning or losing in practice. Maya quickly intervened. Kids, don't argue. She thought, last night Raka stormed off without looking back. I hope he's not angry. She felt a little guilty. The two children suddenly exclaimed, oh, it's Raka. Ah. But his gloomy face made no one dare to approach and greet him.
Maya quickly stepped forward to greet him, but Raka coldly ignored her and walked past. Duke, good morning. But he didn't even pay attention. Confused, she wondered, what the hell? Aisha was also bewildered. Delkine, did Raka just ignore the nanny? Delkine nodded, puzzled. It seems so. The little girl quickly reassured her. It's okay, Maya, don't worry. The boy also added, that's right, sister-in-law, let's go to the training ground. All right, let's hurry or we'll be late for our lessons. Maya's mind was in turmoil as she secretly wondered, could it be? Raka's back continued to walk away without ever looking back. That afternoon, Sarome came to announce that the Duke would not be having lunch with her today. Maya, bewildered, blurted out, huh? What? Go to the dining hall after class for lunch? The two children looked at each other in confusion, while Maya could only force a smile. She couldn't understand what was wrong with Raka. He must be busy. Haha, is he really angry? That afternoon, Maya ate in apprehension. As she ate, she thought, even if he is a villain, he's still just a human with normal emotions. He must be very hurt. I'm so stressed I can't even digest this food. Actually, he looked quite sad when I ran into him earlier. I bet he didn't sleep well. Since he couldn't sleep last night, he'll probably come to my room tonight, so I better apologize. The two children suddenly spoke up. Sister-in-law. Delkine wondered, is something wrong? Maya hesitated. Well, Delkine shrewdly noticed. Did you argue with Raka? Maya awkwardly explained. Not exactly, but I think he's angry. Then she changed the subject. No, never mind. What am I even talking about with these kids? I'm so hungry, let's just eat. Delkine obediently replied, yes. In Raka's room, his hand holding the pen trembled as he thought, the reason Maya wanted to leave him, and the reason he just walked past her in the hallway, it was all because of that hateful Terry. Thinking this, he called out, Sarome. His brows furrowed tightly. Thinking back, he recalled her demeanor last night. It's none of your business who I got this ring from. She told him to mind his own business. Sarome quickly and respectfully replied, Duke. Raka quickly ordered him, investigate the man named Terry. Why is that suddenly popping into my head now? He then asked, when do you need this information, Your Grace? Raka quickly commanded, immediately.
That afternoon, Raka sat alone in a study, deep in thought, feeling as if a heavy burden rested on his shoulders. I just need to find this man named Terry and eliminate him. But there was still something bothering me. What was this mysterious and oppressive feeling? No, I don't need to understand it. I just need to dispose of him as usual, and that will be the end of it. A knock came from outside. Come in, he commanded. Delkine poked his head into the room and called, Raka, I want to talk to you. Do you have time? Raka replied indifferently, come in and sit down. Delkine immediately entered the room and sat down. Raka observed the boy, then remarked, you're no longer bandaged, so you must be almost fully recovered. The boy heard this and burst into a self-satisfied laugh. Haha, that wound was nothing. But Raka, did you argue with the nanny? Delkine's question startled Raka. He immediately asked, did she say that? The boy shrugged and replied, no, but I saw you ignore her in the hallway. Raka lowered his gaze, lying. I didn't mean to. I just have a lot on my mind. Delkine crossed his arms, sharply realizing the truth, and muttered, I knew it. Things have become awkward between them.
I thought Raka would marry her, but I can't believe their relationship is having problems so soon. What should I do?
Suddenly, the boy asked, Raka, do you want to be with her forever? Raka immediately replied, of course. The boy, like an experienced adult, stood up and said, then you can't just sit here like this. You have to quickly make her fall for you. Raka immediately looked bewildered. Fall for her? Delkeen excitedly nodded. Yes, people say that crushes can come and go, but true love is eternal. If she falls for you, she'll be by your side forever, just like how you want to be with her forever because you love her. Raka thought to himself, if we eventually fall in love, Mia won't leave me and we'll be together forever? He stared down at his hands.
Raka dreamily repeated, forever. The sunlight from outside finally shone into the small room. Maya stretched tiredly and yawned. Ah, that was a good sleep. There was a rustling sound nearby, and she thought it was the maid, Rita, but when she saw who had arrived, she was startled. I mean, the Duke. Raka gently asked, did I wake you? Maya immediately shook her head. No, I usually wake up around this time anyway, though it's a bit early. She secretly wondered, is he not angry with me anymore? She awkwardly spoke up. I was too cold that day, wasn't I? I'm sorry. Raka's eyes suddenly widened. He said in a low voice as the window was being opened wide, you don't need to apologize for that. Just then Rita suddenly shouted, Milady, there's trouble. But when she saw the atmosphere in the room, she paused. I'm sorry, I'll come back later. Seeing this, Raka quickly stood up. It's all right, I'll leave now. You two talk. Maya quickly questioned her. What is it, Rita? She then hesitantly asked, Milady, do you have time? Maya was suspicious. Right now? Rita suddenly shouted excitedly, yes, please help me. Maya immediately got out of bed. All right, just for a moment. She asked, is something urgent? Rita whimpered, Lady Aisha. Even before hearing everything, Maya had a hunch. It seemed our little troublemaker was up to her old tricks again. Outside, a servant worriedly said, Milady, it's very dangerous. Please come down. But Aisha stubbornly shouted, no, get lost. How many times do I have to tell you I don't want to? The servants, terrified, screamed, she's going to fall. Mia just stepped out and asked, bewildered, what's going on? Rita, who was behind her, immediately explained, the tailor has arrived to take the young lady's measurements for a dress for the royal birthday banquet. But the young lady is behaving like this because she doesn't want to meet that tailor. Aisha, with a dark expression, threatened everyone. I don't want to. I'll really jump down. Aisha continued to wail and scream. The servants immediately turned around in a panic and asked Maya, Miss, what should we do? But she could only force a smile and think to herself, ha ha, what the hell is going on? As soon as Dion saw Dion, he spoke up. Oh, you're here. Maya helplessly greeted the boy. Yes, hello Dion. Are you here to stop Aisha? Dion calmly replied, I guess so. Maya pondered in confusion. But why is he the only one so calm? The boy suddenly spoke up. But we really don't need to do anything about Aisha. Even if she falls from there, she won't die. Maya glanced at Aisha outside and thought to herself, that makes sense. Come to think of it, Aisha isn't like a normal person. Dion suddenly snapped his book shut and continued, and there's another reason why you don't need to do anything. The boy suddenly stood up, then approached Maya and said, could you bend down for a moment? She was bewildered but still complied. Huh? Is it a secret? Dion gave Maya an unexpected kiss on the cheek, accompanied by Aisha's angry voice. Hey, Dion, how dare you? As she spoke, the girl ran over and pulled Dion away. I haven't even kissed Maya yet. How could you? Dion, looking resigned, shrugged. Well, then you shouldn't have stood up there. Aisha angrily scolded. Are you sly one? Maya quickly sat down, reminding the girl, Aisha, watch your words. Aisha grumbled unhappily. Are you going to be cold to me like this forever? Me, I was already annoyed because I didn't want to go to the tailor's. Maya suddenly said gently, Aisha, if you go to the tailor with me, I'll give you a kiss. Please say yes. Aisha stared at her suspiciously. Really? Maya immediately nodded. Also, I'll give you an excellent sticker. The girl's eyes immediately lit up. An excellent sticker? Maya, sweating, tried to coax the girl. Of course. What do you say, Aisha? This is her 4th one, so I still have time. I just need to be careful not to let her collect 10 stickers. Aisha immediately compromised. All right, deal. Let's go now. The maid happily praised Maya. You're truly incredible, miss. How did you convince the young lady? Maya gave a wise smile, glancing at everyone and sighing. I hope from now on they won't call me every time something like this happens. Arriving at the tailor's, Aisha, blushing, suggested, should we go back? But Maya sternly lectured the girl. You have to keep your word, Aisha, even if unwillingly. Aisha still reluctantly agreed. Fine. The girl stopped in. The tailor, seeing the girl, happily turned around. Oh my, young lady Aisha, you finally arrived. I've been waiting for you for so long. This is Madame Ibelia. She then approached and greeted. Are you the new nanny? Maya politely replied. Yes, that's right. Ibelia delightedly suggested. Then why don't you drop by my clothing store sometime? Maya awkwardly and skillfully declined. Thank you for the invitation, but there's no need.
She suddenly sighed. Huh, it seems you don't like me either. Hearing that, Maya felt helpless and confused. What? What the heck? If she says that, I'll soften up again.
Aisha immediately shouted loudly to remind her, "No, don't fall for it. That's a trap to attract customers." Mia scratched her head in confusion. "Is that so?" Ibelia chuckled and exclaimed, "Oh my, you're truly perceptive, Lady Aisha. That's why I like you so much. Now I'm going to turn you into the cutest young lady on earth." But Aisha grumbled irritably, "Go away, don't come near me, Ibelia." She still exclaimed delightedly, "Oh my, it's so wonderful that you know my name." The little girl exclaimed in distress, "Ah, no, it feels like she'll chase me even in my dreams." Ibelia still cheerfully ran after Aisha. "Then it's a great honor." On this side, Mia secretly chuckled to herself, thinking, perhaps Madame Ibelia is a fan of Aisha. Ibelia signaled to the two maids, "Everyone prepare yourselves." Aisha stumbled back in fear and cowered into a corner. The little girl quickly picked up the scissors next to her. Aisha glared fiercely and yelled, "Don't come any closer or I'll cut you!" A hand quickly grabbed Aisha. "Ah!" the little girl screamed angrily. "Who said you could touch me?" The seamstress immediately bowed her head. "Oh, I'm sorry." Mia, listening to all the sounds from inside, gradually realized that the child hated being touched by others. Raka suddenly appeared and replied to her. "That's right, she even bathes and changes her clothes by herself." Is something wrong? He seemed to be in a bad mood this morning, or am I imagining things? Mia wondered, bewildered. "It's just, I was just surprised. I didn't know she didn't like being touched by others." Raka honestly replied, "You are the only exception." Mia chuckled. "I see. This is quite troublesome. If she makes a fuss every time we take her measurements, I wonder if there's a reason for it." "Yes, there is. Is something wrong?" Raka quickly said. "Stay still." His hand slowly reached Mia's face. Raka gently wiped away the cake crumbs remaining at the corner of Mia's mouth. Wiping. The atmosphere suddenly shifted to a deadly silence. Mia's heart pounded and she blushed. "What?" Raka slyly licked the cake crumbs he had just taken from the corner of her mouth and exclaimed, "Delicious. It must be very good since you didn't even realize it was all over your face." Mia stammered, her face flushed crimson. Just then, Aisha's shrill scream suddenly rang out. "No!" followed by the sound of thumping footsteps. "What do you think you're doing?" The tailors quickly caught the girl again. "Young lady, please wait for us just a moment. We just need to measure your arm and then we'll be done." Aisha grumbled. "Ah, let go. I said let go of me. I told you not to touch me." Raka stood up and sighed tiredly. It had only been a few quiet days, and now the girl was causing trouble again. Using dark magic for personal purposes is forbidden, unless it is for the Empire. If His Majesty learns of this, I will have to bear all the responsibility. I have no other choice but to erase their memories. A strange power immediately enveloped the entire room. The tailors suddenly became dazed. Maya couldn't help but be astonished at this sight. "Oh my, everyone has stopped except for me and Aisha." Raka gently walked over and called Aisha. "I've warned you many times lately. Have you forgotten what I told you? You are punished. You are not allowed to go to the greenhouse garden." Aisha angrily yelled, "No, you can't do that." Raka glanced at the angry girl and repeated, "You also used dark magic in the competition. I hope you haven't forgotten that this is the second time I've had to erase everyone's memories." Aisha lost her composure and shouted, "Then teach me how to do it myself. You just keep saying it's forbidden and refuse to teach me." A strange voice suddenly echoed in Raka's mind. "You should make sure that he is not." His gaze stopped immediately. Raka clutched his head in pain. What was that? Raka clutched his head in pain, muttering. The wails of the departed souls echoed in his ears, and he smelled the strong, metallic scent of blood. He, save me, save me." Mia, frightened, quickly called his name. "Duke!" The spirits relentlessly clung to Raka's mind. "Give me your body. He, save me." He told himself he had to lock himself away, just as Duke and Duchess Aintia had done before. Mia, worried, rushed over. "Duke, are you all right? Something's wrong with you, Duke." Aisha, on the other side, suddenly burst into trembling tears. Mia manned the door, quickly turned to look at the girl and said, "Aisha, I'll go check on him, so don't worry. I don't know what's happening, but it's better to follow him." In the hallway, Raka stumbled wearily amidst the glooming whispers that surrounded his ears. "Damn it, give me your body. You destroyed all of them. I can endure this, just one more day. Save me, save me. I must go somewhere no one can find me, and lock myself away until sunrise. Yes, my bedroom. It's best to go there. No one will come there." Mia suddenly ran up and abruptly blocked his path. "Wait, Duke!" Raka was drenched in sweat. His eyes glazed over as he called out, "Sarome!" Before his eyes, Mia's face was nothing more than a blurry shadow, accompanied by a gloomy voice in his ear. "Duke, please calm down." "So, will you give me your body? You killed us." Raka wearily growled, as if trying to suppress something. "If you don't want to die, get out of the way now." Mia looked bewildered, thinking to herself, "Raka, he seems to be in a lot of pain. Duke, are you all right? Do you have a fever?" Raka stubbornly continued straight ahead. "Get out of the way. I have to endure this a little longer." Mia watched his retreating back, unable to hide the worry in her eyes. Mia called out loudly after Raka's stumbling figure. "Duke!" As soon as Sarome saw Raka's exhausted and worn-out body, he cried out in bewilderment. "Oh, Duke!" That gloomy voice still clung to his mind. "I told you to give me your body." Sarome rushed over and asked, "Where are you going, sir?" He was heading to the study. The gloomy voice still echoed, "If you don't want to give me your body, I have no other choice but to slaughter everyone."
Hee, that's right. Sarome, terrified, asked, Duke, what are you doing? The phantom's image of Sarome gradually transformed into Mia's. What about this woman? Should I start with this woman? Raka's eyes widened with some emotion. Elsewhere, Mia tried to lift her skirt and run after Raka, thinking, I must follow Raka. Pant, you're... Duke, what are you doing? Sarome cried out in pain for help. Save me. Lady, be careful. That dark power was immediately unleashed towards Mia. She winced in pain. My ring finger hurts so much. Huh? Mia was gradually enveloped within some kind of barrier. Sarome cried out in fear. Lady, are you all right? Mia raised her hand bewildered, realizing, where is this light coming from? Oh, it's actually a holy relic, Raka suddenly exclaimed. How troublesome and annoying too. Sarome, drenched in sweat, loudly asked, Lady, did the Duke use healing magic, control magic, or memory erasure magic? Mia immediately replied loudly to him, Yes, he said he erased someone's memory with forbidden dark magic.
Sarome heard that and immediately understood. Oh, now I get it. After he used forbidden dark magic, unless the Shakir flower is used, it will take a whole day for him to calm down. He must be hallucinating now. Mia secretly thought of a solution to this troublesome situation. Oh dear, if he touches me for a while, he'll calm down. What should I do? Think, Mia. Then she called, Sarome. Sarome quickly took it, but was bewildered, not understanding what it was. What is this? Mia quickly explained. It's a holy artifact that can stop the Duke's attack. If you distract him for a moment, I will quickly calm him down. Wearing the ring might affect calming Raka, so I should give it to Sarome to distract him. Sarome put the ring on his hand and resolutely shouted, All right, I, Sarome Eragi, will risk my life to distract the Duke.
Right now, Mia also quickly ran forward, needing to quickly reassure him. All right. The sword in Raka's hand immediately shattered, and the air became still, with only the sound of the breaking sword remaining. Mia looked up, staring at him as she asked, Duke, have you escaped the illusion? Raka regained his senses and softly called out, Mia. She hugged him even tighter. Yes, it's me. Just stay like this for a moment. She was surprised. Huh? Tears? He's really crying. What should I do? Duke, are you crying because of the illusion? Your hands are hurting. Raka's tears fell continuously, along with words that seemed to have been buried deep in his heart. Why do you pretend as if nothing happened? If it hurts, just say it hurts. If you hate that I attacked someone I was supposed to protect, then just say so. Mia, puzzled, spoke up. Raka suddenly cut her off. Look, you're injured because of me. Mia quickly explained. This isn't my blood. It's blood from your hand. Don't you realize you're injured? Raka, bewildered, pointed at the red liquid and asked, Is this my blood? Mia, thinking rationally, immediately called out, We need to stop the bleeding. Sarome, I'll handle things here. You can go now. Sarome quickly and respectfully replied, Yes, my lady. A room slowly opened. Maya stepped inside, curiously looking around. It smelled entirely of dust in here. It seemed no one had entered this room for a long time. I need to stop his bleeding, but there isn't any clean cloth in here. It's best to use my dress. Raka asked, bewildered, What are you doing? Maya explained with difficulty, I'll tear my dress and use it to stop the bleeding. Raka quickly walked over and asked, Here, I'll help you. Do you want me to tear your dress? Maya immediately nodded. Yes. He quickly sat down, carefully examining the dress. A loud ripping sound suddenly rang out. Maya's entire body immediately trembled, her cheeks flushed, and with the dress now high slit, her face turned crimson. Raka also trembled, froze. He quickly said, I didn't mean to. Maya urgently prompted him. No, it's okay. Quickly give me the piece of cloth you just tore.
Then give me your hand. With a pounding heart, Maya carefully and meticulously bandaged his hand. Maya looked at Raka's hand and said with satisfaction, It's done. Now we should call a doctor. Let's leave, Duke. But Maya's skirt fluttered around her feet, and Raka awkwardly reminded her, You're not planning to go out like that, are you? Maya casually replied, Huh? Oh, it's fine. I'm covered enough like this. Raka suddenly sighed and lifted Maya up. Carried? Huh? Maya yelled in confusion, What are you doing? Put me down. Your wound will open up. Raka suddenly smiled and said, You're like this because of me, so I must take responsibility. Maya shyly pleaded, Don't smile like that. Raka cheerfully asked back, How am I smiling? Maya lowered her voice in embarrassment. Everyone's staring. I'm so shy. Raka chuckled again. Do you mean you can't help but look whenever I smile? Maya grumbled, That's not what I meant. He stubbornly added, Haha, that's how I want to understand it. Maya sighed, reluctantly giving in. All right, I was just talking nonsense. Anyway, if your hand hurts, put me down. Raka, blushing, spoke his true feelings. I could walk around the mansion like this. Maya immediately lowered her eyes, her heart pounding. Thump, thump. She thought to herself in embarrassment, He must have heard my heart beating. Raka finally brought Maya back to his room. Maya gently sat down on the bed. She looked around and mused.
I wonder why this room feels brighter. Has he grown to dislike light less since I've been with him? What is that? Raka held out a vial and explained, healing potion. This medicine is a secret, so I can't use it on just anyone. Maya, astonished by the sight before her, immediately rushed to his hand to examine it closely. It healed you instantly. That's amazing. Raka gently called, Priestess, please stay with me tonight.
Mia's heart pounded and her vision blurred slightly. Mia blushed, glancing away, and whispered, the twins have lessons this afternoon. Raka happily explained, Didn't I say I'd give you some time off? Take today and tomorrow off. But Mia still hesitated. Will that be all right? He quickly nodded. Of course, I'm your employer, so it's fine. But will you come out with me? I'm out of medicine and need to buy more, and I also want to show you a few things. Hearing this, Mia suggested, Then instead of today, shall we go tomorrow? A moment later, Raka quickly nodded. Then let's go tomorrow morning. Mia agreed. Just then a small petal unexpectedly floated onto her nose. All right, huh?
Raka walked over, gently picked up the leaf and said it must have blown in from the garden. Maya looked bewildered. The garden? Thinking back, Aisha had been forbidden from entering the greenhouse garden. Duke, about the greenhouse garden, I know what Aisha did was wrong, but could you please punish her in a different way instead of forbidding her from the greenhouse garden? I'll make sure to advise her so it doesn't happen again. But there's one condition. You must spend the entire day with me, and then I will grant your wish. Scene change. Aisha angrily yelled, No, I won't allow it, never! Rita quickly comforted her and then relayed Raka's words. I apologize, young lady. The Duke said that you must be quiet to let the nanny rest, meaning he will truly lock the greenhouse garden if you cause trouble again. Don't tell me not to cause any more trouble. Aisha stomped her feet repeatedly in frustration, sparks flying from her mouth. Thump, thump! Arr, so mad I could die. So where's the nanny? Rita hesitated, not daring to tell the truth. She's in the Duke's bedroom.
Aisha's expression instantly darkened. Again, the bedroom? Rita, startled, immediately turned away and shrieked, Ah! Aisha immediately started walking. I'd better go to his room and check right away. Just then, Dokeen suddenly called out, Aisha, wait! Do you remember when I told you that just this once you had to do what I said without complaining? Aisha, annoyed, replied, Yeah, so what? Ah! The boy immediately suggested, Calm down and don't bother them anymore. You know sister-in-law likes people who keep their word, right? Aisha's eye slightly lowered. Then she mumbled softly, All right, I'll calm down. Hearing this, Dokeen happily suggested, Great, let's go to school now. Aisha, disappointed, followed her brother. Elsewhere, Kinnis was sitting before a courtier. Since we last met, have you been well? He politely replied, Yes, I am well. It's been a long time. I heard you urgently wish to see me. Is something the matter? You still haven't received the prophecy, have you? He had only received a prophecy just over a decade ago, so it was still too soon to receive another.
He suddenly bowed his head, full of hesitation. Something has been written on the prophecy scroll. Kenneth glanced uncomfortably, muttering, A scroll is a prophecy? The servant presented the object to Kenneth. The old man behind him spoke up. It wasn't clear, so we brought it here. Seeing them say that, Kenneth also carefully picked up the scroll to examine it. Let's see. The scroll contained the message, Give the holy artifact to my daughter. Kenneth read the content, which confused him. Holy artifact? Hearing this, the old man below explained, Yes, according to our investigation, the holy artifact, once prophesied 100 years ago to prevent the empire's decline, has disappeared. Hearing what seemed like an absurd story, Kenneth doubted humanity. Can a saintess really prevent an empire from collapsing? When the wolf's eyes begin to glow with blue light, my daughter, who possesses the power to bestow stability, will help Asdia restore stability. Everything will return to its rightful place thanks to divine grace. Kenneth folded the scroll, his face lost in thought as he wrote down his feelings. The only thing unstable at that time was his own body, due to the influence of divine power, which was why he had thought the prophecy was about himself. His hand subtly tightened. Kenneth speculated, But if this means the empire is becoming unstable due to an imminent danger, does that mean I misunderstood this prophecy? Is that why the saintess fled the cathedral? Because she received the mission to prevent the empire from perishing? Kenneth sighed with his thoughts, then spoke up. I'll have to talk to her myself. The sound of a door open echoed.
Viego rushed in to report, Your Majesty, Duke Antia has sent an engagement announcement. Hearing about an engagement at this time, Kenneth showed judgment. An engagement? So suddenly? Viego nodded, yes, and Viego further informed the Emperor about the person getting engaged, saying that the one who would be engaged to the Duke was Maya, daughter of the gods. Meanwhile, Maya was standing, tidying her hair in front of the mirror, feeling pleased with her appearance. At this moment, a click echoed as the door opened. Rita entered carrying food, and seeing Maya, happily said, My lady, are you going out today? Maya replied, Oh yes, I have an appointment with the Duke. I'll be back before lunch. Seeing Maya smiling and talking excitedly, Rita guessed, Are you two going out together? That's a date. Being hit right on the mark by Rita made Maya incredibly embarrassed. She flinched, her face turning red, implicitly admitting it. Maya awkwardly turned back, trying to squeeze out two words. A date? Rita, seizing the opportunity, pressed on. Yes, You know the Duke usually handles everything himself. Rita enthusiastically used body language to elaborate. But this time he's going out with you. It's clearly a date. Seeing Maya didn't answer, Rita gently called out, "My lady?" Maya quickly spoke up to correct her. "It's not a date, I swear." Saying this, Maya shyly and hesitantly said, "It's just that we have a few things to buy, so we're going together." She thought to herself, "A date with Raka? How absurd."
Seeing her attempt to clarify, Rita could only laugh helplessly. Rita spoke up. "Ha, I get it. All right, I believe you. Have a wonderful time. Good luck." Mia glanced at Rita's demeanor, implicitly understanding that she didn't seem to believe her at all. After that, Rita left, the door closing with a click-clack. Mia's face went blank at this moment. She pondered, dating? Does he feel lonely going alone? While she was lost in thought, Aisha burst through the door, shouting loudly, "Mia!" Aisha grabbed Mia's hand and yelled, "You skipped breakfast again today." Seeing her sister scolding her for skipping a meal, Mia chuckled. "Ah, Aisha, she thought to herself, I forgot Aisha could come looking for me. Just then, Delkeen also came to find her. Delkeen knocked gently and asked, "Sister-in-law, may I come in?" As soon as she saw Delkeen arrive, Mia warmly welcomed her. "Oh, of course. Even though the door was open, you still knocked. How polite of you." Seeing her sister-in-law's excessive praise, Delkeen stepped in with a sigh. "Everyone knows you have to knock." But when Delkeen appeared, Aisha stomped out angrily, much to Mia's surprise. Aisha?" Internally, she screamed, "Even if you're jealous, you shouldn't kick the door." Aisha stopped in front of the door, her hand straight. She knocked on the door. Knock, knock. Aisha's face showed a competitive defiance. "Ta-da! I knocked too, Mia."
Maya quickly clapped her hands, her face radiating with praise. "Aisha is truly amazing." Aisha proudly chuckled. The little girl justified, "I just forgot earlier because the door was slightly ajar." Maya quickly reminded her, "From now on, please knock before you enter." Aisha obediently said, "Yes, now give me an excellent sticker. Yesterday you said you'd give me one, but you didn't." That reminded her. Maya took out a piece of paper. "Oh, that's right. What's written here?" Delkeen also curiously peeked her head out to look. "The day I accepted Delkeen's apology, the day I stayed away from Raka." Aisha quickly shrieked, "Ah." The little girl quickly snatched the paper back, her face turning ashen as she demanded, "Don't look, it's a secret." Maya was curious. Does she write down what she does every time she gets an excellent sticker? Appreciating Aisha, Maya spoke up. "Aisha, come here, I'll give you another kiss." Hearing about the kiss, Aisha delightedly accepted quickly. "Hee, yes."
Mia chuckled to herself. "She's so cute. I really can't bring myself to hate her." She quickly gave Aisha a passionate kiss. The girl, being showered with kisses, excitedly said, "Stop, that tickles." A gloomy atmosphere hung beside the two. Raka appeared, sulking, and asked, "What are you doing?" When Raka entered the room, the atmosphere grew tense. Delkeen quickly held Aisha back, who exclaimed in surprise, "Raka!" Delkeen poked her head out and said, "Raka, I've got Aisha." The boy nodded in acknowledgement. Delkeen urged, "Hurry up and do on your date." Mia felt completely embarrassed, scratching her head awkwardly. "Oh, he's here to pick me up." Raka understood, nodding in thanks to Delkeen, and said, "All right, I'll come back later then." Mia also quickly left. "We'll be back soon, kids."
The sound of the door closing echoed, leaving only two people in the room. Aisha felt that today had turned terrible for her. She shouted loudly, "Dating?" Aisha grumbled irritably. She had a lot to say. "Delkeen, how could you? What if Raka takes Mia away and she doesn't spend time with us anymore?" But Delkeen calmly continued reading his book. Delkeen spoke a philosophy of life. Love is the best way to keep someone by your side. Marriage is a vow that we will be with the one we love forever, blessed by everyone. That's a quote from the book Love and War. Do you understand what this means? Delkeen snapped his book shut. He placed the book on the table, stood up, and began a lecture for Aisha. "Listen carefully, Aisha. Mia was hired as our nanny, so she will leave when we grow up." Aisha flinched. "What?" Delkeen diligently explained. There were a few ways to make her stay. For example, we could get a wish by collecting excellent stickers. But the problem is, the servants would make Mia uncomfortable if she had to live like that. Aisha wondered, why is that a problem? We just need to eliminate anyone who bothers her. Hearing her words, Delkeen was utterly exasperated. He helplessly said, "You're so foolish." Aisha retorted, "What? That's the fastest way." Delkeen had to resort to the book for help, saying yes, but Mia wouldn't like that. He held the book up in front of Aisha. "Anyway, the best solution is to follow what this book says." Aisha, skeptical of life, asked, "A book?" Delkeen seriously introduced two words, marriage. But Aisha thought differently. She shrieked, "Huh? No, then I'll have to let Raka take her." Delkeen whispered, "Think about it. He won't take her. If they get married, she'll be with us forever." It was then that Aisha began to process each word. Delkeen added, "So let's become love angels to make them fall for each other." Meanwhile, Maya and Raka stopped in front of a house that was nothing short of dilapidated. Maya mumbled, "Are you sure this is a magic potion shop?" Raka nodded. "Mm-hmm." Maya cried inwardly, recalling what he had said. "Oh, by the way, do you like dogs? They have a dog." "Oh, really?" Maya wondered. I shouldn't have believed him when he said they had a cute dog here. Above the shop there was also a note,
Beware of vicious dog. Maya was curious. But what does that sign say? 4 words blared before her eyes. Beware of vicious dog. Maya tried to trick her own eyes. Ah, it's a warning. Maya volunteered to lead. I'll just open the door and go in, shall I? Raka, standing behind her, added. That's fine, but he's not one to open the door easily. Maya replied. Ah, I see. She paused for a moment, her eyes fixed on the door. Maya thought, could it be that this door can only be opened by some secret method? That must be to protect this shop, since it's such a super dilapidated place.
Instead of you complicating things, Raka spoke up, you just need to kick the door. Then he raised his legs straight, preparing to kick the door. Mia's face just froze, turning pale with shock. Just then, the shop owner appeared. He grumpily yelled, Are you crazy? So early in the morning, someone came to bother him, and it was his best friend, who was also trying to break down his shop. Falir said coldly and irritably, Why do you always try to kick the door every single time you come here, when we have a password? Raka coolly declared, I don't like passwords. Falir said, rubbing his temples, You just need to say open sesame, that's all. But seeing Raka's gloomy attitude, Falir quickly bowed his head. Sorry, I'll shut up now. Mia stood behind, shaking with laughter. Open sesame. But trying to hold back her laughter for so long made Mia helpless. Phew. Seeing another guest arrive with Raka, Falir was pleased to introduce himself. It's a pleasure to meet you, beautiful lady. I am Falir Mikia, an old friend of Raka's. Raka, standing beside them, advised, You don't need to remember his name. Just associate him with a dog. Mia was doubtful. A dog? Immediately, 2 ears perked up. Falir winked, introducing his identity. Because I'm a werewolf. Do I look scary and hideous?
Maya saw the werewolf with her own eyes. Falir was still whimpering, and Maya's eyes sparkled as she remarked, He's so cute. Maya gently asked, May I pet you once? Falir was delighted, immediately bowing his head. Of course. Falir smiled faintly and said, It's my honor when... Before he could finish speaking, Raka grabbed him by the collar, making him cry out, Ah, ah, ah. Raka threatened, How dare you approach her? Maya watched Falir being bullied with her own eyes, too bewildered to speak, letting out a small, confused sound. Falir struggled in protest. That's not fair. She's the one who said I was cute and offered to pet me. Maya also chimed in. That's right. I was the one who suggested it first. Seeing that even she spoke up to help Falir, Raka, who was holding Falir, suddenly froze. He hesitated, glancing at her. Then Raka spoke up. You like dogs that much? Maya admitted. Yes. But Raka, on his side, felt very annoyed. His hand tightened and pressed hard, making Falir let out a small cry. Ugh! Raka pulled him by the hand. You come in here with me for a moment. Falir cried out in despair. Save me! Maya was powerless to help. Was it just my imagination? Or did Raka's hand look incredibly tense? The door slammed shut. Afterwards, Maya walked into the store. Hello?
She stepped into the shop. The atmosphere around her was gloomy, unusually quiet. Mia wondered, what are all these things? They're so creepy. A skull caught her attention. Mia bent down to admire it. Are all these things real? Falir's voice rang out. Ah, don't touch that, my lady. If you touch it, it will spray venom. As soon as Mia heard that, she quickly pulled her hand back, her heart pounding. Thank you. The venom almost... At this moment, Mia looked around for Raka. She wondered, but what is Falir doing here? Didn't he go inside with Raka? She curiously asked, Where's the Duke? Falir sighed in exasperation. My secretary is with him. It turns out he didn't even bring any Shakir flowers. Mia asked again in surprise. Huh, does he usually bring Shakir flowers here? Falir fiddled with an object nearby, then suddenly recounted in a quiet tone. Yes, the only people who can turn flowers into medicine around here are me and someone in the Imperial City.
Maya saw him comfortably touching those items, which made her own hands and feet itch. Maya softly asked, The things you're touching are dangerous, aren't they? Falir chuckled. Oh yes, don't touch anything. It's for your own good. After hearing that, a thought appeared in Maya's mind. Perhaps this is a shop of death, not a pharmacy. After chatting for a long time, Falir suddenly remembered. Anyway, I have something to tell you. Can we talk in private? Maya was surprised. What is it? Falir suddenly moved closer, his voice sounding hesitant. His hand took hold of her hair, and Maya unconsciously leaned back from his pressure. Falir spoke up. Don't misunderstand. I don't mean anything by it. I just want to check a few things. You seem different from ordinary people. Maya softly asked. How so? Falir revealed. You have a very strong scent of Shakir flowers. Then he let go of her hair and excitedly made a suggestion. So, could you pluck a strand of hair and give it to me? Maya tensed up. What are you going to do with it? Fearing her worry, Falir clarified. I swear it won't hurt. You might not believe it, but I'm a top potion maker. Maya pressed. Then why do you have to hide it? Falir stuck out his tongue and revealed. To become the best, you have to make many mistakes. Anyway, I only need one strand of hair. Maya found his smiling demeanor made her even more suspicious. Mistakes? Is he committing a crime or something? That's even more dubious. But it's just one strand of hair, and she has plenty of hair.
Maya, being generous, said, "All right, I'll give it to you." In her heart, she thought, "I'm still very suspicious, but he doesn't seem to be lying at all." Maya handed him the strand of hair. "Here you go." Falir quickly took it. "Thank you." Falir excitedly put it into a small glass vial. He affirmed, "I promise to use it productively." Footsteps echoed, and Raka's voice said, "What are you doing?" Then he snatched the vial from Falir's hand, held it up, and examined it carefully. "Are you going to curse her?" Falir reached out his hand. "Give it back," he explained. "I just want to research it a bit. If it works, perhaps I'll be able to solve the shortage of shakir flowers." Raka mumbled in surprise. "Really?"
Maya, listening from the side, found it quite foolish. To resolve this, Raka wouldn't have to depend on his own strength anymore. If she didn't want him clinging to her when she escaped in 4 months, then she would need Haosaki. "This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity," Maya spoke up in support. "Just trust Falir." "You want more, sir?" Falir said softly. "That's great." But Raka, with a gloomy expression, pushed him away threateningly. "Before you ask her for more, try experimenting with that thread first." Seeing how he treated his friend so directly, Falir also spoke up helplessly. "So have you received all the healing potions?" Raka replied, "I've requested all those medicines be sent to the mansion, except for a few types. By the way, how did you sneak out? What are you doing here?" When interrogated after his escape, Falir tried to stammer his way through. It's just that this is the first time you've brought a woman here, so I was just curious." Hearing that someone wanted to ogle her, Raka's jealousy flared. He said on guard, "She didn't come here to talk to the likes of you." Maya stood partially hidden behind him, obscured by Raka. Seeing Raka like that, Falir could only sigh. "Oh my, you didn't even bother to introduce her to me. How selfish. You probably think she's the wife you're trying to hide, don't you?" The remark reached Maya's ears, making her face flush red.
Mia tilted her head and gave a forced laugh. Haha, what a joke. But Raka's words stopped her dead in her tracks. "That's right," Raka corrected. "We'll be getting married soon, so show her some respect." When Falir heard the shocking news directly from the guy's mouth, his face went blank. "Seriously?" Mia clutched her head, trembling. "What are you talking about?" Mia quickly interjected, "No, I'm just a nanny at the Antia estate." Raka revealed even more. "It's already been officially announced, and we really are getting married." She protested. "Actually, we're just strangers." Raka sighed, admitting, "We were, but we've signed an engagement contract, so you could say we're about to become husband and wife." Hearing him speak further drove her mad. Mia lowered her face. "That damn engagement contract. We signed it to stop Kinnett from taking me to the cathedral." Hearing the two of them bicker back and forth, Falir helplessly spoke up. "Raka, can we talk privately for a moment?" Mia sighed. What's going to happen to me now?"
The sound of the door closing echoed. Slam. Falir lost his composure and grumbled loudly. "Marriage? You're getting married?" Raka calmly said, "Didn't you hear? We just met last time. Are you deaf now?" Falir retorted, "I wish I hadn't heard." He said softly, a little embarrassed, "I intend to win her over at all costs." Falir wondered, but why? Raka mumbled, "I want her by my side." At this, Falir became a little wary. "You don't really love her, do you?" Raka flinched upon hearing that. He mumbled, "Ha, ridiculous." Hearing his words, Falir scratched his head, but didn't forget to remind him, "Lucky, but be careful." Falir expressed, "Even if you have such feelings, it's just a side effect of the Sakito flower." Recalling the image of each victim, "You were delusional because of its power." Raka sighed, "Yes, I thought so until recently. I don't think that anymore. Not when Mia hugged me and when I held her. I didn't feel a surge of desire or lose my mind, perhaps because I started touching her more and got used to it." Raka frowned and said, "You don't need to worry about that. If you called me here just to grumble, then I'm leaving." Falir quickly shrugged, expressing his opinion. "What do you mean? I'm giving you heartfelt advice. Actually, who you love doesn't really matter." Suddenly, Falir changed the subject to childbirth. "Why do you think people say Duke Aintia is infertile?" Realizing he had misspoken, Falir quickly turned his face away. Oops. Upon hearing this, Raka gloomily grabbed Falir. "What did you say?"
Raka pulled Falir aside to question him, making him turn pale. Raka spoke up. "Did you see it with your own eyes?" Falir stammered a denial. "Of course not, and I wouldn't even bother." Upon receiving the answer, he said, "Then you'd better shut your mouth. I'm leaving. Maya is waiting for me." Seeing the guy leave, Falir reached out to stop him. "Wait, I haven't finished speaking yet." Falir got to the main point. "It's not about that woman. I'm out of stock, so I can't send medicine from Hawasaki to the northern forest."
Hearing this, he suddenly froze. Raka, with an icy expression, turned back and exclaimed, "How long has it been since you sent it?" Falir replied, "About 2 days." Falir put a hand to his forehead, pondering. Raka had asked him to send medicine to his villa in the northern forest. He hadn't even given a reason, but Falir still did it, even though he didn't know why it was needed. Raka's reaction, in any case, was quite surprising. Suddenly, Raka anxiously asked, "You still have emergency reserve medicine, right?" Falir, bewildered, said, "Yes, but that's for you." Raka sighed in relief and said, "Send that for now." Raka then instructed Falir, "And I will assist you with anything necessary, so prioritize finding a substitute for the shakir flower."
Seeing Raka suddenly offer help made Falir's heart fill with suspicion. Who is he doing all this for? Recently, when he went there himself, he hadn't seen anyone except the knights on guard. Falir thought, I found a fascinating creature in that forest, but what if I said I caught it? Raka looked at him with eyes that seemed to emit fire. After much thought, Falir decided, no, never mind. If Raka finds out I secretly investigated that forest, he'll chop off my head. Raka agreed. All right. It was almost dark. Maya stood alone in the shop, annoyed, asking, when will he arrive? A sudden chill made Maya shiver all over. She thought to herself, patience. If I accidentally touch something, I'll die. The candle in the shop was still burning brightly. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew through, whoosh, extinguishing all the candles, and the space became pitch black. Maya was now trembling uncontrollably from fear, her inner self screaming wildly. The candles are out! She tried to speak. Falir, the candles are out, Duke. She closed her eyes in fear. Suddenly, Maya noticed something unusual. She raised her hand to check. Her ring had just vibrated. She had felt this yesterday, too. Has something happened to the holy relic? A shout rang out. Careful! Maya instinctively turned around. A crash echoed, and Wright lay on the floor, clutching a vase tightly and screaming loudly.
Maya worriedly asked, are you okay? Reich stood up, fumbling to find the lid. Maya curiously asked, is this Falir's secretary? Maya saw something black wiggling in the jar. She wondered curiously, what is that? Is it dangerous? Seeing Reich fumbling for the lid, Maya handed her a book and said, block it with this first. Reich accepted. Oh, all right, thank you so much. Reich used the book to cover the jar. Only then did Reich say, it usually stays still, but suddenly it went wild. Maya curiously asked, what is it? Reich replied, oh, this is from Forest B. Suddenly Reich shrieked. She hastily warned, someone's coming. Please don't tell anyone that I let this thing get out of control for a moment. A thud and clatter echoed. Maya's face went blank. They were gone. Suddenly Maya's hand was grabbed. She startled and turned around. Huh? Someone grabbed my hand. It turned out to be Raka. Maya mumbled, Duke? Raka anxiously asked, are you hurt? Did something attack you? Maya was still a bit dazed. She replied, no, I'm fine.
So you're still safe and sound, Raka sighed, wiping sweat from his face. Thank goodness, I heard a noise and thought something had happened to you. Just then, Falir appeared, interrupting the two of them. But even so, why did you suddenly leave me behind? Seeing Falir's jealousy made Mia burst out laughing. Falir eagerly asked, oh right, I heard a very loud noise. Did something happen? Mia stammered. She remembered that person telling her not to say anything. Mia quickly made up a story. Your secretary accidentally dropped a bottle of medicine, that's all. Mia tried to rationalize. This will be fine. Making medicine is a common occurrence. He was quickly convinced by her explanation, but Falir still wondered, scratching his head curiously, asking, oh, I see. But why are the candles out? Mia's face froze and she stammered. I'm not sure. They just went out on their own. Maybe it was the wind. With years of experience as both an assistant and the owner of this shop, Falir mumbled, they can't just go out like that. Maya was surprised. What do you mean? Fearing her worry, Falir quickly said, those candles are made of energy stones to prevent them from going out, but sometimes they still extinguish when they come into contact with dark magic. Perhaps it's because Raka arrived. After hearing Falir, Maya also questioned everything. Does my ring also react to dark magic? Huh? Wait, what's wrong with Raka? His face suddenly darkened and his mouth curved into a cunning smirk. Maya guessed, did he just argue with Falir in the room? Fearing something might happen, Maya quickly pushed Raka away. We're leaving, Falir. You should rest. Let's get out of here before something bad happens. But Falir rushed forward and clasped Maya's hand warmly. Falir began, yes, my lady, it was wonderful to meet you. Next time, please visit me by yourself. I have many interesting things in the shop storeroom, and I'll teach you how to make potions. Raka was as cold as ice at this moment. Maya glanced at Raka, who was looking at them with a gloomy expression. She stammered, sure. Internally, she prayed, Raka, please calm down. Raka couldn't help but growl, do you want to die? Maya stiffly said, we have another appointment, so we must go now. After that, they left the store. Mia whispered, today, I, Mia, daughter of the gods, have saved another life. On this side, Aisha was making a fuss. How can you still eat at a time like this, Delkeen? Delkeen munched on his food, calmly saying, we still have plenty of time. Aisha was extremely annoyed. She yelled, what do you mean? We need to quickly come up with a plan before Maya leaves. He reluctantly took out a piece of paper. Delkeen straightforwardly read aloud, I've come up with a few ideas. Aisha was curious. I want to see too. Give it here. Fearing his sister wasn't smart enough, Delkeen said, I'll explain it to you. But Aisha wanted to figure it out herself. She retorted, quiet, I'm reading. After muttering for a while, Aisha declared, absolutely perfect. Aisha pointed out the plan. Based on your information, I like this one the most. Raka saves Maya from danger. Her eyes sparkling, she outlined a brilliant scenario, a knight in shining armor operation. Delkeen sighed, guessing, you're only choosing it because it sounds fun, aren't you? Aisha said irritably, trying to get them together is already troublesome enough, so at least we should make the plan fun. Delkeen caught the key word. He pondered, fun.
Delkeen suggested, so why don't we try this one first, and then try the plan you chose? Aisha agreed. All right. The plan they referred to was an unexpected situation on a beautiful sunny day that would bind the destinies of two people more firmly together.
Mia and Raka were walking together. Mia muttered to herself, "Whew, that was close. Falir was no longer watching, so I guess I can let go of his hand now, right?" But Raka tightened his grip on her hand even more. Mia was surprised. "Huh?" She quickly spoke up. "Duke, you can let go." Raka made a hurt face and said, "I don't like Falir touching your hand." Mia explained, "He only shook my hand." But Raka didn't see it that way. He dramatized it. "He was fondling your hand with eyes like a snake, and you call that a handshake?" Mia looked at his reaction, which made her doubt. Are they really friends? They act more like enemies. After saying that, Raka turned his face away to look at the road, but still carried a dart of resentment within him. A figure was hiding in the distance. Raka turned to remind her, "Wait here for a moment, I need to check a few things." Mia nervously asked, "Are you going to leave me alone? Where are you going?" Knowing she was worried, Raka gently patted her head and said, "I'll be right back, just give me 5 minutes." Then he left, leaving Mia alone, who was touched by his pat. "Am I a child, perhaps?" she thought. She thought to herself, "He said 5 minutes, and I have nothing to do, so should I count until the time is up? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Teradus appeared, calling out loudly, startling Maya. "Ah, damn it, you scared me." She asked curiously, "Teradus, what are you doing here?" Teradus replied, "I came here because of the person that hateful guy came to meet." Maya guessed, "Are you talking about the man in the black cloak?" Teradus admitted, "Yes, he is a victim of forbidden dark magic." She asked in confusion, "So, besides Drakkar, there are others who can use forbidden dark magic?" Teradus replied, curling his pointed beak, "Yes, even though I tried to prevent this before going to sleep." Teradus sighed. "Anyway, you must be careful. I called that person here just as a precaution, because I'm too worried." Maya mumbled, "That person? Who do you mean?" The sound of flapping wings grew increasingly fierce. Teradus shrieked, "Maya!" The masked figure attacked Maya from behind. She quickly dodged, but the blade still grazed her face.
Maya worriedly said, "I'm bleeding." The guy saw she was still unharmed and stared with wide eyes. Maya paused. At this moment, Toritis flapped his wings frantically beside her. "Maya, be careful, it seems there's more than one." Observing him closely, Maya realized his eyes had lost their focus. At the mansion, Viego expressed his opinion. "Are you referring to Duke Aintia and the Saintess? Perhaps they've developed feelings for each other after spending so much time together. You never know what can happen between a man and a woman." Each word seemed to sink into his heart. Kenneth pondered, could Duke Aintia really fall in love? Kenneth made a judgment. Perhaps they are engaged for the mutual benefits it brings. The Saintess prevents the empire from collapsing, and Duke Aintia can elevate his family's status. Kenneth glanced out the window, thinking to himself, so perhaps I'll make her change her mind. A bird silhouette flew past. Outside the window, Toritis was flying past in disguise. Toritis flapped his wings in front of the window as if wanting to open it. Kenneth leaned in to observe, recognizing a golden bird. Viego had also seen it. What? A golden bird?
Teritis successfully captured the attention of both individuals. Kynnis greeted, "Do I have an urgent meeting today?" Viego announced, "I have canceled all other appointments due to the High Priest's visit." Kynnis nodded. "Good, I'll be out for a moment." He then stood up, but his eyes remained fixed on the golden bird. Viego suddenly spoke, "Your Majesty." Meanwhile, Raka was walking in a hurry. He thought to himself, "It was just a fleeting glimpse, but I sensed dark magic from the man in the black cloak." That image still lingered in his mind. Raka realized it was a feeling of unease that put all his senses on edge, even when he just stood still. Who could be using forbidden dark magic? As far as I know, the former Duke Aintia and I were the only ones who could use it, but now the former Duke Aintia can no longer use it. At this moment, Raka had grabbed the cloaked man by the collar, pinning him against the wall. Thud! Raka threatened, "If you don't want to die, reveal your identity." But when he removed the man's cloak, the man trembled. Raka was astonished. Wait, something's wrong. Raka saw that the man's eyes had lost focus, and he asked, "Who did this to him?" He realized he knew that look very well. It was the same dark magic he had used on the former Duke Aintia 5 years ago. Raka declared, "It seems I must destroy you." "Huh?" The man drew his sword. Clang! Raka winced. A thwack echoed.
The cloaked man slumped down. Raka stood frozen-faced before his corpse. He speculated, had he been brainwashed to explode if in danger? But besides the Emperor and himself, who else could recognize that forbidden dark magic had been used on him? At this moment, Raka keenly noticed something unusual. There was an emblem on his sword. That emblem was only engraved on swords given to knights of the Aintia family. Could it be? On the highest floor of the West Wing, the boy was in the most isolated attic room. Someone approached. "Hello, are you Raka?" Raka sensed a change. This scent, he recognized it as Shakir flowers. He quickly turned to determine the direction of the fragrance, remembering Mia. On this side, another cloaked figure was trembling, huddled in a corner, muttering, "Save me, please." Teritis flapped its wings instead of acting. Immediately, Mia ran off. "Hurry," Mia said, covering her wound. Okay. She quickly ran to hide, but still curiously turned back to look at him. She didn't know why he stopped, but now she had to run immediately. After running a long distance, they reached a small row of houses. Terratus by her side called Mia, to which Mia replied,
Terratus expressed, perhaps I must go now. It was only then that she realized the distance between herself and him. She had thought he was lagging behind. Maya loudly asked, Are you going to abandon me now? Terratus retorted, I don't want to, but my bird form cannot last much longer. Maya indignantly said, But you haven't been a bird for very long. Knowing this, Terratus, in a weak position, stammered, Well, it's better if I go anyway. Maya burst into tears. Damn it, Terratus, why do you always run away at crucial moments? Suddenly, a shadow flashed past, making Maya shriek, Ah! Maya irritably turned back to threaten Terratus. You'll be responsible if you leave and he kills me. Terratus blurted out, That will never happen. Don't worry, just run and turn right. Maya questioned life itself at his suggestion. Right? Terratus left, and Maya, filled with doubt, stood at a crossroads. Turn here? Maya recalled Terratus's words, that he told her to turn right, but was it here, or did she have to go further? After much deliberation, Maya impulsively ran, following her gut feeling. Since there's a turn in the road, I'll probably turn here. But after running for a while, a dead end suddenly appeared. Maya cursed. Damn it, it's a dead end. Footsteps approached, and Maya, terrified, hid behind a barrel, praying internally, Oh, please, pretend you don't see me.
The sound of footsteps grew closer, stopping in front of the large barrel. It was Kinnis again, who brightly bent down and called Saintus. She met his gaze. Emmy quickly assessed him. Broad shoulders, a long neck, and soft blonde hair. This was Kinnis Zerdia, the male lead of the Shakir flower. Seeing the person in front of her, Maya suddenly broke out in a sweat and awkwardly said, Wait, is this the person Tourette is called for? Kinnis gently asked, What are you doing here? Why aren't you standing up? Maya snapped out of it, quickly bracing herself against the barrel and springing to her feet. That's right, then I shall... But Kinnis quickly interjected, Wait! Kinnis's eyes searched around, and he stated, I sense a dark energy nearby. It might be dangerous, so let's go together. Maya gratefully replied, Thank you for your offer, but... Kinnis spoke up, You're on your way to Aintia Manor, aren't you? I'll escort you there, Kinnis said with a tone full of certainty. At this moment, the area began to stir, bustling with noise. People were sitting in the tavern when a cloaked figure appeared. It was Damien, who had red hair. Just then, someone called out, startling him. He was blocked at the door by a man in black who said, You're trying to leave without paying, aren't you? Damien muttered, Get out of my way. But the old man stubbornly retorted, Don't you dare threaten me. No sooner had he finished speaking than the old man was enveloped by a dark aura, making him feel dizzy. Having subdued the old man, Damien left easily, muttering a frustrated curse. What a nuisance, tsk. After that, he got into a carriage and departed. As time passed, Damien wore a guilty expression and mumbled, I apologize, it might take longer than I thought. The carriage wheels clattered.
Kinnis sat in the car with Maya. He said worriedly, How are you? It looks like you'll have a scar. Maya frantically touched the wound with her hand. Right, I just got grazed, she spoke up. It's just a scratch, I'm fine. Kinnis sighed. Suddenly, he leaned over, his hand pressing against her cheek. Kinnis whispered, Excuse me for a moment. I won't harm you, so don't worry. A wave of energy appeared, signifying healing. A moment later, the wound on her cheek disappeared. Maya was startled. This is divine power. Kinnis lowered his hand. After the healing was done, Kinnis settled back into a seat, sitting solemnly. He smiled and said, Now you don't have to worry about it leaving a scar anymore. Maya nodded. Kinnis had unexpectedly helped a commoner like her. Maya asked curiously, Why would you use divine power for such an unnecessary task? Kinnis admitted frankly, You are not an ordinary person. At this, Kinnis suddenly became shy, not daring to meet her gaze. He averted his eyes slightly. Above all, I feel a great sense of peace when I touch you, as if that power exists for my sake. A loud crash echoed from the mansion.
Accompanied by thumping sounds, Maya sipped her tea, her mind also distracted, but Kinnis seemed quite used to it. Raka appeared, startling Maya. Duke! He appeared grumpily, growling, I request an audience, your majesty. Kinnis smiled and greeted. Long time no see, Duke Aintia. Raka pouted and interrogated. Why are you with Mia? Kinnis calmly recounted. My being here is like fate. I feel something led me here, and it is her. Upon hearing him speak, Raka's face darkened, as if he wanted to talk privately, one-on-one. Maya cried inwardly, If you say it like that, he'll be even more suspicious. Seeing Raka look at her with such affectionate eyes, Kinnis spoke up. Your gaze makes me quite sad. I promised to take her back to the duchy after her wounds are treated. Raka paused. Wounds? Maya met Raka's gaze, which made her break out in a sweat. She quickly clarified. Oh, right, I have a small cut on my cheek. She felt tense inside, wondering how to ease this tension. This wasn't what she wanted. Kinnis calmly sipped his tea amidst the tense situation. The tea smells wonderful today, he mused. She remembered Kinnis's words. I have some matters to attend to nearby, so I'll stay here until my retainers arrive, and I also wish to extend my greetings to Duke Aintia. Maya muttered. If he weren't the emperor, I would have grabbed him by the collar and demanded to know why he did that to me. Raka tried to restrain himself, then offered,
Then I shall escort Maya back to her room. Kinnis couldn't resist saying, it seems you care for her deeply. Raka revealed their status. We are already engaged. How could I not care? Kinnis reluctantly admitted, yes, I hear postponing engagements is quite common these days. But he ignored Kinnis's words and boldly stepped towards Maya. Raka leaned in slightly and whispered, not us. Kinnis smiled. Yes, an engagement born of love would certainly be different. Upon hearing this, Raka shot a furious glare. Maya quickly reminded him, control yourself. Please, you cannot kill the Emperor. At that moment, the butler entered. Your Majesty, Viego has arrived. Kinnis replied, that was quick.
Turning to speak to the lovebirds, Kinnis reminded them, I'll see you two at the upcoming birthday banquet, which made her expression go blank. A moment later, the door clicked shut. Upon seeing the Emperor, Viego quickly spoke up. Your Majesty, are you all right? I was very worried because I was informed that you suddenly came to Aintia Manor. Kinnis stretched his limbs and said, as you can see, I'm perfectly fine. It seems your worries were for nothing. Kinnis glanced behind him, thinking to himself, I simply followed the instructions and met the Saintess. I should probably naturally become closer to her. I don't have many Shakir flowers left, but if I can't bear it, I just need to meet Reina Adrian. Viego gasped, panting. His teen eyes noticed His Majesty's hand seemed invisible. Viego exclaimed in surprise, Your Majesty, your hand! Kinnis was bewildered. My hand? Kinnis quickly angled his hand, staring intently at it. Viego recounted, Huh? I was sure your hand was invisible, but perhaps I just imagined it. Kinnis, questioning reality, asked, Invisible? Meanwhile, Delkine was leisurely admiring the scenery when Aisha's voice called out, Delkine.
The young girl loudly scolded, this is not the time for this. You also saw her return home with the Emperor, didn't you? Delkine sighed, but what can we do now? I hope His Majesty doesn't approach her. Aisha cursed, how dare he take her? I'll commit treason. Seeing his sister's excessive outburst, Delkine quickly reminded her, don't be so ridiculous anymore. Aisha wondered, so you want me to just stand by and watch? Delkine seriously said, no, call her personal attendant immediately. We must act before it's too late. At this moment, Mia, who was suddenly attacked and met the Emperor, sat helplessly pondering, what if I take a break? I haven't even rested yet. This is truly the worst vacation ever. But she quickly regained her spirits. Oh, the twins don't have lessons today, so I finally get to rest today. A knock sounded from outside. Knock, knock. My lady, it's Rita. Mia replied, come in. As soon as she saw Rita enter, Mia exclaimed, what is it? Rita shyly stepped closer and spoke softly. We've just received some rare tea leaves, and I'd like to prepare a cup for you if you'd like. Mia was surprised. Tea leaves? Rita quickly added, yes, its name is Veramasita. Mia smiled. Yes, that sounds delicious. All right, I'll try it. Rita suggested, why don't you drink it outside? The warm sunlight and gentle breeze would make it wonderful to have tea in the garden. Mia tried to imagine. The garden. If only someone were drinking with me. Ah.
Maya cheerfully invited, Rita, by the way, would you like to have tea with me? Rita's face went completely blank upon hearing this, Delkine's instructions echoing in her ears. Listen carefully. First, make sure the nanny comes to the garden in the west wing, and then, when we give the signal, let her enter the garden maze and then slip away. I should put even more pressure on her. If you fail, I'll destroy you. If you fail, I'll destroy you. If you fail, I'll destroy you. Rita spoke up. Is that all? Delkine replied, yes. A little while later, the two were in the small garden. Maya still didn't know this was a meticulously planned scheme. She even cheerfully laughed and said, Rita, the weather is beautiful today, isn't it? Rita broke out in a cold sweat, trying to act natural. Haha, yes, Lady Aisha almost assassinated me. Maya expressed, relaxing on a day like this feels a bit awkward. Rita was captivated by her beauty. She always found her beautiful, but today she was even more so. Rita unconsciously kept gazing at Maya. At this moment, Maya sighed. Above all, Aisha didn't come looking for me, thank goodness. Suddenly, a stone rolled over. Rita realized it was young Master Delkine's signal. She stammered, my lady, behind the garden, there's a very beautiful place. Would you like to go see it? Maya cheerfully accepted. That's a wonderful idea. I'm almost finished with my tea anyway. Then I'll lead the way. Follow me. All right. Time passed, and just as planned, Maya entered the garden maze. Maya was still engrossed in admiring the beautiful scenery. Wow, it's so beautiful. The weather is lovely, and the fragrant flowers make it look even more stunning. At this moment, she felt something was wrong. Rita! Maya quickly turned around, but Rita was nowhere to be seen. She kept calling her name. Rita!
A moment later, Maya's figure faded from view. The three people who had devised the plan and had been secretly observing them also emerged. Aisha whispered, so you're saying the nanny is in this maze garden, right? Rita confirmed, yes, she's probably busy observing her surroundings. Aisha spoke up, all right, you can go now. Rita breathed a sigh of relief. Yes. Aisha turned to her brother for his opinion. Delkine, what should we do next? Delkine said seriously, we have successfully confined her in the maze on a beautiful sunny day, so all that's left is to arrange a fated encounter for her.
The plan is going well. Delkine stood up and reminded her, I'll bring Raka, you wait here and keep an eye out to see if she comes out. Okay. Suddenly, the sky turned gray and a drop of water fell on Aisha's face. Drip. Huh? At this moment, Raka was working in his room and he spoke up. If this is accurate, then it means the number of nights hasn't changed in several months. Are you sure? Yes.
Raka questioned. Then who was the knight I saw yesterday? The dagger held by the unknown assailant clearly bore the emblem of the Antia family. Being questioned made his heart pound. Raka, noticing his discomfort, stared at him and spoke. You mean you saw one of our knights outside? He said fearfully. Perhaps he was the knight we just sent to the northern forest. At this, he appeared thoughtful, considering, and said, Actually, I find it very curious, because we haven't received any reports from the northern forest. We should have received news as soon as the knight arrived there. What he said made sense, which troubled Raka. Raka seemed to have thought of a suspect. It seems it was indeed him. You may go now. Upon hearing this, he seemed to be relieved of a great burden. Understood. After he left, a maid entered. She spoke. Did you call for me, Duke? Raka said. I hear that among all the staff, you have worked here the longest. She nodded. That is correct. Raka asked curiously. Then do you still remember the child who used to live in the attic of the West Wing?
Hearing the Duke speak, she suddenly remembered. Is he talking about Damien? Raka frowned. Yes, when was the last time you saw him? She recalled, confused. It seems like 5 years ago. He probably left on his own. Everything in the mansion was too chaotic for anyone to pay attention. Raka tried to search his memory. 5 years ago, that was when he banished the former Duke and Duchess to the villa in the northern forest. Damien was the child the previous Duke Aintia brought back before the twins were born. He was very different from Raka, and Raka had ignored him as much as possible. He remembered standing in a corner, watching him pound on the door, screaming, Don't abandon me, Duke. Damien muttered, Why would you refuse the Duke's attention? I should be the Duke's son. Raka sighed. He was a fool who did everything to attract the Duke's attention. Raka must have forgotten him after the twins were born. Outside, it had started to rain. There was a knock at the door. Knock, knock. Delkeen hesitantly poked his head in. Raka, do you have... But Delkeen immediately closed the door again. Seeing Raka working with someone else, Delkeen didn't dare to disturb him and turned to leave. He must be very busy. Perhaps I've come at the wrong time. But Raka quickly spoke up. Wait? Delkeen broke out in a cold sweat. Oh no, he mumbled. It's raining. Raka knew Delkeen too well. He cut straight to the chase. What have you done this time?
A moment later, Raka stood in the garden holding an umbrella. Delkeen, I mean. The rain was getting heavier and heavier. Raka was annoyed. Is Maya still in here? Delkeen knew he had committed a grave sin, and a chill ran down his spine. Yes, but Raka was bewildered. It's pouring rain, and she's in there? Alone? A clap of thunder echoed, and Raka's cold gaze swept over the mischievous duo. Delkeen flinched. I'm sorry. Aisha, ever the chatterbox, added, We didn't know it would rain this heavily. Raka cursed. Damn it. Then, alone with his umbrella, he stepped into the maze. Aisha said nervously, Hey Delkeen, I think we're in big trouble. Delkeen sighed. It's been a long time since I've said this, but I agree. Maybe things will end up better than your original plan, but we could also die. An unexpected situation occurred on a beautiful sunny day, bringing two people destined for each other closer together. Maya, feeling helpless, eventually reached a dead end. She was lost. But try to be positive. Come on, be positive. I'm just strolling around the garden. The weather is beautiful today, and surely if I keep going, I'll find my way out. But at that moment, dark clouds gathered. Huh? Maya mumbled. Why is the sky full of dark clouds? I hope it doesn't rain. A clap of thunder echoed, making her jump. Then it started pouring rain. Maya felt like crying inwardly. The beautiful weather was a bit too much.
Maya mumbled, Hopefully it's just a quick shower. She shivered as she walked through the rain along the maze, thinking, maybe it's because I'm cold, but I suddenly feel so tired. I need to find shelter from the rain. The rain grew heavier, and a large tree caught her eye. Should I take shelter under that tree and continue when the rain stops? Maya sat in a corner next to the tree to shelter from the rain, mumbling, this tree doesn't have any thorns. She looked up. Maybe. Maya had a great hope. I'll find the way out if I climb this tree and get over the fence. Let's try it. After a struggle, she managed to grab onto the fence. Maya had pulled herself up high enough to peek over, rejoicing prematurely. I knew I wasn't that weak. Now, let's see where the exit is, and... Suddenly, her foot, which was gripping the tree, slipped. She worried she would slip and fall. Oh, she fell. Just then, Raka appeared and saved her life. Maya exclaimed in surprise, Raka! Wait, why are you... She hadn't expected him to be here, especially at this moment. Raka spoke. Calm down. You're freezing cold. Although her body was trembling, Maya still worried. If you keep carrying me, you'll catch a cold. I can walk, so please put me down. But Raka refused. He reasoned. But your body is trembling all over. How can you walk by yourself? If I don't do this, I'll go crazy. So please, just let me do it. Raka's voice took on a protective, almost patriarchal tone, only then able to care for her. He asked again, All right? Only until we get inside the hut. Maya blushed, gently leaning into his body. Maya softly agreed. Okay. How strange, she thought to herself. It wouldn't be so bad to stay like this forever. The rain poured relentlessly, showing no signs of stopping. Back at the mansion, Raka was warming himself by the flickering fireplace. Raka spoke. Have you finished bathing? You must still be very cold. Come here and sit with me. Maya paused abruptly when she heard him call. Maya shyly replied, Oh, I finished bathing, so I feel fine now. Raka, not reassured, glanced at her to check. Being in this situation made her break out in a sweat. Oh, how embarrassing. Maya, embarrassed, decided that the best strategy was to flee. I'm going back to my room. But Raka quickly got up and firmly grasped her hand. Maya flinched. Duke. He had her sit on a chair, then carefully draped a blanket over her, making her sit motionless out of shyness. He even gently stroked her cheek. Maya mumbled, You don't need to wrap the blanket around me. Raka spoke. You're still cold. But she dodged, explaining, It's just because your hand is warm. But Raka didn't give up. He made an issue of it. Wait, it seems you have a fever. Maya quickly turned her face away, stammering, No, it's just my body temperature returning to normal. She inwardly groaned that he saw her blushing. Raka insisted, But we still need to check to be sure. She flinched. Huh? He used his hand to pull her face towards him. Then Raka pressed his forehead against hers, using the convenient excuse of checking her temperature. The fire still flickered, and the atmosphere grew suggestive.
Her heart pounded rapidly from being close to Raka. Raka whispered that she didn't have a fever, but he patted her shoulder and said, Sit by the fireplace a little longer. Mia sat stiffly, her face flushed with embarrassment. After that, Raka left. She asked curiously, Where are you going? Raka replied, I'm going to fetch the twins. The sudden mention of the twins made Mia feel uneasy. So suddenly? Why? Did the kids cause trouble or something? Raka said, a trace of anger in his voice. I heard they lured you into the maze garden, so I have to punish them and make them apologize to you. Hearing him say that, she simply responded with an ah. She thought to herself, so the twins used Rita to set this up. I had no idea. Suddenly, a wave of guilt washed over Mia. She worried. Oh no, did I stir up their mischievousness because I haven't spent much time with them these past few days?
Suddenly seeing her clutching her head with a gloomy expression, Raka asked worriedly, Mia? Raka said seriously, Don't worry, I'll teach those kids a proper lesson so they won't dare to retaliate against you. Mia realized he had misunderstood her. That's not the problem, Raka spoke up. I'll be right back. Mia quickly called out, Duke, if we let him go like that, the twins will get a terrible scolding. She quickly jumped up. Wait! But unfortunately, she tripped over the blanket. Huh? I'm slipping. Raka heard the sound and quickly turned back to check. Mia tumbled towards Raka, who was flustered. Mia! Both lost their balance and fell with a thud onto the floor. The fire was still burning. Mia fell on top of Raka. Their eyes met, leaving them stunned. She unconsciously blushed, and the atmosphere grew ambiguous. Just at that crucial moment, the door swung wide open. The twins appeared, Aisha crying profusely. I'm sorry, Delkine yelled. I didn't, but the current situation made the twins freeze. Uh-oh, Aisha stammered. Mia, Delkine quick-witted whispered. Aisha, let's get out of here quickly. I'm sorry, you two just enjoy yourselves. Then the two dragged each other away. Mia tried to explain. Kids, you've misunderstood, don't do.
The twins went back to their room, the door slamming shut. The two sat seriously on the bed, muttering, unable to believe it. Delkine, distracted. What? Aisha whispered. What if she doesn't pay attention to us anymore? Delkine expressed. It's obvious she'd pay attention to Raka. As long as we can keep her here, then... Upon hearing this, Aisha couldn't help but shout. I knew it. We shouldn't have let them get married. Aisha sobbed. Keeping her here is good, but... Delkine, serious again, and fearing the last threat of reason. What are you upset about? Aisha mumbled. You just saw them. They're gonna have a baby. If a grown man and woman sleep in the same bed, she shrieked, as if knowledgeable about romance, and if they lock lips for 10 seconds, a baby will be born. Delkine sighed at his sister's naivety. You actually believe that? Aisha sniffled. Yesterday I heard the servants talking about it. Delkine asked helplessly, What exactly have you been eavesdropping on? That's why I told you to read books? Aisha was curious. Do books only teach these kinds of things? Delkine seriously lectured. Yes. I read about this in a book called The Stork's Basket. Delkine recounted. A stork will bring a baby to a couple if they get married and agree to have one. Delkine proudly shrugged and declared, So our plan was a success. Aisha was surprised. Really? It was a success? Of course. Wow, maybe we're a great team. After the chaotic holiday ended, I thought everything had returned to normal, but...
Maya was bothered by a young lady who spoke up. I heard you'll be attending the royal birthday banquet with a duke. I wonder what will happen then. Maya forced a smile. Yes, I suppose so. The royal birthday banquet. Just then, Sarome knocked on the door to announce, My lady, it's time for your dance practice. Maya replied, All right, I'll be right there. Internally, she felt frustrated. I can't believe I have to try on dresses and then learn etiquette and dancing too. It's ridiculous. She sighed. Since this is the last lesson, I have to do my best. Sarome whispered, I'm sure you'll dance perfectly this time. Encouraged by Sarome, she gained even more determination. The rhythmic counting echoed, 1, 2, 1, 2, and turn. Maya danced according to the instructions, spinning as if her life depended on it. Ta-da! Maya had mastered the dance. Maya excitedly said, We did it! I really don't have to stay up all night practicing dancing anymore, do I?
Sarome nodded. Of course not. As night fell, the wind blew into the room, making the curtains flutter.
Mia tiredly flopped down onto the bed, while Raka sat beside her. Suddenly he spoke, startling Mia. "Duke, aren't you asleep yet?" Raka whispered. "How can I sleep when you're still awake?" Mia quickly sat up, embarrassed, and said, "I'm sorry, it's probably just because I'm too worried. I can't sleep. The royal birthday banquet is coming soon." Raka said caringly, "If you're still worried about the dancing, why don't you practice with me?" Raka extended his hand to her as an invitation. Raka expressed, "Perhaps if we practice as if it were real, you won't be so worried anymore." Then they began to dance together, the atmosphere a little tense. He naturally put his arm around her waist, unlike during their lessons. Mia said in surprise, "Sarome didn't hold my waist." Hearing the name of another man, Sarome, seemed to provoke Raka's jealousy. Raka suddenly moved closer and leaned towards Mia, his voice dropping low and dark as he questioned, "Sarome, since when did you two start calling each other by name?" She broke out in a sweat, staring at him wide-eyed, then awkwardly corrected herself. "Ah, I misspoke. I meant young master Sarome." Hearing this, he praised her with satisfaction. "Yes, that's right." But then he subtly frowned with jealousy, thinking to himself, "I assigned that task to Sarome to keep Mia's identity a secret until the royal birthday banquet, but I don't like this." As soon as the thought ended, he suddenly reached out and placed his hand on her waist, making her jump and exclaim, "Oh!" He then pulled her close to him and lowered his voice to suggest, "So, shall we begin?" With that, Raka took Mia's hand, leading her into the first steps of their dance practice. She blushed and glanced at him, then thought to herself, "I need to turn here, but Raka is holding my waist too tightly, so I can't move." As soon as she finished her thought, she quickly glanced away, then with a hint of awkwardness, suggested, Duke, you need to release my waist for me to turn." Hearing this, he replied, "Ah, right." With that, he quickly released his hand. As soon as she got what she wanted, she immediately chuckled to herself. "Haha, now I'll really show him my turn. Just execute a perfect spin. 1, 2, immediately? Huh? It feels like I'm about to..."
Seeing her totter as if about to fall, Raka, startled, called out loudly, "Maya, watch out!" Maya froze for a moment, then quickly furrowed her brows, thinking to herself, "I haven't actually fallen, I'm just struggling a bit to break free, and why is he so strong?" Next, she hastily requested, "Duke, please let me go." Then, startled, she widened her eyes and gaped, thinking to herself, "I've really fallen." No sooner had that thought ended than both of them fell with a thud onto the bed. Raka let out a soft, helpless sigh and said, "I truly cannot take my eyes off you for even a single second." Hearing that, she hastily apologized. I'm sorry." He then added, "You don't need to apologize. I should have let you push me away." She asked, surprised, "Let me push you away?" He instantly confirmed, "Yes." She suddenly burst into laughter, making him ask, somewhat puzzled, "Why are you laughing?" She softly explained, "I don't know. It's just the thought of you deliberately letting me win seems quite amusing." He muttered softly, "Now is really not the time for you to find this amusing." She asked, bewildered, "Huh?" Raka didn't answer immediately, but suddenly sat up, pressing his hands onto the bed, bringing his face close to Maya's. Then he smirked and said, "You're in quite a dangerous situation now. We are engaged, aren't we?" Then he suddenly swore to himself, "Damn it, I just wanted to get her attention, but I didn't expect her to blush this much." Pushing Raka away with her hand, Maya shyly admitted, "Yes, well, we're only engaged on paper, so essentially there's nothing between us." So he suddenly grabbed her hand and said with a faint smile, "I know. That was just a warning."
"I want you to remember that I am your fiancé." Lowering her head, Maya silently wondered, why was Raka acting like this, and why couldn't she firmly push him away? Thinking that, she immediately raised her hand and lightly tapped her head a few times, then burst out with a loud shout. "It's as if I've developed feelings for him or something. Ugh." Seeing this, Rita immediately rushed over in a panic to stop her. "Oh no, my lady, I worked so hard to do your hair, and you're messing it up." Hearing her say that, she suddenly remembered. Ah, that's right, Rita had done her hair, so she quickly apologized. "Oh, I'm sorry." She earnestly pleaded, "Please don't mess up your hair again." As she adjusted her attire, Maya softly mumbled, "Let's see." Then she looked towards the mirror and couldn't help but be stunned to see herself looking so beautiful, as if she were glowing in the mirror. Suddenly realizing something, her cheeks immediately flushed red with embarrassment, and her eyes widened as she silently thought, Isn't this a bit too revealing?" Clasping her hands together, Rita couldn't help but ask admiringly, "Don't you think it's magnificent?" She quickly covered her chest with her hands and gasped in shock, silently thinking, "I've never worn anything this revealing before."
After thinking to herself, Mia quickly turned to comment, "Rita, I think this outfit is too revealing."
Holding a shimmering shawl in her hand, Rita excitedly offered, "So, would you like to wear this one?" She was taken aback and refused, "No, no," then couldn't help but think worriedly to herself, "If I wear that, I'll definitely become the center of attention at the party." Hearing that, she continued to suggest, "Then how about this one?" She immediately replied, "Ah, that one's good, much better." Just as Mia finished speaking, someone announced, "Mia, we're here." Hearing that, she immediately turned around and smiled with narrowed eyes, replying, "Kids, come in." But before her words could fully escape, the adorable appearance of the two children made her freeze. Her heart trembled slightly as she thought to herself, "Oh, my heart, why are these kids so cute? Is my heart still beating?" Seeing her standing there dumbfounded, not saying a word, with both hands clasped tightly over her chest, Aisha couldn't hide her worry as she asked, "Are you sick?" Delkin then hastily added, "Is something wrong?" She replied in a low voice, "No, I'm fine, I'm very well." Raka suddenly appeared and in a calm, steady voice suggested, "If everyone is ready, let's go." One of the two children immediately cheered in response, "Raka, you're here too, let's go." He then replied, "All right."
Patala Palace in the capital of the Zerdian Empire. A brown-haired male servant smiled faintly and offered, "I will lead you to the banquet hall, please follow me." He suddenly noticed a male guest standing alone, looking out the window, which surprised him a little, prompting him to quickly wonder to himself, is he lost? Then he respectfully asked, "Are you looking for the banquet hall, sir? May I lead the way for you?" "You dropped this. Here, I'll pick it up for you." Just as the brown-haired male servant picked up the item and was about to approach the male guest to hand it to him, the man suddenly turned his head, which startled him. He was suddenly dazed, his mind blank. Faced with Damien's cold demeanor and an aura of absolute authority, he could only stand rooted to the spot, his eyes wide with panic, watching the retreating figure.
Meanwhile, in the main hall of the party, while Aisha was incredibly excited by the bustling atmosphere, Delkin was happily chatting with a blonde girl. The moment Maya appeared, the guests couldn't help but be stunned and whispered amongst themselves, "Is she Duke Aintia's fiancé? Good heavens, which family does she come from?" Suddenly becoming the center of everyone's attention, she couldn't help but want to cry, secretly thinking, "Everyone is talking about me. Please welcome Duke Aintia and his fiancé." Hearing this, she was startled and blurted out, "Ah, that damn bummer, boo-hoo," but then thought, "But if I were them, I'd be curious too." They continued to whisper, "Instead of a noble, I think she's a former slave turned wet nurse. I knew there was something rustic about her. No matter how beautiful her appearance, it's useless." "Ha," she thought with a forced smile, crossing her arms over her chest. "I'm only enduring this for the twins' sake. By the way, where did Raka go, huh? Reina, what is Reina doing here?" As that thought flashed through her mind, Maya quickly turned around, bowed slightly with a forced smile, and asked, "Where is Raka?" Hearing her question, Aisha suddenly remembered her brother's existence and wondered aloud, "Oh right, where is Raka?" Maya lowered her voice gently, as if trying to avoid the rising unease. "Kids, why don't you go have some dessert first? I'm sure he'll be back soon." Then she quickly added silently in her heart, "It's better if I do everything I can to ensure the twins don't get involved with Reina." At this moment, the noble young ladies were gathered, chatting excitedly. "I'm sure Duke Aintia will return to you soon, Lady Sharon. That's right, you and Duke Aintia had already discussed marriage." Hearing this, Maya couldn't help but be stunned and secretly thought, Raka had discussed marriage with someone else? Who could it be? The pink-haired young lady smiled faintly and expressed, "Hearing you say that, I feel much more at ease."
She felt a bit skeptical, thinking to herself, "Is that Sharon? Just a quick glance and I already found her beautiful and sophisticated. My relationship with Raka is simply a contract, so why do I feel so uneasy?" At the same time, as he searched everywhere for someone, Raka gritted his teeth in frustration, thinking to himself, "I lost him, but I'm certain it was Damien."
It's better to go find him. No sooner had he finished his thought than Damien approached and greeted him. "Long time no see, Raka." He replied in a low voice, "Damien." Damien tilted his head slightly, smiled, and suggested, "Shall we go somewhere else to talk?" He didn't reply, but frowned and glared at him. A moment later, in the mansion's garden, Damien suddenly adopted a concerned tone and asked, "Have you been well all this time?" Raka, annoyed, turned his head and glared, demanding, "Stop talking nonsense and get to the point." Seeing that he hadn't changed at all, Damien narrowed his eyes and remarked, "It seems you still look down on me. You're just as I remember you. But I'm sure you've seen the forbidden dark magic I used." Upon hearing him say that, he suddenly froze mid-stride, as if held captive for a moment. Damien suddenly laughed smugly and declared, "I'm sure the Duke will be delighted to see that. He'll say, 'Damien, I knew you had it in you, but you destroyed everything.'" Hearing this, Raka immediately turned back and declared loudly, "I will not forgive anyone who dares to lay a hand on those close to me." Then he frowned and thought to himself, "Until now, I've let him be out of a bit of pity, because we both grew up together. But now he might bother the twins or Mia. I can't let him run wild like this anymore." Having finished his thought, he immediately warned loudly, "Listen carefully to what I say. Don't even think of anything else." Damien smiled indifferently and suggested, "Hey, don't be so wary. I just came here to check a few things, so I have to go back before sunset." Upon hearing this, he couldn't help but flinch, his eyes wide with shock.
Before he could utter a word, Damien suddenly launched something in an attack. He quickly raised his hand to block it, but it was too late. As he placed a hand on his chest, he grimaced in pain and gasped, "Ugh." The stone he used for the attack immediately fell to the ground.
Seeing this, he suddenly burst into a triumphant laugh and remarked, "The energy amplification stone, just as I predicted. Merely getting close to it is enough to cause you pain. Go pick it up." The brown-haired male servant immediately nodded in obedience upon hearing this. At this moment, Raka was in too much pain. His legs no longer strong enough to support him, so he helplessly gave up and slumped down. As he took steps towards him, Damien speculated and asked, "I heard you'll suffer excruciating pain if you use dark magic near the energy amplification stone. Is that true?" He was sweating profusely, gritting his teeth and yelling, "Shut up!" He laughed and concluded, "From your voice, it seems to be true. Excellent. I'll give you a piece of advice. If you remove the dark curse you placed on that person, nothing will cause you pain anymore in the future. The same goes for those around you." Raka, in pain, panted and pleaded, Don't joke around anymore." Hearing this, Damien suddenly turned away and feigned awkwardness, saying, "Well, it seems I have no other choice then. I wonder how others will react when exposed to the energy amplification stone. Who should I try it on this time? Ah, that person is perfect." Upon hearing those words, Raka could only sit there, frozen in place, his teeth clenched so tightly they trembled, helplessly watching that figure disappear. At the same time, in the main hall where the party was taking place, a voice suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, what a coincidence," making Maya jump. The person then asked with a hint of doubt, "You're the twins' mother, aren't you?" She stood rooted to the spot, then trembled as she thought to herself, "Only one person calls me that. Should I play dumb or just run away?" Just then, another voice unexpectedly rang out, "You're the person I met last time," making her jump again, and she quickly glanced to her right, thinking, "Is that Aisha's voice?" Aisha had just begun to voice her annoyance when Maya immediately rushed over to cover her mouth and laughed heartily, exclaiming, "I can't believe we're meeting here. It's wonderful to see you." Seeing this, Dalkeen couldn't help but feel suspicious. Meanwhile, she secretly worried, "Is there nothing I can do to stop the twins from hating Reina? They'll end up just like in the original story." Upon hearing this, Reina smiled brightly and introduced herself. "I knew it. You're the woman from that day. I am Reina Adrian of the Adrian family." She smiled politely in response. "I am Maya, and I am the governess of the Ayensha family." Then thought to herself, "Just in case, I'll use a fake name." Hearing her, she said somewhat apologetically, "Oh dear, it seems I was mistaken. I thought you were too young to be a mother." She replied courteously, "It's quite all right." She smiled, her eyes crinkling, and remarked, "You're so kind." Her conscience at this moment, I feel so guilty." Reina expressed with a hint of relief, "Oh, seeing you here puts me at ease. I was invited quite late, so I was a bit flustered." Upon hearing this, Maya couldn't help but empathize, thinking to herself, "I understand why she feels that way. Only members from powerful families are invited to the royal birthday banquet. There's only one reason Reina was invited here. She's the woman who can put people to sleep." It seems the romantic storyline between Kindness and Reina is progressing smoothly. After her silent thoughts, she suddenly chuckled, her eyes crinkling, stating, "I'm sure there must be a reason you were invited." She blushed shyly and exclaimed, "Oh my, you're too kind. That's so touching." Scratching her head, she chuckled outwardly and said, "I have to go take care of the children now," then secretly hoped in her heart, "Let's go together." She suddenly looked at her with sparkling eyes and cautiously made a suggestion. "Can I stay with you?" She apologetically said, "I'm sorry, the children are a bit shy around strangers," then secretly prayed in her heart, "Please just leave." Huh? Is she crying? Wiping away her tears, Reina sniffled and asked, "Then can I invite you to visit sometime? Everyone criticizes me for being rude, but you're the only one who still treats me kindly after seeing my true self." Maya's eyes widened, her mouth agape in confusion, as she thought to herself, What's happening?" She frankly expressed her feelings. "I want to become closer to you, Maya." After hearing those confessions, Maya covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes uncontrollably widening in surprise as she looked at Reina, then thought to herself, "To come to think of it, in the original story, Reina never had any friends. She was always surrounded by villains, constantly trying to hold her back." Just then, someone, seemingly unable to believe their eyes, unconsciously blurted out, "Oh my, look who we have here." Hearing that, she just nodded slightly to herself. Yes, they always say such nasty things. Leisurely fanning herself with a fan, the blonde young lady slowly uttered a sarcastic exclamation. "I never expected to meet you in a place like this, Lady Reina." Reina turned around and softly exclaimed, "Lady Maresta." Hearing that, Maya's eyes involuntarily widened in surprise as she thought to herself, "Maresta? Where have I heard that name before?"
Miresta smirked and questioned, "Why are you wearing such a shabby dress to the royal birthday banquet? Even if your father is only a baron, don't you think that's terribly provincial?" She bowed her head slightly and replied in a low voice, "I just wear what suits me. Please don't mind me, Lady Maresta." Upon hearing that, she suddenly frowned, a hint of displeasure flashing in her eyes. Then she lowered her voice and suggested. Staring coldly at Reina, Miresta reiterated, Lady Maya. Maya felt a chill at the sight and thought to herself, why is she staring like that? Is she jealous of our relationship? Wait, is it possible? As she thought that, she suddenly called out with a hint of doubt, Miresta Roperite? She responded nonchalantly, yes. She couldn't help but be surprised and thought to herself, is that woman Miresta? She always bullies Reina but secretly cares for her. I'm not buying your pretense, but if you want to take her, go ahead. I don't care. Is she a villain?
Miresta lived a restricted life in the strict aristocratic society, so she always envied Reina's bold and free lifestyle. She was a famously beautiful supporting character. Who would have thought I'd meet a supporting character? Miresta asked coldly. Miss Maya, are you the governess of the entire family? Maya immediately confirmed. Ah, yes, it's a pleasure to meet you. Hearing this, Miresta suddenly fell silent and stared at her for a moment. Seeing this, Reina slightly raised an eyebrow in confusion and asked, why are you staring at her like that? Miresta replied with a smile, I don't know what you're talking about. She calmly smiled to herself, thinking, oh, you're nothing compared to that woman. At that moment, she clicked her tongue in disdain and exclaimed without any reservation, Psst, so you used to be a slave? No harm done, at least you didn't insult me directly like Countess Tetet did. More and more people are watching, so it's better if I play dumb and slip away. No sooner had her thoughts ended than someone suddenly shouted, Hey! Rushing over, Aisha angrily yelled and declared, You've picked a fight with the wrong person. Seeing this, Maya frantically shouted to stop her. Aisha, wait! Reina quickly added, I'll catch her. Saying so, she immediately grabbed Aisha's hand tightly. The girl angrily struggled and yelled, demanding, Let me go! That fan-wielding monster dared to glare at my sister Maya. She couldn't help but be surprised, asking breathlessly, Why is she so strong?
Maya quickly spoke up to reassure, Let me talk to her. The girl continued to scream, repeating, I said let me go now. Reina said nothing, only gently patted Aisha's head a few times. In the blink of an eye, the girl began to grow drowsy, then slowly closed her eyes, letting out a soft, and then simply drifted off to sleep. Witnessing this, Maya couldn't help but wonder, thinking to herself, did she just use her power to make the child sleep? Just then, Delkeen coincidentally stepped forward. She smiled awkwardly, gently scratching her face in thanks. Thank you for looking after Aisha. I'll take her now. Reina hesitated slightly, replying, Seeing this, she quickly thought to herself, she's pretending not to know anything, even though she saw me use my power. I guess she's trying to be considerate to avoid putting me in an awkward situation. After thinking this, she softly called out, Lady Reina. She suddenly smiled confidently and replied, Oh yes, of course. Here, I'll... But before she could finish her sentence, the brown-haired male servant unexpectedly approached and forcefully bumped into her, then staggered away, leaving her standing stunned for a moment. Aisha suddenly opened her eyes wide and screamed, Ah!
Seeing this, Reina paused slightly, a fleeting thought of surprise crossing her mind. The girl couldn't possibly wake up right away. I'll use my power one more time. With that thought, she continued to channel her energy, causing the girl to slowly close her eyes once more and fall into a deep sleep. Then she swiftly guided the girl away. Mia, seeing this, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, Lady Reina. Reina didn't stop, continuing to dash away, and replied, I see the living room. I'll take the girl there. Seeing this, Mia could only stand there in astonishment, watching her go, and let out a soft, then wondered to herself, what was that just now? As she walked forward, Mia slightly bowed her head, thinking to herself, where did Amaraka go? Just taking a stroll around? I mean, in the original work, he didn't even attend the royal birthday banquet, but who knew he'd just vanish? A short while later, in the garden in front of the mansion, she slowly scanned the surroundings, searching, then pondered to herself, if he's not here either, then I suppose I'll just return to the banquet hall.
I guess we've truly lost each other. Just as that thought crossed her mind, her eyes suddenly halted at the sight of a man lying motionless on the ground, which made her heart skip a beat, and she thought to herself, why is he lying here? She then quickly knelt down, her voice tinged with a mix of panic and concern, asking, Excuse me, are you all right? Do you need me to find help? Are you hurt? Do you need any help? Damien blinked, softly mumbled, then groggily looked at her and asked doubtfully, Are you an angel? She gave a faint, forced smile and cautiously ventured to ask, Oh, I guess you're fine then? She then couldn't help but feel annoyed as she thought to herself, How strange. Next, she immediately turned around and said, I'm leaving. She then quickly added in her mind, It's best to stay away from people like him. Mia had barely left when Damien immediately sat bolt upright and mumbled to himself, What just happened? He then rubbed his head, still feeling dizzy, and thought to himself, I had intended to negotiate with Raka using the energy amplification stone, but I didn't expect him to attack me when I was vulnerable. But did I just experience a hallucination? She looked at me with worried eyes. No one has ever looked at me like that. What's more, I had used forbidden dark magic, and the sun had set, yet I'm still conscious. Something is very strange. As he thought about it, Damien couldn't help but doubtfully ask himself, what is this feeling? Just as she took a step forward, Maya suddenly shivered with a cold dread, her whole body trembling as she thought to herself, heavens, I almost got involved with a madman. Just then, Reyna unexpectedly appeared right in front of her, gently waving her hand in greeting. Lady Maya, I've been waiting for you. Maya broke out in a sweat, asking in astonishment, Lady Reyna. Reyna suddenly stepped forward, took her hand and said with eyes crinkled in a smile, now is not the time to wander around. The sun is set, so the ball will begin soon. Maya's eyes widened as she blurted out, oh right. Reyna cheerfully suggested, come with me. Meanwhile, in the main hall where the ball was being held, two servants simultaneously opened the doors. Immediately after, Kindness calmly stepped in. Upon seeing him, the guests immediately burst into excited cheers. His Majesty has appeared. Maya subtly glanced around, silently wondering to herself, where is Raka? Seeing this, Reyna asked with a hint of curiosity, are you looking for someone? As she continued to scan the room, Maya softly replied, have you seen Duke Antia?
She immediately replied, he just walked around the ballroom but then went outside again. Upon hearing this, she couldn't help but think in disbelief, I can't believe I lost him again, but I can't just keep waiting for him. Huh? Kinnis is coming this way. Why? Wait, is he coming to me? No, he must be coming for Reyna. According to the original story, he dances the first dance with Reyna, but I can't let my guard down. After this thought, Mia smiled faintly and turned to say, actually, I came here to find Raka, so I'll be going now. Hearing this, Reyna immediately replied, I see. All right. Ms. Mia, wait a moment. As she called out, she reached out and grabbed the shawl, causing it to slip off Mia's body in an instant. This made Mia gasp in alarm and think, my shawl just slipped off. Then trembling, she looked up at Kinnis with a forced, twisted smile on her lips. Your Majesty? Reyna gave an apologetic smile and whispered, I'll give it back to you later. Mia inwardly protested, almost in tears. No, that's not it. I'm not the one who's supposed to dance with Kinnis. At that very moment, Kinnis extended his hand, his deep voice resonating as if to brook no refusal. Lady Mia, daughter of the gods, would you grant me the honor of the first dance? She smiled bitterly and thought, is this how things are going to play out? My dance partner isn't here, but I can't refuse the Emperor's invitation for the first dance. Then she reluctantly bowed her head and agreed. Yes. With that, they took each other's hands, walked to the center of the hall, and began the first dance. As she calmly danced as she had been taught, Mia smiled faintly and thought, should I step on his foot and pretend it was an accident?
Kenneth smiled in surprise and asked, it seems you've learned to dance since we last met, haven't you? I was quite worried to hear you were always just staying in the cathedral. She gently closed her eyes and calmly replied, I learned from Raka, my dance partner, then secretly added in her heart, though in truth I learned from Sarome. He sneered and asked again, Raka, huh? Does Duke Antian say you can call him that? She smiled, her eyes crinkling, and confirmed, yes, he said I only need to call him by his name. Hearing that, he quickly offered his assessment. It seems he treats you very well. She smiled, her eyes crinkling, letting the lies flow out. Yes, of course. I'm very happy. I smile every day. He suddenly asked seriously, do you love him? This made her flinch.
Maya froze, her eyes wide as she looked at him for a moment. Then her face involuntarily flushed, and she gently nodded in confirmation. Yes, of course. Then she subtly pouted, thinking to herself, I should have answered boldly as always, but at that moment I couldn't maintain a calm expression. Huh? That's Rocco and Sharon. Why are they together? Just as she turned, Kenneth spoke up to remind her, Lady Maya, please focus on your dance partner in front of you. Hearing that, Maya immediately apologized. Yes, I apologize. For some unknown reason, he suddenly paused for a moment. Then he gently lifted her hand, placed a soft kiss on it, and at the same time softly suggested, if you feel apologetic, then have a meal with me soon. Then he turned his back and walked away. Just then, Delcane suddenly ran over and called out, Sister-in-law. Maya gently turned her head, lowered her gaze, and replied, Huh? Delcane, what's wrong? The boy was sweating, his brows furrowed seriously as he said, Aisha suddenly has a fever. I think you should quickly go to the lounge. A moment later, in the lounge, as Maya placed her hand on Aisha's forehead, she frowned worriedly and asked, Aisha, are you all right? Next, she couldn't help but think in a panic. Her forehead is burning hot, then immediately suggested, it's best if I go call a doctor. No sooner had she finished speaking than the little girl suddenly sat bolt upright and mumbled, meat. Hearing that, she was slightly startled and thought to herself, huh? Meat? Wondering what the girl was dreaming about that made her laugh with delight. Seeing this, she quickly placed her hand on the girl's forehead to check again. She couldn't help but gasp in surprise, her eyes wide as she thought, the girl's fever suddenly went down. What happened? Could it be because of Maya's power? No way. Could it be because of Maya's power? Wait, but the girl suddenly getting a fever was very strange. She only got better after I touched her, so the reason she had a fever wasn't because she was sick? Come to think of it, there was something wrong with the servant who bumped into me earlier. Could it be that he was also afflicted by dark magic, just like the unknown attacker I encountered a few days ago? If that's the case, then the royal palace is no longer a safe place. I must prevent anyone from entering.
Just as Maya reached out to close the door, Raka suddenly appeared right in front of her, making her heart leap and her body jolt. While she was still staring at him in stunned surprise, he suddenly swayed, his body tilted, and he collapsed onto her shoulder, leaving her utterly bewildered and speechless. She silently called out his name in her heart, Raka. Maya, worried, quickly asked with concern, "Duke, are you all right?" Raka frowned, panting as he replied, "Just a moment. I feel like I'll be all right if I just stay like this." Hearing him say that, she gently patted his back and thought, his body is so hot. Huh. After I touched him, his fever also went down. Is he also afflicted like Aisha? He swayed and called out, "Maya," just as she stepped forward and saw Raka leaning his head on Maya's shoulder. Sharon's entire body involuntarily trembled with surging jealousy. Her face gradually darkened, and without a word, she just stood there, staring intently at Maya.
Seeing that, she quickly wondered to herself, is she following Raka? Then she gently raised her hand and patted his head. She asked with concern, "How are you now?" He replied in a low voice, "I feel much better now." As soon as Sharon heard this, she immediately turned and left, her jealousy still simmering. Seeing this, Mia continued to pat his head and smiled smugly to herself. That's right, he's not her man. Suddenly, he spoke up, asking, "But is your dress always this revealing?" This made her confused, and she quickly asked back, "Huh? What did you say, sir?" Immediately after, she suddenly flinched, a chill running down her spine, her eyes wide with shock as she thought, There's something on my back."
She trembled as she cried out to stop him. Duke, wait! He didn't respond, only unconsciously reached out to grope her body, making her so startled she felt numb as she thought to herself, where is he touching? Then she quickly warned, if you touch me like that. Fear continuously welled up inside her. Each time he touched her skin, she felt as if her energy was being drained. I can't take it anymore. Thinking that, she quickly pushed him away, closing her eyes tightly and apologizing loudly. I'm sorry. He let out a soft grunt. Ugh, she awkwardly explained. Actually, you weren't touching my dress. Being pushed away unexpectedly made him stumble for a moment. Just as he regained his balance, Raka's face flushed red as he awkwardly explained, I didn't mean to. Maya slightly bowed her head, her face also reddening shyly as she replied, Yes, I know, then quickly thought to herself, how embarrassing. Just then, Aisha suddenly sat up, yawned widely, and asked curiously, What are you two doing here? Hearing that, Maya immediately turned around and stammered, Aisha, are you awake? While secretly rejoicing. Perfect timing. Delkine quickly approached, pulled up Aisha's sleeve, and asked worriedly, Are you all right? Earlier you said you were so itchy you felt like you were going to die. The little girl quickly confirmed, Yes, that's right.
Maya, look at this. There's a strange symbol on my hand. It feels really hot and looks awful. She quickly approached, gently took the girl's hand and examined it thoroughly, then asked in a low voice, Hot? Let me see. You're right. Duke, why is this happening? Raka quickly reassured her. Her body can't handle dark magic, so it's overflowing. It doesn't look very serious, and it will disappear soon. You don't need to do anything. After hearing this, Maya instinctively frowned in suspicion, thinking to herself, I asked him why this appeared, but he only said it would disappear soon. He's done this before. Am I overthinking, or is he hiding something? She then gently placed her hand on Aisha's forehead to check and sighed in relief, saying, Thank goodness, it seems your fever has gone down. At that very moment, her hand suddenly glowed, making Delkine jump and exclaim, Huh? Maya, when you touched Aisha, those symbols started to disappear. Seeing that the strange symbols had indeed vanished, the girl couldn't hide her joy and exclaimed, I don't have a fever anymore either. Maya, you're the best. Placing a hand under her chin, Maya subtly frowned in doubt, thinking to herself, is it a coincidence? Raka said it would disappear soon, so maybe it was just good timing. There's no way I have that kind of power, right? That night in the twins' room at Ainchia Manor, Delkine suddenly announced seriously, Aisha, it's bad. The Emperor danced the first dance with Maya. Aisha gasped, What, really? The boy explained gravely, people usually dance the first dance with their lover or fiancé.
The girl shouted, questioning, Why didn't you stop him? The boy gently closed his eyes and replied in a low voice, Raka has hidden somewhere. The girl asked indignantly, Why does the Emperor keep interfering? The boy quickly spoke to reassure her, Calm down, there's another problem. Today Mia hugged Raka's head. The girl asked back, puzzled, So what? The boy explained seriously, It's exactly like the scene of marital conflict I once read in a book. If they quarrel, we must change our plans. I read that adults leave home when they quarrel, and the wife in the book I read also left. Aya's eyes went wide and she stopped in shock, repeating, Left? Seeing that the girl was about to go somewhere, Dakil quickly asked, Huh? Where are you going? The girl frowned and replied loudly, Mia might leave, so I have to go stop her. Hearing that, the boy quickly corrected her. I only said might, I didn't say she would actually do it. Are you really going? Aisha?
At the same time, on the balcony outside Maya's room, she suddenly let out a sigh and thought to herself, Oh, I wish everything was just a dream. Reina and Kindness both showed interest in me, and what's more, I ended up dancing the first dance with Kindness, even though I didn't want to. Come to think of it, has Reina danced with Kindness yet? The only thing that followed the original plot was Raka disappearing from the ballroom. I feel like a bullfrog disrupting the original ecosystem. I feel guilty. With his arms crossed over his chest, Raka smiled faintly and reminded her, It's quite cold to enjoy the night breeze out here. Maya turned her head in slight surprise and asked, Oh, you're here. If you're cold, why don't you go inside? He immediately replied,
No. Then he walked over to her side. He then turned to her and said softly, I also want to breathe some fresh air. I'll go in when you do. Maya quickly turned her face away. Then blushing, she hesitantly suggested, Duke, I have something I want to ask you. Hearing that, Raka immediately asked, What is it? She asked in a low, curious voice, Is what happened today related to the ambush? He suddenly clenched his fist and replied curtly, Yes. She continued to ask, puzzled, Who exactly is behind all this? He glared and lowered his voice, replying, Damien. After hearing that, she felt a little skeptical and thought to herself, Damien? Is there a character named Damien in the Shakir flower? Then, unable to contain her curiosity, she quickly asked, Who is Damien? Raka suddenly growled in response. The former Duke once rescued him from the slave market and raised him like a son. He knows how to use dark magic, so he's probably trying to get revenge on me.
Maya asked with extreme curiosity, Why did he do that? He immediately asked back, Do you want to know the reason? The former Duke and Duchess were obsessed with dark magic. Nothing could stop them from using it. The reason they brought Damien here was because I didn't obey them, but Damien considered them his saviors, no matter what they did to him, and the problem was that he was jealous of me. Well, it used to be jealousy, but now it's hostility. Hearing this, she asked with extreme curiosity, Why did he turn out like that? Raka suddenly replied with a slight hesitation, I destroyed his only sanctuary. I drove the former Duke and Duchess mad with forbidden dark magic and locked them in a mansion in the northern forest. They had started bothering even the twins, so I had no other choice. You must think I'm crazy. I'm the one who drove my own parents mad and locked them up. She immediately asserted, No, then couldn't help but secretly sympathize in her heart. Raka chose that to protect the twins. I also made a similar choice. Then she quickly spoke to reassure him. You did that to change things and to escape. And she secretly hoped in her heart that thanks to that, something would change for the better.
Well, that's enough then. A moment later, gently patting the bed with her hand, Maya spoke up, suggesting, Duke, would you like to lie down with me? Maya's unexpected suggestion stunned Zaka for a moment, and he silently wondered, she wants to sleep together? Then he unconsciously broke out in a sweat, furrowing his brow in worry as he asked, Will it really be all right? Blushing, she nodded in confirmation. Of course. Then, for some reason, her heart felt a strange shyness, and she thought to herself, I don't know why I feel shy. Having thought that, she immediately flopped down onto the bed. Then she slowly extended her hand, offering, Hold my hand. Zaka didn't reply, but quietly stepped forward and took her hand.
Mia looked at him with wide eyes and instinctively thought, His hand is so hot. Then she asked with concern, Are you all right? She then thought again, Is he pretending to be fine even though he's still this hot? He replied somewhat uncertainly, I'm touching you, so I'm sure I'll feel better. She suddenly raised her voice, scolding him. If you're ill, you should tell me. He replied somewhat indifferently, It's just a fever. Is that important enough to tell you about? She immediately sat bolt upright and affirmed, Of course, you can feel better with just one touch. Oh, as she said this, she suddenly placed her hand under her chin and mused to herself. Come to think of it, Aisha also had a very high fever. Then she doubtfully wondered, Aisha didn't get a relapse, did she? Raka confirmed in a low voice, She's fine, you've completely healed her. Hearing that, Mia started and asked again, Huh? Then she couldn't help but be astonished, wondering to herself, What did I heal? He quickly explained, The dark magic imprinted on her hand. Without you, it would have taken a whole day to disappear. After hearing that, she was utterly shocked, thinking to herself, I can't believe I could do that.
Who knew I was this talented? That's why I blessed Kines and Chote early in the original story, impressed by my own power. Shakir flowers have a calming effect, so this is truly an ability. Thinking this, Mia asked with some doubt, So do you mean you also have a black mark on your body? Raka quickly shook his head and replied, It disappeared after a while. Seeing this, she thought with a hint of annoyance, He's making a face as if it's no big deal. Then she held out her hand and demanded, Let me see, I'll remove it. He immediately refused. It's fine. She seriously advised, Don't be stubborn anymore. Then she gently pulled up his sleeve, her heart pounding as she thought, Is it on his arm like Aisha's? No. When she saw his arm was completely clean, with no trace of the black mark, she became even more curious and quickly asked, Where is it then? He casually suggested, It's fine, just go to sleep. She couldn't hide her regret and said, I just need to touch it. He calmly stated, It's not that simple. She angrily grabbed his hand and shouted, If it's not that serious, then why won't you let me see it? He silently thought for a moment, then finally reluctantly compromised. All right, let go of me first. Mia gaped and nodded. Okay. As she watched Raka slowly unbutton his shirt, Mia broke into a sweat, her eyes wide with surprise as she thought, So this is why he kept refusing. Then she suddenly flinched and blurted out,
What the hell? After the birthday banquet concluded, right now in the mansion's garden, someone approached respectfully and asked, Your Majesty, have you investigated whether Lady Reyna possesses the power to make people sleep? Kinnis replied coldly. Not yet, but I think I'll find out soon. I don't think she's wary of me, unlike someone else. The brown-haired attendant quickly asked, Who is wary of your majesty? He immediately replied, The Saintess. He suddenly asked with a hint of concern, Now that I think about it, why did your majesty dance the first dance with the Saintess? I'm sure the nobles will be talking about. He immediately cut him off. That's what I was aiming for. Then he silently thought to himself, The Saintess came here as Duke Antia's fiancée, so I thought she would refuse my invitation. But for some reason, Duke Antia wasn't by her side. That's why I changed my plan. I knew that the image of Duke Antia's fiancée would be weakened if she danced the first dance with me, and everyone would think they had a chance with Duke Antia. I should have been happy that I prevented Duke Antia from publicly announcing his engagement to the Saintess, but for some reason, I feel guilty. I don't know why I can't stop thinking about the Saintess's expression when she saw Lady Sharon dancing with Duke Antia. At the same time, Raka, annoyed, sighed and thought to himself, Ever since the royal birthday banquet, nothing has gone according to plan. I can't believe I let Mia see such an ugly side of myself. I should have only shown her my good sides.
After thinking to himself, he suddenly declared with a sense of dejection, I told you that you can't get rid of it just by touching it. Then he slightly bowed his head, feeling miserable, and thought, she must be hesitant to touch it, I understand. But contrary to Raka's thoughts, Mia, full of concern, asked, Does it hurt a lot? I'm sure it's very painful. Why do you keep enduring it? This made him freeze for a moment, and he thought to himself in utter disbelief, No one has ever told me not to endure the pain anymore. Then he asked straightforwardly, Why do you say that? Then he involuntarily plunged into his own thought. I mustn't show weakness if I want to survive and protect the twins. I should have conquered her heart, but instead, she is holding mine. Does that mean I love her? Loving someone means having a weakness, just like how I defied the former Duke and Duchess to protect the twins. But the fact that I feel this way, even though I clearly know what it means. Just as Raka finished thinking to himself, Mia, at that very moment, offered, May I touch it? He didn't answer immediately, only gazed at her dreamily, and then something in his heart suddenly melted away. I'm in love with Mia. Then he gave a faint smile and replied, If you don't mind, please do.
She suddenly yelled, asking, Are you sure? He teasingly reminded her, Where is the person who so confidently declared they would get rid of it? She yelled again, I'm about to do it. Saying that, she immediately placed her hands on his six-pack abs and began the healing. Meanwhile, he was suddenly stunned, thinking to himself, Oh no, she's only touching me lightly, but it feels like an electric current is running through my entire body. It's just to heal me, nothing else. Then she gently reassured him, It won't disappear as quickly as Aisha's mark. It seems it will take longer than I thought, so there's no need to rush. Just take your time. Then, blushing shyly, she thought to herself, But I'm not sure if I can endure until then. Unaware, she asked with concern, Does it hurt? Raka suppressed the pain, gritting his teeth as he replied, It doesn't hurt much, not too much, so please continue. Hearing him say that, Mia responded, Ah, all right, then I will continue. He didn't reply, but silently encouraged himself in his heart. I have to endure, just a little longer.
She suddenly slid her hand down, then gently patted his thigh, her voice lowered, full of gentle encouragement. You're doing very well, so don't give up. As soon as the words left her lips, he suddenly gripped her hand tightly, then forcefully pressed both her hands down onto the bed. She was stunned, her breath hitched slightly as she called out, Duke? He didn't respond, just stared at her, his eyes darkened, the corners of his lips curving into a delighted smile. Noticing Raka's somewhat unusual expression made Mia break out in a cold sweat of fear, yet she still tried to compose herself and asked softly, both worried and concerned, Duke, are you still lucid? He smirked and asked back, Am I lucid? Then inwardly chuckled self-deprecatingly. How annoying. There's no way I'd desire her just because of her power. It seems I need to clarify my feelings for her. After thinking this to himself, he gritted his teeth and asserted, I am completely lucid. He then tightened his grip on her hand. Seeing this, she panicked and cried out to stop him. Duke, wait, I know, you've lost your mind. He sneered and asked back, Why do you say that? If I were truly enchanted by your power, I wouldn't be able to leave you now. She fearfully shouted back, questioning him, Then why are you doing this?
Next, Tuk Tuk thought to himself, I need to change the subject, then awkwardly smiled and admitted, Yes, that's right, you're very stable, so I'll remove the remaining mark. He quickly interrupted, I haven't answered yet. Maya, I don't do things I don't truly mean. Hearing him say this, she felt a little doubtful and thought to herself, Does Raka like me? I feel so nervous. Why is that? I don't understand. We're only together because we need each other, so this must just be a fleeting emotion. After thinking to herself, Maya softly called out, Duke? Raka quickly squeezed her hand and asked in a clear voice, Do you think I'm confusing my feelings because of your power? Let me make it clear to you, that's not the case. You know I no longer lose my sanity because of your power. She softly uttered in response, Then she continued to think to herself, That's right. Thanks to the holy artifact, he no longer loses his mind. Does that mean he really likes me? He suddenly whispered, So let me ask you, how do you feel about me? She replied with a little confusion, Then she continued to be lost in her thoughts. I have to say that I don't like him. I just need to be strict with him like before, but for some reason, I feel strange. I can't like Raka. If I'm with him, dangerous hymns will happen. Maya is simply a supporting character, and surviving is the most important thing for me. I had planned to leave once I saved enough money, but I can't stop worrying when Raka becomes even a little cold towards me, and I feel sad thinking about having to leave the twins who love me so much. What should I do?
As she thought of that, Mia's chest suddenly ached and tears streamed down uncontrollably. She replied, her voice trembling slightly, I don't know. Hearing that, Raka suddenly burst out laughing and said, I understand. Actually, I'm very happy to hear that. It means there's still a chance. She flinched and asked again, what? He calmly replied, I guess I'll just have to keep charming you until you're sure that you like me. Don't forget that that statement implies possibility. Not long after, another new day arrived. As she looked up at the ceiling, Mia vaguely thought to herself, I didn't get any sleep at all. Why did I tell him to sleep with me? The dark magic still hasn't completely vanished, so please get rid of the rest. It's great that the twins don't have classes today. I'm going to sleep in all day today.
A little while later, she was terribly bored. After a period of sulking, Maya suddenly murmured to herself, what did I usually do before I became Maya? She couldn't help but ponder, recalling that back then she was busy with life, and going out with people cost money, so she often read novels. Suddenly remembering something, she exclaimed, it seems there's a library in the main building, and eagerly thought, great, I'll go there. A moment later, as she was walking straight towards the library, she unexpectedly saw someone ahead and blurted out, Sir Sarum, what is he doing there? Hearing her, he tilted his head slightly and replied, Milady? Oh, she kindly bent down and offered, let me pick that up for you. Hearing this, he quickly thanked her, thank you, milady. As she picked up the letter, she asked with a hint of surprise, is this letter for me? My name is on it. Sarum quickly confirmed, yes, it is yours. Hearing him, she quickly flipped the letter over to examine it, then wondered with a hint of curiosity, who would send me a letter, The moment she confirmed the sender, a sudden chill ran through her body, making her frown in surprise as she thought, Sharon Eris. Seeing her suddenly frown, Sarum couldn't help but ask, is something wrong? She smiled lightly and replied, it's nothing. I'll take this letter with me. He spoke with a hint of awkwardness. The Duke usually checks your mail first, ever since the invitation to the royal birthday banquet arrived. She smiled calmly and declared, from now on, I will receive my own mail. I'm sure the Duke will understand. He asked, stunned, what? But before he could finish his sentence, she quickly dashed away, calling out, have a good day. He stood frozen in place, hastily calling after her, Milady. As she walked towards the library, Maya thought to herself, I don't know why. Who knew Raka would be so concerned about me? And why would she send me a letter? Does she want to invite me to a tea party and introduce me to the nobility? Yes, that's right. She must be planning to humiliate me there. Does she think I'm stupid or something?
She had just finished her train of thought when she found herself standing in front of the library door, so she quickly reached out, pushed it open, and stepped inside. The next moment, faced with the vast, overwhelming space inside, she couldn't help but freeze, then instinctively exclaimed, wow, it's larger than I thought. I heard it was just a small library. What should I read? This book just appeared. Damien. I love this name so much. I can't believe they named an abandoned child like me. Is there anyone else in this world as kind as them? Damien. I've heard that name from Raka, but he said they weren't on good terms at all.
I met their son. His name is Raka, and I want to get close to him, but Raka hates them. Why did he tell me to go away? I like it here. How could I hate the person who saved me? If I'm good, they'll never abandon me. Is he a child starved of affection? This time, I will abandon them. Reading up to this point, Maya mumbled to herself, this looks just like a family crest. Just then, Rita unexpectedly pushed the door open and asked, my lady, are you in here? Startled, she replied, yes, I am. She quickly asked, I came to ask what you'd like for lunch today. She chuckled and replied, I suppose I'll have lunch with the twins. She continued, the Duke said that from now on he will separate your leisure time from your working hours. He also said that you should dine separately when not working. She asked in surprise, oh, is that so? Raising a finger, she slightly frowned and said, he also made a very strict demand to treat you well, as you are now his fiancé. Not long after Rita left, Maya continued to flip through the book she had been reading. Then she secretly made a guess in her heart. Perhaps Damien isn't a slave, but actually a noble. There are more family crests with winged horses than I thought.
As she thought this, she suddenly frowned slightly inside, wondering if she would find something exactly like what was in the diary. Maresta Ropirite's family crest looked just like that. Come to think of it, at that point she continued to think to herself, I bet the Ropirite clan will hold a party to celebrate the discovery of the magic ore mine. It's located on Mount Leos, and even though I've forgotten quite a bit of the original story, I still remember this detail very clearly. Seeing the flames burning more fiercely, someone quickly suggested, Sir, you must evacuate immediately. Everyone run! As he used his dark power to create an energy orb, Raka cackled maliciously and declared, I will help all of you into the mine.
Rocca was enraged when Maresta interfered with Reina's affairs, and he set the mountain on fire. After that incident, everyone started calling him the lawless mad dog. Of course, he's no longer interested in Reina now, but his wrath could manifest in another way for the plot to unfold exactly as in the original story. That's not why he invited me to the party with him, is it? As he strode forward, Rocca clasped his hands behind his back and thought to himself. Maya went to the library. As soon as he reached the library door, he quickly pushed the door open and stepped inside.
Next, Kai called out May. Then he suddenly stopped, startled by a sight that made his heart skip a beat. It turned out Maya was asleep, slumped over the table. The twilight from outside quietly streamed in, casting a gentle glow over her, making her beauty even more breathtaking. He quickly walked over and shielded her from the sunlight with his body. He then thought to himself, perhaps she didn't sleep well last night, which is why she's now in such a deep sleep. She looks comfortable now. The sunlight must have been bothering her. Maya, did I make you uncomfortable? Am I allowed to think that you couldn't sleep because of my confession? Actually, I'm not sure if I should confess my feelings, because my confession stems from greed. Maya came to me to avoid danger, and if she were to fall into danger in another way, it would be best to keep her by my side. I want to leave my mark on her and make her heart flutter for me. Huh, it's a book about family crests. What is she looking for? It's the Zoperid family crest. Come to think of it, they're about to hold a party to celebrate the magic quarry. It's sure to be a grand affair.
After thinking to himself, Rocca propped his chin on his hand, smiling and muttering to himself, wondering if he should bring Maya along. The next day at lunch, while eating, Maya unconsciously drifted into thought. It would probably be very difficult to guess the family just from a child's clumsy drawings. She wanted to ask Rocca, but couldn't find him anywhere. Last night, he hadn't stopped by and said he would have lunch separately. As soon as her thoughts ended, Aisha suddenly slammed her hand on the table with a thud, then asked gloomily, Maya, are you planning to run away? Delkeaton quickly interjected, Aisha. Maya smiled faintly, a little puzzled, thinking to herself, what on earth is this child talking about? Then she turned to ask, Delkeaton, can you explain what's going on? The boy replied with a hint of embarrassment, you see, then quickly recounted what he and the girl were worried about to her. As soon as the boy finished speaking, she was startled and cried out in alarm, a married couple's quarrel? The boy slightly bowed his head and answered with a slight hesitation, well, you just grabbed Rocca's hair, didn't you? And that's like a quarrel between a married couple I once read about in a book. Hearing that, Maya immediately rubbed her head and sighed, thinking to herself, the children must be very worried, thinking Rocca and I had a fight. Suddenly, Aisha asked if I was running away, so I didn't know what had happened. But there's no way they could infer a story about a married couple fighting, because Rocca and I aren't married yet. Having finished her thoughts, she then turned and smiled as she explained, children, although the Duke and I are engaged, I am currently your nanny, so I would never run away. Aisha couldn't help but ask happily, really? Thank goodness. Meanwhile, Delkeaton suddenly clenched his fists and pondered something for a moment. Then he asked seriously, but even if you don't run away, you'll still leave us, won't you?
She couldn't help but widen her eyes in surprise as she looked at the boy, then blurted out, Delkeaton. Raising a finger, Aisha commented, as long as it's not a marital dispute, there's no need to worry. Oh, then you and Rockashop. Actually, now that I think about it, I've never asked you about this. Are you going to marry Rockashop? Sweating, she gave a forced laugh and replied, haha, I'm not sure. Hearing that, the girl's face immediately fell. Then she lowered her voice and called out, Memya, so are you going to abandon us? She quickly explained, no, that's not what I meant. The girl frowned and questioned loudly, you mean you're going to leave us and disappear, right? Delkeaton, the boy, immediately confirmed, that's right.
Mia, upon hearing this, instinctively frowned and thought to herself, even Delkeaton thinks I'm going to abandon them? It seems these kids are planning to make me marry Rocca, so I'll stay with them forever. For a moment, I forgot that they are the villain siblings. Aisha loudly declared, I'm not going to school anymore, I'm just going to stick with you. Delkeaton immediately expressed, I don't feel like doing anything right now. The little girl continued petulantly, even if I eat vegetables like this, are you still going to leave? Even if I eat a whole handful of vegetables? Rita suddenly stammered, calling out, Lady Aisha. She didn't respond, but hesitated, thinking to herself, should I run away? A moment later, propping her hand on her face, Mia tiredly sighed. I'm exhausted, so tired, ugh. Just then, someone suddenly knocked on the door and said, Lady? She gently smiled and asked, Rita, what is it? She replied, Sir Cerrone asked me to deliver a letter to you. She asked in surprise, a letter? She immediately confirmed, yes, it's from Jaina Adrian. Hearing this, she suddenly jolted upright and thought to herself, a letter from Jaina?
Dear Mia, I am writing this letter because I want to return the shawl I took from you at the birthday banquet, and also to invite you to have a meal with me. Reading this far, Mia unexpectedly paused for a moment and silently made an assessment in her mind. The language is very ordinary and polite, nothing like the Reina I know. She then continued to read, I know a wonderful restaurant in Bistro. Then she quickly acknowledged in her heart. That's right. Avoiding her might not be the answer. I need to change too. The next day, in Mia's room at lunchtime, there was a note on her table that she had left. I'm leaving this note just in case. Don't worry about me disappearing. Don't look for me. I have a lunch appointment. I'll be right back. As soon as she stepped into the room, Rita blurted out, She said I could clean the room while she was out, so I need to hurry. What's this? An orange-haired maid suddenly approached her from behind and called out, Rita! This made Rita jump and scream, Ah! Oh my, why did you scare me like that? She awkwardly apologized. I'm sorry, did I scare you? No sooner had she finished speaking than, ironically, the note fell straight into a bucket of water, making Rita shriek in utter panic. Oh, I hope nothing important was written on it.
Vilain asked curiously, What is it? The other woman asked anxiously, Vilain, what should I do? The paper is torn. Hearing this, Vilain offered, Let me see. Immediately after, Rita quickly read aloud the remaining content on the paper. Don't worry about my disappearance. Don't look for me. That's what it says, Vilain asked with a hint of doubt. Did she run away? The orange-haired maid stated frankly, I don't think she'd be with the twins either. Then she added silently to herself, It seems the twins finally made her leave. After that, she quickly spoke up. We'd better report this to the Duke immediately. Hearing this, Vilain suggested, I'll finish cleaning up here and then come right away. Hearing her say that, Rita quickly thanked her. Thank you, Vilain. As soon as the other two left, she quietly crumbled the paper in her hand. Then she calmly put it into her pocket.
At the same time, at Demesis' restaurant, as soon as she stepped inside, Mia looked around, searching, and mumbled to herself, Am I too early? Just then, someone called out, Mia! Long time no see. Have you been waiting long? She smiled kindly and replied, No, I just arrived. Shall we go in? Wow, do you come here often, Reina? With her hands on her hips, Reina squinted her eyes in a proud smile and confirmed, Yes, I'm a regular here. The chef is amazing. Hearing that, she secretly added in her mind, but just by looking at the restaurant's name, you can tell this place is delicious. The male server smiled apologetically. I'm sorry, we don't have any empty tables left. May I seat you with other guests? Hearing that, Reina instinctively broke into a confused sweat and asked, What should we do, Mia? She chuckled and replied, I don't mind. Hearing that, the male server quickly offered, Then I'll show you to your seats. Still smiling, she couldn't help but eagerly think to herself, I really want to try their food, and then leave right after eating. Suddenly someone asked, Huh, isn't that you, Reina? This made her stop short and exclaim, Oh, Theo, long time no see. Mia, this is Theo. We've been friends since childhood. He smiled and greeted her warmly. It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Mia. I'm Theo Neris, but please call me Theo. Extending her hand, Mia smiled politely and said, Nice to meet you. I'm Mia.
Seeing this, he faltered for a moment, hesitantly took her hand, and replied, Yes, Maya. She didn't reply, but thought to herself that, according to Neris, she had recognized him immediately. He was a royal knight. In the novel, he had made Kinnis jealous. It seemed that being with the female lead naturally helped her meet more characters from the novel. Meanwhile, at Duke Aintia's mansion, after burying himself in work, diligently and tirelessly, Raka finally put down his pen. He slowly turned his gaze to the scene outside the window, then let out a soft sigh and thought to himself, even though he was very tired after 2 sleepless nights, he still had a long way to go. He needed to find more information about Damien, and he needed more time to complete his work. I need Maya. Thinking this, Raka immediately called out, Sarami, what is the twins' schedule today? Sarami quickly reported back, the young lady and young master have lessons until lunchtime, after which they will have outdoor sword practice. He suddenly asked with a hint of awkwardness, Then,
Is Maya resting? He smiled and replied, I suppose so. As soon as he heard that, he immediately stood up and said, All right, good, I'll go see her. Upon hearing him say that, he couldn't contain his happiness and burst into tears, replying, Yes, all right. Then the person who had stayed awake for 2 days straight beside Raka quickly added in their heart, Finally, I can sleep. Suddenly, Aisha rushed in breathlessly, announcing, Raka, there's an urgent matter. Delkeen quickly added, Raka. He frowned slightly, thinking to himself, I need to get to Maya. Then he spoke, demanding, Both of you be quiet and get out now. Obstacle 1. Aisha couldn't help but ask in confusion, What are we supposed to do? Obstacle 2. Delkeen expressed in a panic, Everything's ruined.
The little girl frowned in panic, stating, Mia never goes out to play, but today she went out, and she went alone. Raka paused, asking again, What did you say? The little girl recounted in a louder voice, According to the gatekeeper, our sister-in-law went out this afternoon. She said she had an appointment. He asked with a hint of doubt, Did both of you come here for that same reason? Aisha didn't answer, but instead turned suspiciously to ask, But I already ate my vegetables yesterday. Delkeen stated firmly, It's probably because you had too much of an attitude yesterday. You shouldn't have done that. As she brought Mia's message into the room, a certain maid hesitated slightly before reporting, Your Grace, I found a message that Lady Mia left behind while we were cleaning. He quickly picked up the paper, frowning as he asked, A message? As soon as he finished reading the remaining part of the paper, Raka immediately crumpled it up, thinking furiously to himself, How dare she, to think of leaving and only leaving a message? Then he suddenly broke into a wicked smile and called out, Aisha, Delkeen. The little girl smirked, suggesting, Raka, do you want me to bring her back? I'm really good at hide and seek. The boy clenched his hands into fists and added, Leave it to us, Raka. He immediately refused. No, I'll go myself. At the main gate, Aisha, with her hands on her hips, complained in a panic. I can't believe it. Delkeen, how can you still be reading a book right now? Still reading his book, Delkeen calmly asked back, What else can I do? Raka told us to stay here.
The girl angrily yelled, criticizing, How ridiculous, you probably don't even care if Maya stays or not. The boy scoffed and asked back, I don't care. The girl loudly questioned, That's why you're so calm, am I wrong? You must have planned to keep her here because you like seeing me and Raka cling to her. The boy subtly frowned, thinking to himself, At first I was just happy that Raka liked someone, but it's not like that anymore. She has become very precious to me. He then retorted, No, I want her to stay here because I genuinely like her. The girl loudly declared, She's mine. The boy immediately followed up, You say you like her, does that mean you want to possess her? Just at that moment, Villain suddenly opened the door and stepped out. She then respectfully said, Young master, young miss. Both of them angrily turned around and asked in unison, What now? She smiled, her eyes crinkling, and offered, Would you two like some dessert? Meanwhile, at Falir's magic shop, he couldn't help but exclaim in shock, Unbelievable. Next, he rested his chin on his hand and seriously thought to himself, That can't be right. Does her hair possess the power of the Shakir flower?
What on earth is the body of the one dubbed the daughter of the gods made of? The Shakir flower needs divine power to grow, which means there's a very strong source of divine power within her body, or the Shakir flower is what sustains her life, or both. There are still some questionable aspects to this. Just as Falir's silent thoughts ended, Reich approached at the opportune moment and asked, Falir, how's your research going? He immediately replied, Reich, you've come at just the right time. Could you please bring me that dark creature you brought back from the northern forest last time? He asked back, startled, A dark creature? He immediately confirmed, Yes, I want to research a few things while temporarily suspending my work on this one. I've been pondering this for too long, so I want to stop bothering with it. Reich suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder and slowly offered a suggestion. Why don't you go out for a walk? There's a festival happening to celebrate the Emperor's birthday. He frowned in annoyance and asked, What's wrong with you? Are you sick? He paused for a moment, then asked back, bewildered, Why do you ask that? Falir unconsciously broke into a sweat, thinking to himself, Normally Reich doesn't look me straight in the eye when I'm joking. Then he reluctantly said, Never mind, why don't you go rest of it? I'll go get it myself. Reich suddenly became anxious and asked, But have you finished your research on Maya yet? He immediately asked back suspiciously, How do you know her name? He replied, I don't know. Then he suddenly flashed a sinister smirk. After that, he added, But Nox knows. After finishing her meal, Maya let out a satisfied sigh. She emotionally wiped her mouth, thinking to herself, It's so delicious. There must be a reason why this restaurant is so crowded.
Maya turned to the side cheerfully and said, What a wonderful meal. Hearing this, Reina smiled brightly and replied, I'm glad it suited your taste. The person sitting opposite paid no attention, engrossed only in their own conversation. At this moment, Maya fell into contemplation. Should I start on the main business after I've had my fill? Thinking this, she smiled with concern and spoke up. By the way, did you get home safely after the birthday banquet that night? Hearing this, Reina smiled brightly and replied, Oh yes, I stayed until the banquet ended before going home. It would have been wonderful if you had stayed too. Maya replied regretfully, I wanted to, but because of the twins, I couldn't stay long. After saying this, she felt a pang of guilt, knowing it was clearly a lie. Then she continued, I really wanted to see you dance. Who did you dance with that night? In her heart, she secretly speculated, I wonder if she danced with Kindness? Hearing her question, Reina immediately glanced at him, but he didn't notice her gaze. Seeing this, Reina turned back and smiled, replying, Actually, I danced with His Majesty, and we also chatted on the terrace. Maya thought to herself, delighted, Great, it seems they danced just like in the original story, even if it wasn't the first thing. Maya became visibly excited and cheerfully asked, So what do you think of him? Reina replied quickly, surprised. What do you mean? How could I possibly harbor such thoughts about His Majesty?
Maya looked at her, secretly sighing and thinking, I hope Reina and Kinnis will get together and become a shield for the Aintia family. Divine power and dark magic are inherently conflicting, so in the novel, Kinnis always pressured the Aintia family, a family that uses dark magic. Then she paused as she remembered, But after falling in love, Kinnis did everything Reina told him to. Perhaps I can prevent the tragedy of the Aintia family if I can leverage this. Maya secretly resolved. Above all, they must get together so Kinnis stops looking for me. After finishing her calculations, Maya smiled and said, But you two already talked privately. Reina hesitated and replied, Yes, but... Then she slowly lowered her head and continued, As I said, it's unimaginable. Maya gently encouraged, But while dancing with me, His Majesty couldn't take his eyes off you. Hearing this, Reina asked in surprise, Really? Seeing her reaction, Maya was pleased. Oh, at least she's not completely uninterested. Then she smiled brightly and replied, Yes, it seems he's interested in you. Reina murmured, I see. At this moment, a servant approached with a plate of food and said, Here is your dessert, ladies. Reina smiled and said, Wonderful, thank you.
Maya also looked at the plate of food with excitement. She knew when to stop, secretly thinking, if I say anything more, she'll lose interest, so I'll stop here. A moment later, the dessert plate that had just arrived was already empty.
Mia contentedly rubbed her stomach, thinking to herself, even the dessert was perfect, so delicious. Reina looked at her, smiling as she spoke. Mia, this is the shawl I promised to return to you. With that, she held out the bag in her hand. Mia took the bag, feeling its weight, and replied, Thank you, I almost forgot. She secretly wondered, why does it feel so heavy? Seeing her accept it, Reina spoke shyly. I felt like I shouldn't just return the shawl to you, so I put some homemade desserts in there, and a letter too. Reina didn't wait for her reply, and immediately stood up, continuing, I'll go pay now, and since I'm here, I'll say hello to Edmund as well. For context, Edmund de Mosses is the manager of the restaurant. Seeing her leave, Mia vaguely replied, Okay. In her heart, she secretly thought, I didn't expect her to be so thoughtful.
Theo stopped his conversation at this moment, looking at the retreating figure and sighed in dissatisfaction, saying, She never did that for me. Since when were you two so close? Faced with his suspicious gaze, Mia smiled and replied, We just happened to meet outside. Seeing that he still didn't believe her, she secretly exclaimed in her heart, What? It's true. Then she thought to herself, Come to think of it, how did Theo and Reina become so close? The more Mia thought about it, the more curious she became, so she asked, How did you and Reina become so close? Theo hesitated and replied, That's Reina's secret. Mia thought, puzzled. What was he going to tell me? Theo didn't stop for long. He put his hand to his chin, lost in pleasant memories, and recounted, It was probably when I was about 7 years old, very young, but I still remember that day vividly. I remember seeing Reina sitting and crying in a small alley when we were children. She was crying alone in the alley, so I asked her what had happened. She said she had gone out to look for her younger sibling. Theo remembered that he had comforted her then, saying, I told her to go home and let me go look for them. That was our first meeting.
Hearing that, Maya immediately fell into deep thought. Right, that was why Theo joined the Royal Knights. He had said that if he became a knight, he would be able to find Reina's younger sibling, she remembered now. Maya recalled that the book stated it didn't matter because he ultimately never found that person. Thinking back, that was the backstory to explain their current relationship. Thinking of this, she smiled brightly and said, So that's how you two met. Theo also smiled and replied, Yes, she was very cute back then, but now, at this moment, Maya suddenly turned to look out the window. She was startled to see a person in a black cloak outside, thinking to herself, It looks like someone is standing at the restaurant's entrance. Unable to look away, she was curious. The person was wearing a cloak, yet their aura was very powerful. Suddenly, meeting those gloomy eyes staring intently at her, Maya realized with a jolt of fear, screaming silently in her heart. She spat out the mouthful of tea in surprise. The eyes outside the window remained fixed on her. Maya screamed silently in her heart, What is Raka doing here? Theo, unaware of anything, saw her unusual behavior and asked, What's wrong, Lady Maya? At this moment, she couldn't think of anything, only hastily stood up and exclaimed, I have to go, it's urgent. As soon as she stood up, she paused, startled, and thought to herself, Wait, I clearly left a message, and I left because it's not working hours, so there's no reason for me to feel uneasy and rush out of here.
The teachers sat back down in their chairs, looking at her with a questioning gaze as they said, Reina still hasn't returned. Mia smiled brightly, a little shyly, and replied, Then I'll stay a little longer. But the moment she finished her sentence, Mia realized with horror that she couldn't let Reina and Raka meet. In the original story, Raka always hastily got involved in everything related to Reina. He even summoned a horde of monsters to attack the royal family. Recalling the image of her gentle smile, Mia thought to herself, Reina is very beautiful and cute. If Raka fell for her, it wouldn't be surprising at all. Thinking this, Mia secretly gritted her teeth. Just thinking about it made my heart ache a little. I don't like that. I hope it never happens. Then she quickly stood up and said, Please tell Lady Reina that I'm very sorry for leaving without saying goodbye. Seeing her haste, Raka didn't try to stop her, but politely replied, What a pity. I hope we meet again soon.
Maya shook his hand and said softly, Of course, it's wonderful to meet you today. Suddenly, a gloomy voice replied, Indeed. Raka suddenly appeared, standing right behind her, and continued gloomily, That's certainly the case. Both people who were shaking hands turned to look at him in surprise. Maya, terrified and sweating, thought to herself, When did he get in here? He didn't run into Reina, did he? Well, that's a relief. Raka stepped forward, gripping her hand tightly, and said threateningly, Where are you planning to run off to this time? He leaned close to her face and continued, Maya, I clearly told you not to think about leaving me. Seeing this scene, Theo couldn't help but speak up. Who are you, and why are you touching Miss Maya like that? Raka faced him, not answering, but asking in return, Who are you? Just as Theo was about to get angry, Maya gently interjected to reassure him, Theo, wait. I know him, so you don't need to worry. Raka, who had been watching her, frowned and asked, Theo? As if remembering something, he muttered to himself, Theo? Terry? Then Raka let out a dangerous laugh and said, Ah, so that's how it is.
His cold gaze lowered as he gently asked, "Are you planning to run away with that detestable fellow?" Seeing his misunderstanding, Maya screamed in fright. "That's not it," she thought to herself. "Does he think I'm crazy? Why would I run away with someone I just met today? I left a message, so why is he misunderstanding?" As if realizing something. Wait, could it be? Then she looked up at him and asked, "Didn't you see the message I left?" Raka calmly replied, "Oh, the message. I burned it."
Maya asked again loudly in surprise. What? Seeing this scene, the shop assistants exchanged knowing glances, silently agreeing not to intervene. Raka looked at her and calmly replied, "I saw you write that you would run away." The two faced each other. Maya tried to recall what she had written. She thought in confusion. Which part made him think I would run away? Did I accidentally write something wrong? Seeing Raka gripping her hand so tightly, Theo immediately approached indignantly, separating the two and loudly scolding, "Please let her go. Can't you see she's uncomfortable?" Maya looked at him and gently reconciled. "I'm fine, Theo." Raka angrily said, "Should I just eliminate him?" Seeing this, Maya immediately reassured him loudly, "I'm perfectly fine, so you don't have to worry." In her heart she worried, I must prevent an innocent life from falling into danger. I knew things had been too peaceful lately. Theo didn't believe her and quickly turned, pulling her behind him, saying, "No, Lady Maya." Seeing his determined gaze, she was confused, standing frozen for a few seconds. Theo looked at Raka and angrily spoke, "I don't know what that man is threatening you with, but as a member of the Royal Knights, I cannot overlook this matter."
Seeing things getting out of hand, Mia tried to reason with him. "Please let me go and calm." Before she could finish her sentence, a questioning voice interrupted. "I'm sorry?" Raina had returned, muttering to herself, "I talked to Edmund a bit too long. Oh dear." Seeing the scene before her, she asked puzzled, "Theo, why are you holding Mia's hand like that?" Seeing her, he replied seriously, "That man was threatening Mia and trying to take her away." Raina exclaimed in surprise, "What? Who is it?" Mia thought helplessly to herself, "Why are things getting worse and worse?" Then she decided, "That's right, I just need to reveal Raka's identity." Seeing the two people in front of her, she knew that since Raina and Raka had already met, there was no way to separate them anymore. After Raina clearly saw the face behind the cloak, she exclaimed in surprise, "He is—" Mia hastily cut her off and continued, "My fiancé." Theo turned his head in surprise, glancing at her and asking again, "Fiancé?" Raina was equally surprised. Raising a hand to her mouth, she politely asked, "So you are Duke Aintia?" Theo also looked at him and continued loudly, "How ridiculous! How could that mad dog appear here?" Mia, standing behind, silently prayed, "Oh no, he's digging his own grave. I can't do anything. I hope he still has a chance to survive." Hearing that, Raka smirked and asked back, "Mad dog? How annoying. It sounds like a compliment." Seeing him like that, Mia quickly stepped forward and asked, "Oh my, how could you take that as a compliment?" Raka looked at her calmly and said, "You like dogs, don't you?" As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was speechless, looking at him. Mia thought to herself distressed, "Seriously? It sounds like a compliment to him because I like dogs?"
At this moment, Theo suddenly realized, wait, Maya is the name of the daughter of the divine being at Terida's cathedral. After a moment of thought, his body suddenly grew cold. Theo let out a trembling cry, and Raina helplessly asked him, "Don't you know Maya is the daughter of the divine being?" Maya also looked at him, thinking to herself, does he really not know who I am? As soon as he realized, Theo hastily knelt down in reverence. A moment later, Theo was still sullenly kneeling on the ground, loudly saying, "I'm sorry, Duke, I'm sorry." Recalling what had just happened, Raina fearfully said, "My parents must be very worried about me, so I'm leaving now." Maya secretly sighed, thinking, Raina has been gone for an hour already. I suppose this can be forgiven. After finishing his meal, Raka gently wiped his mouth and coldly said, "Good." Theo, still kneeling below, fearfully pleaded loudly, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." Raka paid him no mind, but turned to the side and coldly asked, "Maya, why didn't you just write that you would return on that message?" Hearing this, Maya angrily argued, "I clearly wrote that I had an appointment to go out and would be back." Raka coldly denied, "Not at all." Maya resentfully said, "I clearly wrote it at the end." Recalling the paper, Raka replied, "Now that I think about it, it seems the paper was torn." Maya asked in surprise, "Torn?" She thought to herself, how could that be? Raka and Rita were the only ones who entered my room. Thinking of Rita, she was puzzled, and there was no reason for Rita to tear her message. Seeing her like that, Raka also fell into contemplation. Perhaps it was torn because it got wet. Maya then startled, realizing, did something happen while I was away? Interrupting her thoughts, Raka spoke up. The maid said she accidentally dropped it into a bucket of water while cleaning. Hearing that, Maya was a little surprised and thought to herself, now that I think about it, today is Rita's day to clean my room. Then she smiled brightly and replied, perhaps it tore because it got wet. Maya sighed in relief. That's right, there's no way Rita would intentionally tear my message. I hadn't even mentioned meeting Jaina initially. The scene shifts to the mansion. It was lunchtime. Sarone stood guard at the door, waiting for his master to dine, drowsily nodding off. He felt as if someone was calling, "Rome, Sarome," and he suddenly woke up, slowly opening his eyes.
Seeing him like that, Aisha quickly went in front of him and shouted loudly to scare him. Sarome, startled, also shouted loudly. He struggled to say loudly, "Miss, why did you scare me like that?" Aisha was not to be outdone and shouted back, "Who gave you permission to doze off while standing?" Seeing this scene, Dokeen secretly shook his head and said, "Foolish." Sarome yawned tiredly and said, "Because I had to work with the Duke, I hadn't had a wink of sleep for 2 days." Looking at him, Villain smiled brightly and said, "Oh dear." Then she gently continued, "Just go rest for about 10 minutes. I'll look after Miss Aisha and young Master Dokeen." Sarome was quickly tempted, looking at her with grateful eyes and exclaiming, "Oh." Sarome didn't agree immediately but fell into contemplation. He tiredly thought that he didn't know when the nanny and the Duke would return, so he couldn't just keep dozing off. After thinking, he turned to Villain and said, "Then please help me look after them for a moment." The two siblings looked at him with a bit of surprise. Sarome quickly left to rest. Immediately after he left, Villain slowly stepped closer and whispered, "Miss Aisha and young Master Dokeen, come here for a moment."
Delkeen, puzzled, stepped down from the chair, warily looking at her. Villain bent down to face the two siblings and whispered, "This is a secret." Then she mysteriously presented a letter to the two children, saying, "This paper was found in Miss Aisha's room today." Hearing this, Aisha asked, confused, "My room? I don't keep paper in my room, so just throw it away." Villain looked at the girl and replied, "I was going to, but the content is a bit concerning." Aisha, a little impatient, said, "I told you to just throw it away." Delkeen stepped closer and asked curiously, "What does it say? Give it to me." The boy then took the letter and read it. After reading it, Aisha stammered in horror, "Maya, leaving because of Raka?" Then she quickly ran out of the mansion, and Delkeen hastily chased after her, calling, "Aisha!" Reaching a dog hole, Delkeen still tried to persuade her, "Aisha, wait!" The girl gradually lost patience and replied, "What now? We have to hurry. Maya is waiting." Delkeen tried to explain that something was a bit strange, and Aisha asked, confused, "What do you mean?" The boy seriously replied, "There's no way she would call us to Libertan." Delkeen's expression immediately turned serious as he said, "You know what that place looks like, don't you?" Recalling the deeply ingrained images of that place in his mind, it was the northern slum of Bistor. It was absurd for her to tell them to go to such a place. Aisha quickly retorted, "Because it's the perfect place to hide from Raka. She specifically said we should meet at the entrance to the alley leading to Libertan."
Delkeen disagreed with that thought, replying, "It's still too dangerous." And recalling that beautiful and bright figure, the boy was certain that more than anyone else, she wouldn't want us to get hurt. Aisha asked, puzzled, "So you mean the message is fake? Why would Villain leave us a fake message?" This also made Delkeen confused, unsure how to answer. The boy thought seriously. Villain was a good person, always working hard and taking good care of them, but today she seemed a bit strange. While he was thinking, Aisha leaned in hastily and said, "Never mind, hurry up. She wrote that no matter what happens, we must keep it a secret from Raka." Delkeen gradually wavered in his speculation. Aisha looked at him urgently and continued, "Who knows when Villain will change her mind and tell him that we've left?" Delkeen clenched his trembling hands, unable to make a choice. Aisha asked him seriously, "We have to rescue Mia, right?" After a moment of thought, Delkeen closed his eyes and silently regained his resolve. Then the boy seriously replied, "All right." When the two weren't paying attention, from an upstairs window of the mansion,
Villain saw everything unfold before her eyes. She coldly watched the two siblings crawl through the dog flap to get out, as if contemplating something. Her eyes slowly grew dark and menacing. The street was bustling with people, a vibrant and prosperous scene. As Maya and Raka strolled around, she exclaimed in surprise, "There are so many people here all of a sudden." Raka, showing no interest in looking ahead, remarked indifferently, "There must be fireworks tonight." He secretly calculated in his mind, "It's best if we return before it's too late. The twins must be waiting for Maya." After he spoke, her heart pounded with excitement as she asked, "Is it tonight?" Seeing her reaction, Raka sighed helplessly and turned away. He then asked, "Do you like fireworks?" Maya, her spirits lifted, replied, "I'm very curious. I've never seen fireworks here before." Upon hearing this, Raka looked at her intently, thinking to himself, "Has she never attended a festival? It seems the cathedral doesn't permit her to go out while the festival is underway." A pang of pity struck him as he thought, "I never imagined she had to live such an oppressive life." Then he gently asked, "Would you like to watch the fireworks before we head back?" Maya, her eyes shining with hope, looked at him and asked, "Really?" Seeing her like that, Raka's heart was torn, fiercely battling between emotion and reason, duty and the twins.
Seeing his face tense up, Maya, a little disappointed, said, "You must have a lot on your plate, don't you?" Unable to bear her sadness, after a moment of internal hesitation, emotion triumphed over reason. "Work and the twins," Raka thought, then seriously replied, "No, I finished everything, so let's watch the fireworks before we go back." He quickly calculated to himself that he had worked all night and entrusted the twins to Sarome, so it would definitely be fine. Having thought that, he gently spoke up, "Anyway, it's still quite a while before the fireworks start, so let's walk around." As they walked, he looked from side to side and saying softly, "Haven't you seen Bistur already? A festival isn't really that different." He silently assessed, more and more people and merchants. Maya, a little shocked by this, asked back, "What do you mean?" Raka looked at her as if it were obvious and replied, "A festival is just more people, that's all." Suddenly, she raised her hand. As if knowing what she was about to do, he quickly leaned back to avoid her arm. Maya quickly pulled her hand back, looking at him in surprise and saying, Looking at her confused, Raka smiled with amusement, thinking, she looks as if she never expected me to dodge her arm. After a while, they continued walking. Raka asked her curiously, what were you trying to do? Maya didn't answer, only mumbled, I was just wondering if you could see clearly with your hood on like that. Then she indifferently answered herself, but it seems I misunderstood. It looks like you can still see clearly, judging by how you dodged my hand. His eyes focused on her, then he unexpectedly let out an indulgent laugh. Raka leaned in closer to her face and said playfully, actually, I can't see clearly, so please take off my hood for me.
Maya quickly blushed, shyly turned away and stammered in response, no thank you. Anyway, because of the festival, this place looks really different. Raka smiled and asked again, what do you mean? I don't understand. Perhaps it's because this cloak is blocking my view. In his heart, he secretly thought with amusement, it's truly interesting to see how she reacts every time I say something. After a moment's hesitation, Maya gently helped him remove his hood. Facing her face, Raka said softly, look closer. Maya looked at him puzzled. Do you really think there's no difference? Looking at her face before him, Raka gradually became dreamy, and he mused inwardly. Yes, there is one thing that's different. Thinking this, he gently brushed Maya's hair aside. Her soft hair slipped through his fingertips and fell. Gently lifting her face, Raka smiled and spoke. You are here, so even things that seemed familiar feel different. Scene change. In an unnoticed alley, Damien stood watching everyone happily celebrating the festival. The surrounding crowd was noisy. My dear Serena, what would you like to eat? The cheerful words of mothers. Today mommy will buy you everything you want. The child giggled in response. I want that. Damien gently raised his hand, then clenched his fist and murmured, my dear Damien.
The necklace suddenly glowed with a miraculous light. Then, as he rummaged through his pocket, he thought to himself, wondering why he was so lost in thought. His family had abandoned him, hadn't they? You said you'd get rid of those weak emotions, Damien. Just then, the necklace spoke in a gloomy voice. My apologies for contacting you a little late. The scene outside was still bustling and cheerful, while inside the alley, it remained unusually dark. The necklace announced, I have arranged for the young master and young lady to go to Libiton as per your command. Damien replied with satisfaction. Good, very good. At this point, the necklace softly asked, so will you fulfill your promise? Hearing this, Damien smirked and replied, of course, you succeeded, so I will give you the money as promised. The voice transmitted through the necklace gradually stammered. More importantly, Villain through the necklace asked him, will you save my child? This question made Damien suddenly freeze. He recalled the image of her child, a frail, thin, sick boy who couldn't stop coughing. The boy looked at him and asked, Mom, do you know him? Villain softly replied, yes, he used to live at the mansion. At that moment, seeing this scene, Damien realized it was the maid who had given him food when he was a child. Seeing her child continuously coughing, Villain worriedly patted his back and called Larry. Seeing this scene, Damien thought he had heard that most of the servants had been replaced after the former Duke and Duchess were expelled.
Seeing the boy cough up blood, Villain couldn't keep her composure and asked in a panic, Larry, are you all right? Damien calmly thought, if she was still there, she must have built trust with everyone. Having thought that, he then approached and said, I'll make you an offer. Not only will I give you money, but I'll also treat your child well. Recalling that moment, Damien thought to himself, I didn't expect her to accept my offer. In truth, I could have controlled her with dark magic instantly, but just this once, I wanted to see what family truly meant to others. Gazing at the bustling scene before him, he fell into deep thought. Her child was more important than money? Really? At that moment, a figure appeared in his heart, and he asked himself, so why was my own family?
Interrupting his thoughts, Villain softly called, Lord Damien. Snapping back to reality, he coldly replied, clutching his head, don't worry, I will give you money and treat your child if everything goes according to my plan. Villain cautiously responded, yes, thank you, sir. Looking outside, Damien thought with determined eyes, if my plan succeeds, he fell into deep thought, will I be loved like those other children? Scene change. Meanwhile, at the Adrian mansion, all the servants were bustling about, extremely flustered, running around confusedly and reporting to each other. It's urgent, hurry up. Shh, quiet now. They whispered to each other. The nobles rarely visited this mansion. One person couldn't help but ask curiously, so why now? At that very moment, in the drawing room, the clock chimed incessantly. Kindness looked at the two people in front of him, who were constantly worried and sweating, then comforted them. Don't worry too much. He gently raised his teacup, took a sip, and continued, I'm here to find your daughter, not to punish anyone. The two people sitting before him continued to sweat as they said, we apologize. Our daughter did not know you would be coming. Kindness quickly smiled brightly and replied, it's all right, so don't worry. He lowered his gaze, thinking to himself, I know she's gone out. Gently closing his eyes, he continued to think, I thought they said she would be home after lunch.
But he gently smiled, calculating inwardly. She needed to return before the fireworks began. The romantic mood was perfect for starting a heartfelt conversation. The couple cautiously asked, would your grace like more tea? Keenish gently refused. No, I'm fine. Looking at the two people before him, he thought to himself, I'm sure I can learn more about Lady Raina's powers and secrets if I keep talking to them. How boring. At this thought, Keenish said seriously, I have a question. The two people trembled in fear and bowed their heads. Then he smiled brightly and asked, what kind of person does Lady Raina like? He thought to himself, since I need to gain her favor, it's best to find out about her preferences first. After a moment of consideration, the man softly replied, perhaps she likes friendly people. Keenish mused, friendly, huh? Suddenly, someone pushed the door open and entered. Raina rushed in, panting, and said loudly, it is an honor to meet you, Your Majesty. Looking at the three people before her, she continued, I apologize for my lateness. Seeing her arrive, Keenish smiled brightly in welcome. Watching her bow deeply, he couldn't help but tease, if you bow any lower, your head will touch the ground. Stand up straight. Then Keenish quickly stood up, gestured towards the door, and continued, I want to go out with you, so let's go. Raina looked at him bewildered and asked, you want to go out with me? He turned back, his eyes full of amusement, and said, I want to watch the fireworks with you. Scene change. The two quickly got into a carriage and headed to the festival. Inside the carriage, Keenish sat opposite her, staring with the thought, it's probably good that she's not as wary as someone else. Raina unconsciously glanced out the window. She suddenly trembled as she recognized someone. To get a clearer look, she leaned out of the carriage window and followed with her gaze. Seeing two small figures in a dark alley, Raina shouted, those two kids are...
Seeing her so worried, Keenish curiously asked, what's wrong? Raina hastily replied, I saw the young master and young lady of House Antia. Keenish was extremely surprised to hear this, and also leaned out to look. Raina continued worriedly, that alley leads to Liberton. It's very dangerous. Do you think those children don't know how dangerous it is? Keenish thought to himself, what are those two children doing without any knights accompanying them? Is it all right if I just ignore them and pretend I didn't see anything? Meanwhile, Aisha sensed something amiss. She softly said, I have a bad feeling. Delkeen frowned, looking at her and asking, why suddenly? Aisha angrily looked at him and shouted, we're almost there, but I don't smell Maya. Delkeen calmly looked at her and replied, that's because she's not around here. What's the big deal? Aisha irritably and hastily replied, no, normally, wherever she goes, there's a strong fragrance. Looking at the desolate and eerie scene before them, Delkeen said with a hint of unease, above all.
Aisha cut in, saying, don't you think someone's been following us since we stepped into this alley? Delkine tried to focus, a little flustered, asking back, following us? He looked ahead worriedly, saying, you're right, someone is here. Do you think it's our servants? Aisha's face quickly turned pale with fear. Delkine glanced around, calculating silently. No, there's no reason for them to follow us all the way here. They should have stopped us and told us it was too dangerous. Aisha said fearfully, I don't think it's our servants. Then, with a dark, ominous tone, she said, so should I eliminate them? Delkine looked at his sister, a little helplessly, saying, don't be ridiculous. You don't even know how many of them there are. Do you think before you speak? Then he led her onward, instructing as they walked. Just walk normally, as if we haven't noticed. You said you didn't think Maya was here, right? Aisha replied with a slight start. I don't smell her, but what if she really is here?
Delkeen was trying to distract Aisha, but he himself was also extremely worried. He gritted his teeth, clenching his fists as he thought, what should I do? We're almost at the location from the message. Think, Delkeen, think. Then a thought suddenly flashed in his mind, and he realized, that's it. Delkeen quickly ran forward and said, Aisha, do you see the clock tower over there? Though she didn't understand, the girl quickly replied, yes, why do you ask? Delkeen explained, if we turn right, we'll reach the location written in the message. He softly explained his plan. If Mia isn't there, let's split up and meet at the clock tower. Aisha quickly understood and nodded. Okay, Delkeen thought to himself. Then we can confuse the suspicious people who are tailing us. Then the two siblings dashed off into the darkness, a silent plea in their hearts. At the crucial turn, they peeked around the corner, hoping, please, let her be there when we turn right. Contrary to their hopes, there was no one there. The two children realized she wasn't there. Delkeen immediately realized it was a trap. He turned back and yelled, Aisha, run! Scene change. Outside, the festival was still bustling. Mia looked around, thinking, it seems they're selling books at the stalls. Delkeen probably likes to read. With that thought, she cheerfully said to Raka, Duke, why don't we buy gifts for the twins? Raka wasn't particularly interested, but humored her, replying, sounds good. Seeing his agreement, her eyes lit up as she looked around, thinking, the kids will definitely be so happy. I'm so excited. What should I buy for Aisha? Suddenly, someone from the crowd rushed forward and slammed hard into Mia's shoulder. She cried out in pain, instinctively falling into Raka's arms, where he then held her close. Their eyes met, and both their hearts pounded wildly. Raka softly warned, be careful. Meeting his gaze, Mia's thoughts drifted. Raka smells so good. Is that white musk?
Seeing she said nothing, he asked worriedly, are you all right? Mia only blushed, looking at him, but didn't reply. A moment later, she thought to herself, I must be going mad. Then she pulled away from his embrace and replied shyly, thank you, sir. Let's quickly choose a gift for Aisha. She secretly chided herself. You foolish Mia. Raka didn't do anything. Why are you so flustered?
Maya slowly regained her composure, pointing to the bracelet stall and saying, I think Aisha would like that one. She thought to herself, The little girl likes flowers, so she'll definitely like a bracelet made from real flowers. The stall owner looked at her with a bright smile and said, "You have good taste. This is a wish bracelet. People say that wishes come true if this bracelet breaks." Maya was secretly surprised, thinking, "A wish? I bet she'd like it even more if we wore matching ones." Imagining Aisha happily smiling and saying, "We have matching bracelets," she cheerfully said, "I'll take 2. The stall owner quickly packed them and handed them to her, saying, "Here you go." Suddenly, Raka spoke up, "Get me another one of the same kind." The stall owner happily replied, "Oh, of course." Maya looked at him with a hint of confusion and asked, "Another one?" Raka feigned calmness and replied, "I like this kind of bracelet too." Maya looked at him incredulously, thinking, he likes cute braided bracelets? At that moment, Raka held out his hand, intently looking at the bracelet, and said, "Put it on me." As Maya put the bracelet on him, she thought, he always suddenly makes my heart flutter when I'm preoccupied with something else. A moment later, she cheerfully said, "Done," and wiggled the bracelet on his wrist, commenting, "It looks like a child's toy." Maya shyly said, "Then take it off." Raka casually replied, "But this is better than having no connection with you at all." Then he quickly took the bag of bracelets from her hand. He took out a bracelet and gently put it on her hand. Holding her hand, he tenderly called, "My lady." Amidst the bustling crowd, Raka smiled brightly, his eyes only on her, and joyfully raised his bracelet-adorned arm to show off, "You'll always remember me every day." Looking at his smile, Maya gradually became dreamy, thinking to herself, how could I not succumb to this temptation? Suddenly from the crowd, someone grabbed her hand tightly. Maya startled and cried out. Maya, bewildered, recognized and called out, "Phileer." The man urgently said loudly, "I knew it was you." He looked at her pleadingly and said, "My assistant, please help me."
Finally, they arrived at a dessert cafe. Maya sat with the 2 bosom friends, which made her break out in a sweat. Maya thought to herself, Phileer rushed here, there must be something urgent. She carefully glanced towards Raka. He exuded a gloomy aura. Maya sighed. Raka didn't look very happy. Are they really friends? Why doesn't Raka treat him better? Thinking about this, she rested her chin in her hand and grumbled inwardly, "It's amazing that such a person only treats me well." Suddenly she froze. Her face suddenly felt hot. Maya quickly grabbed her glass of water and drank it to cool down. Maya questioned her own thoughts. What on earth am I thinking? Seeing her gulping down water, Raka worried. Are you that thirsty? Raka changed his demeanor, his eyes sparkling as he smiled at her. He gently said, "If it's still not enough, shall I order more drinks for you?"
Maya quickly collapsed and she said, flustered, "I'm fine, but why are you here, Phileer? How embarrassing. Let's change the subject." Phileer, tired of being a third wheel between them, quickly said, It seems my assistant has been manipulated by Nock." Raka said coldly, "Don't joke around." Phileer stood up abruptly, slamming his hand on the table with a thud. Phileer was annoyed that this guy still didn't believe him. "I'm serious. Why would I lie about this?" He calmly retorted, "You know Nock is just a legend." Phileer was immediately silenced, pressing his lips together. He still insisted, "But I saw it with my own eyes, and what's more, I almost died because of it." Raka sighed, "You're probably just imagining things." Seeing that he still didn't believe him, Phileer helplessly explained, "I told you it was Nock, and it shot out from the darkness like a shadow. I didn't know that the dark creature my secretary brought back from the northern forest was Nock." Maya, sitting nearby, also looked confused. His secretary was manipulated by that strange creature? And what the hell is Nock? Phileer slumped down helplessly after trying to prove his point. Phileer sighed. "My lady." He sprang up, leaned close to her face and whispered, "Perhaps you can save my assistant." Raka quickly put out a hand to block him, reminding him, "Don't drag Maya into this." Phileer mumbled, "Anyway, that thing already knows about her existence. And if the legend is true, do you really think Nock will leave her alone?" Raka froze upon hearing this.
Maya observed Raka's demeanor, seeing that he was unfazed and showed no reaction. She questioned life itself, wondering why he wasn't saying anything, as if what Phileer had just said was true. She spoke up, seeking confirmation. "Phileer, please explain to me what Nox is." Phileer candidly recounted that Nox was born at the origin of dark magic. Thousands of years ago, it had claimed countless lives and caused severe damage throughout the empire. Legend had it that Teritus eventually sealed it with his power. Maya pondered seriously. This was the first time she had heard of this, just like the story about Damien. Was this hidden in the original work, or had it simply not happened yet? However, she had skipped most of the story except for the parts involving Kindness, the male lead. Her mind raced. Before her reincarnation, she had scrolled through her phone freely, and now she completely regretted it.
Maya thought to herself, what if Nox is a monster, the monster that tormented Reyna and Kinnis in the original story? A thought flashed through her mind. Maya gestured. "Is Nox a monster?" Phileer admitted. "Yes, you could think of it that way for easier visualization, and that monster seems to have taken control of my assistant's entire body." Maya flinched upon hearing this. "Control? Wait a minute," and kept his eyes on the clock tower ahead, just a little further, almost there. Suddenly the boy stopped. Delkeen looked up, trying with all his might to cry for help. "Help!" But Delkeen felt something was wrong. Huh?
The surroundings were pitch black. Delkeen realized no one was here, and the atmosphere turned cold. A gloomy feeling enveloped him, and a group of people appeared behind him. Delkeen desperately prayed, hoping Aisha hadn't arrived yet. Please, Aisha, just wander off somewhere like you usually do. At this moment, Aisha was in a similar situation to Delkeen. She quickly ran forward, thinking, I think I heard Delkeen's voice. Should I run to him? I just need to get to the clock tower, but this path is too winding. Suddenly, an unfamiliar person poked their head out. Aisha fearfully dodged him. She thought to herself, oh, I'm scared to death. Is this why he said we should split up? It's best if I follow Delkeen's advice. After that, she continued running towards the clock tower, convinced, I'm sure I can easily reach the clock tower if I get out of this alley. At this moment, a dark hand appeared, reaching for Aisha. Aisha was grabbed and lifted high, dangling in midair. She moved her mouth. What the heck? But when she glanced to identify the subject, her face froze. A commotion arose, and Butler Bybok quickly appeared. Sarome frantically looked around, thinking, I only meant to close my eyes for 10 minutes, but I ended up sleeping for a whole hour. Villain said he would wake me up. What if the twins got into trouble while I was sleeping? A large man appeared, startling Sarome. Hey Sarome, where did you disappear to? The man asked. Sarome shrieked. What is it? Is something wrong? The large man exclaimed. Lady Aisha and young Master Delkeen are gone. The words struck Sarome like thunder. The large man stammered. We don't know where Lady and young Master went, but we found Duke Aintia and the nanny, so let's go there. At this moment, someone arrived with news. Captain has found a clue. A message was found on the ground near the secret passage in the East Building.
The big man gritted his teeth and examined the paper. It told the young lady and young master to go to the entrance of Libertan. Sarome also leaned in curiously to read. Sarome realized this wasn't Miss Mia's handwriting. Someone had deliberately lured the twins out, and the person who was with the twins before they disappeared was... Verlaine's image appeared in Sarome's mind. Perhaps she knew what had happened. On this side, Falir was hurrying ahead. Please come to the store with me. Falir clasped his hands together, pleading. I didn't bring anything because I had to escape in a hurry, and I'm really scared to go in alone. Please, and if my assistant is there, I want to see if your power works. Mia felt annoyed. No, was he asking her to step into enemy territory as a test subject? Immediately, Falir's eyes welled up with tears. But Mia ignored him. I'm very sorry about what happened to your assistant. Mia sighed, feeling sorry for him, but if her power didn't work, Nox would destroy her. She didn't want to die for someone she'd only met twice, including today, Mia mumbled. I can't go in there without a plan. There's no certainty I can protect myself if I encounter Nox. Raka nodded and said, Mia is right, we can't go in there unprepared. For now, let's go stay at the castle. Falir whispered, all right. Mia smiled, she mustn't waver, she had to persevere. The three continued to move. Mia sighed. Fireworks were about to be set off, but they had to go. What a pity.
She regretfully turned back, thinking I really wanted to watch the fireworks with Raka. Suddenly she stopped short. A frantic figure came running towards them at full speed. Mia recognized him. Huh? Sarame? He cried out, Lady Mia, Lady Aisha and young Master Delkine have been kidnapped. His words left the two of them stunned. Mia was utterly shocked. The twins were kidnapped? Who did this and how? Sarame felt dejected. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. If only I hadn't dozed off for a moment. Sarame quickly recounted that according to the investigation, Villain had received a message pretending to be from her, Lady A, and it seemed she had lured the twins to Liberton.
Hearing Sarome's account, Maya was livid with rage, muttering, did those kids go to Liberton because they thought I told them to? She thought to herself, if she hadn't gone out, the twins wouldn't have been kidnapped. She should have told the twins before going out. If only she hadn't said she wanted to see fireworks, she felt a pang of self-reproach. Suddenly, Raka lunged forward and grabbed Sarome's collar, angrily asking, what were my orders to you before I went out? Sarome stammered fearfully, repeating, not to take my eyes off Lady Aisha and young Master Delkine. Raka gritted his teeth. And you went to sleep. He angrily raised his fist, but Maya quickly grabbed his hand, saying, don't. At this moment, Raka seemed to lose control, glaring at her, let go. Seeing everyone around them paying attention, Maya reminded him, now is not the time for this. Maya pressed, are you sure the twins were kidnapped? Sarome scratched his head, finding it difficult to answer, because he couldn't be sure. I'm not sure anymore. I ran out as soon as I found the note and realized the twins weren't in the mansion. Maya thought to herself, perhaps she should at least be relieved by that. Then she quickly turned around and proposed, then let's go to the location written on the note first. Raka spoke up, demanding, Maya, return to the mansion. Maya retorted loudly, I'm coming with you. How can you say that when you know the twins are missing? Seeing Maya's headstrong persistence, Raka sighed in surrender. He said, Sarome, take Falir to the mansion. Yes, Your Grace. Maya walked away with a grim expression, speculating. She wasn't sure who was behind this kidnapping, but if Damien was responsible for this, then what happened at the royal birthday banquet might be repeated.
Maya sighed. I'm the only one who could help if something like that happened. As time passed, the scene ahead grew increasingly gloomy. Maya and Raka stopped dead in their tracks. Looking at the scene before them, Maya exclaimed, did the kids go into this alley? Raka admitted, yes, according to Sarome's investigation, this is the place. She began to feel a growing sense of dread and anxiety. It looks so creepy and dangerous. Did the kids really go in here just because I told them to?
They care about me so much that they treat my problems as their own. What if something happens to them? Maya quickly denied it. She shook her head and said, "No, I'm sure the kids are fine."
Maya volunteered to go first. "Duke, let's go. No matter what, I have to find the children and make sure they're safe." The two continued deeper into the alley. A chill ran down her spine, making her shiver. Maya nervously said, "It's so gloomy, I'm getting goosebumps. Is it because I was attacked here before?" But fearing she'd lose face while also going to rescue someone, Maya put on a determined front. "It's okay, Raka's right next to me. He's the strongest dark mage in the world, so even if bad guys show up, he'll take care of them." Raka suddenly glanced at her, making Maya flinch and break out in a sweat. Suddenly a rustling sound echoed, startling Maya, and she cried out, "Ah!" Maya quickly hugged Raka. A group of mice scurried past below, squeaking. Maya was annoyed internally. It's just mice. Watching the mice run by, Maya mumbled, "I hate mice. I'm not scared of anything. How embarrassing. From now on, I'll just say I hate mice." Seeing her tension, Raka quickly took her hand to comfort her. "You won't get hurt, so there's no need to worry." At this moment, having someone by her side, protecting her, made Maya's heart melt, and her face flushed. "His hand is so warm. Thank you, sir," she thought to herself. "I bet he's also very worried." Raka spoke up. "I'm sure the twins are fine. They're strong kids. In fact, the kidnappers might be the ones having a hard time with them." Suddenly, Raka pulled her sharply. Raka signaled, "Shh," and Maya, though her face went blank, still obeyed him. They strained to listen. Reina's voice reached them. So this is where the two of them split up. Maya quickly recognized Reina's voice. What is she doing here? Maya thought to herself. According to the original story, she was supposed to be watching fireworks with Kinnis. Aisha's voice rang out. "Yes, I think it's here." Hearing Aisha's voice, Maya felt a surge of hope, her face beaming. It seems Aisha's with her. Luckily, the child is safe. Dion must be with her too, right? Maya spoke. "I think the twins are over there. Let's go." She suddenly stopped when she saw Raka's extremely serious expression. Maya was puzzled. But why is Raka still standing still?
Reina's voice rang out. "So you mean the boy crossed Libertan?" Aisha replied, "Yes, we promised to meet at the clock tower, sir." Maya quickly noticed something unusual. "Sir? Why was the girl speaking so awkwardly formally?" A sudden realization hit her. Wait, was Aisha trying to speak formally? Then that voice must belong to Emperor Kinas Zerdia. She asked curiously, "Why is Kinas with the kids?" Aisha mumbled, "Anyway, I have to go to the clock tower. This is where..." Huh? This smell? Footsteps grew closer. They were coming this way. Aisha stealthily peeked out to observe the situation. Maya saw her and quickly called out loudly, "Aisha, Aisha!" Aisha immediately replied, "Maya, it's really you." Aisha ran over and hugged her tightly, softly calling, "Maya." Maya, flustered, asked, "Are you hurt?" The girl happily replied, "No, I'm fine. I wouldn't let anyone hurt me." Now that she had met someone familiar, Aisha began to babble. "Someone was tailing us, so I planned to fight them off, but I'm not allowed to use dark magic outside, so I ran away. I did everything myself, but then these two suddenly appeared." Aisha didn't forget to give them a chillingly affectionate look. A cold gust of wind swept past, and Aisha froze. "Raka?" Seeing Aisha break out in a sweat the moment she saw him, Maya thought to herself, "It seems the child is afraid of being reprimanded for sneaking out of the mansion." She quickly spoke up. "Duke, the children are safe now." So Raka cut her off. "Well done, Aisha." Suddenly he emphasized, with a judgmental look, "Sometimes running away to avoid conflict is the best option." Maya felt a strange sensation. Huh? Wasn't he going to scold her? Raka stated, "You did very well." Surprised and pleased to be praised by her brother, Aisha chirped, "Hee, really?" Raka asked curiously, "But Aisha, where is Delkine?" The girl hesitated. On this side, Reina stumbled out with Kennis. Reina spoke up. "Ow, haha, I'm sorry, we intended to wait a bit to avoid ruining the atmosphere, but I slipped." Maya didn't care about that. She went straight to the main point. "Oh, it's fine, but have you seen Delkine?" Aisha mumbled, "Delkine is at the clock tower." Maya was startled. "The clock tower?" "Yes, I bet he's still safe there." But Kennis expressed, "I'm not sure if he's okay. Lately, more and more people have been reported missing, so the soldiers at the clock tower have been tasked with dealing with that problem. Moreover, if he went down that alley, he might have passed through the Tibetan slums, and he's just a child." Mia was tense with worry, but if the kid was being followed, I'm sure someone would help. Raka suddenly grabbed her hand and she was bewildered. "Raka?" Then he calmly held her hand and walked away with Aisha. The little girl was equally surprised. "Raka?" Their sudden departure without a word made Gina's face go blank. "Huh?" Kindness gave a helpless smile. At this moment, Raka was so angry he was grinding his teeth, his eyes glaring daggers.
A report came in. We searched all over the clock tower but couldn't find young Master Delkine. All we found was this button. The guard presented a small button. Upon seeing the object, Maya immediately recognized it as a button from Delkine's coat. The guard speculated, it seems young Master must have struggled fiercely for the button to have come off. Raka spoke up, "The boy couldn't have gone far. There's a festival going on which might have slowed them down. I'm sure he's still in Liberton, so search thoroughly." "Understood, Duke." Upon hearing about Delkine's situation, Aisha seemed to lose control. She shrieked desperately, "No, he must be at the clock tower. You hadn't searched thoroughly enough." The guard sighed. "I'm sorry, young lady, but we didn't find young Master at..."
Aisha screamed, "No way, he said he was here." The guard softly called, "Young lady." Seeing Aisha's reaction, Maya's tears streamed down. "You haven't searched thoroughly enough," Aisha mumbled, "because Delkine is very good at hide and seek." She turned away, her face streaked with tears. Afterward, Raka and Maya continued their search. Maya asked worriedly, "Do you think Aisha has returned home safely?" He reassured her. "A knight went with her, so I'm sure she'll be fine. Don't worry."
Maya sighed. All right, but her mood was incredibly gloomy. The recent memory resurfaced, and Maya realized she had never seen Aisha so sad. It was all her fault. If she had told the twins she was going out, none of this would have happened. But sadness was useless. No matter what, she would find Delkine and bring him back. Just then, a servant appeared with news. "Duke, I found something suspicious." Raka questioned. "Where?" According to the knight's report." Raka urgently demanded, "Lead me there." Seeing this, Maya stepped forward and announced, "Raka, I'll go with you too." But he immediately put out a hand to stop her. "Maya, don't rush. Follow behind me with the knight." After that, he hastily departed. At a small house, soldiers were scouting outside, the atmosphere incredibly grim. The knight turned back and nodded, giving a signal. Raka quickly understood and nodded in response. Then they attacked the house together. Raka demanded, "Open up." The knight charged in, sword in hand, flung the door open and stepped inside. "Surrender, stand still." The masked figure appeared and spoke. "I think you shouldn't make the mistake of threatening me." Demian angrily said, "If you don't want to see him die, then back off," as he held a sword close to Delkine's throat. Demian provoked, "Isn't that right, Raka? Seeing your brother taken hostage, your body is tense and sweating?" Raka muttered, "Demian." He reiterated, "All of this happened because you refused my offer, so why don't you just accept it now?" Raka spoke up, "No matter what you do, I cannot do that. I cannot remove the forbidden dark magic seal."
Damien trembled after hearing that. He lost control and tightened his grip on Delkine. "Don't be ridiculous. Are you saying it's fine even if your brother dies? Do you really think I'll believe such nonsense?" Raka emphasized, "I'm sure you understand better than anyone that I'm not lying." But Damien was always suspicious. He thought to himself, he's not worried at all. Even when his precious brother is in danger, can he really not remove it? But it was clearly written in the book that dark magic users can remove it. Seeing that he seemed not to trust him, Raka pressured, "If you don't believe me, why don't you try it yourself?" He even suggested using forbidden dark magic and then trying to remove it. Damien gritted his teeth in anger. "How could I waste my energy like that?" Raka repeated, "You said you didn't believe me." Damien mumbled, "No way." Damien worried, "Then how can I save them?" Suddenly he lowered his sword. Raka signaled with a slight nod. The knight quickly attacked him. Damien was still distracted. "What do I have to do to—" A crashing sound echoed. On Maya's side, the knight said breathlessly, "Lady Maya, let's rest for a bit." Maya had no desire to delay. "No, I'm fine. Let's keep going. I can't rest until I confirm that Delkine is safe," she panted. "We must hurry." Suddenly, a strange voice rang out. "Oh my, Lady Maya!" Reich appeared. "Is it really you? I never expected to meet you here." Maya was surprised. "You are—" Reich smiled, reminding her, "Don't you remember me? You helped me at Falir's shop." Suddenly, Maya realized, is that Falir's assistant? But she heard he had been manipulated by Nox. Thinking this, her body unconsciously staggered backward. So who was this person in front of her? Maya quickly put on an act. "Ah, I apologize. I didn't recognize you because you weren't wearing your glasses. I'm a bit busy right now, so I'll talk to you later." "Well then, goodbye." She intended to slip away, but Reich quickly spoke up. "Lady Maya." Reich tried to pull her back, but Maya quickly withdrew her hand. Reich still didn't give up, muttering as he tried to pull her back. "You avoid my hand. And now you're afraid of me?" Reich gradually lost his senses, becoming gloomy. Next, strange creatures appeared, wriggling and squirming on the ground. The knight quickly spoke up. "Lady Maya, be careful, stand back." But immediately the knight was seized by Reich, and the sound of a sword breaking echoed. Reich spoke. "You know who I am, don't you?" The cracking sound grew louder, making Mia's face turn pale. In her mind, there was only one thought: escape. "I must run now," Reich mumbled. "I thought something was off. Are you afraid of me? You know I'm very good at reading others' emotions." "Ha ha." Mia still tried to escape, muttering, "I can't die like this. I still have so many things left undone, and I haven't confirmed if Delkine is safe." And most of all, she remembered Raka. Mia declared, "I must meet Raka." Seeing Mia's desperate attempt to flee, Reich chuckled. "It seems you possess a very interesting power." He stood in front of her, making Mia flinch in fear. Reich spoke up, "I want to acquire such power too." Mia was too scared to face him, her eyes tightly shut. This is truly the end for me. The sound of fireworks erupted. The loud noise gave Reich a headache. He writhed and screamed loudly. "Ah!" Mia paused, realizing, it seems he's in agony. Is light his weakness? Seizing the moment he was distracted, Mia bolted, running away. Then I should go somewhere I can see the fireworks more clearly. Reich was still writhing in pain caused by the light. "Ah!" Suddenly, Raka appeared, and she ran straight into him.
Raka worriedly asked, "Mia, is someone chasing you? What happened to the knight?" As soon as she saw him, she froze. "Ah!"
Maya's tears streamed down her face. "Nox," Raka whispered, "I shouldn't have let you stay. I'm sorry." Maya hugged him tightly, sobbing uncontrollably. Raka comforted her. "I'm here, don't worry." Maya half smiled, half cried. "I'm sorry. I felt so relieved to see you that I just burst into tears." Suddenly, Raka called her name. "Maya." He leaned down, then kissed Maya's lips. Fireworks continued to explode, creating an incredibly romantic atmosphere. As for Damien, he used all his strength to run forward. He ran, constantly looking back in extreme panic. Is no one chasing me anymore? I just escaped them. Resting for a moment, Damien suddenly curled his lips into a self-mocking smile. Raka's words echoed in his head once more. I cannot remove the seal of the forbidden dark magic. Damien thought to himself, if what Raka said was true. Just then, Nox's terrifying whisper rang out. Damien, give me your body. Damien covered his face with his hands in helplessness. If I can't save them, what's the point of living? What do I live for now? Nox's menacing voice kept echoing in Damien's ears. Poor Damien. Damien, please, give me your body. Poor Damien. Damien trembled and screamed in extreme terror. Get out of my head. Damn it, go away. Suddenly, Damien flinched as he realized Nox's voice was incredibly close. Damien. Nox slowly materialized before Damien's eyes. Long time no see. A bizarre, shapeless face pressed close to Damien's bewildered one. You. Nox enticed Damien. I know how to remove the forbidden dark magic. Do you want me to show you?
Meanwhile, Maya had found Delkine and everyone returned to the mansion together. Delkine was still frightened, and Maya had to pat his back and comfort him the entire way home. Maya asked Delkine softly, Are you feeling better, Delkine? Delkine pulled away from Maya and sniffled. I'm okay now. I knew you and Raka would come to save me. Maya smiled and asked, But you're still scared, aren't you?
Upon hearing this, Delkine's tears streamed down profusely. Seeing his younger brother sob from feeling wronged, Raka found it quite amusing. Finally, everyone had returned to Aintia Manor. As Raka's carriage came to a stop, Aisha darted out from inside. Aisha ran, shouting, Delkine, do you know how long I've been waiting for you, you idiot? Seeing that scene, Mia couldn't help but smile happily. Ah, everyone's finally home. The next morning, the maid Rita entered the room to report to Mia, her face filled with utter confusion. So. After hearing the news, Mia froze, startled, and exclaimed, The Emperor is here? The maid Rita hesitated before replying, Yes, His Majesty is waiting in the carriage. Mia's eyes widened in disbelief. She was even more bewildered than Rita. He should be spending every possible second with Reina, the female lead, so why is he here to see me? According to the original story, they were supposed to go watch fireworks together that day. He was supposed to discover Reina's power and fall in love with her. Mia suddenly asked Rita, Where is the Duke? The maid Rita replied, He went out with Sir Falir this morning.
Maya sighed. Oh, I guess I'll have to talk to him myself. Upon arriving at the royal dining hall, Maya was immediately immersed in a blissful feeling from the delicious food. Wow, why is everything so delicious? The meat just melts in my mouth. Emperor Kinnis called out to Mia. So, Lady Maya? His voice startled Mia. Ah, right, I didn't come here just to eat. Kinnis seemed to have finished eating. He wiped his mouth as he spoke. I have a question, but I'm afraid it might offend you. Maya chuckled and said, Please feel free to ask me anything. Was he going to ask about her powers? Kinnis suddenly asked a very absurd question. Do you not like me? Maya thought she had a problem with her hearing. Excuse me? But Kinnis was truly bothered by it. Please be honest. Maya forced an awkward smile, then raised her voice to ask Kinnis again. Your Majesty, what are you saying? He's acting as if I hate him. Have I been avoiding him, rejecting his kindness, or acting coldly towards him or something? Ah, well, I did all three. Seeing Maya's pained, contorted face, looking utterly miserable, Kinnis spoke dejectedly. At least tell me why, won't you? Maya didn't rush to answer, still lost in a myriad of self-questioning thoughts. I understand why he feels like I hate him. It's time to tell him the truth. It's because of my powers. I'd like to ask you a question before going into detail, if that's all right. Do you have any other symptoms besides insomnia? Kinnis thought seriously about the question. Other symptoms? Do you mean other symptoms might appear? Maya replied, Yes, Your Majesty should refrain from using divine power. He truly is the male lead. He catches on quickly. Kinnis seemed to suddenly remember something. He raised his head and looked directly at Maya with a question. But why did you run away from the cathedral instead of blessing me? Maya closed her eyes, gathering all her courage to speak. It was time to tell him, because if she were to bless him, she would fall into an eternal sleep, which was not much different from death. When Maya left, it was still daylight. By the time she returned, the streets were lit up. It was still the royal carriage that brought her back to the mansion. Maya walked, deep in thought, unable to believe it. Just as Maya was about to leave, Kenneth suddenly asked her, "What do you think about staying at the royal palace? It's not safe to be by Duke Antia's side. He has many enemies, so I'm sure his life will always be threatened. I'm certain there will come a time when you can no longer bear it." Maya still couldn't understand Kenneth's actions and way of thinking, despite having interacted with him quite a few times. Why would he suggest her instead of Jaina? She couldn't understand what was happening. Lost in her thoughts, Maya had to stop at Raka's familiar call. "Maya." Maya was quite surprised. "Oh, Raka," but Raka cut her off. "Where are you going? I'll get straight to the point before I lose my patience. What were you doing with that hateful man?" Maya wasn't particularly afraid of Raka. On the contrary, she was even more serious than him. "Let's talk inside." Once they were back in the bedroom, Maya began to explain. "I only had dinner with the Emperor. Nothing happened, so there's no need to worry," Raka said with an angry voice tinged with jealousy and a hint of sadness. "How can I not worry when you are alone in a room in the Nathanathan?"
Maya explained, "He only asked if I was well, if he treated me kindly, and if the twins were safe." Raka looked up at Maya. "Do you expect me to believe that?" Raka's gaze made Maya shy. She didn't even have the courage to look into those eyes. "But I can't tell Raka that the Emperor suggested I consider choosing him instead of Raka, can I?" Raka's aura changed in just a second. "I can't let him take you away. Did he touch your hand?" As soon as Raka finished asking, he lightly kissed Maya's hand, startling her. Raka was just like a kitten. He gently rubbed against Maya's neck and continued to ask, "Where else did he touch?" Maya looked at Maya. "I can feel his breath on my skin. How strange." Raka moved closer to Maya. She stumbled backward, losing her balance. Raka smirked as he looked at Maya's lips. "What about here?"
Maya awkwardly explained, "No, there isn't." Raka happily replied, "Good, because only I am allowed to touch here." Raka's whispered words and intimate gesture made Maya feel strange. "Raka, wait a moment." Raka smiled and said, "That's not where you should touch me. Here." Saying this, he leaned down and kissed Maya deeply. Maya wanted to ask Raka something. Her legs felt completely weak. Raka released Maya, still smiling with great amusement. "What's wrong? Don't you like it?" Maya blushed and replied, "No, I do like it. That's right, I miss Raka so much, because I want him." Raka carried Maya to the bed, calling her name in a seductive voice. "Maya, if you don't want this, I'll leave." Before Maya could react, Raka leaned down and kissed her again. Maya pushed with all her might before she could finally separate herself from Raka. "No, Duke, stop here. Who knows what might happen if we go further?" But Raka suddenly said, "Raka, call me Raka."
Mia felt a bit shy. What now? She had already accidentally called his name a few times, but calling it intentionally felt too embarrassing. Raka urged Mia again. "Hurry up." After much hesitation, Mia finally dared to speak. "Raka." Hearing this, Raka asked Mia to call again. "Call it again." Mia obediently complied. "Raka." The very next second, Raka gritted his teeth and hissed, "It feels like I'm about to go crazy." Suddenly, Raka used a thin blanket to cover Mia completely, much to her surprise. "Raka, Raka," she stammered. It took a while for Raka to finally speak. "Just sit still for a moment. I'm trying very hard to control myself." In a small house tucked away in a quiet alley, Damien was hiding. Someone entered the room and called him. Damien. It was Nox's proxy, and he had found the body of a girl. He teased Damien. "Can't you just hand over your body to me so easily?" Damien frowned, swatting away the intrusive hand. "Stop joking." Nox clicked his tongue and turned away, scoffing at Damien without an ounce of pity. "Tch, no fun at all." Damien asked Nox about the matter that concerned him. More importantly, "When are you going to show me how to remove the forbidden dark magic?" Nox calmly replied, "After I become stronger. I've already told you." Damien was slowly losing his patience. "How much longer do I have to wait? I broke the seal and summoned you here. Shouldn't you be subservient to me?" Nox didn't answer, but suddenly turned to reproach Damien. "But you abandoned me." Damien was just as quick-witted as Nox. "That's because you couldn't move." Nox seemed provoked. He left the proximati. "I was sealed for 1,000 years.
Do you know how much trouble I had in that cramped space because of that cursed Teritas? Even though I'm no longer sealed, I'm still very weak. You know how pathetic I was at first." Damien was both terrified and worried for himself because of the path he had chosen. Ancient texts stated that Nox was almost as powerful as a god. He had gone to a cave in the northern forest to break Nox's seal, to save the former Duke and Duchess Antisha, but only something small appeared before him. He was disappointed because it was too insignificant, so he left it there and ran out of the cave. Nox immediately realized Damien had given in. He smiled smugly. "Anyway, since you freed me from the seal, I'm here to repay you. Otherwise, I would have already left." Damien hesitated before speaking. "That's true, but if Nox takes over my body, I will lose self-control and will only be able to do what it wants, so I'll just wait a little longer, as Nox is the only thing that can help me now." After waking up from a refreshing sleep, Maya finally dared to think about what had happened yesterday. Last night, she realized that she also desired Raka greatly, so she had lost her reason. Today, she would tell him about Nox. Nothing could make her change her mind. Maya quickly went to find Raka. "Come in."
Mia cautiously poked her head into the room. Raka, are you free? Raka was a little surprised to see Mia, who had come to him so early in the morning. Mia seemed not to have noticed Raka's room had an additional guest. I'm here because I have something to ask you about Knock. Falir suddenly spoke, cutting Mia off. Miss Mia, have you seen my assistant? Mia looked at Falir, seeing his eyes filled with extreme panic. So that was what they were talking about. It seemed he still hadn't found his assistant, and she had been too busy running away to check. I'm sorry. Overwhelmed with disappointment, Falir let go of Mia's hand, tears streaming down his face. The Emperor. I will go to the Emperor and tell him about this. I will tell him that all the disappearances are because of a monster, and then he will do something. Mia started, wanting to stop Falir. Calm down. However, Falir couldn't bear it any longer. He seemed on the verge of going mad if things weren't resolved. Let me go. No matter what, I have to destroy that monster. Mia suddenly spoke up. Do you think the Emperor can destroy Knock?
Feller's anger was spiraling out of control, and he burst out yelling. According to legend, the Emperor sealed Nox with the power of Terratus, so he would be able to destroy it with divine power. Raka hesitantly asked Falir, what if the Emperor's divine power was unstable? A moment later, Maya was startled by Falir's words. Didn't she just need to bless him? Maya trembled as she glanced at Raka, thinking to herself that Raka only knew she didn't want to bless the Emperor, not the whole story. Perhaps it was time to reveal everything. I have something to tell both of you.
The silence was so profound that the ticking of a clock could be heard. The three of them sat together, yet no one was brave enough to speak first. Mia was lost in thought, and finally she told them that she would die if she bestowed a blessing, and the reason why she agreed to be a wet nurse. A moment later, Peller broke the uncomfortable silence. Raka, did you know about this? Raka casually replied, no. Mia mumbled, I'm sorry for only telling you now. Peller turned away, not looking at Mia. So the Emperor definitely can't destroy Nox because we can't let her sacrifice herself. Mia breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that they understood her situation. But we need to solve this problem quickly, because more and more people are going missing. What should we do? Raka suddenly spoke up again, asking, is there any other way? Mia suddenly exclaimed, ah, perhaps Terratus knows something. He is a deity in this world, and he was also the one who sealed Nox. Not long after, she was sulking by the fountain. Why does he never appear when I need him? Before she could sulk for long, Mia's eyes sparkled again. It seems I have no other choice but to go find him myself. I must go to the place closest to the deities.
She stood up confidently. It seemed Kines also didn't want her to sacrifice herself, so there was no longer any reason to avoid the cathedral. That's right, it's time to go to the cathedral. In Raka's study, his subordinate knocked on the door and called, Duke. Raka quickly replied, come in. The person entered and reported, I don't think the servant named Villain revealed anything to the royal family, nor does she know anything about the incident that happened 5 years ago. Raka gritted his teeth and hissed, I don't think she did that. If she knew, she probably would have given up by then. Only those close to us know what happened to the former Duke and Duchess. Even if that servant knows anything, it's only about their attitude towards Damien. The person suddenly remembered something. Ah, and I heard that the most recent disappearance was in Bistor. Raka also realized the problem in his subordinate's words. It was near the mansion. He ordered, strengthen our security, and tell the staff inside to be as numerous as possible. The subordinate quickly acknowledged Raka's order. Understood, Duke. Raka was alone in his study, his mind filled with chaotic thoughts. Saintess Maya, daughter of the divine, after bestowing her blessings, would fall into eternal sleep and return to the divine. He finally understood why he had a feeling that she would suddenly disappear one day. He was very worried about Nox's appearance and the Emperor's behavior, but that was all the more reason for him to fight to protect her. Now she was his. The matter that had occupied Maya's thoughts from early morning until late at night remained just one. She absently looked up at the starry sky. I must go to the cathedral and meet Teritas. What should I tell Raka? Just as she thought of Raka, he immediately appeared. It's late. What are you still doing out here? Maya spun around, not expecting Raka to appear here at this hour. Raka! Raka took slow steps closer to Maya, unable to hide the tremor in his voice. You're not thinking of leaving me, are you?
Mia quickly explained, no, why would I leave you? I have something to tell you and I'm not sure how to say it. Raka asked Mia suspiciously, what is it? Mia honestly replied, I'm thinking of going to the cathedral for a bit. Raka listened to Mia seriously. Why suddenly? Mia told Raka, according to legend, Nox was sealed by Terratus. Raka nodded and replied, that's right. Mia immediately seized the opportunity and said, so perhaps the key to eliminating Nox is in the cathedral. Raka teased Mia again while chatting with her. How long do you think it will take? Mia shyly replied, I hope to find it within a day or two, but Raka finished Mia's sentence, but you mean it could take longer? His desire to possess her burned even stronger. He wanted to hold her tightly in his arms and make her look only at him, but he had to restrain himself. She certainly wouldn't want that. Raka turned his head away, unnaturally telling Mia, go. Mia initially thought she had misheard. I'll be back as soon as, huh? Are you really okay with me going? Raka's words gradually became twisted. You said you'd only be gone for a bit. Mia continued, but you can't sleep without me. Raka feigned annoyance, quickly walking into the room. Good thing you know that.
Remember to tell the twins before you go. They won't let you leave without a struggle.
Maya hadn't expected Raka to trust her that much, and she smiled happily. The very next second, Maya ran and embraced Raka from behind, much to his surprise. Maya's voice held a hint of loss. "Why did you let me go so easily? Have you given up on me?" Raka suddenly asked Maya, "Do you want me to keep you here?" Maya mumbled in a tone only she could hear. "You don't usually act like this, and it makes me very uncomfortable. It makes me think you're no longer interested in me." Raka's expression turned serious. "That's not it, so don't worry. I love you." Maya looked at Raka in confusion, feeling that he had feelings for her, but hearing him say it out loud felt strange. Raka suddenly asked Maya, "Maya, do you love me?" Maya was so nervous she could hear her own heart pounding, and she didn't want to hide her feelings. "I love you too, Raka." On Kindness's side, Viego was reporting to him, "Your Majesty, only 3 vials of Shakir flower essential oil remain. I have sent an investigation team to check if any flowers are still blooming." Kindness sighed, "I have no hope left either. If they were blooming, the temple would have already sent a letter."
Viego hesitated and asked, "And what do you plan to do on the day of prayer?" Kenneth sighed wearily. Is it that time already? The day of prayer, to commemorate the day Teratus bestowed divine power upon his beloved, a divine power that has been passed down through the royal bloodline of Zerdia for thousands of years. This is not the appropriate time to hold a grand celebration, but it is a historically significant day, so we must do something. Even if the celebration is cancelled, at the very least, we should visit the cathedral. Viego, even if the event is cancelled, it is still the day of prayer, so the saintist must be there, right? Viego replied, "Yes, the cathedral would be very pleased if Myra came, but I'm not sure if she will."
Kenneth spoke up. "You don't need to worry. She is a symbol of the cathedral, so in such an important event, she must fulfill her duties, mustn't she? I can't miss this chance to get closer to her, so I'll clear my schedule for a few days so I can stay at the cathedral." At this moment, Maya was utterly bewildered, unable to believe, truly unable to believe that she had received an invitation from the cathedral just as she was about to leave. Anyway, she would go. Just then, the voices of 2 children rang out. "May, remember to think about me every day." Delkeen shouted, "Sister-in-law, I'll wait for you." Maya smiled and replied, "All right, kids, I'll be back soon, so don't worry. You'll be fine without me, won't you, Raka?" Raka chuckled in response. "Why do you treat me like a child? If you're worried about me, then remember to come back soon." Maya mumbled, "I was planning to come back soon anyway." Raka suddenly stepped quickly to Maya's side and lightly kissed her forehead. He then nonchalantly said, "The rest we'll save for when you return." Maya shyly thought to herself, how could he say something like that?
Mia suddenly called out his name loudly. "Raka!" Raka instinctively turned around. Just then, Mia kissed him, a deep kiss. Mia chuckled with delight. "That's to make up for the time I'm away. I'll be back soon." At this very moment, in Teratus Cathedral, someone couldn't contain their anger and suddenly yelled out, "How ridiculous! How could your grace summon that shameless woman to the cathedral?" she exclaimed, springing to her feet. Kirita, a high-ranking priestess of Teratus Cathedral, couldn't hide her anger and questioned loudly. The high priest, upon hearing this, immediately spoke up with a stern reminder, "Watch your words, Kirita." Kirita, showing no deference, burst out in anger, asking loudly, "Am I wrong? She should be grateful she wasn't punished after refusing Teratus's wishes and fleeing. I cannot stand that woman." The long-haired male priest, hearing this, quickly chimed in, acknowledging, "To be fair, she's been strange ever since her first day here. Her ostracization from the cathedral is her own doing." Habiel, the high priest of Teratus Cathedral, didn't respond, but silently closed his eyes slightly, pondering something. She frowned in exasperation, stating, "Her coming here on the day of prayer is an insult to Teratus." Just as she finished speaking, Habiel unexpectedly cut in. "Enough. Mia is here because His Majesty invited her, so everyone calm down." She angrily slammed her hand on the table with a thud, then respectfully called out loudly, "Father Habiel." He calmly glanced back and replied, "Then she will have to leave, whether she wants to or not, so let it be." At the same time, in the garden in front of the sanctuary, as she walked forward, looking around, Rita exclaimed in wonder, "Wow, so this is where you used to live."
"How splendid," Maya, sweating, replied with a smile. "Yes, isn't it?" Then added silently in her heart, "I almost died in this magnificent place." No sooner had her silent thought ended than Curetta stepped out and greeted her. "Welcome, Saintess Maya. I am Curetta. Please allow me to escort you to your room." Maya politely replied, "Thank you." Curetta didn't bother to say anything further and coldly turned to walk ahead. As Maya followed her, she looked around and thought to herself, "Am I imagining things? Or are these people staring at me so brazenly?" Noticing everyone staring at Maya, Curetta couldn't help but say in surprise, "Everyone is looking at you. It must be because you're the daughter of God." Maya chuckled in response. "Yes, I suppose so. Haha." Then she suddenly wondered to herself, "Huh? What was that just now?" Curetta suddenly paused for a moment and cleared her throat softly. As she scratched her head, Curetta thought to herself with a hint of awkwardness, "Something feels off. Never mind. My only goal is to meet Teratus, or maybe that's just what I think. Why isn't this damn god answering me? Ever since I put my bag down, I've been walking all over the place but can't find him anywhere."
After thinking this, she looked around, searching. There was only one place left where he could be found. As she took a step towards the main hall, Kureta instructed in a low voice, "You are only permitted to enter this place on days of prayer or during special ceremonies." Upon hearing this, Maya turned and asked, "Uh-huh, Kureta?"
Her face darkened and she sneered mockingly. "You've never cared about the cathedral's affairs, so I suppose you wouldn't know about this." After hearing these words, she subtly glanced at her and smiled faintly, thinking to herself, I can hear the contempt in her voice. Perhaps I'll have to wait until the day of prayer to enter. It seems coming early is no use. Just then, a heavy rumble suddenly echoed. Immediately after, rain poured down without warning. As Greta looked up at the sky, she exclaimed, "It hasn't rained in such a long time. How strange. It's as if this rain is a new arrival." She gave an awkward laugh and asked, "What?" Then thought to herself with a hint of annoyance, "Is she being sarcastic with me?" With that, she coldly turned and said, "I'm leaving." Seeing this, she immediately concluded in her heart, "I'm not sure why, but it's clear she hates me." Then, huddling herself, she muttered, contemplating, "I'd better go back to my room before I catch a cold." Suddenly, someone approached and held an umbrella over her, then softly said, "Excuse me."
Maya asked, a little bewildered. "You are?" I should have introduced myself sooner. "I am Viego Sepia, the Emperor's Chamberlain." Upon hearing this, her heart pounded and her legs trembled as she gasped, thinking to herself, "The Emperor's Chamberlain is here, which means—" She then quickly turned and walked away, but didn't forget to wave goodbye. "Thank you for holding the umbrella for me, but I'm in a hurry." She then added silently in her mind, "It's best if I get out of here before he shows up." Just as Maya's silent thought ended, Kinnis stepped out and exclaimed, "Oh, I didn't expect to see you before the day of prayer." As soon as she saw him, her face immediately darkened, and she gasped in alarm, thinking to herself, "Strange, huh? Why is he at the cathedral already?" She then quickly bowed in reverence. "It is an honor to meet you, Your Majesty." Seeing this, Kinnis said, "You really don't need to be so formal, don't you agree, Father Javiel?" Javiel chuckled, remarking, "It seems you two already know each other." As soon as she saw him, she couldn't help but think in surprise, "Is that the high priest? He can't be over 30. Staring at him, he asked curiously, "Didn't I ask Kireta to guide you?" She quickly explained, "It started to rain, so I told her I would walk around by myself." He suddenly remarked, "You seem to have changed a lot over the past month. You look a little different." She gave an awkward laugh and replied, Yes," then couldn't help but wonder to herself, how did the original Maya live in the cathedral? What's with everyone's expressions? Kinnis suddenly reached out and called, "Viego." She silently screamed in her heart, "No, don't give it to him." Hearing this, Viego immediately handed him the umbrella and said, "Yes, here you go, sir." As soon as he received the umbrella, he tilted it towards Maya and politely offered, "It's raining, so I'll escort you to your room. I can't possibly leave a saintist standing out in the rain. I wouldn't want Terratus to bestow divine punishment upon me." Hearing this, she could only offer a forced smile. Kinnis smiled curiously and asked, "Where are you staying?" Maya replied, "Right here, sir. Thank you for accompanying me this far." As he folded the umbrella, Kinnis slowly turned to her, his voice calm yet suggestive. "It's right next to where I'm staying. As if by fate, would you care to join me for tea?" She gave a strained smile, thinking to herself, "Wait, is this his intention?" She then skillfully declined. "I've been on the carriage for a very long time to get here. Could we perhaps have tea another time?" He amiably replied, "Of course, we can make it another day. Oh, and I heard you were planning to visit the cathedral before the day of prayer. Do you have another appointment?" She broke into a sweat and gave an awkward smile, replying, "No, I don't." Hearing this, he suddenly stared at her and thought, "I thought she came here because of the issue between her and Duke Antia." He then turned and left, saying, "Well, get some rest, and I'll see you tomorrow." He then added silently to himself, "Is that not the case? How troublesome." As she watched him, Maya thought to herself, there were only 4 days left until the day of prayer. Maybe I can use the blessing ceremony as an excuse to make her come to the imperial palace. I must quickly find Teritus and safely get through the remaining 4 days. Thinking this, she suddenly scratched her head and wondered, well, if he had enough free time to come to the cathedral early, he should spend it with Jaina, so why would he come to see me? Then she continued to think to herself, wait a minute, I can help them get together myself. Maybe they just missed their chance to be together. At first, Kenneth was only interested in Jaina's power, but then he truly fell for her. Then, grinning, he mumbled, "Okay, I'll send her a letter."
Kureta suddenly shouted, questioning, "Are you going to dine with that woman?" As Habil picked up his teacup, he instructed, "I have arranged to have lunch with her tomorrow, so please ensure your presence." Upon hearing this, she trembled with rage and gnashed her teeth as she asked again, "Your Majesty will be there, so why did you invite her?" He calmly replied, "Kureta, it's just a normal lunch. We will discuss the blessing ceremony. Do you intend to miss it?" She couldn't help but ask indignantly, "Are you going to hold her responsible for fleeing?" He didn't answer, but subtly blinked once, as if contemplating something. The brown-haired priest awed slightly and announced, "Father Habil invites you to lunch tomorrow." Mia's eyes widened in surprise as she asked, "Me? Probably. He didn't say anything to me. I guess I'll be there." A moment later in the dining room, as Mia looked down at the incredibly appetizing dishes on the table, she thought to herself, I came here because Kines invited me. But Habil smiled slightly and said, Welcome, Mia. She didn't reply immediately, only freezing slightly for a moment, a feeling of discomfort rising within her as she thought to herself, I didn't expect the high priest and that woman to be here too. He politely introduced, These are the high-ranking priests dining with us. She replied with a friendly smile, her eyes crinkling, It's a pleasure to meet everyone. But inwardly, she couldn't help but feel a surge of turmoil. I didn't expect Kireta to be a high-ranking priest, so that's why she always smiled at me with such a meaningful look.
Kireta smirked in response. I never expected to run into you again in a place like this, Maya. Hearing this, she tightened her resolve, certain that the other woman wanted to provoke her, and she shouldn't react. Then she burst out laughing. Indeed, yes. It's a shame I didn't get to stroll around the cathedral with you, so I'm absolutely delighted to see you again like this. Haha. She couldn't help but feel secretly pleased, thinking, does she really think I'd fall into her trap so easily? Upon hearing these loaded words, the other woman immediately flinched, her lips tightening and her eyebrows furrowing in anger. Kireta gently closed her eyes and suggested, let's begin our meal. A moment later, glancing at Maya, Kireta remarked, it seems the food is very much to your liking. Maya, holding a grilled clam in her hand, paused involuntarily and replied, yes, the cathedral has prepared a very delicious feast. Hearing this, Abiel smiled cheerfully, his eyes crinkling, and said, is that so? What a relief. We will continue to prepare meals like this if you enjoy them. Maya awkwardly offered her thanks. Thank you for your offer, sir, but it's quite all right. He kindly suggested, why don't we share another meal after the day of prayer? This rather unexpected suggestion made her momentarily flustered, and she stammered in response, Kireta suddenly interjected, wait.
Are you planning to leave right after the day of prayer? Her perfectly accurate remark had just been uttered, instantly making her flinch and halt in panic. Upon hearing this, the priests immediately began to murmur amongst themselves. I thought you came here early to take responsibility after refusing to participate in the blessing ceremony. That's right. I thought you would finally proceed with the blessing ceremony. Why did you run away that day? She thought to herself in extreme fear, I'm going to be eaten alive. Placing a hand under his chin, Habiel slowly tilted his head and asked curiously, is it that difficult to answer these questions? Hearing this, she couldn't help but flinch in panic, thinking, even the high priest is curious now. Oh, that's right. Then she spoke up, suggesting, actually, I'd like to speak with you privately, Father Habiel. Would that be all right? She then added silently in her heart, after all, I also want to talk to him privately about Teritus. Upon hearing her, Kinnis suddenly glanced subtly at Habiel. Next, while wiping his mouth with a handkerchief, he reminded in a low voice, Father Habiel, she's asking you. This made him respond with a slight embarrassment. Ah, yes, then why don't we take a walk after we finish our meal? Seeing this, she suddenly smiled to herself, thinking, it seems Habiel is waiting for Kinnis's commission. Am I just imagining things? A moment later, as he stepped forward, Habiel turned to her and affirmed, I'm sure things have changed since you haven't been at the sanctuary for a while. I heard Kireta couldn't give you a tour, so I'll do it instead. Mia politely replied, it would be an honor.
There are still places I haven't seen, so I'm very curious, Father Habiel. I'm curious why this place is considered sacred. Could you tell me? Habiel then explained that the building was where Teritus descended upon this land. Do you see the silver ribbon tied there? He asked. She replied, yes. He continued to explain that only high-ranking priests and the emperor could pass through that spot. She asked again, her mouth agape in surprise. So does that mean I can't go there? He replied with a crinkled eye smile, if you stay at the sanctuary after completing your blessing duties, then you will also have access like me, and you will be allowed to enter.
She suddenly asked with a hint of hesitation, Father Habiel, what if it's not Teritus's will for me to bestow blessings? He asked back, bewildered. She seriously made a request. Please swear to Teritus that you will not tell anyone. Swear even on the Emperor's name. Then I will tell you everything. Then she quickly added silently in her heart, a high priest who serves Teritus cannot break an oath to the gods. After a moment of hesitation, he quickly replied, all right, I swear before Teritus. Maya revealed with a slight hesitation, I can hear Teritus's voice. Upon hearing her say that, he suddenly fell silent for a moment, then turned to glare at her and asked in a low voice, don't you think you're taking things too far? First running from the ceremony, and now lying about Teritus? She immediately asserted, I'm not lying. He angrily shouted, questioning, it's hard for me to believe, no matter how resolutely you say it. How can I trust someone who left the sanctuary after betraying the will of the gods? Clenching her fists, she secretly pondered in her heart. If she couldn't convince him with words, there was only one way left. She then seriously made a suggestion. What if you could also hear Teritot's voice? I can prove it if you come with me to the main building of the cathedral. Hearing her say that made him pause for a moment. At the same time, on a certain street, someone was strolling along, muttering, I heard Damasus is in the Bistor shopping district, but is this the right way?
Then he looked around and thought to himself, Reyna said she's in Damascus with Theo. Suddenly someone shrieked, "Ah!" making Rita jump. Before her eyes, an indistinct black entity was opening its mouth and slowly swallowing a child whole. The other person seemed to have been possessed by that dark force. Faced with this breathtakingly horrifying sight, Rita could only stare wide-eyed, her mouth agape with fear, standing frozen on the spot, her throat constricted, unable to utter a single sound. Suddenly, a red-haired man rushed over, his hurried footsteps echoing, and called out urgently, "Knock!" Knock, in Theo's body, turned and asked with a faint smile, "Huh? When did you get here? I was just about to leave." Damien retorted reproachfully, "Do you hunt like this every day? I can't believe you even eat children." He calmly replied, "Well, it's just because I'm hungry. Are you angry?" Damien hesitated slightly and warned, "What do you mean? I mean you should curb your impulsive hunting. What if someone else besides me sees you?" He nonchalantly replied, "Then I'll eat more than usual. And that day will come soon." Hearing that, Damien couldn't help but ask, "Why don't you go to another region?" Suddenly someone approached and questioned, "Hey Theo, what are you doing here?"
"I've been waiting for you for ages. I almost went home. Why aren't you reacting at all?" With that, Reyna, without the slightest hesitation, gave him a bop with her hand, causing him to cry out in pain, "Ow!" Suddenly, someone approached and called out, Lady Maya, I've come to deliver a letter from Lady Maya to you. May I speak with you for a moment?" Hearing this, she replied, "Oh, all right. Oh, it's an invitation from Lady Maya. Could you tell her that I'll visit tomorrow?" Rita replied, "Of course, but are you close to that brown-haired man?" She looked slightly surprised and explained, "Theo, we've been friends since childhood." Hearing Reyna say that, she suddenly clenched her fists and thought to herself, "I couldn't look closely because I was too scared, but I heard a child scream. Is he the culprit behind the recent disappearances? But there's no way Reyna's friend would do such a thing." Then she quickly explained, "Oh, it's nothing. I just thought he was very handsome." That afternoon at Terratus Cathedral, looking out the window, Maya crossed her arms over her chest and pondered to herself, "I can't believe Javier agreed to my proposal immediately. Anyway, I'll be able to destroy Nox after meeting Terratus tomorrow. Now all that's left is to wait for Rita to bring good news." No sooner had her thoughts ended than Rita knocked on the door and announced, "Lady, it's me, Rita." Hearing this, she said, "Ah, come in."
"I've been waiting for you for a long time," she continued in a low voice. "My lady, could you come to my room now?" Pointing at her own face, Maya couldn't help but ask back in bewilderment, "You want me to come to your room?" Rita quickly grabbed her hand and confirmed decisively, "Yes, these are some clothes I received when I came to the cathedral. If you wear them, you'll attract less attention." Suddenly remembering something, she immediately asked, "Wait, has my letter been sent to Jaina yet?" Upon hearing her question, the priestess immediately apologized. "Oh dear, I apologize. She said she would visit tomorrow, and I met Sir Sarome and the Duke on the way to the cathedral. They said they came here to see you, but I led them to my room so as not to attract attention."
That evening in Damascus, Reyna suddenly asked with concern, "Theo, you must be very busy with the mess in the capital lately, but it seems you've managed to find some time to rest." Theo immediately replied, "I wanted to get some rest." Reyna continued, "But we already had a date, so why are you with someone else?" "This friend of mine urgently sought me out before I came here to meet you," Reyna asked back, stunned. "What? Do you mean he's more important than me?" He scoffed and affirmed, "Of course not." Then he quickly added silently to himself, "You are my next prey." She smiled amiably and said, "We haven't introduced ourselves yet. My name is Reyna." Damien introduced himself coldly, "I am Damien." After hearing this, she immediately remarked, "Damien, what a beautiful name. But isn't it uncomfortable to eat while wearing a cloak like that?" Theo subtly glanced at him and asked with a scoff, "Exactly. Why don't you take it off while eating? There are no knights here anyway." Hearing that, he thought to himself, a little puzzled, why would he say that in front of that girl? Is it because she's his next prey, or to observe my expression? Then he slowly pulled down his hood and said, "All right." Then he couldn't help but wonder to himself, why is she staring at me like that?
"We have the same hair color, so it feels like I'm being compared. It's so embarrassing." Just as he finished thinking that, Reyna, also embarrassed, smiled apologetically. "Oh, I'm sorry. I was staring at you because you look so much like my missing younger brother." Hearing that, he widened his eyes in surprise, thinking, "Missing younger brother?" Then he accidentally knocked a glass off the table, causing it to shatter. Seeing that, she gasped and exclaimed, "Oh, here, use this." As soon as he saw her handkerchief, he couldn't help but freeze, thinking, "This emblem? Oh no, the knight is here." He then immediately stood up and pulled his hood back on, saying, "I'm fine, I have to go." Hearing that, Reyna quickly tried to stop him. "Huh? Wait." Theo smiled apologetically. "I'm sorry, but I have to go too." "Huh?" she asked, bewildered. "You're leaving too, Theo?" With that, both of them immediately left the restaurant and ran off. As he ran, Damien couldn't help but wonder, thinking, red hair and amber eyes, we look so similar. I don't remember clearly, but it feels like I have an older sister. And the emblem on that handkerchief is similar to the emblem of the family that abandoned me. Poor Damien, they said they didn't know you. They've completely abandoned you. Forget everything and stay with us. As long as you know how to use dark magic, you'll never be abandoned.
Clearly, I was told they abandoned me, but what really happened? At the same time, at Teradus Cathedral, as she opened the room door, Mia mumbled to herself, "This is Rita's room, right?" Raka unexpectedly stepped in front of her and gently called out, "Mia?" Blushing, she asked in surprise, "Oh my, you startled me. Has something happened to the twins and Sir Sarome?" He also unconsciously blushed and replied, "I didn't come here for the twins. I came for you. I told Sarome to leave for a while."
It's said the Emperor visited the cathedral early. He had never done that before. She immediately confirmed, yes, he came to the cathedral on the same day as I did. He sighed softly, clicking his tongue in exasperation. "Tch, what an old fox." She irritably conceded, "Indeed, I never know what he's thinking. It's so annoying." He agreed in a low voice. "It's a good thing you think so too." She waved her hand, annoyed, declaring, "I hate him so much." Gently caressing her face, he softly asked, "Aren't you curious how I was while you were gone?" She asked with concern. "It must have been difficult, wasn't it? Would you like to take a nap?" He replied, "That would be nice, but there's something I really want to do with you. Here, for example." Just as the two of them were in the midst of a tender moment, suddenly someone burst through the door and shouted, My lady, you must return to your room immediately." Sarome, pale with fright, said, Yes, His Majesty is waiting for you." Rita, fearful, added, "I told him you went out for a walk."
Maya heard that and quickly suggested, "It's best if we quickly return before he gets suspicious." Hearing that, Raka turned to glare at the two of them. Then, unable to contain his frustration, he asked, "Why is that hateful guy coming to see her at this hour?" She quickly put on her coat and replied, "I think it's because we had an appointment for tea." He angrily yelled, "But why now?" She laughed heartily and replied, "Haha, nothing will happen, so don't worry." A moment later, in Mia's room, Kinnad smirked and stated, "It's late, so I thought it would be better if I came to see you if you weren't going to stop by my place." Scratching her neck, she smiled and replied, "If you had informed me, I would have been prepared." Then she quickly added silently to herself, "You should have said you were coming." He smiled and remarked, "I was worried because you seemed uncomfortable during the previous meal. Father Habiel seems to be planning to proceed with the blessing ceremony." She gave an embarrassed smile and replied, "Yes, I think I'll have to speak with him again." After hearing that, he immediately offered, "I can arrange an appointment myself if you wish." She quickly declined. No, it's fine." Then, with a bewildered smile, she thought to herself, "I mean, I could help myself meet the high priest. Why would I refuse? I must need help. It's not easy to meet him on my own." Meanwhile, he clenched his fist and thought to himself, "Perhaps they've already promised to meet. I'd better tell Viego to keep an eye on them."
That evening, at Duke Antia's mansion, standing with his hands braced on the table, Raka bowed his head and mused. Damien, Nox, Theo, and Reyna, they must have some kind of connection. Rita whispered softly, "When I went to deliver the letter to Miss Reyna, I heard a child scream, and her friend was there. If her testimony is true, then Nox must have disguised himself as Theo, but I still don't understand why Damien and Reyna were dining together." Rushing in breathlessly, Aisha and Delkeen called out in unison, Raka, what are you doing?" Aisha gently wrapped her arms around him, then asked curiously, "When will Mia be back?" Gently patting her head, he replied softly, "She'll be back in a few days, but every day without her feels so long. I wish she would call us to the cathedral."
It seems Lady Maya is hoping that Lady Reyna will arrive before the day of prayer, and she also asked me to secretly deliver a letter to Lady Reyna. Then he thought to himself, "She has too many secrets. Why does she have to hide so much? But as long as her feelings for me don't change, then nothing else matters." Just then, Delkeen's gaze suddenly fell upon the paper on the table, and he exclaimed, "Nox? Nox, is this the monster from the legends? It was born from the origin of dark magic and is said to be as powerful as a god." Hearing this, Aisha couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "That's so cool. I want to see it too." The boy quickly shook his head and explained, "You won't be able to see it. It has already been sealed by the gods." Well then, we'll just go there and remove the seal." Raka suddenly flinched and thought to himself, "Wait a minute. I heard Nox was found in a forest in the north. Here it is, the knight's testimony about discovering Damien and Nox in a forest in the north."
Is it just a coincidence? Sarome suddenly burst in and frantically announced, "Duke, I have urgent news for you. I investigated the Neris family as you instructed, but there's no one named Theo Neris there. This must be related to the disappearances." Upon hearing this, Raka immediately made a deduction. Nox must have taken over his body. He added worriedly, "It's strange, 70% of the missing people are women, so I thought Nox preferred women." Raka immediately strode forward and sternly suggested, "It's best if we go to Adrian Manor." Then he quickly thought to himself, "I need to check if Nox has transferred into Gina's body. If so, Maya will be in danger because she was the one who invited Gina." Maya forced a smile. "Finally, this day has come. All this time, this has been my chance to meet Teritas. Are we really going to meet Father Habiel?" "Yes," the maid leading the way immediately replied, "That's right." After hearing this, Maya quickly glanced around. This is behind the main building of the cathedral. Before she could finish speaking, the other person sternly requested, "From here on, you must go by yourself."
As soon as the words were spoken, Maya slowly approached and used her hand to lift the barrier rope. Immediately, she sensed movement, a sound in the bushes. What was that? From behind the ancient tree, Javiel quickly appeared, smiling. Maya, there you are. We'll go through the back entrance of the cathedral so no one notices. Shall we go? Hearing this, Maya was a little worried. Yes, that's right. If we're noticed, it won't be good at all. If Kinnis or Atney see me, they'll question me. We're only allowed in here on special occasions, so it'll be hard to make excuses. I never imagined returning to this place. Maya gasped, thinking to herself, this place brings back so many memories. Both stood staring at the giant white ancient statue in front of them.
Maya, a bit foolishly, softly called out, Teradus. Then a gentle voice responded, I am here. Hearing this, Javiel was slightly flustered. Did I mishear? Thank heavens, I can hear his voice because of the sacred artifact, Teradus. Immediately, the other party unhesitatingly showed satisfaction. It's a pleasure to meet you, Javiel. I have been watching over you. As soon as the words ended, Javiel placed a hand on his chest and declared frankly, as your follower, serving you with all my heart is my duty. What a wonderful attitude. Meanwhile, Maya couldn't stop sweating. Teradus really likes flattery, doesn't he? Father Javiel, may I speak with Teradus privately for a moment? Reina will be here soon. Suddenly, Teradus unexpectedly spoke up. Javiel, I have something to discuss privately with my daughter, so could you step outside for a moment? Hearing this, Javiel's eyes sparkled. Yes, Teradus, I will wait outside the prayer room. Now the room had become strangely quiet. After a moment, Teradus finally raised his head. Long time no see. I couldn't come to you because I was restricted, which made Maya a little confused. Restricted? After hearing the other's answer, it turned out that deities were forbidden from using divine power on Earth. I was restricted because I called kindness when you were attacked. Maya seemed to understand everything. Was that why he couldn't come to her? It seems that for now we can only talk in the sanctuary. Oh, and you know the monster named Nox, right?
Teradus made no secret of it. Yes, it seems that insolent fellow has gone mad again. They used to be very well behaved, but they completely changed after being betrayed by the person they fell in love with. They went mad, and before I knew it, they were massacring everywhere. As soon as the words left his lips, Maya bit her lip slightly. Is that why you sealed Nox? Once again, Teradus slowly explained. Yes, Nox destroyed the land of the one I cherished, so I had no other choice. I could have done much more if my power on Earth hadn't been so weakened. Maya's eyes widened. The one you cherished? Was that the great emperor of the Zerdia Empire? The two exchanged words rapidly. Yes, that's right. Ripa Tajedi. He was the purest person I had ever known. But you said using power on Earth was forbidden.
Teradus added sternly. Actually, that rule was established after I began interfering with events on Earth. But thank heavens I bestowed upon him a bit of divine power, which provides a very simple way to deal with Nox. Mia, even if it meant saving the world, would you not want to grant a blessing? Hearing this, Mia lowered her gaze and affirmed, I don't want to die. There's another way, isn't there? Then Teradus looked up at the sky. You are truly intelligent. You can unseal Nox and summon them. Immediately a thought popped into Mia's head. So either I or the one who unseals them will have to die. Do you know who summoned Nox? Instantly Teradus stated without hesitation, it's a dark magic user. Scene change. Young Demian and Reina called out to each other hopelessly in the crowd. Sister, Dante! He suddenly woke up filled with fear. Demian rubbed his eyes and pondered. It's just a dream. It feels like I just returned to a forgotten past. Was it just a dream, or did it really happen? Nox is out hunting. I can't do that. I can't let Nox take over Reina's body. She might be my sister. I can't let this happen. That's all. Meanwhile, Mia walked aimlessly down the hallway. Nox will disappear if Demian dies. Should I be happy about that? Don't feel useless sympathy. Judgment isn't my business. Anyway, I need to start by finding Demian. Nearby, Javiel sternly reminded, Curetta, the will of the gods is paramount. But the other party seemed very angry. You were deceived by that woman. Do you think His Majesty will overlook this if he knows? Hearing this, Javiel remained completely calm. I will explain it to him myself.
However, Curetta's tone was still seething. But you snuck in here, weren't you planning to hide her? Javiel, however, remained unfazed. I'll explain later. If you keep overreacting, you'll lose my trust. Seeing this, Maya immediately showed a panicked expression. How did Curetta know I was here? Wait, the sound I heard from the bushes. After that, Curetta could only helplessly lower her head, turn, and leave. At this point, Maya approached and called out, Father Javiel, and it seemed he already knew what she wanted. Maya, how did the conversation go? If you overheard the conversation between Curetta and me, I want to apologize to you on her behalf. She's very sensitive about matters concerning you. As soon as he finished speaking, Maya replied very casually, I'm fine, please go after her quickly. Hearing this, Javiel slowly replied, Very well, while Maya merely smiled. If Curetta goes to Kinas, things will truly become complicated. It'll all be fine, won't it? I promised to meet Reina at the square outside the cathedral. There are so many people. It must be because the day of prayer is approaching. How will I find Reina here? Perhaps she'll stand out because she's the female lead. I see it now. She shone brighter than anyone else. Clearly, she was the heroine. Suddenly, Reina appeared from somewhere and waved, calling out, Maya, I missed you so much that I came early.
Maya, unable to hide her joy, replied, "That's fine. Since you've arrived early, would you like to tour the cathedral?" Then Reyna, smiling, continued, "Actually, I wanted to come even earlier, but this morning Duke Antiar came to visit me." Maya, walking alongside, happily responded, "I see. Wait, Raka visited you?" At this, Reyna calmly raised a hand to her mouth. "Yes, he suddenly came to find me, and isn't that the Emperor?" A retinue member accompanying Kinnis spoke up. "Your Majesty, we are about to perform the purification ritual. Would Your Majesty like to participate?" He couldn't hide his regret. "What a pity. I already have an appointment with Maya, so I probably can't go. If possible, I'm free tonight."
Seeing this, Reyna quickly announced, "He's coming this way." Immediately, Reyna quickly bowed. "It's an honor to meet you, Your Majesty." Immediately, Kinnis approached and asked, "Lady Reyna, why have you come here?" After hearing this, Reyna secretly glanced at Maya standing next to her. "I came to visit because the day of prayer is approaching, and I happened to meet Maya." These words surprised Kinnis a little. "You happened to meet her?" At this moment, a thought also appeared in Maya's mind. Why is Raka visiting Reyna? Is the story following the original plot because I'm not by Raka's side? I'll ask Reyna about Pav later. The priority now is to capture Kinnis. There's still a little time before the tea appointment, but if I push my plan forward sooner, it should be fine. It's time to bring Reyna and Kinnis together. This tea party was organized to bring Reyna and Kinnis together. But
Reyna looked at the teacup in front of her. The aroma of this tea was incredibly fragrant. What kind of tea is this? Immediately, Kinnis didn't hesitate to share that it was made from dried laffen petals, causing Reyna to exclaim, "What a beautiful name! This is the first time I've ever had this tea." Suddenly, Kinnis became a little curious. It's surprising. Laffen tea is very popular among the nobility. Upon hearing this, Reyna could only widen her eyes and reply, "I understand." Meanwhile, Maya kept looking back and forth between the two of them. What's wrong with him? Is he trying to upset her? What should I do to change this atmosphere? Come to think of it, the two of them went to see fireworks at the festival, didn't they? That's right. That's when their romantic relationship began in the original story. Kinnis closed her eyes slightly and continued, "That was the plan, but we couldn't enjoy it properly." Reyna, slightly embarrassed, gently replied, "Unfortunately, that's true. He was busy helping me with something." Upon hearing this, Maya gradually understood. So that's why they seemed awkward around each other. Their first chance to become friends was ruined. I knew it. They haven't had a chance to fall for each other yet, so I'll use this method. Then, unfortunately, Maya suddenly dropped the teacup. Seeing this, Reyna cried out in extreme worry, "Lady Maya, are you all right?" Kinnis also exclaimed, "Oh no, are you all right?" But Maya was extremely calm. "Yes, it's not that hot. I'm fine."
May I go change my clothes for a moment? Rita, standing outside, saw the other person emerged in dirty clothes and immediately panicked. "Oh my God, Lady Maya, I'll help you change right away." However, Maya remained calm. "There's no need to rush. Take your time." Rita, panicking and sweating profusely, asked, "What do you mean, my lady?" Maya, meanwhile, leaned closer and whispered, "You see." The maid, with a panicked expression, "Do you mean you have to stall for time?" Meanwhile, the man and woman inside the room said nothing to each other. Kinnis subtly glanced away, thinking, Maya always avoids me, so it feels like she'll be gone for a very long time this time too. Suddenly, Reyna unexpectedly spoke up, "Your Majesty, if you are in a hurry, Your Majesty, you may leave first," which greatly surprised Kinnis. So suddenly? What is she plotting? Did Maya tell her to do this too? Meanwhile, Reyna innocently continued, "Your Majesty is very busy, so I can wait for Maya by myself. It's perfectly fine to be alone." However, Kinnis slightly lowered his face and smiled. "I have no intention of leaving yet." Hearing this, Reyna replied without hesitation, "Really? Actually, I wanted to thank Your Majesty. I am very grateful that you helped me last time and came to Libertan."
At the same time, Kinnis continued to stare at her. Countless scenes flashed through his mind. He had thought that day he was just going to watch fireworks with Reyna, but after discovering the Aintia twins were being chased, they both pursued them. And after seeing Maya and Duke Aintia kiss, he had been so confused that he completely forgot about Reyna. Reyna, sitting opposite him, slowly added, "We should have just watched the fireworks, but I was too stubborn, wasn't I?" But Kinnis, utterly cold, said, "That's in the past, so there's no need to worry." As soon as he finished speaking, Reyna hesitated, stammering, "I'm not sure if it's all right to say this, but I think you are a very kind person." Hearing this, Kinnis observed her again. "Me? Kind? She seems to be very sincere. People usually don't show their true feelings in front of me. Words can be a weapon used to deceive and secretly attack others. If you're unsure about saying something, it's best not to say it." After hearing this, Reyna instinctively touched her face. "Oh, I'm sorry." Then Kinnis slowly admitted, "And I'm not as good as you think. Lady Maya has been gone for a long time. My head hurts again." Seeing this, Reyna immediately asked, "Do the headaches make you tired?" Kinnis, holding his head, wondered, "Do you know how to relieve the fatigue?" Immediately, Reyna took his hand and replied, "Yes, I know a massage technique that might help." Kinnis, now intrigued, responded, "I'm curious what kind of massage it is." After a while, Reyna looked at him blankly. "How do you feel?"
Immediately, Kenneth said in a low voice, "I'm not sure. I suffer from insomnia." Reina asked again, "I understand. Since when?" Kenneth replied without hesitation, "For a very long time. It's been worse recently." Reina turned her bright eyes towards him. "Then why don't you close your eyes? It would be like taking a nap." But Kenneth only squinted, not bothering to answer. Then he slowly closed them. How wonderful it would be if this could be solved with a simple massage. Saying this, he leaned his head on Reina's shoulder.
Seeing this, Maya, who had just entered, felt extremely awkward. Should I go in? Reina, holding Kenneth in her arms, announced, "He must be very tired. He's fallen asleep." Outside, Rita happily said, "I massaged his hand and he immediately fell asleep. I was worried it would be awkward, but it turned out better than I thought. I think His Majesty is a very kind person." Hearing this, Maya looked at the other person with a probing smile. It seemed Reina had very positive feelings for Kenneth. She wondered how Kenneth felt. "By the way, may I ask why Raka came to see you today?" But Reina seemed unwilling to answer. "I'm too busy, so I haven't been able to tell you yet."
Reina asked me about my dinner with Theo yesterday. Mia called out Theo's name in utter surprise. Meanwhile, Reina, strangely calm, continued. "It seems the Duke is very curious about a man named Damien. Yesterday, Damien, Theo, and I had dinner together." Mia pondered for a moment. "Theo and Damien together? But they have nothing in common. Could Nock have possessed Theo's body? If so, I can understand why they were together. Damien was the one who summoned Nock." Before Reina could finish her sentence, "It would be wonderful if you could meet Theo next time, too," Mia suddenly shrieked. "No, I don't think meeting him right now is a good idea. He's a royal knight and must be very busy. How can I tell her that I think a monster has possessed Theo's body?" After hearing this, Reina pondered for a moment and then honestly said, "I think so too. I want to get closer to Damien. He reminds me of my younger brother, Dante." Immediately, Mia could only silently ponder. Reina's younger brother was never mentioned in the original story. What should I do if Damien is really Reina's younger brother? So I'll have to destroy her brother? If I want Damien to live, I'll have to bless kindness so he can use divine power. When I get back, I must recheck Damien's diary. There might be clues I missed. Mia noticed a sealed handwritten letter on the table. A letter. The senders were Delkine, Aisha, and Raka. It contained a few lines. "My dearest Mia, everyone misses you, but I miss you the most. I will come to pick you up on the day of prayer," which made Mia incredibly excited. "I feel so happy. Is it okay for me to enjoy this happiness? But I've made a plan that could bring misfortune to others." Scene change. Kindness, lying on the couch, woke up.
Seeing this, his attendant by his side immediately asked, "Are you awake, my lord?" But Kenneth only intently asked, "Where is Lady Reina?" The attendant seriously replied, "She returned before dinner, my lord." Upon hearing this, Kenneth looked at his hands and sighed. It seems she used her power. Was she sad when I said I couldn't sleep? What a strange girl. She's the opposite of Maya, who always tries to push me away. Who knew my perspective could change after just a few hours of conversation? Should I let Maya go? No sooner had he finished speaking, the attendant replied once more, "I don't think you can completely let the Saintess go, my lord. This is a telegram sent from the royal palace tonight." Kenneth opened the paper and read, "Dark creatures?" "It's Nox," the voice of a maid urged. "Lady Maya, it's time to go." She quickly replied, "I'm coming."
Maya appeared in a luxurious white outfit. She spun around a few times, admiring herself. This outfit was incredibly similar to the one she wore when she first came to this world. She couldn't believe she had tried to pull Raka's hair while wearing a dress like this. Who would have thought she'd end up dating someone she once thought was a terrifying villain? How ironic. He said he would come pick her up today. What should she do? Just thinking about seeing him made her heart pound. On the day of prayer, a large crowd of citizens immediately spoke loudly upon seeing Maya. "Saintess, please bestow your blessings upon us. Bless the Zerdia Empire and grant us eternal peace." Kina smiled upon hearing this. "So you will be leaving the cathedral today?" Immediately, Maya did not hide it. "Yes, I only intended to stay until the day of prayer, and I have somewhere I need to go." Kina glanced at her with a faint smile. "I'm not sure if you realize it, but I had hoped to return to the royal palace with you. Of course, there's no need for that anymore." As soon as he finished speaking, Maya looked at him with a worried expression for a long time. Then Kina spoke again. "But it seems something unavoidable is about to happen, even if none of us want it." These words left Maya utterly confused. What did he mean? At this moment, a soft voice from below said, "Saintess, please bestow your blessings." Suddenly, Maya's eyes widened in astonishment. She saw a person dressed in black, blending into the crowd, Raka. At the same time, the person smiled and gently pulled back their hood. Maya couldn't contain her surging emotions. It seemed he had truly come to pick her up.
In the main hall of the cathedral, everyone was listening to the pastor preach. Maya, however, quietly slipped out. She suddenly sped up, running, as the prayer service would soon end and it would get very crowded. "I need to find Raka quickly. I thought I just saw him around here." Raka suddenly appeared and embraced Maya. "You stand out too much. Why don't you try to hide yourself a little?" She immediately inhaled deeply. This familiar scent, it's so comforting. Then Maya's cheeks flushed as she smiled. "Raka, long time no see." And he happily replied, "I've missed you so much." The space between them fell silent. Maya couldn't stop her thoughts. It's strange, we've only been apart for a few days, but it's such a relief to see him again. A moment later, Raka leaned closer and teased. It seems you've gotten thinner since we last met, which made Maya extremely awkward. How could you know that when you've only just seen me? But Raka seemed to have the answer ready. I don't need to look to know. You've lost weight. Is something troubling you? Immediately, Maya quickly explained. You know what people say. When living away from home, the stress of getting used to a new environment can make you lose weight. At the same time, a voice broke the atmosphere. See, I knew I was right not to like her.
Maya, sweating, urged hastily. Raka, follow me. But the other person seemed a little annoyed. Maya, why suddenly? They hid themselves behind a bush in the mansion. At this moment, 3 priests appeared. The 2 walking behind comforted in turn. Kiretta, don't be too sad. I'm sure Father Habiel secretly hates her too. At this, Kiretta turned her head, her face scrunched up. However, he said he was only kind because he felt sorry for her. The other 2, emboldened, added, what's more, she's also the nanny for the Aintia family, a family that's basically full of heathens. I'm surprised they haven't faced the wrath of the gods yet. I hear the Aintia children are notoriously awful. I can't believe she's engaged to that wicked Duke Aintia. Honestly, they're completely incompatible. Maya heard every word. She frowned slightly. Were those hateful people slandering Raka and the twins?
Maya suddenly sat up. Hey! Meanwhile, Raka beside her gently scoffed. It seems you don't care if you die early or not. Raka leaned closer and whispered into her ear. Now that you've seen that heretic couple with your own eyes, do you still think we're not suited for each other? Then he shot a bullet-like gaze at the 3 people and spoke. Say that again. I'll gladly send you to Teretis, making those people tremble in fear and panic. Please spare us. Not long after, the carriage rolled smoothly along the dirt road. Raka seemed to still be talking about Kiretta. That Edplat had refused to apologize until the very last minute. I shouldn't have brought her to the cathedral. I can't believe such failures are high-ranking priests. It seems the high-ranking officials of the cathedral are just a mess. Hearing this, Maya could only laugh playfully and call out, Raka, it's been so long since we last met. Are you going to keep sulking like this? Immediately, Raka mumbled in response, You're right. We're alone, so we can't keep acting like this. No one's watching. At this moment, the carriage continued to roll smoothly. Inside, Maya was sitting on Raka's lap. She softly called his name, Raka, and he just gently whispered into her ear, Do you want to escape from me?
Mia struggled. Raka, I can't breathe. My heart is beating too fast. At the same time, Raka kept asking, Mia, what is your answer? Which annoyed Mia, who interrupted, Wait, just a moment. Seeing this, Raka whispered again, Don't you like it? Hearing this, Mia quickly voiced her concern. I feel a bit embarrassed doing this here. There's no way I wouldn't like it. As soon as she finished speaking, Raka stared at Mia. So doing it somewhere else is fine, right? A thought popped into her head. Look at his mischievous eyes. Mia was a little stunned, frozen in place, her entire face flushed crimson, feeling as if he was teasing her. Anyway, you're not allowed to do this here. Hearing this, Raka revealed a sly expression. Then it's best if we continue what we just started. Upon arriving at the mansion, Aisha and Delkeen ran out to greet her. Mia, sister-in-law. Aisha threw herself into Mia's arms. I missed you so much. Did you miss me? Immediately, she quickly smiled and replied, Of course I did. Aisha said in a spoiled tone. I knew it. Meanwhile, Delkeen was much calmer. Aisha, don't force her to say that. I bet she misses Raka the most. These words made Aisha so embarrassed that she repeatedly hit the boy. What? What did you just say?
Seeing this, both adults could only stand and watch, smiling happily. After a moment, Rahar suddenly reminded in a low voice, Mia, why don't you go inside and change? But Mia was extremely puzzled. Why do I have to change? Raka turned her back and walked straight inside. You'll find out. Hearing this, Mia could only break out in a cold sweat, filled with worry. In the middle of the study, Delkeen whined, But I want to play with you outside, which made Mia constantly coax her. It's late, so today I'll just read you a book, and next time we'll play outside together. Delkeen closed her eyes slightly, smiling as she said, I just like being by your side. Anything is fine. Hearing this, Aisha immediately turned her head, her voice extremely hurried. What? Me too. I also just like being by her side. I'll go get a book. After that, Delkeen quickly reminded, Aisha, remember not to pick a bad book. As soon as the words left her mouth, Aisha affirmed, No way. Meanwhile, Mia rushed off. I'd better find it quickly while I have the chance. Here it is. This is Damien's diary that I hadn't finished reading last time. On it were words written in a state of confusion. I did as they told me, and black smoke escaped from my hand. I was very scared, but since they were happy, it was okay. Maybe because I was scolded yesterday, but last night I dreamed of my sister looking for me. No, I should just forget about it. Forget everything. Being here is enough happiness. After reading, Mia broke out in a cold sweat, slowly closed the book, her eyes wide. Is that all? It feels like there should be more. Did I miss something? Perhaps it's better not to know. Is there something written on the back? On the back of the book, in the bottom left corner, were the words Dante.
Seeing this, Maya immediately understood. I knew it. Damien is Dante.
I want to live, but I don't want to take other people's lives, especially the lives of people I know. If I had never met Reina, I would have felt less guilty. It's best if I tell Raka about this when I meet him. Blood. At the same time, Aisha and Delican poke their heads out, staring at her and asking, Mimia, what's that delicious smell, sister-in-law?
In stark contrast to their extreme panic, Mia, are you all right? I'll go call a doctor. Sister-in-law, please wipe your nose first. Mia calmly reassured them. I'm fine, really. It's probably just because I'm tired. Then suddenly she flinched at the person in front of her. Raka approached with a murderous aura, saying sternly, I was wondering where you were. After that, he didn't hesitate to pick her up, making Mia shriek in surprise. Raka, why are you— Wait, but Raka will go crazy if he smells blood. Wait, it's just a nosebleed. Hearing this, Raka glanced at her lightly and asserted, I can handle it, so stay still. Then he glanced away again. This action left Mia silently observing him. Elsewhere, Reina looked around as if searching. We promised to meet around here. Is this the right place? I was reminded to make sure no one followed me. Damien sent me a strange message. He's like my little brother, so I can't ignore it. Damien! Instantly, someone slowly appeared and called. Reina! Damien approached Reina and requested, let's talk somewhere else. It'll be troublesome if anyone overhears us. At this, Reina didn't hesitate to grab his hand and pull him along. We're almost there. This is the perfect quiet spot. Only Theo and I know about this stable. Now, just sit wherever you want. Damien took off his hood while continuously observing his surroundings. Then something caught his eye. Damien looked at the faded paper on the table and asked, what's that?
Seeing this, Reina was also a little surprised. Is it still here? I bet he'd be very surprised if he saw it. Theo and I made this map together when we were little. Look, this is where I lost Dante. Dante and my younger brother, Dante Adrian. I lost him when he was little. Hearing this, Damien glanced at her, wondering, so did you look for him? Immediately, Reina replied, yes, I looked for him for years. My parents said they would give up looking for him, so I felt I should go look for him myself. Meanwhile, a thought flashed through his mind. They're not looking for me anymore? So they were right. My parents abandoned me. When he heard Reina's next words, but it turns out they hid it from me and continued to look for him, Damien's eyes widened. My parents are still looking for me? Seeing the other person trembling nonstop, Reina quickly approached and asked, Damien, are you okay? Damien, still emotional, thought, but they couldn't have lied to me. If that's the case, then Reina's lying. Why would she lie? Reina, how would you feel if your younger brother suddenly appeared in front of you? After hearing this, Reina gave a gentle smile. Honestly, I hope it won't be like that. The truth is, the reason he hasn't appeared all this time is probably because he's forgotten us and is living happily.
I want to believe that, but I truly wish I could see her face just once when we could smile at each other upon meeting and say that we are both living happily. Damien's face darkened as he lowered his gaze, looking at himself. She would surely be sad if I told her I was her brother like this. I just remembered I have something to do, so I'm leaving now, he said, abandoning Reina, who kept calling out, Damien! Scene change. Damien ran quickly across the overgrown grassy field. Reina, a man-eating monster, was behind him. And you were the one who caused everything. The younger brother whom she always wished to live happily. It's all your fault, he thought. Reina, run now. I should have told her that. I can't believe I just ran away like an idiot. In a dilapidated wooden house, an inquisitive voice rang out. Damien, where are you going? Why do you smell like a girl? Yet the speaker remained as cold as ice. Theo stood opposite him, hands behind his back, commanding, I want Reina's body, so I'm asking for your help. As soon as the words left his mouth, Damien fearlessly retorted, How would I know where she is? At this, Theo immediately lowered his voice. It seems I have no other choice but to use that troublesome method. Damien, taking off his hood, asked coldly, What method? Theo unexpectedly stepped closer to the other person, a smirk playing on his lips. This body will be found dead. She's very close to this guy named Theo, isn't she? She'll definitely attend her friend's funeral.
At the NTR mansion on an afternoon when the sun had already set, Raka put an arm around Maya's shoulder, reminding her to take better care of herself. She quickly replied, I'm really fine, just a little tired. More importantly, I have something to tell you. I found another way to destroy Nock. At the cathedral, I must eliminate the one who summoned Nock, and that person is Damien. As soon as she finished speaking, Raka clicked his tongue softly, glancing away. Eliminate the summoner? It's quite similar to lifting a forbidden dark magic curse. It seems we'll be able to resolve this soon. Maya, however, lowered her gaze and continued. Do you think eliminating Damien is the only way? I discovered in the library that Damien and Reina are sisters. Upon hearing this, Raka couldn't help but pull her into an embrace. Maya, I know you're worried about Reina, but to me, protecting you is more important, so I hope you'll understand. Maya, with teary eyes, looked at the person in front of her, pondering. Is it right to make Reina suffer so that I can be happy? Suddenly, Raka spoke again. And Maya, may I sleep in your room tonight? Upon hearing this, Maya's entire face suddenly flushed crimson. Then her eyes slowly narrowed as she replied, All right. The next morning.
Maya looked at the man lying on the bed and observed that he usually looked very stiff, but when he slept, he was gentle. Yes, this was the Raka she knew. Suddenly, Raka slowly opened his eyes. Seeing this, Maya quickly leaned in and asked in a panic, "Are you awake?" Raka tiredly replied, "Thanks to you. Did you torment me because you were confident you could control me?" This left Maya utterly bewildered. What do you mean? I only woke you up because it was time to get up." Hearing this, Raka quickly asked, "Really?" Maya could only scratch her head and gently replied, "It's true." Once again, he couldn't help but ask further, "Are you sure?" Then, without saying much, Raka used his body to pin her down on the bed. He leaned his lips close and whispered into Maya's ear, "Such a reason isn't enough to wake me up." Raka's eyes stared intently at her, as if wanting to memorize everything about her. He looked down at the thin pink lips in front of him. After that, Raka slowly stood up abruptly, muttering a curse. Damn it. But Maya unexpectedly grabbed his rough hand. She knelt on the bed, seemingly wanting to say something.
However, Maya was still incredibly shy. Oh, forget it, she thought. I thought he was going to kiss me. But Raka quickly sensed her feelings. Why would you say forget it while looking at me with such disappointment? At this, he wordlessly embraced Maya tightly, his hands reaching behind her to untie her dress straps. The thin top slipped down, and she flushed crimson, unable to utter a word. Meanwhile, Raka tenderly lifted her chin. Maya, it's best not to provoke me when I'm trying to restrain myself, making me want to devour you whole right now. At the same time, an unsuspecting maid walked in. Lady Maya, are you awake, Your Grace? But Raka, with strange composure, said, I'm leaving now, just ignore me, causing the maid to freeze and reply, Yes, Your Grace. I didn't expect His Grace to be here. Have I interrupted something? Maya tried to force an awkward smile. No, he was just leaving anyway. What's wrong? Rita, now sweating coldly and flustered, spoke up. I've requested 3 days off starting tomorrow, so another maid will take my place. I feel I should leave while the sea is calm. This left Maya a little confused. While the sea is calm?
Immediately, Rita slowly continued, Yes, I heard there haven't been any reports of missing people recently. It's been 3 or 4 days now. A thought immediately popped into Mia's head. Nock hasn't eaten anyone for 4 days? Thinking back, when she talked to Teradus said that Nock wasn't originally a man-eating monster. It even lived among humans and fell in love. Thinking about it, it must have at least some human qualities. If she could persuade it to stop killing, she wouldn't have to eliminate Damien. Since Damien summoned it, perhaps he could persuade it. Rita kept calling, my lady, pulling Mia back to reality. She couldn't help but grasp the hand of the person in front of her. Could you help me with something? I need you to send an invitation to Lady Reyna. In another scene, at a secluded cabin, Damien stood in the middle of the house, holding a bunch of wildflowers, deep in thought. I'm tired of hiding, so I ended up coming here. I really didn't intend to come back here again. If Reyna comes here, I'll give her this bouquet and tell her everything, including that her life is in danger. Then he subtly cast a hawk-like glance to the side. On the wooden panel were countless carved marks, seemingly used to measure Theo and Reyna's height when they were children.
Seeing this, Damien gently touched it with his hand. It must have been something very precious to Reyna. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Damien, are you in there? He quickly turned his head and asked, Reyna, how did you know I was here? She couldn't help but scold. It's you! I came here to get the map and heard something. What are those flowers for? Hearing this, Damien broke into a cold sweat and awkwardly hid them behind his back. Nothing. I just passed by a flower field on the way here. As soon as he finished speaking, Reyna immediately teased with a smile. Are you giving me a surprise gift? Damien quickly avoided her gaze. I picked them for her. That's right. Reyna took the bouquet, her eyes fixed on it. Thank you. I love them so much. White baby's breath flowers are truly beautiful. Speaking of which, here, I used to make these for my younger brother when he was little. They look good on you too. Damien felt awkward at this moment. This warm and fuzzy feeling, it was completely unfamiliar. He wanted to continue enjoying this happiness, but he knew he couldn't. He had to warn her that her life was in danger, Reyna. Suddenly, outside, several hoofbeats grew closer and closer. Damien's eyes widened in surprise as he wondered, hoofbeats? Who could it be? Nock or the Knights of the Antia family? If there are many people, it must be the Antia family. Nock always travels alone. This left Reyna utterly stunned. But Damien, why? Meanwhile, Damien still held Reyna's wrist tightly. Let's get out of here. It seems we've been discovered. These words made her even more confused. We can cross that forest over there and get to Bister. Have we been discovered? By whom? Damien, why are we running? Is someone chasing us?
At this moment, he finally turned his head to look at Reyna, the knight of the Antia family. She, behind him, kept wondering, but why do we have to run away from them? Instantly, Damien's eyes suddenly grew somber. You don't need to, Reyna quickly asked. Then what about you? What did you do that you have to run away? So Damien could only admit, I'm not as good a person as you think. I wish I had met her sooner. Reyna, you want to know why I asked if you wanted to run away, don't you? A man-eating monster named Nox is chasing you, and it's possessing Theo's body. These words made Reyna, who was standing motionless, flinch. Then she broke out in a cold sweat and gave a weak laugh. "You're just kidding, right?" But Damien still tried to explain. "It will try to get close to you, so during this time, no matter the reason, don't go near him, even if it's related to someone's death." Hearing this, Reyna's expression suddenly changed. "Death? Is someone going to die, Damien?"
However, Damien only left one sentence before running off. "I'm sorry, sis." This action sent a chill down Reyna's spine, leaving her bewildered. Elsewhere, a low voice rang out. "I apologize, Maya. You must be very surprised that I came here without prior notice." She immediately brushed it off as normal. "It's fine. Come in. Actually, I was planning to send you an invitation because I wanted to meet you. Is something urgent?" Reyna lowered her gaze and spoke. "Please keep what I'm about to tell you a secret from the Duke, but it's about Damien." However, Maya suddenly interrupted. "Wait a moment. I'll go check what's happening out there." Outside the room, two guards were talking to each other. "The body of Theo Neris has been discovered. It seems he was 44. Someone said they saw some dark entity lurking in the shadows, so we have a hunch that Nock is behind this." Hearing this, Maya's face darkened, utterly bewildered, her thoughts mingling with their conversation. Nock, where was he found? But why would Nock kill Theo? Unlike other victims, one of the guards added, in a southwest alley of Bistor. Back in the room, Reyna wore a dazed expression. "Theo is dead? What do you mean? I have to see it with my own eyes." From behind, Maya frantically called, "Reyna!" At this, Reyna couldn't help but retort, "Perhaps they're mistaken, Maya. Please help me. I have to go to Theo." Maya, meanwhile, continuously tried to stop her. "Reyna, I can't let you go there. It's too dangerous. I know nothing I say will make you feel better, but please come inside and let's talk for a bit." Hearing this, Reyna still pulled her hand away. Tears streamed down her face. You knew about this, didn't you?"
She knew there was a monster inside Theo. Maya couldn't help but scream. "If I told you he would die soon, would anything change?" Upon hearing that, Reyna also quickly shouted, "If you hadn't hidden this, at least I wouldn't have had to hear this news completely helplessly." Hearing this, Maya frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "Nox is a monster who deceives people and devours them."
"Do you think you can fight against a monster like that? The monster has already possessed Sir Theo's body." As soon as the words were spoken, Reyna shook incessantly, calling out in despair, "Theo! Theo!" The sky was gloomy, and countless cold raindrops fell throughout the town. Upon seeing the man who had just arrived, a voice suddenly rang out, "Damien!" The woman with her hands on her hips smiled and said, "You finally returned." Upon hearing this, Damien was utterly confused. "Where did you get that body?" The woman possessed by Nox shrugged. "I didn't like it, so I took a new one. I want to quickly take over Reyna's body so we can get out of here." Damien immediately thought, "As expected, I couldn't prevent Theo's death." Nox kept repeating, "I want to quickly take over Reyna's body so we can get out of here." Immediately, Damien fell into deep thought. "The reason I tried to save them was because I felt lonely and wanted a family. But Reyna's my true family. No, we're not going anywhere. I've changed my mind." Meanwhile, Nox approached him, questioning, "What are you angry about? I already told you, if I take over her body, I can do anything you want." Nox stared at him, letting out a cold snort. Then she turned and left without hesitation. "I'll wait in the North Forest for a week." Nox left Damien alone by the window. Reyna must be very shocked by Theo's death. I'm so worried about her. Should I discreetly go check on her? Scene change. Reyna lay on Mia's lap.
She thought to herself, "I bet this is a huge shock. I wonder if I'm right to say that. What if I only make it worse?" At this moment, Raka, extremely worried, walked over to remind her, "Maya, you should go back to your room and rest for a while." But she remained extremely resolute. "I will go after Reyna wakes up. Raka, thank you for being by my side." The other person slowly sat down on a chair and replied, "Where can I go when you're sitting here looking like you're about to die? If you're grateful, then recover soon." At this, Maya began to speak in a low voice. "I didn't expect Reyna to know about Nox, too." Raka quickly interjected, "It's clear she's met Damien." He cast a sharp glance at the two women in front of him. Suddenly, Maya's eyes widened as she asked, "Raka, what if we could get Damien to convince Nox to stop killing people?" Reyna, who seemed to have overheard, immediately questioned, "What do you mean?" Seeing this, Maya broke out in a cold sweat, panicking. "Lady Reyna, However, Reyna merely sat up abruptly and pleaded, "I'm fine, so please tell me." Immediately, Maya slowly concluded, "Damien is the one who summoned Nox. If he can control Nox, then no one else will get hurt." At the same time, Raka from the other side added, "If that's not possible, then Nox will only disappear if we eliminate the summoner, so we have no other choice but to eliminate Damien." As soon as the words left his mouth, Reyna trembled violently once more. "How wonderful. You caused my friend's death. You should die too." But the next sentence made her freeze. "Even if Damien is your younger brother?" After hearing that, Reyna was extremely panicked. "My brother, I understand. I must go now." From behind, Raka had a small request. "If you find Damien, bring him here. I also have something to discuss with him." Reyna also apologized on behalf of her brother for causing trouble for you today. A few days later, at the royal palace, the man in the black suit spoke in a stern voice. "Please wait until His Majesty arrives." Reyna could only say in a low voice, "Thank you. I couldn't even attend Theo's funeral."
The Emperor had summoned me here, but now that I'm at the palace, I still think of Theo. Theo's image once again appeared in her mind. No matter what, I will become a royal knight and find your brother. At the same time, another voice continuously called, Reina, Lady Reina. Your tea is getting cold, Lady Reina. Kynus showed a worried expression. Are you all right? And Reina couldn't hold back her sobs. I apologize.
Seeing this, Kynus could only hug her. What should I do? I've never comforted someone who's crying before. Rena buried her face in her hands, constantly lamenting. Damien, why did you do such a thing? Hearing this, Kynus was slightly stunned. Damien? I've never heard that name before. Elsewhere, Mia politely asked, Raka, are you busy? Sitting on a chair, he asked with a hint of curiosity. Mia, what's wrong? Mia hesitated for a moment before replying. Today, I want to visit Reina. I sent her a letter after the funeral, but I haven't received a reply yet. I'm very worried about her. Raka didn't object at all. Go ahead. This made her extremely puzzled. You're letting me go so easily? Raka then offered a gentle smile. But will she want to see you? You'll only be wasting your time. Mia's expression suddenly crumpled. So he doesn't think she'll meet me. I don't care. Meanwhile, Raka continued to stare at the person in front of him. Then he didn't hesitate to lift Mia into his arms. Raka quickly touched her leg. But I can't let you go there for nothing with these delicate legs. Then he gently massaged Mia's calves. Raka looked at her embarrassed face. You don't need to hold back. Mia covered her mouth, reminding him, don't laugh. The two exchanged words for a while. Raka, someone's coming. No one dares to enter without my permission. Who do you think it is? It's clearly Sarome, during working hours. But Sarome couldn't possibly. A moment later, Raka deliberately made a demand. If you kiss me, I'll let you go. This left Mia with no other choice. Then, at the same time, Aisha burst through the door. Don't pretend you're not in here anymore. I know you're here. Delkine behind her added, I told you not to enter without permission.
Seeing this, Maya could only manage a reluctant smile. It seemed someone could now enter here without asking for permission. Raka frowned, asking, so when are you planning to return? Aisha's eyes widened as she added, Maya, are you going out? Maya made no secret of it. I'm going to visit Lady Reina. Upon hearing this, both children quickly grabbed her skirt, demanding to come along. This was unexpected. He surely didn't tell the twins on purpose, did he? At the Adrian mansion, the butler announced, Lady Reina has already gone to the royal palace, and Baron and Baroness Adrian are abroad. Maya asked, Lady Reina will be back soon. Can I wait in the living room? Maya broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this. All right, she said. Immediately, the butler turned and walked away. Please follow me. From behind, Maya simultaneously reminded them, kids, we are guests, so we need to be quiet. Aisha and Dion, upon hearing this, also made unhappy faces, thinking, being a guest is so boring. Maya thought, is finding fun things that important to them? Just listen to your sister-in-law. Maya seemed utterly helpless. I'm tired now, she thought. Should I tell him I'll come back later? Then she unexpectedly peered, gazing into the distance.
Mayan immediately saw someone fainting in front of her, and someone else was fainting at the end of the corridor. Suddenly, Aisha shrieked, Delkine, hey, what's wrong? This made Mayan quickly turn her head and call out, Delkine. At this moment, Delkine was trembling uncontrollably with fear. Help! Help me!
Despite Mia's continuous questioning, Dawakin, are you all right? The other person kept repeating, help me. She subtly glanced behind her, wondering who the boy was so afraid of. As expected, it was Damien. First, call a doctor and please send a message to the Aintia mansion, telling Raka that Damien is here and to come immediately. The carriage stopped in front of the mansion. Raka stepped in and called Mia, who was standing with her arms crossed, waiting, and replied, Raka. At this, he was drenched in sweat. Where are the twins? Immediately, Mia quickly smiled reassuringly. They are resting in the living room. Hearing this, Raka still looked bewildered. I understand. I was informed that Damien is here. Mia didn't hesitate to continue. Yes, we will talk to him when he wakes up. As soon as she finished speaking, Raka slowly voiced his fear. I'm worried he'll cause trouble before we can persuade Nox. Mia's eyes widened as she spoke. That's why we need Reina. She'll be able to keep Damien here. Hearing this, Raka furrowed his brows tightly. When will she arrive? Mia quickly explained. She was supposed to be here within an hour. It seems she's late. Then Mia looked in another direction and said, Reina, there you are. Meanwhile, Reina, panting, asked, Mia and Duke Aintia, what are you two doing here? Immediately, Mia gave an awkward smile. I sent a letter but received no reply, so I was worried. As soon as she finished speaking, Reina showed a regretful expression. I apologize, I was a bit busy. Thank you for your concern. But why are there knights standing in front of the living room? Has something happened? At this, Raka unexpectedly replied, it's because of Damien. At the same time, Mia quickly added, Reina, do you think you can persuade Damien? Hearing this, Raka replied in a low voice. He indirectly killed Theo, but he's also the younger brother who came looking for me. If he were living happily, I could have hated him to the core. Why did he have to get sick?
In the room, Damien slowly and with difficulty opened his eyes. He sat up, holding his head with his hands. Where am I? Reina, meanwhile, had calmed down. Long time no see, Damien. As his memory slowly returned, Damien's eyebrows twitched slightly. I snuck in here because I was worried about Reina, but damn it, I just suddenly passed out. Suddenly, Reina, who was sitting beside him, unexpectedly requested, Damien, I have something to tell you. It's about Nox.
A moment later, seeing her open the door and step out, Mia outside quickly called out, "Reina, how did it go? Did you get a chance to talk to Damien?" Immediately, Reina smiled. "Yes, he said he would try to convince Nox." Then Mia looked over at the other man. "Raka, do you really think this will be okay?" He was standing with his arms crossed, leaning against the wall. "Unless he's completely lost his mind, I don't think he'd dare to act recklessly." As soon as he finished speaking, Reina looked bewildered. "And he said he has something to tell you, Duke." This made Raka a little confused. "Me?"
Immediately Reina seemed to be pleading helplessly. "Could you please keep it a secret that I already knew he was my brother? I don't think revealing that now is a good idea. Thank you." Meanwhile, Mia was extremely worried. Damien and the Duke will be all right, won't they? Reina, upon hearing this, immediately reassured her. "Don't worry too much." Suddenly she hesitated. "Mia, you are a daughter of the gods, aren't you? So is there any other way to deal with that monster? I'm worried that Damien will be in danger. If the Emperor finds out Nox's whereabouts..." Mia didn't hesitate to interrupt. "No, do you think the Emperor would leave Damien alone if he found out?" Reina, upon hearing this, suddenly stood up. "Then you must hide Damien from him. I know I'm selfish, but I don't want to lose anyone else I care about." Which made Mia a little confused. "Me too?" Immediately Reina said very sternly, "Of course, from the very beginning you treated me well without any prejudice." Mia stared at the person in front of her and replied, "Actually, I have something to tell you about my ability to bestow blessings."
Suddenly, a sobbing sound echoed inside the room. Reina's tears flowed ceaselessly. "Maya, it must be so difficult for you. I can't believe you would die if you bestowed a blessing upon someone. I truly never expected it." Maya, meanwhile, continuously hugged the other, comforting her. "It's all right, it's all right." Suddenly, Raka entered and called out, "Maya," causing her to respond with a slight worry. "Raka." Seeing the scene before him, Raka crossed his arms helplessly and asked, "Why are you two hugging?" Maya seemed reluctant to answer. "It's a long story. How are things with Damien?" At this, Raka placed his hands on his hips and replied indifferently, "He plans to meet Nox in the northern forest in 3 days. I will go with him." Maya immediately looked distraught. "But that's too dangerous. I will go with you." Raka didn't hesitate to remind her, "You are the one who should stay away from dangerous places. But if you overexert yourself, you'll need me." No sooner had she finished speaking than Raka immediately said, "As long as Nox doesn't go mad, that won't happen," which didn't reassure her at all. "Raka." Suddenly Raka approached and affectionately caressed the person in front of him. "You've only just returned from the cathedral. If you leave the mansion again, the twins will worry." Hearing this, Maya gently replied, "Then I'll talk to the children."
At the same time, Reina, who was nearby, suddenly said, "Excuse me, may I come along?" But Raka, indifferent, turned away. "Why don't you ask Damien? Mia, let's go back to the mansion." As the carriage slowly rolled along the dirt road, Mia was lost in thought. Here's the problem. How to convince the twins? Oh, those kids. Just then, Aisha's eyes sparkled. "Mia, I heard you're going to the northern forest with Raka. Please let us come along." Mia was a little surprised to hear this. "Who told you that?" But both children spoke up one after another. "We're sorry, sister-in-law. We overheard the conversation through the door. Don't leave us behind." Mia quickly realized they had overheard everything. "There's something we need to take care of. Last time you waited so well, so you can do it this time too, right?" One of them whined. "If you say so, Mia, but you have to come back quickly." Suddenly, Delkine immediately shrieked, "No, I don't know how Aisha feels, but I don't want you to go. I finally understand what's going on, and I don't want things to return to their old trajectory in the northern forest." Just then, Raka slowly admonished, "Delkine, that's enough. We'll talk privately when we get home."
Delkine, upon hearing this, could only frown and reply, "Yes." Aisha, sitting next to Mia, stared at him and continued, "Delkine, don't worry too much. How could things possibly return to their old course, right, Mia?" Meanwhile, in Mia's mind, a thought once again arose. Delkine knows that the former Duke and Duchess are in the northern forest. Indeed, how sad. In Keenis's study, he was lost in wondering thoughts. How strange. Why would Reina sob just because of the name Damien? I thought her younger brother's name was Dante. Can't you investigate the relationship between Reina and Damien? Immediately, a man quickly replied, "No, but we have found some unexpected information. The Knights of House Aintia found a red-haired man with a mole under his eye, and his name is Damien. That is also the name mentioned by a servant of House Aintia in their testimony. His past whereabouts are still a mystery, so we will investigate further, but he was spotted in the northern forest 5 years ago." As soon as the words ended, Keenis smirked. What a coincidence. 5 years ago was when the former Duke and Duchess Aintia went missing. The next day at the Aintia mansion,
Maya Lei walked with tired steps. She had gotten home too late last night and only managed a little rest, so it would be best to go check on the twins. A man suddenly stood in front of her, blocking her path. "It seems I almost didn't get to see you." Maya immediately, almost unnaturally, called out, "Fulir?" He smiled a little awkwardly and said, "Long time no see. I rushed here because I have something urgent to ask you." Fulir held out a hand with a few glowing stones. "Here, look."
Raka told me that Nox's weakness is light. Do you remember if Nox reacts to this amount of light? Maya stared at them, hesitating slightly. Even the weakest light seems to cause it pain. Maya then let out a sigh of relief, a grateful smile spreading across her face. Thank goodness, I couldn't find any stronger light crystals in just one day. Raka told me to give these to the knight heading to the northern forest. Hearing this, Maya looked at him with bewildered eyes. I guess Raka has prepared a lot. It seems I should also prepare something as a precaution. As if remembering something, she let out an ah, then brought a hand to her mouth, wondering, Falir, could I ask you for a favor? This made him a little curious. What is it? Maya then slowly said, Actually, the scene shifts to the bedroom. Mia sat on the bed, panting continuously. I'm exhausted. I've been playing with the twins all day. I'm so worried about Delkeen. He didn't look very happy at lunch today. What did he say to Raka? I heard Raka used forbidden dark magic on the former Duke and Duchess to protect the twins. Perhaps that's still a painful memory for Raka and the twins. But I can't stop worrying. It's late. I wonder why he hasn't come to my room yet. Where is he and what is he doing? He's not in his study, so is he in his private library? I heard it's on the top floor of the main building. She opened the door, poked her head inside and whispered, Are you here? Raka, are you here? I'm just looking around to check. Huh, why did he leave these books here? Those are the books he read to find out what a picnic was. I thought he had burned them, but it seems he left them here. I still remember being chased by that man-eating flower during the picnic. Suddenly, a voice unexpectedly rang out from behind. What's so amusing? It turned out to be Raka. Meanwhile, Mia seemed to freeze in fright. I almost burned down the entire library. You scared me. Where were you? Raka immediately replied without hesitation. I was watching you. Why are you here? Hearing this, Mia quickly expressed her concern. I'm worried about Delkeen. He looked so sad today. Raka, extremely calm and composed, replied, It seems I've made you worry. I told Delkeen that his parents left on their own, but it seems he discovered the truth, so I told him everything. A thought popped into Mia's head. So that's what happened. At this, Raka, with his arms crossed sternly, continued. He said he understood my choice, but I'm sure he only said that. As soon as he finished speaking, Mia hesitated slightly. Raka, Delkeen is more mature and wiser than you think, so I'm sure he'll understand. Believe me, I am the twins' nanny, and I am with them all day. Suddenly, Raka's face flushed red. You're driving me crazy. Then he couldn't help but pull the person in front of him into a tight embrace. The candles lighting their path went out. At the same time, Maya, being embraced, was utterly bewildered. The room was dark, making her other senses overly sensitive. I can't see you at all.
However, Raka pressed her hand against his cheek. She doesn't need her eyes to know what I look like. He tried to savor this brief moment. Then Raka lowered his head, preparing to kiss Maya. They shared happy moments in the pitch-dark room. A few days later, Maya, dressed more neatly, glanced around. It was said that Raka only brought a small group because there were knights guarding the northern forest, but in reality there weren't many people. Reina wasn't here either. Damien must have told her not to come. The nearby servant smiled and said, My lady, we have loaded the items you requested onto the carriage. I will give them to you when we arrive. Maya immediately offered a gentle smile. Thank you. Suddenly, Raka appeared from somewhere and called, Maya. She quickly responded, Raka. He, however, went straight to the point. You will ride on horseback with me, which made Maya extremely puzzled. Why not go by carriage? Before she could get an answer, Raka helped her onto the horse, causing Maya to panic greatly. At this moment, Raka sat behind her, relaxed and upright, holding the reins. Meanwhile, Maya was still afraid. What if I fall? Raka immediately tightened his grip on the reins and reassured her. I will hold you, so don't worry. Just hold the reins and lean on me, and if it's too difficult, tell me. I won't stop you from taking the carriage if you wish. Maya lowered her gaze, pondering. Why can I never get used to being touched by this man? The two rode the horse together. Let's go. Understood, Your Grace.
The riders arrived in front of a wooden house. Raka suddenly spun his horse around. The carriage is late, so I'll go check. Below, Maya kept running after him. Are you going alone, sir? Raka replied with hesitation. It will be faster this way. I'll be right back. From behind, Maya's voice still echoed. Why don't you eat a little before? At least you should eat something first, the person behind reminded. My lady, please go inside. The scene shifted to the bathroom. Maya lay comfortably in the bathtub, relaxing. Ah, this is nice. My muscles were all tense from riding, but now I'm so comfortable. It seemed the knights were still drinking after dinner. They appeared to be drunk. I hope they're okay. Anyway, we must be approaching the northern forest soon. I'm worried I'll run into it. Suddenly, someone outside spoke up. Is this my room? This must be. Seeing the naked girl inside, the other person quickly ran away. I'm so sorry. Meanwhile, Maya sat in the bathtub in utter panic. Are you kidding me? What should I do? Calm down, Maya. Get dressed first. Someone will hear my scream and come. As expected, Raka quickly entered. Maya, is there? The sight of Maya, completely unclothed, made her head spin as he came to check on her.
Seeing this, Raka's jaw dropped, his face darkening. Maya, unable to contain her anger, yelled, Why are you just standing there? Get out now. This quickly brought Raka back to his senses. I'm sorry, I heard you scream. Inside the bathroom, Maya cried tears of helplessness, wondering how she could ever show her face around here again. The next morning, Maya rode on the same horse as Raka, feeling as though things between them had become more awkward since they left. Raka didn't say anything more about what happened yesterday, but he immediately stated frankly, "Don't worry, I didn't see anything." However, Maya wanted to bring up something else. "I wasn't going to talk about that." Hearing this, Raka was a little curious. "Then what is it?" Immediately, Maya continued, "The carriage Phalor was on arrived late, so you went to check on it yourself, remember? Why was it late?" As soon as she finished speaking, Raka seemed to understand and replied. Apparently, they encountered 4 knights and had to wait until they left. This made Maya very confused. 4 knights? Raka didn't hide it either. They are knights who report directly to the Emperor. They usually go on investigative missions. I don't know if Lady Reyna has told His Majesty about Nook yet. Maya voiced her thoughts. I don't think she did. Meanwhile, a thought arose in Raka's mind. The Emperor isn't coming to the Northern Forest to find Nook, is he? At the forward operating base in the Northern Forest, Maya sat pensively on a wooden crate. Nook and Damien would meet at dusk, so there was still time. Raka had gone to work without resting, which was admirable. She wondered if there was anything she could do to help. 2 men carrying crates exchanged words for a while. "Should we move all of this? Yes, we'll sort them out soon." Seeing this, Mia seemed to have an idea. "This is it." The scene shifts, and she and the men take turns talking. "My goodness, you're working so hard." "Not really. It's not that hard. You're the one who's working hard." "I can't believe you're treating us like this. You're so kind." "It's nothing." At the same time, a surprised voice suddenly rang out. "Mia!" She looked at the man with a bewildered face in front of her. "Damien!" Before they could exchange a word, another man urged him, "Keep moving." Upon hearing that, Mia was a little dazed. Did Damien just call my name? Soon after, the sun had set. Mia looked up at the sky and let out a sigh of relief. Finally, I can rest. It was so quiet that it was hard to believe she would soon meet Nox. Then once again, Raka came up and unexpectedly called out, "Mia!" Seeing this, Maya was extremely embarrassed. "Raka, when did you get here?" Immediately, he quickly replied, "Just arrived. The journey here was very difficult. Why don't you rest?" Hearing this, Maya looked at the person beside her and stated, "I want to help somehow. In a way, I'm the reason you're here. I'm sorry." There was a past that Raka wanted to hide in the Northern Forest. As soon as the words left her lips, Raka touched Maya's head. He didn't expect her to think that way, which made her extremely stunned. "What?" Then Raka leaned his face close to Maya's. "But your problem is also my problem, so there's no reason to feel sorry." Immediately, Maya gently replied, "Thank you for saying that. I hope nothing dangerous happens today, and that Raka will be safe. You went ahead to scout. Did you find any traces of Nox?" Hearing this, Raka put on a serious expression. "They said no outsiders approached the Northern Forest last week. I also wondered if Nox was hiding among the knights, so I searched the knights with Damien, and I forgot something." These words made Maya's eyes widen. "What is it?" Raka didn't hesitate to extend his hand. "Here, take this."
Seeing this, Maya hesitated slightly. "This is," Raka replied coldly, "magic stones. Nox can attack you without warning, so keep them with you." Observing, Maya spoke up, "But magic stones don't work if there's interference from dark magic." Raka added, "Anyway, I only use dark magic in the worst-case scenario, but Damien might use dark magic. I've given him a magic restraining bracelet, so there's no need to worry." Hearing this, Maya glanced at the person next to her and sighed in relief. "That's fortunate, but..." Before she could finish her sentence, Maya glanced towards the source of a murmur. On that side, she saw Damien talking to a soldier. At the same time, Raka immediately left. "I'm leaving now. You stay here." "What's wrong?" Damien quickly replied, "I heard that woman is Maya." As soon as he finished speaking, Raka lowered his gaze and warned, "Watch your words." Meanwhile, Damien, extremely tense, furrowed his brows. Get her out of the Northern Forest or hide her somewhere Nox can't see her. This made Raka wary. "What are you plotting?" Damien, unafraid, spoke directly. "I'm not plotting anything. I'm saying this because I owe her." Afterwards, Raka merely glanced at the person in front of him and told Maya to stay in the camp. "Is that all you wanted to say?" After hearing this, Damien immediately made a request. "I also want to meet those two before Nox arrives." In Raka's mind, the thought quickly arose, the former Duke and Duchess. "It seems you still don't understand the situation, do you? Listen carefully. They knew the family was looking for you and deliberately hid that fact. Why? Because they are obsessed with dark magic. They even consider their own children as tools to become stronger. They have never cared about anyone or regarded others as human beings." "I will consider that you have understood and hope you will never call me for trivial matters again." Suddenly, another soldier rushed over to report, "Duke, a battle has broken out between our knights and 4 knights at the eastern border. We tried to resolve things but couldn't do anything." These words made Raka extremely puzzled. "What do you mean?" The other party replied in a low voice. "They blocked us and said that we must carry a warrant from the Emperor if we want to search the area." Raka now put his hands on his hips, deep in thought. Clearly, the imperial family had dropped something in the Northern Forest. There's still time until sunset. It won't take too long to reach the eastern border. I will go myself. Scene change. Maya was sitting inside the makeshift wooden house. Falir handed her a firecracker and said, "Here, take it. This is what you asked me for."
This is a flare. You can use it to send a signal or threaten knock. It will activate if you strike it hard against the ground. Maya stared at it blankly and replied, "Thank you." Falir focused on explaining how to use it, noting its convenience as it could be carried easily. But it only lasts about 5 to 10 minutes. I'll explain its operating principle, which made Maya break out in a cold sweat. Wait, the explanation is too long, my head is spinning. After that, she looked at the cloth bag. Seeing this, Falir asked, "Is there a problem with the magic stones?" Immediately, Maya was puzzled. Their light had vanished a while ago. Her ring finger was throbbing again. Wait, how much time has passed? It's too quiet. I'm getting goosebumps. Knock is here. These words stunned Falir. What? But it's too quiet. Maya observed and deduced that perhaps all the knights on the front line had been annihilated. Outside, a woman radiating dark aura spoke in a cold voice. "Finally, we get to talk alone, don't we, Damien?" Hearing this, he approached and pleaded, "Knock, stop killing people without reason. The Ainsia family has the largest military force after the royal family, and they are also following you now." But the other party seemed indifferent. "If I want to break the seal on the former Duke and Duchess, I must eliminate Jakar at all costs. So it's fine, and then we will take everything the Zerdia royal family has accumulated." As soon as the words ended, Damien could only agree. "All right, I'll do it with you, so let's get out of here." Upon hearing this, Falir didn't hesitate to shout, "You lunatic! If we can eliminate Damien, Knock will also die. We must end everything here." Immediately, a voice from the opposite side retorted, "Falir." Knock cast a cold glance at him.
She smirked. "Who do we have here? Are these the ones that got away? It seems my prey has found its way to me." Damien, standing next to her, quickly warned, "Knox, there's no time. Leave here quickly before someone shows up." However, the other person, unafraid, snarled, "Do you know who that woman is? She's the daughter of a god." This made Damien disbelieving. "A god's daughter? How could someone like that be here?" Hearing this, Knox spoke up again. "Are you saying I don't know what I'm looking at?" Meanwhile, Mia's eyes widened in confusion. Why is Damien pretending not to know me? At the same moment, Falir, sweating with anxiety, said, "Fire a flare at Knox." But Mia disagreed, her brows furrowing tightly. "No, if I shoot directly at Knox, the flare will spread too quickly for us to escape. I have to shoot it into the sky like I did last time."
Brilliant fireworks appeared in the sky, illuminating the entire area. Its light reached Knock, making her uncomfortable and causing her to cry out, "What is that?" Seeing this, Falir quickly pulled Maya and ran, saying, "Maya, head east. That's the fastest way to the border of the northern forest." Maya subtly glanced back, her teeth clenched. Behind them, Knock furiously yelled, "You! I won't let you!" Seeing this, Damien quickly grabbed Knock and pushed her aside. Knock angrily ordered, "Let me go!" Meanwhile, Maya, stepping out of sight behind the bushes, thought, "I don't have time to look back anymore. I have to run now." What just happened? Did Damien restrain Knock? Is he trying to protect Knock, or is he trying to stop Knock to help us? The sound of hooves. Suddenly, Raka called out from behind, "Maya!" She quickly responded, "Raka!" He then rushed towards her. "Maya, are you all right?"
Maya hugged him and burst into tears, saying, "It's terrible. Knock wants to steal everything from the royal family. He will attack the palace." Raka mobilized the soldiers and tried to catch Knock, but Knock had already fled. "Oh, Damien, I can't tell Gina that Damien betrayed us." The two slowly walked along the path in the mansion. A moment later, Raka gently tilted his head and asked, "Are you feeling better?" Immediately, Maya gave a gentle smile and replied, "Yes, the weather is beautiful, the air is fresh, and the flowers are lovely. But most importantly, I'm by your side." Hearing this, Raka once again spoke frankly. "I feel happy every second I'm with you, to the point where I wonder if I deserve to enjoy such happiness." He looked at her with eyes full of affection. Then Raka suddenly lowered his voice. "I think I'll have to leave for a while. Please make sure you get enough rest and take care of yourself." This made Maya extremely curious. Has something happened? Raka didn't evade the question. "The royal family has summoned me because of the disappearance of the former Duke and Duchess Aintia. The Emperor has discovered that I used dark magic, and he will use this incident as an excuse to bring me down. I promise I'll be back. I'll handle this, so don't worry." Kinnis must have planned to use the incident with the former Duke and Duchess as a tool to pressure me, but there's an exception in the royal laws that I can use to buy time. Those who use dark magic for personal gain will be charged with a felony, unless it is used for the benefit of the Empire. I must tell him that I used dark magic to stop the former Duke and Duchess Aintia, because they were conspiring to bring about an era of dark magic, and I will present a proposal to prove it. Scene change. Raka announced in a strained voice, "Your Majesty, we no longer have time. I have received information that Knock is leading monsters to attack the royal family. I will go to the Imperial City's border and destroy Knock and his monsters." These words startled Kinnis. "What?" And Raka continued once more.
"I solemnly swear that House Antia will renounce dark magic." Meanwhile, Knox stood amidst the scorched area, ordering, "Don't stop me anymore, Damien," and he readily agreed. "All right."
Nox suddenly sighed, looking up. At least I'm glad we now share a common goal. Let's attack the royal family before they can prepare further. Hearing that, Damien lowered his gaze, his heart heavy. Nox, I have a question. Forbidden dark magic can be dispelled if the caster of the curse is eliminated, right? Instantly, Nox glanced at him, his voice cold. I've already told you. How many more times do you intend to ask? Let's hurry to the imperial capital. His mood sank upon hearing him. No sooner had the words been spoken than Damien's thoughts began to race. Just as I thought, if I die, Nox will die too. So. Elsewhere, Maya looked up at the gray sky. This morning, the sky was so clear blue, but now it's overcast. I wonder if Raka is all right. I hope he's okay. Suddenly, a voice called from behind. Maya, long time no see.
She immediately turned her head and saw a cat, Terratus. It quickly replied, "It is I." Maya picked Terratus up joyfully. It seemed the law of restriction had been lifted. It replied very firmly, "I cannot just stand by and watch. Your fate has not changed yet. The thread of destiny between you and the Zerdia royal family has been severed." Upon hearing this, Maya's expression became worried, meaning he was surely referring to her destiny to bestow blessings and sacrifice herself. This means that ultimately Raka won't be able to stop Nox. Is there another way? Terratus calmly spoke up. There's one more way. Maya, barely containing her impatience, pleaded, "Please tell me."
Seeing this, Teritas unhesitatingly requested Nox be summoned to Antia Manor. I am the one that detestable person is pursuing. If I unleash a bit of my power, Nox will come find me no matter the cost. Take the twins elsewhere and summon the knight. Maya, you must call Nox here. Meanwhile, Raka was fighting fiercely, ordering the cannons to fire. Damn it, the cannon fire in the sky is fading, and dark magic has no effect on Nox and the monsters. Suddenly, a voice unexpectedly announced Damien's appearance. Duke Raka immediately turned his head and roared, "Don't let him escape." Damien was standing behind a bush. The sky was still gray. Among the soldiers, a terrifying mass of liquid took shape. Seeing this, Raka broke into a sweat, wondering, what is this? The sky has turned dark, but instead of attacking, the monsters are turning to stone. This is our chance. I will pursue Damien. You stay here and protect the border. Let's go. Meanwhile, Nox sensed an opposing aura. This energy was Teritas. She then vanished into thin air without a trace. At Antia Manor, Nox saw Maya walking alone in the courtyard and immediately asked, "Did you drag yourself out here to die?"
Where's Terratus? Maya didn't answer immediately, but thought to herself, in the original story, Raka was the one who summoned the monsters and unexpectedly attacked the royal family. More precisely, it was Nox who used Raka's body. Perhaps the original ending would change if Raka and Nox had never met. It's dangerous, but this is the only way. The twins have already left, so it should be fine. Terratus, I don't regret my choice. Let's try to change fate. After thinking to herself, Maya loudly stated her condition. Nox, I will call Terratus if you swear not to kill anyone else. Nox suddenly lunged forward and smirked and asked, "Do you think I'll believe you? Why would you call him here when you know I'm pursuing him?" Suddenly remembering something, she asked again, "I heard you don't always eat people. Perhaps you can clarify everything if you talk to him." Nox scoffed in response. "Fine, I swear." Then he secretly remarked to himself, "She's truly naive." After that, he pointed behind him and suggested, "But why don't we go somewhere else and continue talking? The flares are bothering me too much." Maya didn't answer immediately, but calculated in her mind. If the flares dim, Nox will reveal his true form. I must keep Nox here until Raka finishes with Damien. Raka, I will deal with all the misfortunes blocking your path. But unexpectedly, man proposes, God disposes, just as Maya's plan was almost reaching its goal. Then a sudden downpour extinguished the flares completely, leaving her stunned, staring blankly as everything faded away. Her body swayed in panic as she thought to herself, the rain has put out the flares. If things continue like this, it seems even the heavens are siding with me. So Nox couldn't help but burst out laughing, a wave of triumph swelling in her chest, while she could only stand there, trembling and exclaiming, "No! No!" As she raised her hand high, she flashed an evil grin that stretched from ear to ear. Seeing this, Mia could only frantically raise her hands to shield herself, her entire body stiff with despair. She tightly closed her eyes, silently awaiting death's arrival. Just as she thought her small life was about to end, the woman suddenly shrieked, "Ah! What?" then coughed a few times. Then she furiously screamed, "Damien, you hateful wretch! Why did you end your own life, Damien?" The rain was getting heavier and heavier now. Raina choked back tears and cried, "Dante, my brother!" Damien whispered reassuringly, "Don't cry, sister." He then couldn't help but hope, thinking to himself, "If I die, everything will end, and I hope in the next life I can live a normal life with a kind family, with parents and a sister who love me." Then he whispered an apology, "I'm sorry for being a terrible brother. Please don't be sad. Live happily." Raina cried out in anguish, "Ah, Dante, Dante!" Seeing this, Raka immediately approached and asked, "What's wrong?" She sobbed in reply, I think Damien has been poisoned. Hearing this, he instinctively frowned slightly as he looked at Damien, then secretly made a conjecture in his heart. It seemed he had come here to die from the very beginning, just to see his sister's face one last time. Suddenly, a shocking boom echoed, and he immediately turned his gaze towards the source of the sound and, unable to hide his astonishment, wondered to himself, why are there flares near the mansion?
No way! Maya writhed in pain as Nock growled, "Grr, grr, at least I'll destroy you before I go." Hearing her utter those words, Maya immediately gathered all her remaining courage, swung her sword wildly at her, then loudly screamed, "Ah, get away, get away!" When that painful scream echoed and then abruptly ceased, she squinted her eyes and thought to herself, "Is it dead?" But the only reply to that thought was silence, because Nock had by then turned into a pile of sludge.
Seeing this, she couldn't help but hope and speculate to herself, it's not moving, so it must be dead. But no sooner had she finished her thought than the pile of sludge in front of her suddenly stirred, making her jump. Lunging towards her, Nox bared her fangs furiously and roared, "I cannot die like this." Witnessing that scene, she could only stand rooted to the spot, her whole body trembling as she thought, "I'm done for, truly done for." Then she squeezed her eyes shut, once again helplessly awaiting the arrival of death. Just as she thought she would perish there, Raka arrived in the nick of time, swinging his sword and striking her down, then anxiously asked, "Maya, are you all right?" Maya, her body swaying, dreamily called out, "Raka?" Then doubtfully thought to herself, "Am I dead? Why am I seeing such an illusion?" After that, she lost consciousness and collapsed into Raka's arms, causing him to frantically call out, "Maya?" No civilians were injured on the day Nox and the monsters attacked the Imperial City's border, but many knights sacrificed their lives. It was a tragedy that occurred in an era of peace, where there had been no war for centuries. Kinnis solemnly declared that the noble sacrifice of those who had dedicated their lives to the Empire would be eternally honored. Sometime after Nox's death, former Duke Entia took his own life. Kinnis had learned about the relationship between Reyna and Damien, but the only punishment he gave her was an order to move to the palace, and Maya had not yet regained consciousness since fainting that day.
Maya, I got praised in my manners class today. Sister-in-law, wake up quickly. I want to tell you what happened today. It's been a few days, and she still hasn't woken up. Thinking this, Raka gently patted her forehead. Then, choked with tears, he pleaded, "Maya, just give me one chance. Maya, please." No sooner had he finished speaking than Maya opened her eyes and softly asked, Raka?" With tears welling up in his eyes, he asked doubtfully, "Maya, have you really woken up?" She slowly sat up and softly called out, "Rak," but before she could finish her words, he immediately reached out and pulled her into his embrace, emotionally expressing, "I thought I had lost you forever. I'm sorry. I promised to protect you, but I always arrive too late." She gently comforted him. "It's okay, Raka. Just being by your side makes me happy, and I bet the twins feel the same way. I just need you to love us, care for us, and be by our side. I love you, Raka." Staring at the two of them, Terratus inwardly sighed. "Oh dear, I was about to say my goodbyes, but I probably shouldn't interfere. Maya, you have escaped your fate. I hope you find eternal happiness with your own choices." Thank you for watching today's video, and so we have reached the conclusion of this captivating series. See you in the next video, which will feature an even more dramatic and exciting series. Don't forget to hit like and subscribe to support us and not miss any new videos. Thank you sincerely for watching, and have a wonderful day.